Xie Tao spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately took out a small bottle to collect it, not wanting to waste it. As necromancers, they were very stingy with their own blood. They would save as much as possible, and would collect the blood in the stomach of a mosquito for use. After collecting all the blood, Xie Tao had time to observe the environment she was in. She seemed to be in a small and dark space, with only a small window above her head, which let in some light and shadow. The reason why she appeared here was that when Xie Tao was being hunted, she had no choice but to use a random teleportation scroll. The most important two words in the random teleportation scroll are random. It is said that someone was teleported into the center of the earth, and someone was teleported into the forbidden land of the Dragon Clan. The two poor guys had a more tragic end than the other. As for being teleported to the sky and the bottom of the sea, it was not uncommon. If she had not been desperate, Xie Tao would not have used this thing. She couldn't wait to confirm whether her location was safe, so Xie Tao took out a gem lamp from her pocket and began to look around. There were 2 rows of shelves in the small room, with some bottled water and fast food placed in a mess on the shelves. Although Xie Tao didn't recognize the types of food, the words on them were all familiar to her. It seemed that she was just teleported to a remote place. She was lucky. Thinking of this, Xie Tao found the door and opened it with a creak. Some broken snow came in her face, mixed with a little blood. Xie Tao was very sensitive to this kind of smell. With some caution, she took a half step. Crack, half of a person hung down from the roof, and the half-rotten face was almost attached to Xie Tao. You could see maggots wriggling in the rotten flesh. If it were an ordinary person, he might have screamed at this time, but Xie Tao quickly took out a pair of gloves, pinched the rotten face, and after observing left and right, he regretfully let go and let the half-body fall. The body was not complete and not fresh, so it was no longer useful. As soon as the breath of the living appeared, the wandering zombies all turned their heads silently, revealing faces with different degrees of decay. The severely rotten ones had half of their faces full of bones, with only pieces of meat hanging on them. The less rotten ones still had clear facial features, but they were pale and stiff. It looked like a zombie siege. Wow! Xie Tao's eyes widened, and at that moment her tears were about to flow out. She even covered her mouth and swallowed. She was not scared, but greedy. For the Necromancer, this scene was like seeing a mountain of gold, and it was ownerless. Thank you for the gift of nature. Xie Tao quickly opened the door to the other space, took out her eating utensils from it, and calculated whether so many corpses could be stuffed in. The zombies who smelled the smell of living people were a little faster than Xie Tao, as if they were afraid that if they were slow, they would not get a bite of food. Necromancers also have a system, but there are only 2 major branches, one that manipulates corpses and the other that manipulates souls. In the early years, the 2 factions had a quarrel. The branch that manipulates souls even changed its name and called itself Necromancer, saying that it wanted to separate from the Necromancers. Later, both sides were beaten and hunted everywhere, and their numbers became fewer and fewer. If they were still fighting internally at this time, there might be no Necromancers in the world anymore. After they reconciled, Xie Tao appeared. She majored in one of the factions, but also involved in the other faction. Xie Tao was very talented in this area. She even combined the 2 factions and created a new faction, imprisoning the soul in the corpse and causing a false resurrection. The slaves she drove were slaves who could think for themselves. They were much more useful than those stupid little skeletons. However, when Xie Tao was being hunted before, all her slaves were damaged. She simply let their souls go free, thinking that she would pick up new ones later. Therefore, at this moment, she could only pull out 2 small skeletons that she usually disliked. The skeletons made a clacking sound and bravely rushed forward to tie up the zombies for their masters. After tying them up, they carried them and threw them into Xie Tao's space. The zombies bit the skeletons, leaving shallow teeth marks, but they could not cause any harm. After all, there was not a trace of flesh on the skeletons. Except for 2 blue flames in the eye sockets, the whole body was white. The biggest threat of zombies lies in their terrible, infectious ability, which can turn the bitten humans and even animals into their own kind. But they cannot turn the skeletons into their own kind. There were also zombies trying to cross the 2 skeletons and come to attack Xie Tao, but Xie Tao was surrounded by a black barrier, and they could do nothing but helpless rage. But zombies are creatures without brains. They don't feel scared, nor do they want to escape. Instead, they gather around Xie Tao and scratch the air around him. The skeletons packed them up one by one and stuffed them into Xie Tao's warehouse. Xie Tao's heart was filled with a sense of joy of harvest. She quickly took out the blood she had collected before, drew a simple array, and selected a few zombies with poor integrity from the zombies she had just harvested. She used the simplest method to make new brothers. For the Necromancers, there are so many inexhaustible raw materials, just placed in front of them, and everywhere is filled with a magnanimous atmosphere of picking whatever you want. This is something that only happens in dreams and in heaven. If Xie Tao doesn't collect more, he will be sorry for his ancestors and for those colleagues who have no materials to use and are so poor that they secretly dig graves everywhere and are beaten to the ground. Whether the relationship between necromancers is good or not, whether they are real friends or plastic friends, can be seen by looking at what gifts they usually give. Send some scrolls that look like they are fancy, More plastic than plastic. Send your own research experience. Good brother, half sister. Send materials. Life and death together. If she can take all these raw materials home and share them with her friends, she will not only become the eternal god in the circle of friends, but also encounter such a thing as being hunted by others, and her peers will definitely risk their lives to save her. She has even begun to feel pain, because her space was too small at the beginning, and there's no way to put more zombies. If she had known this day would come, she would have borrowed money to make her space infinitely large. Xie Tao was heartbroken and couldn't breathe, while leading his skeleton brothers to move forward, putting as much as they could, and the rest would be dealt with later. With this idea in mind, Xie Tao was like a farmer with a bumper harvest of grain, moving forward all the way, smiling from ear to ear. She sorted out all the messy things in the space, and put in as much as she could, even if she was like a bus conductor constantly. Put it in, there is still more room inside. Finally, the entire space was filled up. However, there were still zombies that rushed towards this direction after smelling the human breath. Xie Tao couldn't breathe. What a spendthrift. I'm really a spendthrift. So many fresh materials. It was in this situation that Xie Tao saw the young man who was completely unable to struggle. At first, she was far away. Xie Tao was obsessed with picking up zombies, so she didn't know what happened. She only saw a car whizzing by, and then a young man was pushed out of the car. There were countless zombies around him. Before he fell to the ground, he was surrounded by zombies. A white arm was like a flash in the pan, and then he was completely submerged. It was a living person. Xie Tao was never interested in living people, even though he looked very good, especially his eyes, which were very narrow and long, with the tail of the eyes slightly raised, and there was a lighter teardrop mole at the corner of the eye. When his eyes were hollow and he looked at the sky as if he had lost the will to live, he looked like a beautiful doll that was about to break. How pitiful. Humans always like to kill each other, and this trait will never change. Xie Tao sighed as she passed by and retreated a few seconds later. She keenly discovered that the aura of the young man who fell into the group of corpses was changing. At first, he was an ordinary living person. After just a few seconds, when he was covered with scars, his flesh was bitten and devoured, and his bones were exposed. His aura was changing. He became more like a corpse, not a person. But the change in that aura was not because he was about to die, but more like being assimilated by the zombies around him. He was becoming like the zombies around him, but he was slightly different from them, just like a living heart wrapped under a rotten skin. Even if the skin gradually decayed, the heart was still beating tenaciously, and gradually more changes occurred, which Xie Tao could not see clearly for a while. Zhong Shanjing was ready to die, without any hope, and clearly realized that he had never been loved by anyone. Perhaps he belonged only to hell, not this world. At this moment, a girl appeared in his bloody vision. The girl's eyebrows were gentle, and she looked even a little kind. Would you like to come with me? About 10 minutes later, a young woman appeared here in a hurry. She brought 2 companions with her, and seemed to be looking for something. However, after a long time, she still found nothing. Her companions couldn't help but say, "What are you looking for? There is clearly nothing here. There are only a large group of zombies." The woman murmured to herself, "Impossible. That devil, the man who would become the nightmare of the whole world, should have appeared here at this time. Only at this time he was the weakest and could be killed. She must kill him before he became the zombie king." Xie Tao gradually discovered something wrong after leaving with Zhong Shanjing. There were tall buildings here, but there were no bell towers and churches that Xie Tao had seen often. This is unreasonable. There is no city without a temple. Otherwise, the necromancers would not have to live far away from the city, in the mountains and forests to prevent being caught. Moreover, the high-rise buildings here are really tall. The short ones seem to have more than 10 floors, which is completely different from the city in her impression. Where did she teleport to? Xie Tao calmed down and looked at the countless zombies on the street, the strange iron boxes parked on the roadside, the familiar and unfamiliar words, and the high-rise buildings. His heart was full of confusion. The main thing was that he didn't know how she could get back to her home. Xie Tao glanced at the unconscious Zhong Shanjing, found a house with an open door, and went in. There were still some bloodstains on the ground, which spread from the door to the living room. You could vaguely see some black marks on the floor after the rotten meat. The 2 diligent little skeletons quickly found brooms, rags, and other things, and simply cleaned up a clean place. Xie Tao first left the unconscious Zhong Shanjing behind, asked the little skeletons to simply clean Zhong Shanjing's wounds, and then walked around the room. There were also photos in the room. A family of 3, a young couple, and a little child once lived here. But now, apart from the bloodstains on the ground and the traces of the fight, it is difficult to find anything. Xie Tao can only guess based on these subtle traces in the wandering corpses outside. A disaster broke out in this city. For some special reasons, humans turned into wandering zombies. The city soon became a dead city. There were humans who had turned into zombies trapped in this city, and it was difficult to escape. Such sudden disasters always bring a lot of pain to humans, some from unknown monsters, and some from humans themselves. Zhong Shanjing looked like the latter. Xie Tao walked around and once again confirmed that she was in a very strange place. The language used here was slightly different from what she knew, so it looked familiar and strange. And there was a sense of technology everywhere. There was no sign of magic. Unlike the place where she lived, which was mainly magic, the development of technology was not very fast, and even some magic was mixed in technology. At present, there are two possibilities. The first is that there is a new area in the world that she didn't know about, and she was accidentally teleported here. The second possibility is that she was teleported to another world by the teleportation scroll. Haha, how is that possible? It must be the first one. But Xie Tao had a hunch that she might, probably, maybe, really came to a strange world. This possibility made Xie Tao fall into deep thought for a moment. She instinctively didn't want to believe it, but she couldn't deny it. It was at this time that Zhong Shanjing regained some consciousness. He felt that his whole body was burning hot as if he was soaked in hot water, and some parts were cold like ice. It seemed that something deep in his body was constantly eating away at him, and wherever he passed, abnormal changes gradually occurred. He even began to wonder if he had entered hell. After gradually regaining some consciousness, Zhong Shanjing slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was a skeleton face with white bones. He didn't know how he could see some concern from such a face. In short, it was a skeleton, and it was wearing a maid outfit. Yes, a maid outfit. The little skeleton in maid costume seemed to feel a little excited because of his awakening. She called another skeleton in maid costume to come with her friends. One of the two little skeletons was holding water, and the other was holding gauze in her hand. They surrounded Zhong Shanjing in the middle and looked him up and down. As expected, he had come to hell. Zhong Shanjing closed his eyes peacefully. 2 minutes later, a sweet voice rang out. "Are you awake? Are you still alive?" Zhong Shanjing opened his eyes again. The two little skeletons had retreated. Now, standing in front of him was a girl in a black cloak. She looked thin and barely about 1.6 meters tall. The girl raised her head slightly, revealing her face under the cloak. She had round cat eyes, and the tail of her eyes drooped slightly. She looked innocent and cute. With a little baby fat on her cheeks, she looked a little sweeter. His family pushed him into hell, but it was strangers who cared about his life or death. This contrast made Zhong Shanjing laugh sarcastically, and then his cheek was poked by Xie Tao. Xie Tao poked his cheek and said in a regretful tone, "Ah, you're still alive. Something seems to be wrong. Forget it, there are benefits to being alive." Xie Tao comforted himself. Zhong Shanjing was different from the previous zombies. He was the most special one. Whether he was dead or alive, he was worth studying, and it was good to be alive. In this way, after he died, Xie Tao could study him again. Thinking of this, Xie Tao's mood suddenly became much better. She poked Zhong Shanjing and raised her head proudly. "I snatched you back. From now on, you will be mine." Zhong Shanjing's reply? That didn't matter. Xie Tao was not asking for his consent, but just announcing his decision. Zhong Shanjing was seriously injured. There were gaps all over his body bitten by zombies. The wounds were so deep that the bones were visible, making his body look terrible. Moreover, he was in the most important transformation. It would take about 2 to 3 days for the transformation to end and stabilize. Before that, Xie Tao decided to stay here temporarily and leave after Zhong Shanjing completed the transformation and could move freely. This is also more convenient. Zhong Shanjing woke up for a short time and soon fell into a deep sleep again. Xie Tao touched his skin, which was as cold as a corpse, but in a coma, Zhong Shanjing was still sweating. The sweat he excreted was slightly red and soon wet the carpet under him. He woke up several times in the middle, but soon fell into a coma again. Xie Tao watched for a while, and after realizing that this transformation would last for a long time, he went to do his own thing. She was not sure if she was in a strange world, but she was indeed in a strange place, so protecting herself became the most important thing. Most necromancers are very fragile. After all, isn't it normal for mages not to understand close combat? Xie Tao is stronger than ordinary necromancers, but there is no way to compare with real warriors. In such a strange place, I don't know what I will encounter next, so it is very important to enhance my combat power. She had just packed up a bunch of zombies and started to develop her own minions. Xie Tao had enough materials on her body. She asked one of the little skeletons to take care of Zhong Shanjing and let the other one go out to collect food. She stayed in the room and started to mass-produce minions. There is no soul in a normal corpse. It is precisely because the soul is separated from the body that humans will die completely. So the necromancers who are good at making corpses will secretly dig graves when they run out of materials, while the necromancers who are good at making souls cannot do this. They either learn to summon spirits or run around every day, staying by the side of the dying, waiting to pick up fresh souls. The latter is also called the White Crow because they like to wear white cloaks. Xie Tao is a combination of both. When she was making her younger brother, she was also observing. After all, zombies are completely unfamiliar materials to Xie Tao, and they are very different from all the materials she has used before. For example, when Xie Tao was refining, she found that there seemed to be souls in the bodies of zombies. The reason why she said it seemed was because the induction was very vague, as if it existed and it seemed not to exist. It was very strange. She could only use the method of refining corpses to turn them into her puppets to ensure her own safety. As for the in-depth exploration of the secrets of zombies, let's take it slowly in the future. Xie Tao soon had a zombie team which was considerable in number, 30 or 40. She sent all the zombies out while catching new ones back, and acting as her eyes to observe the city. She had to make sure whether she had really arrived in a new world. After working all afternoon, Xie Tao was hungry. She touched her belly and fell decadently on the sofa. Little skeleton number 2 rushed forward quickly and stuffed a pillow behind Xie Tao. Little skeleton number 1 also came back at this time, dragging a sack. It opened the sack and let Xie Tao choose what he wanted to eat. There was everything in it, very rich. Xie Tao held his chin and picked for a long time, and finally found the food he was most interested in. So when Zhong Shanjing woke up, again, he smelled a special smell, stinky and a bit pungent. He tilted his head with difficulty and successfully saw Xie Tao eating snail noodles on the coffee table next to him, and the little skeleton wearing an apron and diligently peeling fruit there. This looks really magical. Even Zhong Shanjing, who has experienced the end of the world and the zombie siege, felt a little absurd for a while. He began to be unable to tell whether this was reality or a dream. Being pushed so close to the zombies also felt like a lifetime ago. In a trance, Zhong Shanjing watched Xie Tao holding a bowl of snail noodles and leaning over to ask him, "Are you hungry?" Zhong Shanjing was slow for a second, but he did feel hungry. His eyes slowly fell on Xie Tao's round face. She was like a little squirrel, happily slurping the snail noodles. There was still a little soup stain on the corner of her mouth. She didn't know that Zhong Shanjing had a desire at this moment. He was very hungry and wanted to eat her. "Hey!" Xie Tao suddenly put her head closer. Her cat eyes narrowed slightly, looking fierce and cute. "What are you thinking about?" He couldn't describe the impulse that he had just now. This kind of eating was not the kind of eating with amorous meaning, but eating in the true sense. Flesh, internal organs, the whole body. Thinking of this, his throat would itch. He even had a vision of the moment when his skin and flesh were torn apart, blood splashed, and warm liquid flowed down his esophagus. "Wait!" Zhong Shanjing held his head to make the images in his mind that were worthy of being censored by 18+ disappear. He was not stupid. Thinking about what happened before he fainted, he clearly knew why he became like this. He was about to become a zombie, just like the Walking Dead outside. They had no reason, no brains, and could only eat people supported by instinct. Zhong Shanjing didn't want to become like this. It was even worse than death to become like this. What made him like this was his relatives. Zhong Shanjing was immersed in his own thoughts. Hatred and despair dominated him, causing his soul to gradually boil. If this continued, he would either cool down to ashes or indulge himself and lose his bottom line. However, Zhong Shanjing did not do any of them, because Xie Tao suddenly knocked on his head, quite hard. Zhong Shanjing was stunned for a moment and looked up at Xie Tao. Xie Tao found that he was not dizzy, and after thinking for a while, he suddenly reached out and handed the bowl of snail noodles in his hand to the little skeleton beside him, and then another little skeleton quickly handed over a steel rod. Xie Tao took a look and suspected that Zhong Shanjing's head was not hard enough. The little skeleton was calm and found a rolling pin and replaced the steel rod. Zhong Shanjing watched Xie Tao raise the rolling pin and put him into a physical sleep state. Xie Tao threw away the rolling pin and muttered softly, "You won't have any random thoughts when you fall asleep, you little idiot." Humans always have many complicated emotions, especially when facing unfamiliar and incomprehensible things. Xie Tao has seen a lot and has learned the simplest solution. That is to give them no time and no leisure to think about it. As long as there is no way to think about it, the trouble will be reduced by 2/3 or even more. In the following day, Zhong Shanjing would occasionally wake up. Whenever he was about to think about it, a figure holding a rolling pin would appear behind him quietly. As time went by, Zhong Shanjing didn't know whether he had a concussion or had come to terms with it, but he actually stopped thinking about those pessimistic things. When he was awake, he would look at Xie Tao and empty his mind to feel the changes in his body. His performance satisfied Xie Tao, who gave him a thumbs up. It was probably on the second night that Zhong Shanjing no longer felt that every cell in his body was burning. His body gradually calmed down, and even the cold surface of his body had no temperature. He could sense that there was a surging force in his body, about to pour out. What's more valuable is that he didn't seem to lose his mind. He can still think now, and he hasn't been beaten by Xie Tao to lose his memory, which is very good. When his complete transformation ended, Xie Tao was next to him, and even looked at him with a fascinated look. Zhong Shanjing discovered that she was eating instant noodles today, and they were still sauerkraut flavored. Xie Tao took a mouthful of noodles and said vaguely, "Let's test your physical condition. If there is no problem, we will leave here." If it weren't for the fact that Zhong Shanjing's mutation had not ended, Xie Tao would have carried him out of the city long ago, because Xie Tao couldn't wait to confirm whether the mutation was a city or the whole world. If it was the latter, she could confirm that she had come to a different world. Then she had to plan what to do next. How to test it. Zhong Shanjing's voice was hoarse, and he could still feel the bloody smell hidden deep in his throat when he opened his mouth. Xie Tao quickly finished the noodles in his hand and praised the taste of the instant noodles. Such convenient and delicious food is like a magical artifact for them, the Necromancers. If this is indeed a different world, then when she finds a way to leave, she will not only pack a bunch of zombies back, but also pack a bunch of instant noodles back and enthusiastically share them with her dead otaku friends. Of course, this is how to test it. Xie Tao took out a fruit knife and poked a hole in Zhong Shanjing's stomach. Zhong Shanjing looked down at the hole in his stomach in silence. No blood flowed out. After about 5 seconds, it was almost healed. It seemed that he was no longer human. Xie Tao did some other simple experiments, and his eyes gradually became excited. The girl paced back and forth looking at Zhong Shanjing with deep affection. If you didn't know, you would think that Zhong Shanjing was her lover. It's not easy to do more detailed experiments now. Let's talk about it after we leave here. She pierced her fingertips, squeezed out a little blood, and simply marked Zhong Shanjing, and then said, "Do you want to go with me?" In a trance, Zhong Shanjing remembered that when he fell in the pile of corpses, he was covered with scars, bitten and split, and he also heard this sentence. Xie Tao is really a strange person, but she will rescue strangers who fall into the zombie group, and she doesn't seem to care that he is no longer human. When thinking of this, Zhong Shanjing glanced at the 2 skeletons in maid costumes, and his mood became complicated in an instant. Okay, he was already a lonely soul with nowhere to go, and it seemed to be the same wherever he went. As for some people, he would never forgive them. As soon as this thought came to him, Zhong Shanjing instinctively covered the back of his head. Xie Tao looked at him in confusion and said, "Then let's go." Zhong Shanjing's stress response, Xie Tao's followers packed up their things, and the zombie brothers lined up to enter Xie Tao's alien space door. Because the space inside was too small and too many could not be squeezed in, they had to stack together in a strange posture. The remaining 1/3 scattered. A few were responsible for clearing the way, and a few were like professional bodyguards protecting Xie Tao around. Zhong Shanjing fell into a blind spot of knowledge and didn't know why this young girl could control zombies. After the disaster, some people did awaken strange abilities, but everyone's abilities were normal. It was nothing more than huge strength. The body surface became hard and invulnerable, invisibility and other abilities. Zhong Shanjing had also seen 1 or 2, but none of them was as strange as Xie Tao. But Xie Tao did not explore his secrets, and he would not explore Xie Tao's secrets. Respect is mutual, and this is basic courtesy. Xie Tao carried a small backpack filled with various snacks. They left their residence under the protection of the zombies. Where to go out of the city? Xie Tao tilted his head. Zhong Shanjing had not lived in this city for a long time. He only vaguely remembered one way out, so he took the initiative to lead the way. They walked in the direction of leaving the city and encountered many zombies along the way. Whenever Xie Tao passed by some zombies, he would look back reluctantly, and sometimes even sighed. She looked at the zombies with a gentle look, and the gentle Zhong Shanjing felt a little creepy. It was a terrible thing for him to become a zombie. But this was something Zhong Shanjing could not control, unlike Xie Tao. They continued to walk forward, walked a long way, and approached the highway out of the city. Suddenly, a zombie controlled by Xie Tao ran over crookedly and delivered a message to Xie Tao. "Is there someone blocking the exit looking for someone?" Xie Tao was very familiar with this operation. After all, she was often wanted. She immediately pulled up her hood and covered her face. Then she looked back at Zhong Shanjing next to her. Although she didn't know who was wanted, as a necromancer she would be extremely cautious in this regard. She waved her hand. Zhong Shanjing was much taller than her. After all, one was just 1.6 meters tall and the other looked more than 1.85 meters tall. The tall young man had to bend down to get close to Xie Tao. "I'll change your face temporarily." Although Zhong Shanjing was puzzled, he still bent down and did not resist. The soft little hand was placed on his face. Xie Tao's hand was warm, with the unique temperature of the human body, and his face was cold, no different from a corpse. Xie Tao touched and pinched his face, and did not let go for a long time. Zhong Shanjing's cold cheeks seemed to be stained with human temperature. "Okay." After doing all this, Xie Tao also pulled Zhong Shanjing's clothes to cover his bumpy body tightly. It seems that the injuries suffered before becoming a zombie will not recover quickly, so under Zhong Shanjing's beautiful face is a body full of holes and bones everywhere. Xie Tao stretched out his hand, palm up. Zhong Shanjing was silent for a moment, put his hand on it, and held his slender hand with his small hand, and walked forward. She jumped and looked very lively. Although her steps were smaller, she walked faster than Zhong Shanjing. He was pulled to the other end of his fate, and he didn't know that his fate had changed dramatically at this moment. The road out of the city was indeed blocked by a group of people. They set up roadblocks and checked everyone leaving the city. The leader was a man with a mobile phone in his hand. When Xie Tao and others walked over, they heard him complaining. "It's been 2 days and few people have come out. They won't let us go. Who is this person? What's there to find? Can't we do something else with this time?" Xiao led Zhong Shanjing over. Xie Tao was too short to see, but Zhong Shanjing could see the photo on the phone screen at a glance. It was his face. Zhong Shanjing didn't have any enemies. Before he became a zombie, his health was not very good. He rarely went out. He had neither enemies nor friends. The only person who had a grudge against him and a deep hatred was the person who pushed him into the pile of corpses. But that person shouldn't have such energy, and he wouldn't block the exit of the city to look for him in order to kill him. After all, in their eyes, Zhong Shanjing should have been hopeless after falling into the pile of corpses. He would either be completely torn into pieces or become a zombie. There was no need to kill him. It was for this reason that Zhong Shanjing thought from the beginning that it wouldn't be him, but the person the other party was looking for was him. Who was looking for Zhong Shanjing? Zhong Shanjing's muscles stiffened for a moment, and Xie Tao noticed him in that moment. Xie Tao tilted her head and glanced at Zhong Shanjing, and instantly understood. She took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Who are you looking for? Friends and relatives trapped in the city? Because this job is really boring, and Xie Tao looks cute, innocent, and sweet, the man blocking the door didn't mind chatting with Xie Tao. He was very dedicated. He first confirmed the appearance of Zhong Shanjing next to him, and when he found that he didn't match the photo, he crossed his arms and began to complain. I don't know who they are looking for. It's just an order from above. Sometimes they say it could be a person, sometimes they say it could be a zombie. I think they are playing a joke on us. Maybe they are looking for someone's lover or something like that. It seems to be shameful. In such a big city, we can't even be sure whether it's a person or a zombie. Isn't it tiring? Of course, we have been guarding here for 2 days and we haven't seen a single fart. It's really annoying. The disaster has been going on for a long time. There are still many people trapped in the city. People escape from the city every day. The lucky ones are unscathed and can live in a gathering place for survivors. The first difficulty is over. The unlucky ones leave the city with injuries, and no base dares to take them in. They can only find a place to lie down and wait for death, or turn into a zombie. After turning into a zombie, it seems that there is no difference between death and death. So when they are guarding the door, they can occasionally see 2 people, but most of them are unrelated people. They are surprised to escape from hell, but also panic because of the unknown future. There is not even someone as calm as Xie Tao who can communicate. It's boring to death. Xie Tao chatted with him briefly, and after that, the man enthusiastically showed Xie Tao the way. The base I'm at is called Xiangtao Survivor Base. If you have nowhere to go, it's not bad to go to our base. Great, great. Xie Tao made an okay gesture. So it's at this location? It's quite close. I'll go and take a look if it's on the way. You must come. Our base is really good. The benefits for newcomers are great. Xie Tao promised, and immediately turned and walked in another direction after leaving here. Zhong Shanjing couldn't help but say, this doesn't seem to be the way to Xiangtao. Xie Tao slowly raised his head and looked at him with a look that was difficult to describe in words, which made Zhong Shanjing confused. Xie Tao waved her hand and asked Zhong Shanjing to bend down, then she reached out and touched Zhong Shanjing's forehead, and after touching it, she murmured to herself, it's not hot either. She took out a small notebook and began to ask Zhong Shanjing, excuse me, have you been like this since you were a child? Zhong Shanjing? Okay, let me put it another way. Have you been stupid since childhood? Xie Tao looked at Zhong Shanjing with pity, as if Zhong Shanjing was a big fool with a single-digit IQ. Zhong Shanjing was too smart but weak since childhood, which made many people feel sorry for him. This was the first time that someone called him stupid. It seems that it is not the sequel of becoming a zombie, but stupidity from the beginning. Xie Tao closed the small notebook in his hand and said regretfully, since it is congenital, there is no hope. Zhong Shanjing narrowed his eyes and said lightly, I think it is not necessary to be so. They are looking for you, so you want to go to Xiangtao to fall into the trap? Xie Tao ruthlessly knocked on Zhong Shanjing's forehead. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? After ruthlessly knocking on his younger brothers, Xie Tao found an open space and began to draw the array. Because they could not be released in the different space, some of the younger brothers were still in the city. Obviously, all the exits were blocked. If they were allowed to go out from the exit, they would definitely conflict with humans. This is very troublesome. After thinking about it, Xie Tao decided to teleport her younger brothers directly. Long-distance teleportation is impossible, otherwise Xie Tao would not have to rely on teleportation scrolls. As a result, she teleported herself to such a place. Short-distance teleportation is possible, but it will waste a little time. When Xie Tao was squatting there and drawing the teleportation array seriously, Zhong Shanjing squatted beside Xie Tao, looking like he wanted to say something. Xie Tao didn't even raise his head. I know what you are thinking. I just don't care. Zhong Shanjing didn't say anything. After a long time, Xie Tao continued, I hate those things. Because I don't like intrigues with humans, I chose to be a necromancer. I don't care what you think or try. I just treat you as a big fool. She wrinkled her nose when she said it, showing her disgust. Zhong Shanjing wanted to say something, but suddenly he couldn't say anything. It was probably because he's different from everyone he knew. She was frank to a terrible extent, which was intolerable in normal interpersonal society. Those things that were regarded as unspoken rules in communication and would not be made clear, she would say them without caring. Even if she didn't look at him with her bright eyes like scattered stars and didn't deliberately question it, Zhong Shanjing would still feel guilty. This kind of guilt did not come from lies or other things, but because he suddenly realized that, unlike him who was soaked in society and gradually stained with the color of sophistication, Xie Tao was simple and sober. She was not a blank sheet of paper, but in a sense, she was rarer than a blank sheet of paper. Compared with Xie Tao, he seemed so despicable. While Zhong Shanjing was in a daze, Xie Tao finally drew the teleportation array. She stretched and turned to look at Zhong Shanjing. You have your way of living and I have mine. I won't interfere with you. Well, I just call him a big fool. Zhong Shanjing was just called a big fool, but he felt relaxed. He took the initiative to sit down next to Xie Tao, watching zombies coming out of the red teleportation array one after another, and asked with some curiosity, "You said you were a necromancer just now?" "Yeah." Xie Tao held her chin and watched her little brothers emerge one by one. There was a kind of joy of harvest in her heart. According to normal words, Zhong Shanjing would definitely ask a lot of questions, such as what exactly is a necromancer, and is there really such a thing as a mage in this world? But today he didn't ask anything. He just watched the zombies pop up like mushrooms after rain, and soon a row of them appeared. After all the zombie brothers crawled out, Xie Tao led Zhong Shanjing and a bunch of zombies to the opposite direction of the place that the enthusiastic brother said. In order to prevent scaring others, Xie Tao also asked his zombie brothers to pay attention to their tracks and try not to appear in front of people. It can be said that he was very considerate. Not long after leaving the first city, Xie Tao confirmed her guess that she had indeed come to a strange world. And this disaster did not only affect one city. Basically, most of the cities where it went were deserted. There were humans everywhere who had just escaped from the city and had no place to stay. They had not yet figured out the rules. Some people were scratched or bitten by zombies and quietly turned into zombies one night and ate their relatives and friends. All those who held on to luck could not escape the black hand of fate. Xie Tao and his companions would often pass by the scene of some tragedies. The car door was open and blood was spreading from the car to the ground outside the car. Some debris could be vaguely seen, and the perpetrators and victims were gone. The supplies in the car were still there, except for food and clothes. Sometimes you could see group photos that were not left in the old house. No one knew who the debris belonged to in the group photo, nor did they know what happened that night. But most people could imagine a tragedy when they looked at the scene. They thought that they would be safe if they escaped from the city. Small wounds would not cause infection. Relatives and friends should not be abandoned. Xie Tao had a trace of pity. After collecting the supplies, she would often ask her younger brother to dig a pit on the spot and throw the debris in to bury it, so that the supplies were not taken in vain. Among the tragedies she encountered, the most miserable was the mother who was eaten to death, and the bones with rose-red human tissues were protecting a baby who had lost his breath and turned cold. The man who did everything was most likely the husband of the family of three, because when Xie Tao arrived, the husband who had become a zombie had not left yet, and tried to eat the baby in his wife's arms. Zhong Shanjing, who was a little sentimental, couldn't help but sigh. Is this a disaster given to mankind by God? Just like the flood that destroyed the world, only those who stepped on the ark and were favored by God could survive. While Xie Tao was directing his younger brother to hold up the husband who had become a zombie, he dug a pit on the spot and buried his wife and children. When she heard Zhong Shanjing sighing there, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's a virus. Can you believe in science? She, a necromancer, believed in science more than people in an era with more advanced science. How could she be so fat? Zhong Shanjing. Xie Tao tilted his head and glanced at Zhong Shanjing, remembering the last witch hunt, the origin of which was that countless ordinary people suddenly suffered from a strange disease. Their bodies continued to rot, but they would not die in a short time, and it was also somewhat contagious. The people in the temple said that it was done by the necromancer and the black witch. After a vigorous witch-hunting operation, countless necromancers and black witches died. Then the people in the temple began to distribute holy water. As long as you take a bath in holy water, this strange disease will be cured, and holy water can also be used for prevention. For a time, the reputation of God and the temple became louder and hotter. Only Xie Tao was wondering, how could this terrible disease not hurt a noble? From that moment on, she became a complete atheist, although it sounded strange that the necromancer was an atheist. Xie Tao was never happy to be a life mentor for others, so she didn't say much to Zhong Shanjing, just said, "We don't have enough food, let's go into the city. There is a small town not far from here. This poor family of three may have escaped from there." When they found an entrance to go in, Zhong Shanjing suddenly said, "I've been here." "Huh?" Xie Tao straightened his cloak and made a gesture of listening attentively. Zhong Shanjing never liked to talk about his own things. Today, for some reason, he said as if possessed by a ghost, "When I was a child, I lived here with my grandparents for nearly 5 years. Then you should be very familiar with this place." Xie Tao stood on tiptoe and patted his shoulder. "Then you lead the way." In fact, he was not very familiar with it because he had been away from this small town for more than 10 years. In the past 10 years, he had almost no chance to come back, except when his grandparents passed away. So this small town was familiar and strange to him. But Zhong Shanjing didn't say anything. He just instinctively stretched out his hand to Xie Tao, and regretted it after stretching it out. As a result, before he could retract it, Xie Tao's white and tender little hand was already in his palm. Xie Tao's hand looked a little smaller than that of an ordinary girl. The short nails were pink and round, and looked a little cute. When placed in Zhong Shanjing's slender but scarred palm, he closed his palm and completely wrapped Xie Tao. Zhong Shanjing looked down and felt inexplicably satisfied, and then he walked in first. Such a small town always falls quickly. The streets are full of wandering zombies, and the ground is in a mess. Xie Tao's younger brother is always very loyal, filling her gradually empty space. The zombie team under her is getting bigger and bigger. Zhong Shanjing walked on the streets of the town. After many years, he came back again. The town that had experienced the doomsday looked so strange, which made people feel a lot. He still remembered who lived in some old houses, but judging from the current situation, they either met with an accident or fled here, so the last trace of familiarity was gone. Go this way. Zhong Shanjing didn't know how much the town's pattern had changed. He just vaguely remembered that there used to be a small supermarket here. They walked not far away and saw a supermarket, although it was no longer the one in Zhong Shanjing's memory. Xie Tao strolled around and successfully found a fire axe near the fire door. She weighed it and then excitedly held the fire axe and opened a hole in the roller shutter door of the supermarket. This kind of small supermarket is usually not very large. Zhong Shanjing had already prepared for it to be looted. Unexpectedly, after the door was chiseled open, the two of them went in and saw that the things on the shelves were not moved. The beginning of the doomsday came from a late night. It is very likely that there was no one in the supermarket when the disaster occurred, so naturally no one mutated into zombies. People who escaped from the city did not dare to stop and search for supplies. This town was small and had few supplies. People with power from outside were not willing to come in, so the supplies here survived. The only person who needed food and water was Xie Tao. Her younger brothers, including Zhong Shanjing, were already zombies. Zombies can completely not eat. The reason why they attack and eat humans is that their instinct to evolve prompts them to do so. For example, in Zhong Shanjing's eyes, Xie Tao is actually an extremely attractive and delicious existence. However, Zhong Shanjing is different from ordinary zombies. He retains his IQ and reason and can control himself. And those younger brothers are honest because they are controlled by Xie Tao. So Xie Tao didn't collect a lot of supplies. She packed some bottled water and some fast food and threw them into the space. But because the space was full of zombies and she hadn't had time to control them and release them, she couldn't fit more. So she asked Zhong Shanjing to carry the rest. Such a tall and handsome guy, but he was carrying a pink backpack full of snacks and drinks, which looked really weird. It's not that Xie Tao has a bad taste, but because this pink backpack has the most. After they searched the entire supermarket, when they walked from the second floor to the front, they also saw the mobile phone counter. One by one, the small black shells were placed there, neatly arranged. Xie Tao stopped for a while and asked Zhong Shanjing, "What is this?" He could feel that Xie Tao was wrong every day, such as her claiming to be a necromancer and really being able to control zombies, such as her not being able to recognize a mobile phone, and her big eyes were full of curiosity. Nowadays, even people living in the mountains know what a mobile phone is. Zhong Shanjing, who had some vague guesses, patiently explained to Xie Tao what a mobile phone was, how to use it, and the most important point. It can't connect to the internet now, which means it is no longer useful. At most, it can be used to check the time. There is no place to charge it now, so you can only use some power banks or something like that. After all, the power banks in the supermarket usually have their own power, although they are not fully charged, so the mobile phone is now useless. Is that so? Xie Tao, whose eyes lit up after hearing that she had used up all the functions, was very regretful but still took one as a souvenir. When she returns to her own world, she must urge her alchemist friend to find a way to make a replacement for the mobile phone. In a world like this that focuses on the development of science and technology, there are many things worth learning. It may not be a bad thing for her to come here. After packing up all the things they wanted, the two left the small supermarket and returned to the street. When standing on the street, Zhong Shanjing was still a little dazed. Where do you want to go next? He was in a state of confusion, not knowing what to do next or where to go. He was really like a puppet, trying to temporarily obey Xie Tao's instructions and dance. To learn more about this world, Xie Tao put his hands on his hips, held his head high, and looked very energetic, completely different from the lifeless Zhong Shanjing. He was even somewhat out of tune with this decadent world. Sometimes you are like the sun, Zhong Shanjing suddenly said. Huh? Xie Tao was terrified, and for a moment he thought that Zhong Shanjing had thrown away his brain in order to reduce the burden during the process of alienation. How could someone say that a necromancer is like the sun? Xie Tao's eyes gradually became loving, and finally, he patted Zhong Shanjing. Eat more good food in the future. Zhong Shanjing? Xie Tao changed the subject naturally. It's already very late. Let's not leave the city. Find a place to sleep for a night. If we leave the city at this time, I'm afraid it will be completely dark not far from the city, and then we can only sleep in the wilderness and the grass by the roadside. It's not as comfortable as finding a house in the city and sleeping in bed for a night. Zhong Shanjing didn't know what he was thinking of, and whispered, "Then come with me." The two of them walked one after the other and quickly arrived at a small courtyard. It is difficult to see such a small courtyard with a rich agricultural interest in developed big cities. The more developed the city, the higher the buildings are built, dozens of floors or 100 floors, and the land is developed and utilized to the extreme. This small courtyard has an antique door, and the lock on the door is a little rusty. Zhong Shanjing subconsciously wants to take out the key, but then gives up with a lonely look. Xie Tao on the side quickly took out her fire axe. This is her new favorite, and it is really easy to use. Xie Tao did not damage the door panel, but just broke the lock in a few strokes and then pushed the door open. This small courtyard is actually not very big, but it can be seen that the people who lived here planned it very well in the past. There is a small vegetable plot on each side, but it is now deserted. In the middle is a corridor like a trellis, but the vines are also withered, and the trellis is rotten. Walking further in, you can see a faded swing. It's not completely broken, but the rope may have been soaked by rain for a long time, and it doesn't look safe. It seems that no one has lived here for a long time. It's not limited to the disaster that broke out not long ago, but before the disaster, it lost its owner. So it was sealed up, and no one has stepped in for many years. Xie Tao liked it here very much. She even trotted to the side of the swing and shook it with her hand to see if she could still sit on it, and then she touched her hands with dust. She felt a little regretful, then walked around the yard, looked around, and finally strolled back to Zhong Shanjing. I like it here very much. Really? Zhong Shanjing chuckled. This is where I lived when I was a child. Really? Xie Tao said in surprise. Zhong Shanjing, who didn't understand why Xie Tao was so surprised and was still immersed in his own emotions, nodded, and then 2 minutes later he squatted next to the swing while repairing the swing, and felt pain for his simplicity. The old swing was easy to repair, but the materials were not enough. Zhong Shanjing repeatedly reminded, "Be careful when playing, don't fall." Xie Tao was like those children who fooled their parents. He shouted, "I know," and ran towards the swing, while making a sound of, "Yeah, yes." Zhong Shanjing, who had never taken care of a child, felt the fear of being dominated in an instant. He went into the house to check. The sheets and quilts had been damp and smelled musty because no one had used them for a long time. The spare quilts in the cabinet obviously did not escape the ravages of time. The kitchen used an old gas tank. Zhong Shanjing tried it and found that it could still be turned on. It was strong enough. He walked around the house. The house was still the same house, but the people he missed were no longer there. After vomiting out all the complicated thoughts, Zhong Shanjing returned to the yard. He heard Xie Tao's cheerful voice from a distance. When he came out, he saw that Xie Tao's swing was almost swinging to the sky. Zhong Shanjing's heart shrank, fearing that Xie Tao would fall from the highest point and break into a meat pie. It can only be said that what people fear will come true. As Xie Tao was swinging, the rope on one side broke. She was at the highest point at that time and began to fall freely instantly. Zhong Shanjing's breathing stopped, and the string that had been stretched in his mind snapped. He quickly rushed to Xie Tao. Before he ran to her, he saw two little skeletons skillfully pulling open a sheet and adjusting their positions back and forth. Xie Tao fell on it with a snap and was caught by the two little skeletons. Xie Tao's hood fell off and his hair was messy, but he seemed to be very happy, sitting there giggling. Zhong Shanjing held his breath and didn't know what to say for a while. When Xie Tao climbed up with a furry head, he said with a dark face, "Are you really not afraid of anything happening? You really don't understand the Necromancer." Xie Tao put the hood on her head and began to command her younger brother with her hands behind her back. One of the brothers went outside to find new bedding, and another brother took a broom and other things to clean the house and wash away the dust. The small room instantly became lively, although the zombies and skeletons in maid costumes walking around were always a bit scary. The two little skeletons were obviously very versatile and virtuous. They packed up things in an orderly manner. Zombies' movements were often stiff, and they couldn't do some relatively delicate things, so they had to leave them to the two little skeletons. For example, making the bed, folding the quilt, and cooking. As soon as Xie Tao walked into the room, one of them would come forward and clean up a place for Xie Tao to sit, then wash the cup and pour a glass of mineral water. Yes, mineral water. Zhong Shanjing was not treated so well. He could only clean the bench by himself. After cleaning the bench, he sat opposite Xie Tao and looked at the busy little skeletons and said, "Were they girls in their lifetime? So careful. Ah, they are boys." Xie Tao did not hide his bad taste at all and said, "Boys wearing maid costumes are the best." Suddenly, he could not look directly at the two little skeletons. The two little skeletons were calmer than each other and cleaned the room quickly. Because their movements were too fast and agile, Zhong Shanjing could only see the flying bows on their buttocks when they turned around quickly. When they were about to finish cleaning, one of them automatically put down the cleaning things in his hand and ran into the kitchen. Before long, the house that had not been lived in for many years was filled with fragrance. Ah! Here I mean the smell of food. With some human touch, the room will seem much warmer. As for Xie Tao, she was playing with her mobile phone. When Xie Tao was lying on the table bored, Zhong Shanjing suddenly had an idea and taught her to play a mobile game that can be played without an internet connection, a kind of connect the dots game, which is a small game that comes with this brand of mobile phone. Then Xie Tao couldn't stop playing. At first, she lay on the table to play. After the little skeleton prepared the food and placed it on the table, she ate while playing, and even let the little skeleton feed her directly. Her style was extremely extravagant. Even when she was about to go to bed, Xie Tao was still holding a mobile phone in her hand. The master bedroom and the side bedroom of this house were separated by a wall. Xie Tao lived in the master bedroom, and Zhong Shanjing lived in the side bedroom. In fact, after becoming a zombie, there was no need for sleep, but Zhong Shanjing still wanted to show some respect. He closed his eyes. 5 minutes later, he was successfully awakened. On the other side of the wall, Xie Tao's small game sound never stopped, one round after another, one round after another. If Zhong Shanjing was still an ordinary human being in urgent need of sleep, he should be close to collapse at this time. But he wasn't, so he could only open his eyes and look at the ceiling, suspecting that Xie Tao was sent by God to torture him. She saved him from the zombies just to torture him, right? So when he heard the noise on the street, Zhong Shanjing was the first to get up. It was mainly because the sound of the minigame was too torturous, repetitive, trivial, and brainwashing. Xie Tao might not have learned to adjust the volume yet, so the sound was not very small. When he walked out of the room, he happened to see Xie Tao, who had changed into a furry pajamas, with 2 rabbit ears on his head hanging down to both sides. He was walking out while playing games, and he obviously heard the noise outside. "I'll go out and take a look first." Zhong Shanjing was about to go out when Xie Tao stuffed him with an axe. He could give him the fire axe that was his new love. Oh, after he had a mobile phone, it was already his old love. I guess Xie Tao still had a little bit of feelings for him. Zhong Shanjing took Xie Tao's old lover and a few younger brothers and left the courtyard. The street outside was in chaos. Several ordinary people were fleeing in this direction from the other end of the street. Chasing behind them was a very strange-looking zombie. The zombie looked like a sturdy fitness enthusiast, but even a fitness enthusiast would hardly be 2 meters 34 meters tall, with pillar-like legs and palm leaf fan-like hands that could easily close together and crush a person's head. There were about 4 survivors, 3 men and 1 woman. They obviously had no experience in facing monsters of this level, and they didn't even dare to stay. Seeing their companions being crushed, they only dared to run forward quickly. As the saying goes, you don't need to run faster than the monster, as long as you are a little faster than your teammates. The crushed headless body was still hanging in the hands of the sturdy zombie, and was easily torn apart and then became food. The chewing sound accompanied by the sound of liquid dripping was still very harsh on the not-so-quiet street. If it could stop for eating, the remaining 4 people should be able to escape safely. But it didn't. It was obvious that one person could not fill its stomach. While eating, it ran towards the remaining 4 people. The heavy body was surprisingly flexible, and even shook up a cloud of dust when it landed. Zhong Shanjing was still holding the fire axe in his hand. His thin body formed a sharp contrast with the sturdy body opposite, but he did not feel any pressure at all. The first thing that flashed through his mind was, Xie Tao might like it very much. Not that kind of like, but the kind of like for special zombies and strange corpses. Just like Xie Tao likes Zhong Shanjing very much. She likes Zhong Shanjing not because Zhong Shanjing looks good, but because he is strange enough. This cognition makes Zhong Shanjing feel comfortable. After all, most humans like to judge people by appearance. Appearance, temperament, wisdom, and many other things can affect a person's evaluation of another person. Only Xie Tao will not. Unless you die strangely enough, she will like you. Otherwise, even if you are a fairy, she will not look at you more. Zhong Shanjing turned to ask the little skeleton next to him, "Can you understand? If you can, go in and inform Xie Tao." The little skeleton raised its head. It obviously had no eyes. There was only a blue ghost fire in the empty eye sockets, but Zhong Shanjing inexplicably tasted a trace of contempt. After disdaining Zhong Shanjing, the little skeleton walked in with da-da-da to inform Xie Tao, who was playing games. Several people who were running for their lives here had already reached Zhong Shanjing. Seeing that he was still standing at the door in a daze, their faces changed drastically. "Run! What are you still standing there for?" Zhong Shanjing was tall and thin, and he had been gnawed in the pile of corpses for a long time before, so he had even less meat on his body. This made him look like a tall bamboo pole. In addition, when he was alive, he was weak and rarely went out, so his skin was white and a little sick. When he stood there, it made people feel that he could be blown away by the wind. The 4 people looked at each other and were worried that Zhong Shanjing could not run at all, and he would be crushed and torn apart by the zombies behind him in a few seconds. Zhong Shanjing slowly opened the door. "Do you want to come in and hide?" This door may not be able to prevent the monster-level zombies, but even if they run forward, as long as their speed is not as fast as the zombies, they will be caught up one by one and torn to pieces one by one. The 4 people thought about it and finally gritted their teeth and went into the yard. "Close the door quickly." Zhong Shanjing closed the door with a snap and then bolted it. The remaining 4 people ran around in the yard, moving some things to block the door. When the door was blocked tightly, and it seemed that they could resist for a while, they breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground wiping their sweat. At this time, Xie Tao had come out. She looked at the 4 people curiously and then asked Zhong Shanjing, "Where's the big guy you mentioned?" "On the street outside the door." Xie Tao's eyes were sparkling, and she was very interested. She didn't even play the game, and casually stuffed her mobile phone into her pocket, and then she was ready to climb over the wall and go out. "Let me go and check it out." 4 people. The 4 people had never seen such a courageous person. Isn't this just giving away their lives? Although they were a little green, they were kind-hearted. They rushed over and hugged Xie Tao's legs and frantically dissuaded him. "Don't go, you will really die. Curiosity kills the cat, and the same goes for rabbits." Especially the only girl among the 4 people, her voice sounded like a scream. "Don't go, it's pinching your head. You'll pull out the rabbit's ears." Xie Tao? She also had short arms and a short stature. For a while, she couldn't struggle out of the four people's obstruction. Xie Tao was very worried that the strange zombie would run away, so he directly called his younger brother. The four people were frantically dissuading Xie Tao from climbing the wall and quickly coming down, not going out, and his life was at stake. Then they saw a white figure floating over their heads, with very graceful movements. The four people raised their heads, and after seeing clearly what was floating over, they were all dumbfounded. It was a skeleton, wearing a black and white maid outfit. Because it was a skeleton, there was no need to wear anything else under the skirt. When it jumped over their heads, they could see the femur, pelvis, pubic bones, etc. It was very open. Just when they thought they were frightened and hallucinating, the second little skeleton in a maid outfit also jumped over their heads. Abba, abba. The people who dissuaded Xie Tao made a not very wise sound. Xie Tao took this opportunity to try to get rid of them and climbed to the top of the wall. The four people were silent for a while, and then they climbed up. 5 heads slowly stretched out from the top of the wall and looked at the scene outside. The 2 little skeletons had already landed, and the tall zombie, who had obviously undergone a strange mutation, stood at the gate, holding his hands high, trying to smash their door. The 2 little skeletons didn't look very tall, between 1.5 and 1.6 meters tall, and they were real skeletons. Moreover, the maid outfits they wore were different styles. One was the traditional one, a white one-piece dress with a big bow at the back of the waist and a ruffled apron at the front, which looked very delicate. One was a modified one, with a slightly shorter skirt and a little slit on the edge, revealing the pelvis. They were not wearing panties, but they were wearing black suspenders. In short, they were full of a sense of bad taste, and at the same time, they made people feel very fragile. "What is this?" Someone was hanging on the wall and was extremely surprised. The only girl among the 4 people was a little worried. They won't be in trouble, right? Only Xie Tao was full of confidence in them. "Go, Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai!" The 2 little skeletons opened and closed their jaws, making a crackling sound, and then rushed to the big zombies from left to right. The next second, the 3 views of the 4 people were shattered. The skeleton wearing a white long skirt, probably Xiao Bai, swiftly swept the big zombie, and the skeleton wearing black suspenders, probably Xiao Hei, jumped up, clamped the big zombie's head with his femur, and easily knocked it to the ground. The 2 small skeletons, one on the left and one on the right, were agile and powerful. In no time, the ferocious big zombie was crawling all over the ground. It tried to escape, but its legs were grabbed by the 2 skeletons, one on the left and one on the right, and it was dragged away. 4 people. So strong. They turned their heads quietly and stared at Xie Tao on the side. Xie Tao looked innocent, as if he knew nothing, but they all heard Xie Tao call the 2 skeletons Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai. This doesn't look like they know nothing. Zhong Shanjing stepped forward quietly, put a hand on Xie Tao's shoulder, and smiled at the 4 people. "This is her special ability. You should have seen other special ability users, right? Not only that, there are even 2 people among them, one of whom is the girl, and the other is the oldest bearded man among them. Yes, we call this superpower. When the abilities that only exist in some film and television works appear in humans, they instinctively use such a title to call them superpowers. And those who have superpowers are superpowers. However, most people's superpowers are not strong. Relatively practical ones are those that make the skin tough and not easily hurt, or increase strength. The former can make them less likely to get hurt when encountering zombies, because once they are injured, there is a probability of being infected by zombies. The probability of ordinary people being infected is almost 100%. Although the probability of superpowers being infected is lower, it is not absolutely safe. Some people quickly turned into zombies after being injured, and some people became stronger after surviving the state of continuous fever and coma after being injured. Making the skin tough is extremely useful at this time. As long as the skin is not broken, it is difficult for the virus to enter the body. As for the latter, infinite strength is also a very practical ability, whether in combat or daily life, so it is very popular at this stage. As for some other fancy abilities, many are very weak. For example, some people can release flames like the magicians on TV, but the flames he releases can only light a cigarette and can't even boil water. For example, some people have the ability to be invisible, which is very useful when facing humans, especially now that surveillance, infrared, and other things have been paralyzed, and it is difficult to be discovered when doing something bad. But it doesn't work when facing zombies, because zombies almost don't rely on vision to capture human traces, but rely on smell. They can know where you are, even if they can't see you. Like the 2 ability users among them, the girl's ability is to turn her hands into a texture similar to rock, but as sharp as metal, but she is not very good at fighting, so she doesn't use it very well. The ability of the bearded man is to slowly extract the moisture in the air and turn it into pure water. The limit of his current ability is that he can extract as much as 2 mineral water bottles a day. Useless. In comparison, Xie Tao's ability looks cool and powerful. He can control 2 skeletons, and the combat effectiveness of the 2 skeletons is still very high. Several people looked at Xie Tao with envy, and the tears of envy were about to flow from the corners of their mouths. As a necromancer who was often hunted, Xie Tao was still very clear that hiding her identity was very important. She calmly controlled the zombies to climb out of the wall behind the house, leaving only the two skeletons, Xiaohei and Xiao, by her side and said, "I can only control the two of them. Now everyone is safe. Let's go into the house first." Several people entered the room one after another. Xie Tao walked at the back and secretly opened a door on the spot, which was the door leading to the other space. After she left, the two little skeletons dragged the big zombies tied into a ball into the door of the other space. Not long after entering the house, the two little skeletons came back from outside and poured mineral water for everyone. Xie Tao got up in the middle of the night and was still a little hungry, so she asked Xiaohei to cook a pack of instant noodles for her. She held the bowl and asked while slurping the noodles, "Why are you still outside in the middle of the night?" When they mentioned this, their expressions were a little solemn. The bearded man said in a low voice, "We are teams from different bases. Generally, we don't interfere with each other, but tonight, they were chased by the zombie, so they brought the zombie to our place to divert the trouble. If the four of them were not more vigilant than each other and ran faster than each other, they might have died long ago. The one who was crushed by the zombie before was the last survivor of another team. So for the bearded man and his friends, tonight was a disaster from heaven. If they hadn't met Xie Tao, they might have followed the footsteps of that team." Xie Tao bit his chopsticks and said vaguely, "This is what I hate most about humans. There are good and bad people in the human group, but people's hearts are often in their stomachs. You will never know whether they are good or bad just by looking at their appearance. So no one can guarantee that they can see through another person. So in the human world, deception, murder, and war will never stop. Compared with humans, Xie Tao prefers to get along with corpses, because corpses don't lie." This heavy topic made everyone present feel a little worse, including Zhong Shanjing, who had experienced betrayal. Xie Tao recovered the fastest. She quickly slurped up the noodles and drank the noodle soup, and then said, "Anyway, it's temporarily stable now. Xiaobai and Xiaohei, you can go and clean up the rest of the room." No, we can do it ourselves," several people said politely. But the two little skeletons were very fast. Because there were not enough rooms, they simply tidied up the sofa in the living room so that they could sleep separately in the living room and the guest room. Seeing such a scene, they were even more envious. "Look at other people's abilities. Look at theirs." The four people stayed overnight. Because they were exhausted the night before, they woke up very late in the morning. However, Xie Tao also played games all night. She didn't sleep until the moon slept. She also woke up very late, even later than the four people. When she got up, several people were already busy in the kitchen. The bearded man made a wave motion with his hands and aimed at the pot. His face was red from holding back. Looking closely, clear water was constantly falling from his palms into the pot. The woman on the other side, with a normal expression, stretched out her rock-colored hands and flipped chicken fillets in the boiling oil pan. Although everyone has different abilities, they all have a bright future. Before breakfast, it was like watching an acrobatics show. After Xie Tao got up, holding snacks in her mouth, she watched for a long time, her eyes full of amazement. After all, as a necromancer, she had only seen her peers and some other mages, and she had no experience with things like abilities. When the bearded man was splashing water, she clapped, and when the young lady was frying oil, she turned into a ruthless praise machine. She made their faces red and embarrassed. When it was time to eat, several people took the initiative to ask, "It seems that you haven't registered in any base yet, right? Then do you want to live in our base?" The bearded man patted his chest and said, "The scale of our base is also quite large. If you are a person with special abilities, you can get a week's subsidy when you first enter the base. Even if you don't stay there for a long time, you can still get it. If you are sure to stay in the base for a long time, there will be extra rewards every month. It's definitely worth it." Several people praised their base, from the top management to the policies, and from the policies to the geographical environment, and then from the geographical environment to the quality of handsome guys. In the end, they were so thirsty that their mouths were dry. Seeing that Xie Tao still had no reaction, the young lady among them was silent for a while, and then said, "There is another person with special abilities in our base who is a plant-based person. I heard that they have cultivated a lot of vegetables and fruits, including grapes, which can be exchanged for contribution points." Xie Tao, who was eating very seriously, wiped his mouth and said solemnly, "It doesn't matter whether it's grapes or not. The important thing is that I can live with my friends." Four people. You just want to eat grapes. Little did they know that seasonal fruits like these were not only precious in the end times, but also in the eyes of necromancers. After all, necromancers were all hiding, either squatting in the mountains or hiding in other people's cemeteries. They occasionally went to the city for daily necessities and research materials, and ran away after buying them in a hurry. Fruits themselves were relatively scarce, especially grapes, which ordinary people could not afford. The necromancers hid their heads and tails and put on a big hood to buy seasonal fruits that only rich people could afford. Isn't this obviously shouting to the people in the temple, "I have a problem, come and catch me. Fruits are delicious, but you have to live to enjoy them." Xie Tao sat upright. She looked sweet and cute, like an innocent girl, but what she said was not reserved. Dear friends, when are we leaving? Oh, by the way, what are your names? 4 people. Several people looked at Xie Tao with a hard time saying anything, and introduced themselves one by one. Bearded man, my name is Jiang Ming. Ming means clearly. Young lady, Zhong Chunyu, the Chunyu that means spring rain is as precious as oil. The other 2, Zhao Yi, it's Yi, not a dash. Sun Shang. Xie Tao put down his chopsticks. This is Zhong Shanjing. From now on we are friends. It always feels that this friendship is very cheap, but Xie Tao did save them. Several people have kind personalities, which is really precious in the end times. Compared with those who are strong but have no character, like fence-sitters, leaning to whichever side has the benefit, Xie Tao still prefers kind people. The premise is that they are not stupid, but pig teammates are not acceptable. She rarely looks at the strength of the other party when making friends. After all, none of them are as strong as her. Although she longs for the grapes in the base, there are still other things to do before leaving, such as helping new friends collect supplies. They encountered problems soon after entering the city, and they didn't have time to collect much supplies. If they just went back to the base, it would be a waste of time. So after breakfast, Zhao Yi went to drive. Of course, you have to drive to the city to find supplies, but the incident happened too suddenly last night, and they didn't have time to drive the car away. Now it's safe to go back and find it. Zhao Yi didn't go back alone. After all, there were still many zombies on the road. Xiao Bai protected him back. The rest of the people set out in advance to collect supplies. When the time comes, the car will directly drive over to take the things away, which is not troublesome. Xie Tao walked at the back, followed by Zhong Shanjing. The young man frowned slightly and seemed to be a little confused. Why do you want to go to the base? That will add a lot of trouble. Because I want to understand the humans of this era. Xie Tao tilted his head and said seriously, I have never lived with a large number of humans. People with strong strength can act spontaneously. If they want to try what it feels like to live with humans, they can try it. If they are tired of it, they can leave. Why should there be a reason? She just wanted to do it. Of course, there was a reason why she didn't do that in the past, because it was troublesome. There were too many mages in that era. Even if Xie Tao was a strong one among them, once his identity as a necromancer was exposed, he would be besieged by many mages. How does the saying go? A random punch kills the far master. Too much trouble will cause Xie Tao to be unwilling to mix with the crowd in order to experience life. She is also afraid of trouble, but when the trouble is not big, she will pursue happiness. Zhong Shanjing thought for a while and slowly realized what Xie Tao meant. Yes, he should not look at Xie Tao with the eyes of ordinary people. Xie Tao's way of thinking is very different from that of ordinary people. If she is treated the same as a normal person, then guessing Xie Tao's thoughts will inevitably go in the opposite direction. They soon arrived at the supermarket. Xie Tao would not let others know that she could control zombies, so she drove all the zombie brothers nearby and asked the zombie brothers to drive away other zombies and prevent other zombies from approaching. Zhang Chunyu was very surprised. I feel that my luck has improved since I started working with you. I haven't encountered any zombies along the way. Occasionally, they encountered a few zombies, but they didn't mean to get close. They just wandered around and seemed to have no interest in them at all. Maybe they are full, Xie Tao said perfunctorily. Facing this topic, several people were obviously in a complicated mood and simply buried their heads and honestly moved the supplies. The supplies needed are not only food, but also mattresses, quilts, mosquito nets, tents, and other messy things. Other daily necessities are also needed in small quantities. Even if they don't need them at home, they can take them to exchange things with other families. In short, they will not lose anything. When Zhao Yi drove over, they began to transport the supplies to the car. The car they drove was a truck with a large compartment that could hold a lot of things. When transporting the supplies, Jiang Ming said that Xie Tao saved them this time and took them in for one night. They were very grateful. When this car of supplies was transported back, half of them could be given to Xie Tao, and the 4 of them could share the remaining half. When he said this, Jiang Ming was a little embarrassed. We don't have much supplies, so we came out to look for supplies. We have to leave some for living, otherwise we will give it all to you. Xie Tao didn't lack this, so he waved his hand. Half is already a lot. We don't need that much. 1/3 will be fine. You can divide the rest. Several people thanked him repeatedly, and Xie Tao put his hands on his waist. We are friends, no need to thank me. This cheap friendship seemed to become a little less cheap. After collecting the supplies and filling the carriage, they were ready to leave the city. Before leaving, Xie Tao kept saying that he would take Zhong Shanjing to visit the old house where he lived when he was a child, and meet at the city gate later. In fact, after entering the old house, he released the strange zombie he had caught before. The zombie was tied tightly by Xiaohe and Xiao Bai. In order to prevent him from breaking free and escaping, it looked a bit like a tortoise-shell tie, which was astringent. It is more than 2 meters tall, with muscles all over its body. The texture of its flesh is so solid that it looks a bit like rock, and it exudes a bronze luster. Compared with other zombies, its skin and flesh are not so severely rotten. Except for the mouth that does reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth and spews out a foul breath, it looks quite like a human. It is not the same as other zombies. Xie Tao squatted beside him and suddenly said, Zhong Shanjing was a little puzzled. Besides the appearance, what else is different? For most of the zombies walking on this street, I can feel that their souls are still sleeping in their bodies, but whether I want to find or wake up their souls, I can't do it, as if the existence of the soul I vaguely feel is fake. But this one is different. I do feel that its soul is sleeping, and I can also feel its location, but I still can't wake it up. But this is already an improvement. Zhong Shanjing stroked his chin. Is the soul important to zombies? Whether it is a soul that can be vaguely perceived, or a soul that can be really perceived but cannot be awakened, it will make them just a walking corpse. Only you who truly have a soul are completely awake. Xie Tao said lightly. You said it is important? Zhong Shanjing understood, deeply understood. But doesn't this prove that if one day the soul of the zombie wakes up, it will have reason like him, and there is no difference from when it was alive? Xie Tao didn't know what he was thinking, but quickly took this zombie as his younger brother. As a special zombie, he also gave it a number. From now on, you will be number 2. Zhong Shanjing didn't notice the problem at the time. It was not until he met up with Zhang Chunyu and the others and sat in the car slowly driving towards the city that Zhong Shanjing suddenly realized the problem. Who is number 1? Xie Tao slowly turned his head and looked at him without saying a word. Zhong Shanjing. So he is number 1. They arrived at the base soon. Xie Tao originally thought that the base would be built in the city. After all, there are houses in the city, which can save a lot of trouble. As a result, when he arrived at the place, he found that there was no house, and it was even some distance away from the city. Maybe if the city is built in the base, the cost may be a bit high. First of all the zombies in the base must be cleared out, and secondly, the entire city must be fenced off to prevent zombie invasion. If there is no way to fence off the entire city, then many people will be needed to patrol around the city constantly, and the manpower cost is too high. In this case, there are generally only 2 options, either far away from the city or built in a small village. Small villages and towns will be much simpler, whether to establish defense measures or send people to patrol. This is not a very large base. It looks larger than an ordinary village. It seems to be able to accommodate about 1,000 people, but Xie Tao is visually estimating it, so it may not be accurate. When the car drove to the entrance, Zhang Chunyu reminded Xie Tao, in order to prevent infected people from entering the city, people entering the city must be checked to make sure they have no wounds on their bodies. However, this is not necessary for people with special abilities. As long as they sleep in the monitoring room for one night and do not mutate that night, they can enter the base. We are both people with special abilities. Xie Tao patted his chest and said confidently, how do we register? Zhong Shanjing, who is actually a zombie. I'll take you to register. Zhang Chunyu took Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing through the small door, and the rest of them went through the main gate with the supplies. The gatekeeper knew Zhang Chunyu, and when he saw them coming over, he asked, are you bringing newcomers here to register? Yes, both of them are superpowers. After Zhang Chunyu brought the people over, he said, register according to the normal process. Go to the monitoring room and have a nap, and I'll pick you up at this time tomorrow. Okay. Xie Tao waved his hand calmly. You go and get busy too. Zhang Chunyu was also quarantined when he entered the base, but the quarantine place for newcomers and people in the base was different. The quarantine place for newcomers had more staff to prevent someone from turning into a zombie and running wild. It was probably because similar cases had occurred in the base before, so now they are much more cautious. The guard enthusiastically handed them a form. Come and fill out the form. It's not a big deal. There are only a few items, including name, gender, age, and a few optional items, such as whether you are willing to stay at the base permanently, what kind of superpower you have, and if you are willing to stay at the base permanently, whether you want to join the base's defense group, etc. After filling it out, go over there, and you will have to verify your superpowers. The two took the form and went to the side to fill it out. Xie Tao was a little worried when holding the form. She filled out the general things, such as simple options such as name and gender, and got stuck on a very difficult question. She quietly leaned close to Zhong Shanjing's ear and whispered, how old do I look like a human? 16 years old. Xie Tao was silent for a while, and silently changed the 400 years he was going to fill in to 18 years old. Then he filled in his superpower as summoning, and then turned to look at Zhong Shanjing's. Zhong Shanjing held his chin and was obviously thinking about what superpower he should fill in. Xie Tao took the pen and filled it out for him. Zhong Shanjing looked at the 2 words Xie Tao had filled in. He wanted to complain but didn't know how to complain. In the end, he quietly rolled up the form and took it with Xie Tao to test his superpowers. The form also had to be handed over to the superpower test. The staff member who got the form unfolded it and looked at it. He first asked Xie Tao, excuse me, can you show me your superpowers? There were some superpowers like summoning, but it was not like in online games where people could summon fire demons, succubi, and dragons. Most people could only summon some strange things. A small jellyfish that could spray water. A group of cockroaches that probably couldn't do anything except disgust people. Those who could summon a vicious dog were considered strong. Xie Tao silently summoned Xiao He out, confirming that his ability was to summon. Only the staff looked at the skeleton in a maid outfit with a complicated expression, and after a while they muttered, This is the second dimension. Excuse me, does it have any means of attack? This is not a question that must be answered. Of course, it would be great if you can answer it. I can do housework, Xie Tao said proudly. Staff, he silently turned his head to look at Zhong Shanjing on the side. Please show me your ability. Zhong Shanjing looked at the wall on the side, then punched it, and with a loud bang, the wall collapsed. Yes, Xie Tao filled him with the power of the power system. This power is relatively common in the end times, and it is also easy to use. It is like a panacea. The most important thing is that it is easy to install. Sure enough, after the staff saw it, they were convinced that Zhong Shanjing was a power user, and then asked them to isolate the two in the room inside. If there are no problems at this time tomorrow, you can leave. The quarantine area was well decorated, with a sofa, a bed, and a small bookshelf with some books and comics on it. There were already prepared meals in the refrigerator, which could be eaten after heating, and there were also fast food to choose from. In short, the treatment was very good. Xie Tao threw himself on the sofa and lay on it like a salted fish. Because there were surveillance cameras in the room, they did not plan to talk about sensitive issues. One of them lay on the sofa and felt sleepy, and the other took 2 books and read them slowly. Are you going to live in this base for a long time? Zhong Shanjing suddenly asked. Let's take a look first. I'm a very lazy person. If there is no problem, I hate to move. Of course, if there is a problem, she will move faster than anyone else. The 24-hour quarantine time passed quickly. Xie Tao took a nap, got up, and played Connect the Dots for a while, and most of the time had passed. Not long after, Zhang Chunyu came to pick him up. Specialists who join the base can enjoy rent reductions and free housing for a month. I'll take you to pick a house. She still felt a little regretful, because if she joined the base's guard team, she would be paid every month and given housing. The longer she stayed in the base, the longer she could live in the house for free. It was a good deal. However, the base's guard team had requirements for strength, and she had to take an assessment before joining. She thought that if Xie Tao wanted to join, there would be absolutely no problem. As Zhang Chunyu walked in, she introduced the situation in the base, including the one that Xie Tao was most interested in, which was that points could be exchanged for things. Building defense facilities, farming, and following the team in the base to find supplies can all earn points. Points can be exchanged for many things. Basically, all daily needs can be found on the exchange list. As they chatted, they entered the residential area deep in the base. It was divided into 3 parts. The high-level and powerful specialists lived in the most luxurious places. At the same time, there were ordinary residential areas, which were all normal small bungalows. The largest part is actually the shanty town. It is full of tents and wooden houses built by the residents themselves, which are drafty everywhere. The people living there should be the middle and lower classes of the entire base. That is, people without superpowers, and people with and without superpowers. The houses that new superpowers entering the base can choose are in the small bungalow area. There will be a sign hanging at the door of the ownerless house. If you like one, just take it down and go to register. Xie Tao was very excited. She had never chosen a house in a human settlement before, so while the other 2 were still walking and chatting, she had already trotted over to observe the appearance of the house. Most of the houses here look similar, and they should be built in batches. The only big differences are how much sunlight can be exposed, how old the house is, etc. Xie Tao was soon overwhelmed by the choices. She walked from south to north, and after a round, she still felt that the houses in the front row were the best. They could always get sunlight here, and she could lie on the windowsill and stare blankly in the sun in her spare time. However, there was only one house left in the first row that no one had chosen. It might be in a relatively marginal location, so it was left out, but compared to the other houses, Xie Tao liked it better. Xie Tao walked over and was about to take the sign off and take it to register. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side. It was white and delicate and had scarlet nail polish. The hand reached out and wanted to take the sign, but no one could grab anything in front of Xie Tao. She slapped the hand away, and when she picked up the sign, she deliberately waved it in front of the owner of the hand. After waving it, she slowly said, "I picked it first." The one who was snatching the item from Xie Tao was a young woman with long curly yellow hair, gorgeous facial features, and a good body. She was concave and convex in the right places, and she was wearing a tight black dress that just showed off her figure. She looked bold and beautiful. She sneered and rolled her eyes at Xie Tao. "So what, you don't think it's still before the end of the world, do you? You have to queue up to do anything and follow the rules. The only rule now is fists. Whoever has the bigger fist has the right to speak. I want this house, you hand it over. If you don't, I won't be polite." There was also a strong man next to the woman. He looked nearly 1.9 meters tall and muscular. Of course, he was not as strong as the number 2 that Xie Tao had just conquered, but among ordinary humans, he should be considered very strong. After the woman finished speaking, the man behind her took a step forward, smiled grimly, and raised his fist. "Don't blame me for not reminding you, I am a power-type psychic." Xie Tao was so angry that her cheeks were puffed up like a hamster. She quickly poked the pale and thin Zhong Shanjing beside her, who made people think of a weak willow. "You are also a power-type psychic. Hit him! Let them see whose fist is bigger." He is just an ordinary little zombie. Xie Tao was still jumping around beside him to cheer him up. Hit him! Knock him down! When the two stood together, the contrast was immediately more obvious. On one side was a tall and strong muscular man like a small mountain. On the other side was a handsome, pale, and thin sick girl who seemed to fall down if she was poked. The beautiful woman laughed out loud after seeing this scene. Aren't you asking your man to die? She didn't believe that Zhong Shanjing was also a power user. She just thought that he was too good looking and it would be a pity if he was really beaten to death. So she instigated discord. She obviously asked you to die. You won't still protect her? Seeing Zhong Shanjing slowly walking out, as if he was not going to pay attention to her, the woman was a little surprised. She said slowly in a harsh tone, "She has no breasts and no buttocks. She looks like a child. What do you want from her?" The woman looked up and down at Xie Tao, and suddenly covered her mouth. Is she very skilled? Xie Tao's attention was all on the first half of the sentence. She looked down at her flat chest, then looked up at the magnificent scenery opposite. The woman saw her looking at her and deliberately straightened it. It was hard. The fist was hard. She had never been criticized for her figure. After all, she lived in an era where the strong were respected. Ordinary people were afraid of the existence of necromancers. Her peers knew how talented and powerful Xie Tao was, so they didn't dare to make fun of him. Just kidding. If you offend someone, you might wake up one day and become a zombie and be controlled by others, and your soul will never be free. Before Xie Tao was full of anger and beat the person up so that she couldn't say such words again, the strong man jumped out. He always felt that the look his female companion gave the pretty boy opposite was not right, but it didn't matter. He could kill 10 of these pretty boys with one punch. Don't talk nonsense with them. Let me see how strong this pretty boy is first. Go, beat him up. Xie Tao's cat eyes, which always looked innocent and cute, were now full of blazing flames. It was obvious that he was really angry. Zhong Shanjing had no choice but to walk forward and stand in front of the sturdy man. The sturdy man smiled at him grimly, bumped his fists together, and lip-synced, "Wait for death, pretty boy." He also saw that although Xie Tao had no breasts and no buttocks, he was good-looking, especially those cat-like eyes. Even when he looked at people angrily, people felt their bones softened and wanted to be punched in the chest by Xie Tao with his little fists. Whether it was Xie Tao or his female companion, how could they be so blind that they actually liked a weak and thin waist like Zhong Shanjing? They should like a masculine strong man like him. Adhering to the idea of performing well in front of his female companion and Xie Tao and hitting Zhong Shanjing to death, he decided to kill Zhong Shanjing directly. Thinking of this, the sturdy man showed a hideous and bloody smile on his face. He used his special ability, gathered all his strength in right hand, and rushed towards Zhong Shanjing. At that moment, he had already imagined in his mind the miserable scene of Zhong Shanjing's fragile body being blown up by his punch, blood and flesh splattered all over the ground, and his head rolling around. And what about Zhong Shanjing? He stood there blankly without moving, and he looked like a fool. Only at the second when the sturdy man suddenly appeared in front of him, he clenched his fist tightly and swung it out. Zhang Chunyu was very anxious at that time. She only knew that Xie Tao was very strong, but Zhong Shanjing didn't look like a good fighter. Not to mention her, the beautiful woman was a little anxious when she saw this. Don't really beat him to death. It would be a waste if such a good-looking man really died. Before she finished her words, a figure suddenly flew out and hit the wall with a bang and blood splattered everywhere. The beautiful woman was about to sigh that good-looking men may not be smart, and that he was willing to sacrifice his life for such a woman, when she suddenly found something wrong. Zhong Shanjing stood there, still looking thin and sickly. There was a little blood on his sleeves, which looked extremely dazzling on the white cuffs, so he raised his hand and gently stroked it. The beautiful woman stood there, and for a while she had not recovered from the stimulation. Her neck seemed to be rusty, and it was particularly difficult for her to turn her head. After a long while, she looked at the wall on the side. The strong man, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, slumped under the wall. His right hand was completely shattered, and the white bone fragments were mixed in the flesh, and the shape was out of shape. The blood kept flowing down, dyeing the nearby ground red. The woman realized what was going on, and then she screamed and ran over to throw herself on the strong man. The strong man was not dead, but his entire right hand was completely disabled. Probably because the pain was too severe, the whole person fainted. Xie Tao put his hands on his waist and said arrogantly, "Whose fist is bigger? Whose fist is harder?" The beautiful woman didn't expect such a thing to happen. She was dumbfounded. Although she was also a superpower, she was no match for the strong man in terms of strength. She couldn't even beat the strong man, let alone Zhong Shanjing, a monster who blew up the strong man with one punch. The previous arrogance disappeared in an instant. She thought that the two superpowers had good combat effectiveness. Even if they couldn't walk sideways in the base, they could walk sideways among the newcomers. Who knew that the first kick hit the red-hot iron plate? Xie Tao was still humming beside him. The strong are respected? The weak are the prey of the strong? Who has the bigger fist, and who is qualified to speak? She repeated the beautiful woman's argument, jumping on the spot like a little sparrow. Zhong Shanjing tilted his head and glanced at her. He thought she was very cute and couldn't help laughing. In the eyes of the beautiful woman, Xie Tao was just a waste, relying on the powerful superpower to rely on others' power. She hugged the sturdy man in her arms and said to Xie Tao in a stern voice, "Don't think that you can be fearless just because you are with a powerful man. Sooner or later, you will be despised. When that day comes, I wonder what else you can do." Her eyes were full of resentment, and she obviously remembered this grudge. Xie Tao heard that it was you who first thought that you could reason with your big fists and then came to show your superiority. Then shouldn't you admit it when you were beaten? Because your fists are not big enough. Since it is the law of the jungle, then follow this rule to the end and don't be so hypocritical. If you win, it's because you have a big fist and can reason. If you lose, it's because others bully you and are not good people. She hates this kind of person the most. She rolled up her sleeves and prepared to teach her a profound lesson, letting her know that being hypocritical will get you beaten, and that if you offend someone, you shouldn't offend, you will die. The beautiful woman leaning over the sturdy man suddenly disappeared, along with the sturdy man. Zhong Shanjing had seen Xie Tao teleport his subordinates, so his first reaction was that the woman used teleportation. Xie Tao shook his head and said, "I didn't feel the fluctuation of space. It might be another ability. At present, it feels like invisibility or something. It is still very easy to find the person and kill him. Just use an AoE skill." However, Xie Tao does not plan to destroy too many places. After all, she has just arrived at the base. It is not good to make too much noise. It is not like she will leave today and never come back. Therefore, she let the woman go for the time being. Anyway, they will meet again sooner or later in the same base. Xie Tao clapped his hands and went to register with the card. Zhang Chunyu, who was stunned by the whole process, did not expect that Zhong Shanjing was also a powerful psychic. He really does not seem to be able to fight. He gives people the feeling that even if he has psychic abilities, it should be mainly auxiliary abilities. Who would have thought? Zhang Chunyu held it in for a long time before he said when he returned to the door, "You can't judge a person by his appearance. You can't measure the sea by a bucket. Anyway, this house belongs to you now. You can live here for free for a while, and then you have to use points to renew the rent, but it should be easy for you to earn points." Zhang Chunyu briefly introduced where the main facilities in the entire base were, and where they lived, and then left. After a while, some vegetables and rice were delivered, and the remaining supplies were sent to them after sorting. After seeing Zhang Chunyu off, Xie Tao went into her small house, ready to stroll around and see what was missing, and then decorate the house. She probably would live here for a long time in the future. This house is not small, with 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. Although each room is not very big, it can accommodate a bed, a cabinet, and a table. But now there is only 1 bed in the room and nothing else. Moreover, after the previous resident moved out, the house was not cleaned very cleanly. A lot of dust, garbage, and other things can be seen in the corners, and the walls of the kitchen are also covered with things like grease. After walking around, Xie Tao felt a little breathless. She quickly released her 2 little skeletons. As for the zombie brothers, since they could not be brought into the base, most of them were now wandering around outside, waiting for orders. The 2 little skeletons were very diligent. After being released, they began to clean the room frantically. There were 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. It would probably take a long time to clean. Considering this problem, Xie Tao decided to go around the base first to see if she could buy some things she needed to fill the house. Before leaving, Zhang Chunyu told Xie Tao about the location of various facilities in the base, including the market. Everything can be exchanged in the market, and the ancient trading method of bartering is still adopted. As long as the boss is willing to think the value is equal, you can exchange anything from the other party. Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing jumped around in the base. She looked too lively, which was completely different from most of the lifeless people in the base. There was no other way. For most ordinary people in the base, even having enough to eat every day was a luxury. Every day they struggled to survive, and they didn't even know if they would have it tomorrow. How could they be lively? So when Xie Tao passed by the street like a gust of wind, many people were looking at her, but Xie Tao didn't realize the problem at all. She ran over and turned back to wave at Zhong Shanjing. "Hurry up!" So Zhong Shanjing became the focus of everyone's attention and the center of vision. Zhong Shanjing! He could only speed up and catch up. The 2 soon arrived at their destination. The market in the base was placed in the middle of the street. It was quite lively, with people coming and going. From a distance you could see that some people spread some tattered cloth on the ground, or even a coat, and then put some things on it and sold them there. Some people would shout what they needed, or let others see their things. Some people put a small sign next to them and leaned against the wall in silence. As Zhang Chunyu said before, you can find anything in this market: food, clothes, daily necessities, even tech, contraceptives, and other non-daily daily necessities. And humans. Yes, humans. Some people are selling themselves. They are often silent, wearing nude and revealing clothes. With only a small amount of food, you can happily discuss the meaning of life with a beautiful woman or a beautiful man. In the category of selling humans, there is another way of selling, which is to sell a normal human being as a commodity to others. Those who are sold are often young women, women with charm, or even underage girls. After the apocalypse, It is not only the laws that are broken, but also morality and human nature. In order to survive and to have a bite to eat, they can sell anything that can be sold. When Xie Tao passed by, he heard someone soliciting. "This is my daughter, only 16 years old, still a sea girl. You only need 10 kilograms of rice or the same amount of flour, and you can take her back and do anything." The girl was crying, and she was slapped in the face after crying for a few times. Her father cursed, "If someone is willing to buy you, they will also give you food. What's there to cry about?" He sincerely believed that selling his daughter would allow both of them to survive, which was the best thing. As for the daughter's personal will, that's not important. When Zhong Shanjing walked beside Xie Tao, his handsome face was expressionless. Xie Tao glanced at him and said, "You are thinking about something very strange again." "No. You do." "Okay, I do." Zhong Shanjing said softly, "Is human nature like this? There is no family affection in this world. For 80% of people, the most important thing is to survive. As for what it takes to survive, they don't care, especially if the person who pays the price is not themselves." "There is a mistake in your sentence." "Which one? Is it about human nature?" "Yes," Xie Tao said lightly. "It's not 80%, it's 99%. For 99% of people, surviving is the most important thing, so that 1% is so special and can be called a hero or a saint. Those who are willing to let others survive and are willing to sacrifice themselves for this are heroes. If there is no blood relationship or even strangers, those who are willing to do so are saints. If there are enough heroes and saints in this world, there will be no more disputes, and only courtesy will remain between people. But the people who occupy this world are still ordinary people, who will do whatever it takes to survive, sacrificing others or being sacrificed by others. And the most wonderful thing is that no matter whether they are ordinary people or villains, beasts or heroes, they are all made of the same things: flesh, bones, and internal organs, and the only difference is the soul." Xie Tao smiled when he said this. "If you meet a villain, an ordinary person full of selfish desires, then this is normal. There are billions of differences among billions of human beings. Just like a father will sell out his daughter, and brothers will kill each other. It is the most normal thing." Zhong Shanjing once thought that Xie Tao knew what he had experienced and was hinting at him, but her face was full of innocence at the same time. Zhong Shanjing looked at Xie Tao for a long time, and finally asked a question like this. "Did you choose to be a necromancer because of human nature?" "On the contrary, I discovered this after I became a necromancer," Xie Tao said calmly. "So it's normal that you don't understand. You are still very young." Zhong Shanjing. Every time he heard Xie Tao say something like this, he always felt it was ridiculous. After all, she even looked like a minor, or just an adult. 18 or 19 years old is already the limit of her age. Xie Tao, who had just pretended to be mature, saw someone selling fruits not far away, including grapes, and the quantity was very small, maybe only 2 bunches. Xie Tao immediately shouted, "Yeah, yes, yes," and rushed over, his whole body full of happiness. Zhong Shanjing realized that he was a little shaken by Xie Tao's words. He felt like a fool now. Fruits are extremely precious. Only high-ranking people in the base can afford to eat them. Ordinary people are reluctant to even try them occasionally, because it is really a waste. A small bunch of grapes needs to be exchanged for more than 10 days of food rations. This is not a waste. Xie Tao doesn't care. For her, ordinary foods such as grain, oil, rice, and flour can be obtained as much as she wants. Her subordinates are all outside. She can completely command them to plunder from those cities and send them to her. But grapes are not the same. This is a rare thing that is only planted in small quantities in the base. Usually it can only be exchanged for points. Xie Tao has no points at the moment. If she can buy them, it will be a huge profit. At least for Xie Tao. "I want them all." Xie Tao's voice sounds very heroic, like a rich woman. The stall owner didn't have much to sell. After hearing such a rich woman's speech, she suddenly sobered up. "I want to pay now. Did you see my request?" The sign next to it clearly read that a bunch of rice is 15 kilograms. It is more expensive than one person. It seems a bit ironic that in the end times, human life is cheaper than grass. "See, just come to me and get it." When Xie Tao said this, Xiao Bai, who was cleaning at home, had already opened the door of the other dimension and dragged things out from inside. "But I have to buy other things. You can go back with him to get rice first." Xie Tao pointed to Zhong Shanjing next to him. "It is normal not to carry food with you. Dragging more than 10 kilograms of rice is still very conspicuous. You might meet someone who is hungry and robs you." The stall owner was not panicked. He could sell grapes, which meant that he either had a backer or was very strong. Therefore, he took the things directly and left with Zhong Shanjing. Xie Tao hadn't finished shopping yet, so he stayed in the market and continued to stroll. He casually told Zhong Shanjing, "You don't have to come to me later. I will go back by myself. Grapes for me." Zhong Shanjing was not worried about Xie Tao's safety. After all, she was a necromancer. If she had a conflict with someone, it would be that person who would be unlucky, not Xie Tao. Xie Tao continued to stroll around, full of curiosity about everything. On the other side, after Zhong Shanjing and the man made a deal, the man took the things and left. Zhong Shanjing was left alone, sitting in the living room. He looked down at his hands. The pair of hands that used to be white and slender, which always made people feel that they would be very suitable for writing or playing the piano, were now covered with scars. The places where the flesh was bitten off could not heal, leaving small gaps. It was bumpy and ugly. It seemed to remind him all the time that you are no longer a human, but a walking corpse like a zombie. You don't know when it will rot. Even if it doesn't rot and keeps its current appearance, it is still a monster to humans. When Xie Tao was around, he could always turn his attention to strange places. When Xie Tao was gone, Zhong Shanjing would think about himself. Before he was taken home, he knew why he had no mother and no father. Even if his grandparents refused to say even a word to him, Zhong Shanjing, who had always been smart, could figure out this story by himself. His father and mother met before they became successful. His mother fell in love with this talented man, so she did everything to pave the way for him and let him gradually succeed. However, after having a family background, the man cheated on a younger and more beautiful woman. His mother was so distressed that she took Zhong Shanjing away and died a few years later in depression. His father immediately married a new wife without a second of pain or guilt. The reason why he returned to that home was because of his poor health. The amount of money spent on the hospital every year was very large, and his grandparents gradually found it difficult to support him. After all, he was still that person's son, so when his grandparents contacted him, he was still willing to take him back and treat him. Zhong Shanjing looked smart, quiet, polite, and likable, so he gradually gained a foothold in that family. Although he was born weak, he was very good at studying. He was a child of other families, which formed a sharp contrast with the bastard brother born by the mistress of the family, so he was loved by his father more and more. But no one knew that when he looked at his father, stepmother, and brother, he would occasionally have such thoughts. Let's burn this dirty place with fire. Zhong Shanjing felt pain every time for his dark thoughts. The teachings he had received told him that this was not the thinking that normal people should have, but the soul was always clamoring for them to die. He spent his teenage years in this split. He always felt that he would go crazy sooner or later, but before the madness came, the end of the world came first. He had not taken action or anything, but he lost to people with no conscience because of his remaining conscience. When he turned into a zombie, the pain and hatred in his heart were the greatest nourishment, which made him so powerful. Even if he never showed it in front of Xie Tao. Zhong Shanjing looked down at his hands, trying to control his own strength. He could do more. Sooner or later, he could make up for what he had not done because of his conscience. When Xie Tao got home, he saw Zhong Shanjing sitting there, with one of his long legs bent, his fingertips rubbing the edge of the plate, wondering what he was thinking. Xie Tao groped behind him silently, and just as he stretched out his hand, Zhong Shanjing turned his head alertly. "What are you going to do?" He might have been hit by those rolling pins and had PTSD. Now looking at Xie Tao standing behind him, he was full of vigilance. After all, he was about to have a concussion. Even for the sake of his own brain, he had to prevent being hit again. But what was thrown over was just a pair of deerskin gloves. "I'll buy you new ones when the weather gets hot. Just make do with this for now." "Don't you even look at what your hands look like now? It's like you're telling everyone that I have a problem. I'm not a human, and you're going to suspect me." Xie Tao rolled his eyes and said, "You're really arrogant for not hiding your abnormality at all." She was so powerful back then, but she still carefully hid the fact that she was a necromancer, because 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. If you don't hide yourself well, you'll never know how many people will come to encircle you. Zhong Shanjing didn't expect Xie Tao to care about him, and was stunned for a moment. Xie Tao thought that his hesitation for a few seconds was a sign of his mind being unclear. Xie Tao pinched his fingers, lifted his palm, and then put the glove in. It was just right, not too big or too small. Zhong Shanjing curled up his hand as if he was burned, and clenched the fist tightly. Xie Tao sat down opposite him, and there were cleanly washed grapes on the plate, which were juicy and sweet. She picked 2 grapes and stuffed them into her mouth. The juicy, sweet, and sour grapes made Xie Tao narrow his cat-like eyes. She happily swung her feet and ruthlessly exposed Zhong Shanjing. "You were thinking about something very strange just now." "No." Zhong Shanjing looked indifferent, as if he really didn't lie. Xie Tao sighed twice and poked his chest. He didn't express any opinions or suggestions on his lying. He just instructed him, Go, wash the other bunch for me." Zhong Shanjing worked tirelessly. He was in the kitchen and didn't see Xie Tao squinting his eyes and staring at his back. He didn't know what he was thinking. Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing stayed in this base temporarily. About the 3rd night, Zhong Shanjing noticed something was wrong. It was late at night. Although he didn't need to sleep, he still lay quietly on the bed and enjoyed this relatively quiet night. It was about midnight when he suddenly felt something strange in his body. First, the area near his heart began to feel slightly hot, and then the heat rolled and flowed to his limbs. When his whole body was on fire, a familiar yet strange feeling slowly occupied Zhong Shanjing's brain. Hunger and desire. Just like when he opened his eyes for the first time after becoming a zombie and saw Xie Tao beside him, a strong desire to eat her flourished in his heart. Then he was sanctioned. After being sanctioned, this desire disappeared and there was no sign of recurrence in the next few days, until today. This long-lost feeling slowly occupied Zhong Shanjing's mind, prompting him to have a strange appetite and a desire for flesh and blood. While he was still conscious, Zhong Shanjing quickly reached for the scissors on the cabinet on the side and cut his forearm with the sharp blade of the scissors. A long wound appeared on his forearm. No blood flowed out, only the whitened flesh turned to both sides. Not long after, it slowly closed and turned into a shallow scar. He didn't even feel the pain, so naturally he couldn't wake up. Everything on his body reminded Zhong Shanjing that he was no longer human. After being unable to feel the pain and unable to wake up by this, Zhong Shanjing staggered out of the bed. He first poured himself a large glass of cold water, and then drank it all. The temperature of his scalding heart and limbs did not drop at all, and his gradually chaotic brain did not get redemption. Zhong Shanjing leaned against the wall and tried to endure. He still had some reason. He was not afraid that he would eat something he shouldn't eat when he lost his mind, but he was afraid of touching Xie Tao. With Xie Tao's character, he might just tear him apart and separate his limbs and body until he woke up at dawn. Before today, Zhong Shanjing had not yet deeply realized what it meant to him to become a zombie. Zombies feed on humans, and human flesh and blood are full of attraction to zombies, and can be called a delicacy. Zhong Shanjing leaned against the wall for a while, but his breathing became heavier and heavier. He could clearly smell the human smell in the room. Xie Tao's smell was slightly sweet, and it also exuded a faint fruity fragrance. Although his reason disappeared little by little, the sweet smell became more and more intense. Zhong Shanjing didn't know how long he had lasted, because his reason soon disappeared. Late at night, Xie Tao's room door quietly opened a gap, and the girl was sleeping soundly on the bed, holding the pillow that should have been under her head in her arms. She slept crookedly, and her tender waist was exposed a little bit, white and white. Shanjing's breathing stagnated for a moment, but it was not because of that desire, but because of appetite. He couldn't control his feeling of hunger. At this moment, Xie Tao was like a piece of sweet meat in his eyes, not a living person. Zhong Shanjing stood by the bed, still retaining the last bit of consciousness. He struggled non-stop, his fingertips piercing into his palm. But there was still no blood, no pain. All he could feel was numbness. Zhong Shanjing, who was gradually unable to control himself, slowly leaned down and got close to Xie Tao. His beautiful eyes seemed to have a little scarlet in the depths of his pupils, especially when he raised his neck and struggled hard for the last time. His slender neck was covered with scars, which was particularly dazzling on his fair skin. His protruding Adam's apple slid up and down, making people feel that it was immoral for him to endure. He finally couldn't control himself at all, and stretched out his hand to Xie Tao. But the next second, his palm was held by Xie Tao. Xie Tao turned over and looked a little sleepy, with a little grumpiness after getting up. "Do you know what time it is now?" Xie Tao said angrily. Her cute cat eyes slowly opened, revealing the anger in them. "It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Do you know how cruel it is to wake up a sleeping person at 2 o'clock in the morning?" Xie Tao pulled the person over and easily pressed him to the bed. She turned over and rode on Zhong Shanjing's waist, saying fiercely, "Do you know that I am super fierce?" She is the Necromancer who is called the Black Death God by the group of people in the temple. Zhong Shanjing, this guy doesn't know how to respect such a cruel her, right? In normal times, Xie Tao would definitely educate Zhong Shanjing severely and let him know that he must not provoke a Necromancer who is angry when getting up. But today, Zhong Shanjing looks very fragile, like a porcelain that is about to break. His eyes, which are a little red, stare at Xie Tao tightly, with a little confusion and desire in them. Even if you know clearly that his fragility is a false thing, in fact, he can easily tear anyone's throat. His desire was real, but he was longing for fresh flesh and blood to relieve his hunger. But Xie Tao still had a second of softness, mainly because Zhong Shanjing was a very special existence, a zombie that had never been seen before. And he would rub against her pitifully. Damn it! There was no way to resist. Xie Tao tried hard to convince herself that she would need Zhong Shanjing for future research. If she killed such a precious existence, she would be gone and he would rub against her. Like a cat asking for snacks, so Xie Tao was shamefully shaken. Okay. Xie Tao let go of Zhong Shanjing. She opened the door to the different space and took out a knife from it. The knife didn't look special, but it was actually a magic weapon because ordinary weapons couldn't cut Xie Tao's skin at all. Xie Tao picked a place on his hand and cut a small cut. As the smell of blood spread, Zhong Shanjing was a little eager to move. He was almost dominated by instinct, and his brain was full of bloodthirsty desires. Xie Tao pressed him with the uninjured hand and fed him. Xie Tao's blood is different from that of ordinary humans. Her blood is rich in energy. If you have to use a metaphor, it is probably that a drop is stronger than a liter. When the blood flowed from the throat, Zhong Shanjing first felt a sense of satisfaction. Xie Tao's slightly cool palm fell on his face, and the hot blood flowed into his stomach. Something surged in his heart, and his soul was liberated at this moment. When he woke up the next morning, Zhong Shanjing found himself sleeping on Xie Tao's bed. This discovery shocked Zhong Shanjing. After all, it was really terrible to climb onto Xie Tao's bed in the middle of the night. He didn't know if he had done anything last night, because he had no impression at all, only a vague memory, and it was a little unclear for a while. If he really did something, it would be terrible. You woke up. Xie Tao appeared by the bed at some point, leaned down and looked at him, which made Zhong Shanjing numb. Zhong Shanjing was afraid that her next sentence would be, "You are already a girl." But it seems that there was no such thing. Xie Tao just looked at him dimly and asked him, "Do you remember what happened last night?" "I don't remember." "Don't remember at all?" Xie Tao bent down again, Their faces were almost touching each other, and the faint fragrance of Xie Tao quietly entered Zhong Shanjing's nose. The sweet and fragrant smell was very much like fruity fragrance, and it smelled a bit tempting. Zhong Shanjing couldn't help but touch his nose, and there was a vague impression in his mind. It seemed that last night, he felt an uncontrollable hunger, and then he lost consciousness. He only remembered that he also smelled such a sweet fragrance at that time, and then he had no impression at all. In other words, he might not have done anything last night, but just came over to bite Xie Tao, and it seemed that he didn't bite it. This is better than him trying to do something, and no matter what happened, it would never be wrong to apologize first. "I'm sorry?" Xie Tao crossed his arms over his chest and said lazily, "Your desire to survive is too strong. I'm embarrassed to say anything. So what happened last night? You've already guessed it." Xie Tao poked his chest and said, "You're starving and want to bite me. I fed you and satisfied you? Don't say it's so tempting. Anyway, I fed you." Xie Tao found that his chest was still very firm. Although he was thin, he still had some meat. He muttered a few more words about zombies not growing meat, and it was obvious that he still had some resentment in his heart. Zhong Shanjing covered his forehead and was speechless for a moment. He really didn't know what to say. He always felt that something much stranger than what he described had happened, and he couldn't help but feel complicated. It took a long time before he could ask, "Will this happen to me often in the future?" "Yes." Xie Tao crossed his fingers and said, "This is the first time I've seen you in this situation because I used to control corpses, and corpses don't feel hungry. But zombies seem to be different. The other zombies controlled by me feed on my mental power because they have a contract, but you can't. Even if you have signed a contract, you seem to feel hungry." This was the first time Xie Tao saw this situation, so she was particularly patient and even excited. If it weren't for the inappropriate place, she might have wanted to cut Zhong Shanjing open to see. "This is the first time you've completely lost control. But this is the second time I felt hungry." Zhong Shanjing had this feeling when he just turned into a zombie, but it was not as strong as this time. It was so strong that he couldn't even control himself and lost consciousness because of his appetite. After listening to his situation, Xie Tao touched his chin and said, "There are two possibilities. The first is that your body has been constantly evolving without your knowledge. This evolution process consumes a lot of energy. When the intake can't keep up with the consumption, you will be dominated by hunger. The second one," Xie Tao said softly, "your body will feel satisfied because of the mental power I provide, but your soul will not. Your soul is thirsty for blood and will dominate your body after reaching its limit." "I hope it's the first one." Zhong Shanjing didn't speak. "I can't tell whether it's the former or the latter for now, so I have to do a little experiment. I've inquired today that the base will send a team in 2 days to search for supplies in nearby cities. As long as you participate, you can get points. Let's go." Zhong Shanjing said instinctively, "It's definitely for me, not for grapes. Have some self-confidence. You and grapes are equally important." Xie Tao laughed and ran to the window. She asked Zhang Chunyu for a flower pot, but the flower pot was not planted with flowers, but a few cloves of garlic that Xie Tao had just stuffed in. She put the flower pot on the window with a pious look, waiting for the garlic seedlings to grow out. Zhong Shanjing stood up and moved his body. His body would have a slight stiffness, like a corpse taken out of the freezer, and then a soul was put into it. Of course, it was not that serious. But today, his body is as flexible as before he was alive. "What did you feed me last night?" "A little blood." Xie Tao shook his hand behind his back. "Mine. Just a little blood." His body seemed to have undergone a huge change. Those who didn't know would think that Xie Tao had fed him some panacea. Zhong Shanjing looked down and saw that the scars on his hands were still there, without any change. The crisscrossing scars looked like he had been tortured to death. Someone rescued him from the knife in time, so that he was only half tortured. Xie Tao arranged the flower pots and felt that there was still a lot of room for things on the windowsill. She was thinking about whether to raise something else. There was a large balcony where she lived before, which was full of various flowers, plants, vegetables, and fruits. When she had nothing to do, she would go and fiddle with it for a while. Originally, Xie Tao wanted to raise a cat, but she liked black cats the most. In their place, black cats were almost regarded as the incarnation of wizards, or the spokesperson of the devil. Once discovered, they would be burned to death immediately, and the font treatment was comparable to that of wizards. It was really difficult to find a black cat. Xie Tao didn't raise any, but just raised some random plants for comfort. As necromancers, they basically raised something. After all, the long and lonely life of one person is still very boring. She lay on the windowsill, looking like an ordinary girl, with her legs crossed and lazily tidying up the flower pots. Xie Tao has a pair of beautiful eyes which look like ordinary black eyes in a darker place, and slightly dark blue under the sun. It reminds people of the night sky without stars, but there are no dark clouds. The complicated emotions in Zhong Shanjing's heart disappeared in an instant, and he simply leaned against the wall next to Xie Tao, watching Xie Tao poking the flower pots there. After a while, he asked Xie Tao again, "Is it difficult to be a necromancer?" "It's not a question of whether it's difficult or not," Xie Tao said with a deep face. "It mainly depends on talent. In the 20th year of my becoming a necromancer, I have surpassed the person who taught me. That's why he was full of jealousy. Perhaps an old man with limited talent was jealous of a young and talented young mage who surpassed his lifetime achievements in just 20 years. He also wanted to make me his collection. When mentioning this, Xie Tao's face was full of disdain, but he seemed to have forgotten that I have far surpassed him. So you made him your collection? Zhong Shanjing asked curiously. Do I look like someone with such no taste? Xie Tao said disdainfully. Why should I keep that kind of old wrinkled face, limited talent, full of jealousy like a venomous snake by my side and see him every day? Is it that Xiao He and Xiao Bai are not useful? Are the zombie brothers unreliable? I have to choose that kind of old waste. Xie Tao was a little unhappy about Zhong Shanjing's ignorance of her. As one of her new brothers, how could Zhong Shanjing not understand her so well? Xie Tao ruthlessly despised Zhong Shanjing and then said, What do I want from him? Don't you take a bath when you are old? Then an old skeleton will fall apart with a poke. Zhong Shanjing raised his hands in surrender, saying that it was his fault, and then said, That's right to despise. Xie Tao was too lazy to pay attention to him and lowered his head to observe his flower pot. He poured some water in it and the soil was moist. It didn't seem to be better looking than Zhong Shanjing's pretty face. When it was noon, Zhang Chunyu sent food over, as well as the part of supplies that should have been distributed to Xie Tao. Several people grunted and moved things in, and then said, I exchanged some vegetables with my points. You can eat them first. You can exchange them yourself in 2 days when you have points. These people are really good at getting along. They gave Xie Tao all the things that should be given to her, and even exchanged some things with their points and brought them to Xie Tao. Before leaving, they asked Xie Tao several times if she needed anything. However, if they had something, they could give it to Xie Tao first and let her use it first. If not, they also had points, and they could afford to exchange for things that were not very expensive. Xie Tao was asked not to be polite to them. After hearing from Xie Tao that Xie Tao would go out on a mission in 2 days and would have points by then, several people felt a little embarrassed. We just came back from a mission and will not be doing the second one in a short time. We may not be able to accompany you. Can you do it alone? There are 2 of us, Jiangchu and others. Okay. It seems that Xie Tao does not seem to be worried about the mission, but think about it, there is really nothing to be afraid of when you are strong enough. After delivering the things, several people left, leaving Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing looking at each other in bewilderment. Can you cook? Xie Tao asked. Zhong Shanjing was very serious, a little bit. Coincidentally, I can only cook a little bit. It turned out that Zhong Shanjing's little bit was very serious, while Xie Tao's little bit was very empty, because Zhong Shanjing fried some green vegetables and then stewed a soup with some spinach and oyster mushrooms. Although the taste was not very delicious, it was still good. Xie Tao, on the other hand, fried an egg, if that black thing could be called an egg. Zhong Shanjing commented expressionlessly. The fire was too big and the oil was too little, so it took a little longer to fry. Xie Tao did not feel guilty at all, and dragged the dish made by Zhong Shanjing in front of him with confidence, and then pushed his fried egg in front of Zhong Shanjing. Let's exchange. You try my cooking. I'll try yours. He looked at the charred mass on the plate in front of him. His mood was extremely complicated. Not to mention that zombies would not eat human food at all. Even if they could, he would not want to eat such things to poison himself. You seem to have lived alone for a long time? Zhong Shanjing did not believe that this was a cooking skill that could be developed by a single person. Have you forgotten that I have Xiao He and Xiao Bai? Xie Tao only wanted to cook on a whim, and usually Xiao He and Xiao Bai did it. The 2 little skeletons in maid costumes were proficient in all kinds of housework. It was not Xie Tao's turn to cook. The last time she cooked was hundreds of years ago, when her master had not suddenly developed a serious illness and suddenly wanted to kill her. At that time, as a junior apprentice, Xie Tao would occasionally cook some food, such as sandwiches, grilled sausages, and fried eggs. Most necromancers would not have a strong appetite, so they would just deal with it. Xie Tao is a wonderful exception. The first thing she did after becoming independent was to contract Xiao He and Xiao Bai, 2 undead who are good at housework and good at cooking. Then she successfully got rid of the life of only eating sandwiches, bread with blueberry jam, and grilled sausage, and fried eggs. You eat it. Anyway, he doesn't have to eat. Xie Tao calmly started to eat, and while eating, he urged him, You eat too. She has bad intentions. But to be honest, Zhong Shanjing was really curious about what Xie Tao made. He looked at the burnt fried egg in the plate, and after a while he really reached out his hand and picked it up and ate it, while Xie Tao was looking at the warrior. It almost tasted like Coke, and it was a bit salty because of too much salt. In other words, it was like eating a piece of salty carbon. Xie Tao gave a thumbs up and praised his bravery. Fortunately, the zombies would not get upset. Except for the stimulation of the taste buds, everything else was fine. Xie Tao perfunctorily praised Zhong Shanjing, and then said, I remember you are the young master of a rich family. When I didn't contact my father, I lived with my grandparents. At that time, my health was not very good, and my grandparents almost contracted all the housework, but I wanted to reduce their burden, so I occasionally did something. Later, he was recognized and never cooked again. Now it has been more than 10 years. Although he is a little unfamiliar, it is still much better than Xie Tao. Life in the base is very peaceful. Xie Tao is a survivor base that is not very large but has developed well. It has complete regulations, a reliable upper class, and is relatively wealthy. Most people are not starving as long as they are willing to work. This is already very good for the end of the world, but for Xie Tao it is a bit too peaceful. Fortunately, the base began to notify in the afternoon of the next day that those who want to join the supply search team can sign up this afternoon. After signing up, they will gather at the small square tomorrow morning. Xie Tao immediately took Zhong Shanjing to sign up. He also learned during the sign-up that anyone in the base could sign up to join the team that went out to look for supplies, but their life and death were their own responsibility. Except for those who looked too weak, or the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, basically everyone could sign up, but the superpowers and non-superpowers would be assigned to different teams at that time. Superpowers who could fight were responsible for cleaning up the zombies and protecting other members of the team, while superpowers and ordinary people who could not fight were responsible for carrying supplies. The points that could be obtained between the two were naturally different, and it was obvious that the former could get more points. After listening to the staff's explanation, Xie Tao immediately said that both of them had combat capabilities and could be incorporated into the combat team. The staff did not persuade them. After all, their lives were their own. Okay, registration is complete. The staff distributed a small badge to them and asked them to pin it on their chests so as not to lose it. When the team returns to the base, you can bring your badges to exchange for points. Great. Xie Tao still felt a little regretful. She could only manipulate corpses, which would easily be discovered by others. Otherwise, she could bring a bunch of younger brothers to pretend to be power users and come here to earn points. Then she could live a happy life of eating different fruits every meal. After Xie Tao finished registering, she did not leave. She observed again and found that there was a task board hanging on their wall, which clearly marked the number of points that could be obtained for different tasks. The more difficult the task, the more points you can get. The simplest tasks are some work such as building fortifications and farming. The points you can get can almost only be used to exchange for 3 meals a day. And if you are an old person or a child, you don't do enough work, and you can earn too few points. You may only eat 1 or 2 meals a day. You may not even be full. The end of the world is so cruel. The first group of people with bad luck are eliminated, and the next to be eliminated are the weak. The elderly and children are absolutely vulnerable. The former will be regarded as a burden, and the latter can only survive by relying on others. If the family members have some ability and conscience, they may be able to live a few more years. If the family members can no longer live happily, the elderly and children will definitely be the first to be abandoned. Xie Tao's eyes swept through the rows of tasks and found that there was a task at the top that gave a lot of points. Enough for Xie Tao to eat different fruits for a month. Can I do this? Xie Tao asked curiously. Yes, we can. The staff hesitated for a moment and then said, but we haven't recruited enough people yet. You must be new here, right? This mission is very dangerous. You'd better stay calm. Xie Tao is cute and naturally likable. The staff then said a few more words. This mission has been posted for a week. Do you know how many people have signed up so far? 4. He shook his head and sighed. Because it is too dangerous. It is not certain how many people can come back alive after going there. It is also possible that all of them will die. After all, that is the capital. There are so many people. When the disaster comes, many people will become zombies, and the zombies are constantly evolving. There will definitely be very strong zombies in places with such a large population. We have to escort a complete team out. The difficulty is too high. Sign me up. Xie Tao stretched out his hand impatiently. Does this conflict with today's mission? If so, I won't go today's one. No, not even a small team has been gathered yet. The higher-ups mean to wait another 10 days. Anyway, the people inside can still hold on. The staff wanted to persuade Xie Tao, but seeing her determined expression, they gave up. Then I'll sign you up. Wait until this mission is over and come back to confirm it. Then we'll let you know when the mission officially starts. Okay, thank you. Xie Tao happily took Zhong Shanjing away, humming a little tune on the way back, obviously in a good mood. Zhong Shanjing was not worried about the dangers the staff said. After all, Xie Tao was a necromancer. In this doomsday, nothing should be able to hurt Xie Tao unless she kills herself. What he was worried about was, what will happen to your garlic sprouts if you leave for too long? I have friends. Xie Tao was not afraid at all. She would just ask Zhang Chunyu and the others to help look after them. Hurry up and go back to prepare. We'll leave for the mission tomorrow morning. Xie Tao patted Zhong Shanjing. Remember to disguise yourself. This means that wearing a high-necked shirt to cover the scar on the neck and wearing the deerskin gloves Xie Tao gave her would not be out of place in this season, but it would probably be very eye-catching in the summer. Xie Tao was also thinking about this problem. When it was so hot in the summer, he was still wearing so thick clothes and hiding his clothes. It was clearly telling others that there was something wrong with him. Come and check it out. There will be a surprise. Before the summer came, we had to find a way to repair Zhong Shanjing's body and make him look normal. Thinking of this, after dinner that night, Xie Tao pushed Zhong Shanjing down on the sofa. She slowly closed the door to prevent anyone from accidentally breaking in, and then asked Xiao He and Xiao Bai to trap Zhong Shanjing in the middle. Take off your clothes. Hurry up. I want to check your body. Xie Tao had not carefully checked Zhong Shanjing's whole body. When Zhong Shanjing had not completely turned into a zombie, Xie Tao did give him a simple examination. But this kind of comprehensive, detailed, and frank examination has never been done before. The young man lying on the sofa blushed. He was obviously a zombie, but his pale cheeks had a hint of blood, making his handsome face look a little more human. You, I, Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Xie Tao despised him for being too hypocritical. She had seen thousands of corpses. Aren't they all the same? No one would have more or less meat. What's there to be shy about? Xiao He and Xiao Bai always obeyed Xie Tao's orders. They pounced on him with a hum. Zhong Shanjing's body was also covered with scars. If he didn't have so many wounds, his body would have been quite beautiful. But now that beautiful body was like a vase that was broken and glued together again. Even if it was still intact, the scars were still glaring. Xie Tao's fingertips passed over each scar and stayed there for a short time. Zhong Shanjing's recovery ability was very strong now. If a cut was made on his body, it would heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the numerous wounds on Zhong Shanjing's body were almost all the injuries he suffered before he became a zombie. These wounds would not heal, making him look like a modeled piece of drawing paper. No matter how beautiful the paintings were, they are now in ruins. Just by looking at it, one can imagine how beautiful this body was before it was injured, which makes people sigh and feel pity. Zhong Shanjing lay there straight and chose to cover his face with his hands. Recently, he couldn't cover other key parts. He was quiet for a long time and then asked Xie Tao, "Are you done?" "No." Xie Tao said seriously, "I am still making detailed observations. This is to prepare for my subsequent research and to prepare for your body to recover. You have to cooperate a little." Xiao Bai and Xiao He beside him nodded frantically, supporting Xie Tao's behavior. Zhong Shanjing always felt that something was wrong and finally remained silent. Anyway, he couldn't resist, so what else could he do? Xie Tao reached out and touched his abdominal muscles. Although Zhong Shanjing used to be a sickly and beautiful young man, he did have abdominal muscles, but only a thin layer, and half of it was eaten away by zombies, which looked very pitiful. I will study it later to see if I can solve this problem. Such beautiful abdominal muscles are only half, which is a bit too pitiful. Xie Tao's pretty face was full of pity. Although she looked young, she was a necromancer. The purest part of her body might be her face, but her soul was not pure at all. It would be a big loss to regard her as a pure girl. Zhong Shanjing should have a deep understanding of this. After giving Zhong Shanjing a simple physical examination, Xie Tao patted Zhong Shanjing and said, "Put on your clothes." To be honest, he didn't do anything. It was just a normal physical examination. Zhong Shanjing felt as if he had experienced everything in this sentence. This was really terrible. Moreover, after Xie Tao touched her, he left leisurely with his hands behind his back. Zhong Shanjing always had the illusion that he was being taken advantage of for free. Zhong Shanjing, with a very complicated mood, buttoned the last button. Xiao He and Xiao Bai passed by him and patted his shoulders sympathetically. Although there was no expression on the face of a skeleton, Zhong Shanjing always felt that they had a little subtle pity on their faces. The next morning, Xie Tao took Zhong Shanjing to the gathering. There were quite a lot of people in the small square. They were probably all there to take on this mission. After all, this mission was very cost-effective and suitable for both people with special abilities and ordinary people. When Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing arrived, it was already late. Most of the people who signed up yesterday had already arrived, and they saw a familiar person among them. "Yo!" Xie Tao happened to see it when she glanced over. She couldn't help but cross her arms and took another look, because the person she saw was the woman who had previously shouted that fists were the biggest thing after everything happened, and that she would use fists to reason. At that time, she was carrying her boyfriend and running very fast. Unexpectedly, she saw him again here, and there was a different person beside her. This time she was followed by a young man who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old and looked pretty good. Xie Tao saw her, and she also saw Xiao. The woman's expression suddenly became ugly, obviously remembering what happened 2 days ago. Xie Tao only glanced at her, and then lost interest. After all, Xie Tao was willing to give her a little sidelong glance because he had seen her before, but there was nothing else to say except that he had seen her before. She didn't take this person seriously at all. She didn't mind if she could crush her to death with her hands, but if she was far away, Xie Tao didn't even bother to stretch out her hands. On the contrary, the woman seemed to hate Xie Tao very much, with some resentment in her eyes. She gave Xie Tao a middle finger from a distance, and it seemed that she was saying, "Wait for death," from the shape of her mouth. Xie Tao sighed and said to Zhong Shanjing on the side, "Why do some people always fail to recognize their own self-importance?" Grasshoppers shouted at humans and said that they would crush a human to death with their front feet. Would humans really be afraid? No. Humans can easily crush them to death. But the grasshoppers themselves don't seem to know. Xie Tao sneered and then said, "She'd better not come to trouble me." People arrived soon. Dozens of people were divided into 2 teams, one composed of ordinary people and the other composed of superpowers. The latter is equivalent to a guard team, guarding the small team composed of ordinary people to search for resources. Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing are both in the guard team, and the woman is also there. After all, she is also a superpower. There are about 10 people in the guard team. The captain and deputy captain are both sent by the base. The captain is a woman who looks about 30 years old, wearing a pair of leather gloves with exposed fingers and a gun on her waist. The deputy captain is a man who looks about 27 or 28 years old, wearing glasses and is gentle. In the next week or so, everyone will be teammates. I hope everyone can cooperate well and lead this team back to the base. He glanced around and divided the 10 people into 2 teams of 50-50. One team is responsible for opening the way, and the other team is responsible for the rear. The team that opens the way is led by the captain, and the team that is behind is led by the deputy captain. This time Xie Tao is not with the woman. She and Zhong Shanjing are in the rear team with the deputy captain. After the work was assigned, everyone got on the car and drove away. Because the journey was long, there was nothing to do in the car. After playing with his mobile phone for a while, Xie Tao leaned on Zhong Shanjing's shoulder and took a nap. Other people in the car looked at Zhong Shanjing with envy, and some even whispered, "Girlfriend? The young man is lucky." Actually, it's not. Compared with treating him as a man, Xie Tao is more inclined to treat him as his own property. When you lean on your pillow, will you consider extra things? Will you ask the pillow if it is willing? Xie Tao will not. So in the eyes of others, he is very lucky, but the reality is that Xie Tao uses him as a pillow to lean on. The person next to him also said, "It's not easy to find a girlfriend who is beautiful, a superpower, and has a good personality these days. The number of female superpowers is supposed to be smaller. After all, the number of women is smaller than that of men. Add other qualifiers such as beautiful and powerful, and it will be even rarer. Generally, such pretty girls would be with big guys. After all, beauty is only worthy of the strong, but there are also some who, because of their own strong strength, would be with young and beautiful men. In their eyes, the combination of these 2 people is close to the latter. To be favored by such a pretty girl, what more could one ask for?" Tears of envy kept falling from the corners of several good-looking, and it was normal for a pretty girl to favor him. Zhong Shanjing felt very complicated when listening to their jealousy and compliments. "You don't understand, I'm just a pillow." Xie Tao didn't sleep for long, maybe only half an hour, and then he was woken up. There were only 5 people in the car, and everyone was idle and wanted to do something. So someone suggested playing cards, but the problem came. There were only a limited number of people who could play cards, and the deputy captain didn't know how to play cards, so there were only 4 people left. Even if they played landlord, there were still 3 people. They asked Zhong Shanjing. Unfortunately, Zhong Shanjing didn't know how to play cards either. He had learned many things, but he had never learned how to play cards. So someone suggested waking up Xie Tao. Zhong Shanjing was the one who knew best that Xie Tao to play cards. After all, he was a necromancer. How could a necromancer play cards? They were not from the same world, and it was hard to say whether there were cards in that world. Moreover, when Xie Tao was a necromancer, he was a very talented and hard-working necromancer. He didn't have time to learn such a mess, right? But before Zhong Shanjing could stop him, Xie Tao was woken up. Xie Tao was half asleep, and was a little unhappy after being woken up. She opened her eyes wide and was about to lose her temper. Then she heard one of her teammates ask enthusiastically, "Can you play cards?" "Of course." Xie Tao immediately became energetic, and she didn't even get angry when she got up. She rolled up her sleeves and suddenly realized that this world was different from hers, and the types of cards played might be different, but she was calm and didn't seem guilty at all. "What do you want to play?" "Do you know how to play landlord?" "There are only 3 of us, so we can only play landlord." The guy who suggested playing cards laughed. Xie Tao pondered for a while and then said, "No, but I can learn." She was very smart. She could read the difficult and bulky classics like the Necromancer very quickly. She could learn it in a very short time. Learning to play cards is so easy. Come on, I'll teach you how to play landlord, sister." The man was also very enthusiastic. He pulled Xie Tao and started to explain the rules. Xie Tao opened the deck of cards and looked at it. While looking at it, she listened to him and learned it quickly. Easy, come on." Xie Tao quickly shuffled the cards, placed them on the table, and then started playing with a few people who were bored. Zhong Jing. He now doubted Xie Tao's trick on him. Did she really study hard before? When the car drove all the way to the destination, the faces of several people in the car were already covered with strips. Although Xie Tao said that he didn't know how to play landlord and might need to learn on the spot, he quickly got the hang of it after learning the rules. Except when he was unlucky and the cards in his hand were terrible, Xie Tao always won. They didn't play with money or other things. The landlord would stick a strip on the farmer's face when he won, and the farmer would stick the strip on the landlord when he won. After the car drove for more than a day, the 2 people playing cards in the car had already changed beyond recognition. Later, Zhong Shanjing also joined the battlefield. After all, it was really not difficult. He learned it by watching for a while. After a few hours, the deputy captain also joined the battlefield. It simply became a game played by 3 smart people. When smart people play a game like landlord, they can play with a bit of gunpowder, especially 3 different types of smart people. Xie Tao is the kind of simple smart person who can see through people. Zhong Shanjing understands human nature, and he has a good memory and can remember the cards, so he plays smoothly. The deputy captain likes to play tactics, cheating, and sowing discord. The 3 people played too much and the 2 remaining people next to them couldn't close their mouths and kept shouting 666. When they got off the car at the destination, the deputy captain was still a little unsatisfied. I didn't know that Landlord was such an interesting game before. The remaining 2 people, no, we never play like this. The destination is a city far away from their base. At present, almost all bases cannot be self-sufficient. After all, after the end of the world, both the soil and the climate have become unfriendly to plants. So problems came one after another, such as the low yield of crops, and some even died before they could grow up. Animals could still be raised, but some animals had also undergone mutations, becoming more aggressive and cruel. Some meat had even become inedible because it was not active, just like meat that had been rotten for a long time, which humans could not eat. In this case, in order to ensure that most people in a base could eat, they had to search for supplies in the city, such as some supermarkets, which would definitely have some stored food and some fast food. For example, in the warehouses of some factories and some food processing plants, there would be a lot of edible things, such as rice, wheat, and peanuts, which were not only edible, but also durable. If they could find those warehouses where food was stored, they would be rich. If they could not find them, they could only go to some shopping malls and supermarkets to search. Although the harvest was not as good as that in the factory warehouses, it was still pretty good. Before entering the city, the deputy captain told everyone, "Don't get entangled with zombies for too long. Our goal is to protect teammates, not to hunt zombies. You can't drive in the city because the sound of the engine will attract a large number of zombies, which will be troublesome. So the normal process of finding supplies is to first determine where to go, and then the person responsible for opening the way will clear most of the zombies on the road. Then, the rest of the people get in the car and rush over as quickly as possible. After arriving at a safe place, the team responsible for mopping up will deal with the zombies attracted. This cycle repeats until the car is full of supplies and leaves the city. When Xie Tao entered the city, she was already aware of her younger brothers. Her zombie brothers have already poured into the city like fish returning to the sea. As Xie Tao's eyes, they observed the situation of the entire city. The deputy captain sat in the car, holding a map and looking at it there, with an earphone hanging on his ear, whispering to the captain. Xie Tao tilted his head and looked at his headset curiously. The deputy captain thought Xie was curious about why there would be such a thing as a signal after the apocalypse, so he explained to Xie Tao, "This is actually part of my special ability." "How far is the range?" "Maybe only about 1,000 meters. I haven't tried the limit." "So useless." The deputy captain smiled helplessly. "If someone else said I was useless, I would admit it. After all, people should be low-key, but you can't. You are my nemesis, so I have to tell you that this is only part of my ability, not all of it." Xie Tao rolled his eyes silently. "Are you the kind of nemesis who plays cards and you are a peasant and I must be a landlord?" The deputy captain was not angry, even though he was despised. He smiled and showed Xie Tao the map, pointing out where they were going next, what kind of buildings were around, what their goal was, and so on. Xie Tao looked at the map and began to mobilize his subordinates, deploying them near the destination, but not too close so as to avoid being accidentally injured by the vanguard. The captain and his team have already started to clear the way. Clearing the way is a hard job. The speed of killing zombies must be fast, otherwise the sound will attract more and more zombies. At that time, the vanguard will be trapped, which will become very troublesome. This is also the reason why the base has to send a captain and a deputy captain out. They need powerful superpowers to ensure that there will be no overturning. I am afraid that the captain's ability should be the kind of group attack and the kind that can quickly clear small monsters, so the base will let her be the captain of the guard team. About half an hour later, the deputy captain closed the map in his hand. "Let's go, it's our turn." The driver drove quickly and took them all the way, not far behind the search team composed of ordinary people. The 2 friends who formed the card game at the beginning stood up on the left and right and set up a Gatling gun at the rear of the car. In addition to superpowers, there is another thing that can cause a lot of damage to zombies, that is, guns. When blue flames came out of the muzzle of the gun, the zombies fell slowly like harvested rice. Xie Tao's eyes were filled with amazement. Although their world had a higher combat power, after all, it was a world with magic. But in terms of creativity, this world was still more powerful. This weapon was invented entirely for war, and its lethality to ordinary people was absolutely terrifying. Xie Tao even wanted to touch it, and then take it apart to see what the structure inside was like, to see if he could copy it, and change the parts inside into a magic circuit to make it a magic weapon. Zhong Shanjing stopped her in time. "It's hot. The barrel of a gun cannot be touched casually. The muzzle of a gun that has just been used is scorching hot and can easily burn a person's palm." "That's very interesting." Xie Tao looked at Zhong Shanjing with sparkling eyes, obviously very interested. "Is it made for war?" "Yes." Zhong Shanjing had to admit that while technology benefits mankind, it also persecutes mankind. Humans can develop life-saving drugs and deadly weapons, and the weapons made for war are countless. The Gatling gun in front of him was just the most common one, and it was considered to have limited lethality among weapons because a weapon with real lethality could evaporate hundreds of thousands of people on the spot. So humans continued to research stronger weapons, and then researched how to counter them. This cycle continued, and weapons became the fastest growing thing. After he briefly explained the situation, Xie Tao touched his chin and said, "I'm not very interested in those. This one is more interesting. If she had the chance, she would definitely get one and take it over to replicate it. Stop chatting, get ready to work." The deputy captain waved his hand and interrupted Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing. They had already arrived at their destination. Ordinary people were getting into the house, while the 5 of them stayed outside the house to clean up the zombies nearby. Xie Tao was too lazy to do it, so she simply called Xiao He and Xiao Bai out and asked them to help her work. After all, she could pretend to be a summoner. Zhong Shanjing couldn't be lazy, so he could only pick up Xie Tao's old love, the fire axe, and quickly clean up the zombies nearby. Xie Tao also had time to observe the deputy captain. The deputy captain had a faint blue light on his body. When he touched the zombies would emit a burnt smell and lie on the ground. It might be related to electricity. The 5 of them worked together and quickly cleaned up all the zombies nearby, and then transported most of the corpses to a slightly farther place to prevent the smell from attracting more zombies. After doing all this, the 5 people responsible for the rear also entered the house. The house is actually a small supermarket with only 2 floors. It is their shelter today. After looting the supplies in the small supermarket, their 2 teams will accompany these ordinary people to go out to loot supplies, transport them back here, and store them temporarily. They will leave when they have enough or find the factory warehouse. However, it was already afternoon when they entered the city. It was really inconvenient to move at night. It was pitch black, and there were zombies everywhere. There was really no need. So they will stay in this small supermarket for one night and go out during the day. After Xie Tao entered the house, he saw the woman from a distance. She was in a good mood, but the woman didn't seem to be in a good mood. She sat in the corner with a droopy face. The young man kept being attentive to her, but he couldn't get a smile in return. Not long after Xie Tao entered the house, he was called over by the deputy captain. "Come on, put whatever you like in the pot." The deputy captain put a large plate of food in front of Xie Tao. There were instant noodles, some dried vegetables, spicy strips, ham sausages, and other junk food, which were probably just picked up from the supermarket. He got a bag of hot pot base, probably preparing to cook a stew. Xie Tao sat beside him with great interest and started throwing things into the pot. "Can this be thrown in?" She held up a dried carrot. "Yes." "What about this?" Xie Tao held up a piece of chocolate. "No." "Hot pot is also delicious." Xie Tao felt that there were still many good points in this world. Although there was chaos and disorder after the order collapsed, it could still be seen that before the disaster, this was a peaceful and well-developed world. Most importantly, everything tasted good. The fruits were cultivated and selected to be the most delicious varieties. They also invented a lot of delicious and easy-to-store fast food, and even formed a system, including instant noodles, various types of vermicelli that are not called convenient but are very convenient, rice noodles, snail noodles, etc. Zhong Shanjing even whispered beside her, "There should be self-heating hot pot in the supermarket. If you like it, you can go and find it later. It is also very convenient to eat." The humans in your world seem to be not only well-armed, but also strong in diet. After Xie Tao finished dinner, feeling a little happy, he took Zhong Shanjing to the underground first floor of the supermarket to find self-heating hot pot. There is not only self-heating hot pot here, but also other self-heating foods such as self-heating potato noodles and self-heating milk tea. The young Xie Tao was stunned, and he packed everything into his backpack and took it away happily. "Do you have any other similar inventions?" Xie Tao poked Zhong Shanjing. "Please recommend them to me." "Who did you learn the word Amway from?" Zhong Shanjing didn't admit that he taught such things. Xie Tao put his hands on his hips and said proudly, "The deputy captain taught me." Don't teach other people's kids weird things casually. So Zhong Shanjing could only take Xie Tao to sweep the entire underground first floor, take away everything they were interested in, and finally come back with a huge package. The deputy captain was quite fond of Xie Tao. "How about I get you a bigger backpack? I think this backpack will break if I put more things in it." Okay. Xie Tao asked for a big bag from the deputy captain without any hesitation, and then stuffed all his treasures into it. He lay on Zhong Shanjing happily like a god and sighed. There are still a lot of good people. The young man who was licking the beautiful woman saw this and sneered, "Country bumpkin." Xie Tao was lying on Zhong Shanjing's lap, feeling happy. He glanced at him and asked Zhong Shanjing, "Is it illegal to kill after the end of the world?" Before Zhong Shanjing could speak, the deputy captain came over happily. "It's not illegal. Only your relatives and friends may retaliate against you." The 2 of them made wow sounds in unison, and then reached a consensus after looking at each other. Zhong Shanjing felt out of place. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked the deputy captain, "I thought someone with your personality would not do anything to offend others." First of all, he couldn't hear what I said just now. If he didn't hear it, it wouldn't be considered an offense. Secondly, in the end times, as long as one's strength is not strong enough to be invincible, then a stable and low-key person will always live longer than a flamboyant and low EQ person. Finally, I am more optimistic about Sister Xie Tao. The deputy captain smiled and said, if I hold her thigh now, maybe Sister Xie Tao can take me flying in the future. There was a hint of joking in his words. He was not really prepared to wait for Xie Tao to take him flying. It was just that compared to that man, he thought Xie Tao could live longer and become stronger, and their relationship was better, so he was just showing his favor to her. Xie Tao took it seriously, nodded and said, I'll take you flying in the future. The deputy captain laughed. Then I'll wait for that day. I'm not kidding you. Okay, I'm not kidding. Early the next morning around 6:30, everyone was woken up. It's time to work. Don't sleep. Get up. You only have half an hour to finish your meal. If you wake up late, you won't have anything to eat. Don't complain. Xie Tao was still half asleep and didn't want to get up at all, so he simply called Xiaohei and Xiaobai out. The two little skeletons were very hard-working. One cooked instant noodles for Xie Tao, and the other made milk tea for Xie Tao. The deputy captain next to them got up and saw this scene, and he was jealous at the time. I want one too. I want one too. Sister Xie Tao, please take care of me who is disabled but determined. Xie Tao didn't even open his eyes, hanging on Zhong Shanjing, mumbling a few words, and Xiaohei and Xiaobai understood and made one more portion. A few minutes later, the deputy captain sat opposite. Xie Tao leaned on Zhong Shanjing, and the three of them had a hot breakfast. Zhong Shanjing didn't really need to eat, but after all, he was in the crowd now, so he had to disguise himself. He simply took the bowl from Xiaohei's hand and fed Xie Tao instead of Xiaohei, because in this way, he could secretly feed his bowl to Xie Tao during the feeding process. Xie Tao's mouth opened and closed like a fish. She ate as much as Zhong Shanjing fed her, and she didn't open her eyes the whole time. It was obvious that she had been lazy for more than 1 or 2 days, and was very familiar with. Zhong Shanjing ate a few mouthfuls symbolically, and most of it was fed to Xie Tao. Xie Tao also muttered, the pepper and sesame chicken noodles are better than the braised beef noodles. Damn, this otaku really envies this ability. The deputy captain was so envious that tears flowed down his face. If possible, who wouldn't want to be a parasite? After finishing breakfast, everyone gathered together. Xie Tao was still taking a nap. She was lying on Zhong Shanjing's back, sleeping happily. Xiaobai and Xiaohei were guarding her on the left and right, looking very loyal. The beautiful woman and her lover happened to see this scene when they passed by. The young man probably really wanted to show off in front of the beautiful woman. Seeing this, he said, some people don't think you are here for a picnic, do they? If there are such tasks in the future, personal abilities must be assessed in advance. Don't let anyone sneak in. It's okay to simply hold back, but don't kill others. As a result, Xie Tao didn't listen at all. She was sleeping soundly and didn't realize that someone was being sarcastic. This made him hold it in for a long time, and finally he could only say, how shameless. The two teams set off soon. Xie Tao and the beautiful woman were not in the same team. They were divided according to the two teams that were the last to leave and the first to leave. Therefore, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. The few superpowers only needed to follow the team and clean up the zombies approaching the team in time. Xie Tao slept for another 2 hours and got up at 9 o'clock. However, because Xiaohei and Xiaobai worked hard enough and would work with everyone, and Xie Tao's body did not seem to be very good at fighting, everyone did not dislike him. Instead, they were envious to death and cried there. The ability of summoning is really suitable for being lazy. We also want to be able to clean up the surroundings while the body is sleeping. The two little skeletons were deeply influenced by Xie Tao and were very low-key. Their strength was not high or low, and they seemed to be about the same as everyone else, but this was enough to make everyone envious and cry. After Xie Tao got up, she stretched and took out her phone to check the time. She woke up not because she woke up naturally, but because she sensed the message from her little brother. In fact, the number of little brothers that Xie Tao has conquered is not very large, especially after they are scattered throughout the city. They are even more inconspicuous, but each zombie little brother is waiting for Xie Tao's eyes. Whenever they find something abnormal, or there are more peculiar zombies, they will send the message back to Xie Tao. Xie Tao can remotely command them to besiege other zombies, kidnap instead of adopt. No, it is to develop more little brothers for Xie Tao. At this moment, a little brother discovered a special situation during the patrol and then sent the message back. After Xie Tao judged the direction, he suddenly asked the deputy captain next to him, "Did the other team go in that direction?" "Yes," the deputy captain pushed his glasses. "What's wrong? Did something happen? If there is any danger, will the superpowers be responsible for the rear?" Xie Tao continued to ask. "Yes, after all, people with special abilities can get more points, so they also have to bear more risks. Their base has always been fair in this regard. After all, only fair and good policies can benefit everyone and allow everyone to gain something, and how much they work and how much they get can attract more people." "Really? That's great." Xie Tao showed a satisfied expression. She muttered something in a low voice. The deputy captain didn't hear it clearly, so he said beside her, "You have to do dangerous work. Why are you still shouting that it's great? Just think of it as something I love to do," Xie Tao said with a smile. She quickly fooled the deputy captain. The deputy captain was relatively easy to fool, but Zhong Shanjing couldn't do it. After the deputy captain went to do his own thing, Zhong Shanjing came over to ask Xie Tao, "Is something going to happen?" "I guess so." Xie Tao yawned and looked into the distance. "I was too lazy to take revenge on some people, but they are unlucky themselves and it's not my fault, right?" She crossed her arms and said in a cheerful tone, "It seems that I am indeed the favorite of the gods. You taught me to believe in science last time." Speaking of this, Zhong Shanjing felt a little aggrieved. After all, he was taught a lesson last time, and it was taught by the Necromancer. "But I am a Necromancer." Xie Tao glanced at Zhong Shanjing next to him. "I have seen demons and undead, and fought with the group of people in the temple who believed in the God of Light for hundreds of years. What's wrong with believing in God?" Zhong Shanjing finally understood that he couldn't reason with Xie Tao. At the same time, he also understood that Xie Tao's belief might be Schrodinger's belief. He believed it casually when it was useful, and believed in science when it was useless. Anyway, what she said is what it is. Don't refute her, it will be unfortunate. Xie Tao was still teaching Zhong Shanjing. In our time, it was often faith that caused wars. Why did the Holy Temple like to hunt down necromancers? Was it because necromancers were evil? On the contrary, most necromancers were dead otakus who would only go out when they had no research materials. The worst thing they did might be stealing other people's bodies and secretly taking them back for dissection. Of course, there would be a small number of extreme ones who would kill humans and use them as their own materials. But just like there are bad people among necromancers, there are also bad people among humans. It is difficult to avoid bad people in every group. Are all the people in the Holy Temple good people? The reason why necromancers were hunted down so fiercely was because their faith was opposite to that of the Holy Temple. The main god of the Holy Temple was the god of light, and the secondary god was the goddess of life. Most necromancers were believers of the god of darkness, believing in darkness and death. The relationship between the two sides was just like that of a family, either you or I, or you or I. In addition, the mainstream belief happened to be the god of light, so the necromancers became pagans and the first enemy of the Holy Temple, or rather, mortal enemies. However, in recent years, the number of necromancers has shrunk rapidly and has become less and less popular. The surviving strongmen are tired of the endless struggle and choose to escape from the world. Xie Tao was recognized by an old acquaintance when she went out to buy daily necessities. She was one of the biggest concerns of the Holy Temple. As soon as the Son of God recognized that person was Xie Tao, he immediately gathered almost all the existing paladins and all the high-level archmages to chase and intercept Xie Tao. Because there were too many people, Xie Tao was forced to use a random teleportation scroll and landed in this world. "You do have the flavor of a pagan. Because I look very unorthodox?" "A little bit," Zhong Shanjing said, "but I can really feel that you are not a fanatic, and you may not even have a firm belief. You only believe in yourself." In other words, Xie Tao was only affected because other necromancers were believers of the dark god and believed in death. Thinking about it this way, she felt a little unlucky. "What nonsense are you talking about? I am a loyal believer of the dark god." Xie Tao said this, but her expression did not look very loyal at all. She yawned a little and then said, "It may be busy in a while. You should be prepared in advance." Zhong Shanjing has not yet understood what kind of busyness will happen next. He just knows that Xie Tao is definitely not the kind of person who speaks without a purpose. If she says she will be busy, she will definitely be busy afterwards. Zhong Shanjing immediately perked up and pulled up his gloves to prevent the scars on the back of his hands from showing. He covered his body tightly, not exposing any skin. Even his neck was hidden under the collar. If there were no injuries on his face, he would have covered his face as well. After Xie Tao finished speaking, he continued to walk forward lazily, looking very relaxed and leisurely, especially compared to other people. And from time to time, she would sigh, "How dare they do this? Wow, I've never seen such a fool. He doesn't want to live anymore. Tut tut, if I were his teammate, I would scold him to death." Alas, I feel sorry for his teammates. How come they happen to meet such people? I hope more people can survive. Zhong Shanjing could vaguely hear what happened from her words, and then sighed. "It's really pitiful. Don't you go to save them?" Xie Tao poked his chest. "Why are you pretending, as if you really care? Do you really care about those people's lives?" Zhong Shanjing lowered his head with a faint smile on his beautiful face, and for a moment he seemed to be a little compassionate, but Xie Tao knew very well that it was all fake, an insincere smile, without any mercy in it. Zhong Shanjing is such a person. It's just that Xie Tao doesn't care. She has met many people and many corpses in her long life. Many people are full of resentment after death and are lingering with all kinds of negative emotions. Some people were not good people in their lives, and they have nothing but resentment in their hearts after death. Xie Tao doesn't care. Anyway, all the corpses are materials and younger brothers too. These people can't betray Xie Tao for the rest of their lives and can only be driven by Xie Tao until Xie Tao releases their souls. It doesn't matter to Xie Tao what kind of person Zhong Shanjing is. She will only look down at Zhong Shanjing for a moment when she is interested occasionally and see the sores in his heart. But she won't judge whether Zhong Shanjing is right or wrong. At most, she will make 2 cold tuts on the side, and then it will pass. Zhong Shanjing suddenly realized this. The person in front of him really doesn't care whether he is born cold or not, whether it is difficult to empathize with others, and why he has that extreme idea of being sentenced at a certain moment. She doesn't care at all. The locks crowned by the secular world were suddenly unlocked at this moment. Zhong Shanjing has never been so clear-headed as he is now. That is, in front of Xie Tao. He only needs to be the most authentic him. No matter what the most authentic him looks like, Xie Tao will not dislike, hate, or care. Once he realized this, his blood seemed to boil for a second. Of course, this was just an illusion, because he was a zombie, and zombies didn't have blood to boil. Zhong Shanjing lowered his head and laughed, then said, "Yes, I don't care at all." After saying this, he let out a long breath and seemed to be in a very good mood. As a result, when he turned around, he saw that Xie Tao next to him ignored him and was playing Candy Crush. Zhong Shanjing immediately felt a little depressed. Soon, the deputy captain pressed the headset-like thing and walked over from the front, running over here and shouting, "Hurry up! Everyone get ready!" Ordinary people start to retreat in the direction of the stronghold. "Psychics, follow me." "What happened?" someone asked loudly, and the deputy captain looked anxious. "The other team encountered a zombie tide. Let's go to support them." The remaining two people were a little hesitant, because to be honest, the zombie tide was very dangerous. They only had about 10 superpowers in total. Among the zombies that were like a tide, they were just like a drop of oil thrown into boiling water, inconspicuous. Going to support them would very likely cost their own lives, and they would not be able to save anyone. The deputy captain was obviously aware of this, so he spoke quickly. "I'm not asking you to risk your life just to see if you can provide support. If you can, that's the best. If not, we will retreat. We won't deliberately let you die." The remaining two people looked at each other and obviously believed in the deputy captain, so they didn't raise any more objections. So the ordinary people quickly retreated, and the superpowers went all the way forward. The deputy captain obviously knew their location. After all, he and the captain could only talk within a certain distance. Being able to contact each other meant that they were very close, maybe only 2 streets away. So the 5 people ran forward. After turning a few corners, they soon saw another team. Their number had been reduced a lot. They were running desperately in this direction, and there were zombies behind them. And in the zombie group, there was another zombie that was not ordinary at first glance. The most special one was a woman in the zombie group. She was wearing a scarlet dress, barefoot, and holding a baby in her arms. Her face might have been beautiful, but now it was half rotten, and she couldn't see what she should have looked like. Only half of her face was left, but the expression on it was very hideous, as if burning with the flames of hatred. The zombie group seemed to be centered on her, rushing towards the crowd frantically. The deputy captain shouted from a distance, "What's going on? How did you provoke such a large group of zombies?" When the captain mentioned this, his face turned blue. She glanced at the young man next to the beautiful woman and said with hatred, "Of course, we have to ask him why he provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked." The man was also frightened. His face turned pale, and he ran fast. He started to shout for help from a distance, and he no longer had the spirit he had at the beginning. The deputy captain said calmly, "If you can't support them, retreat." He was rational, but he didn't expect that the zombies were smarter than they thought. The two sides had just met, and the woman commanded some zombies to start detouring and quietly outflank them. By the time they found out, it was already too late. They were attacked from the front and back, and they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. The deputy captain's face also became ugly. Obviously, he didn't expect that there would be zombies who could command other zombies. This was his mistake, which caused his teammates to fall into trouble. "Sorry," he said hastily and then stood in the front, protecting Xie Tao and the others behind him. "Retreat to the north. There's a bank over there." If there's a bank, there might be a vault or other security facilities. Anyway, there's still a chance. So the rest of the people quickly moved to the north. There were too many zombies, and they couldn't clean them up in time, especially since they were accompanied by many ordinary people. They could only fight and retreat, seeking a glimmer of hope. It was during this process that the deputy captain discovered that the zombies didn't seem to want to get close to Xie Tao. There wasn't a single zombie within a few meters, or even nearly 10 meters, of Xie Tao. The deputy captain wanted to try and see if it was just a coincidence, or if the zombies really didn't want to get close to Xie Tao. As a result, when he got close, no zombies got close to him. Deputy captain? Not only the deputy captain discovered this, but others as well, so a group of people rushed to Xie Tao, surrounding her so tightly that she couldn't breathe. Among the people who got close the fastest was the pretty boy. Xie Tao rolled his eyes and said, "There's a country bumpkin smell here. Stay away from me." Although Xie Tao is not a fussy person, she is also very vindictive. He was so weird yesterday, as if he had some grudge against her. Now he's in trouble and wants to ask her for help? How can such a good thing happen in this world? Xie Tao raised her hand and released a barrier, covering most of the survivors who were close to her, except for the man and the woman. The man wanted to survive so much that he tried his best to get to Xie Tao's side. As a result, he was bounced out with a bang by something invisible as soon as he got in. He was unlucky and bounced directly into the pile of zombies. If he wasn't a superpower and had some ability to save his life, he might have died in it. However, being a superpower is both a good thing and a bad thing, because after he fell into the zombie group, even if he could save his life temporarily, it would be difficult for him to come out alive, so he could only suffer in it. Just like Zhong Shanjing, even though he was rescued by Xie Tao, he still had countless wounds all over his body, just like a half-eaten corn that was thrown into the trash can. So after falling into the pile of zombies, it would be better to die directly, without having to suffer so much torture. The man kept screaming in the pile of corpses, which was creepy, and they liked to squeeze around Xie Tao even more, just like a young chicken being sold, curled up in a ball and looked very pitiful. "Aren't you going to save him?" Xie Tao turned his head and said to the empty space. It seemed as if there was no one there. Xie Tao seemed to be talking to the air. Xie Tao said again, "He is your loyal dog. Are you going to abandon him like this?" So pitiful, he is going to be a little wild dog. The man in the dark still didn't react, probably because he was determined not to save people. Xie Tao was not in a hurry at all. While directing Xiaohe and Xiaobai to retrieve the people who could still be saved, he said, "Alas, you can even abandon those who are loyal to you and full of love. I guess you won't care about ordinary teammates, right? This is really..." The woman who had been hiding beside him had an extremely ugly face. She could clearly feel that Xie Tao was trying to sow discord. If she let the young man die in the pile of corpses today, when these people returned to the base, they would definitely spread the news. No one would team up with her in the future, because they were afraid of being abandoned and betrayed. The young woman didn't want to take risks for such a man, but she had no choice at the moment. There were only two ways to go. If she didn't take this risk, she would be a lone wolf in the future, and even the men who coveted her beauty might not be willing to go out with her. If she took that risk and rescued the man, she might not be able to survive, but she would only have a good reputation. The woman wanted to choose the former, but she would have to live in this base for a long time. If her reputation was really ruined, she might have a hard time. In the apocalypse, it is very difficult for people to gain the trust of others if they abandon their teammates. Even if they reluctantly join a team, they will probably be abandoned first when they encounter danger. In the apocalypse, people must stick together to survive. After thinking it over, she was forced to make a choice that was very dangerous for her, but she had to make it. That is, to risk going forward to save the young man. Fortunately, her ability is not just as simple as invisibility. It can also reduce the zombies' perception of her, so that even when she walks in the zombie group, as long as she is careful to avoid them, it is difficult for her to get hurt. When the woman approached, the man was overjoyed. "Chow chow, chow chow, you are here to save me after all." The woman could only pinch her nose and admit it, and put on a good face with difficulty. "Well, I'm here to save you." Her invisibility ability can assimilate the people around her. Although the number of people who can be assimilated is limited, there is only one person now, so it is still possible to protect one person, as long as there is physical contact with him. The woman rushed forward, grabbed the young man's hand, and instantly pulled him into her invisible state, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Well, she pulled him without getting hurt, so it seemed that there was no need to take any risks. At this moment, the woman suddenly felt a cold gaze locked on her. She raised her head, and then saw the female zombie in the red dress holding the baby in the crowd, looking at her as if she was not affected by her ability. To be precise, she looked at the young man she was holding. Xie Tao half leaned on Zhong Shanjing's shoulder, laughing happily, and Zhong Shanjing could only support her to prevent her from falling. "It's time to go!" After Xie Tao finished laughing, he waved his hand and led the remaining survivors to move in a safe direction. For some reason, it was as if all the zombies' attention was focused on the man and woman. They didn't even try to stop Xie Tao and the others from leaving. Occasionally, a few zombies wandering nearby pounced on them, but were easily solved by Xiaohe and Xiaobai. A group of people retreated all the way and soon retreated to a relatively safe place. They hid in the house, took a short rest, and then began to check each other. Once an ordinary person is injured, 99.99% will turn into a zombie. Occasionally, there is a person who does not turn into a zombie, which can be said to be the chosen one. So far, I have heard of one such example, and I don't know whether it is true or not, because it is a legend that has been passed down. Therefore, once an ordinary person is injured, he must be isolated and observed alone. If there is no sign after more than 20 hours, there is generally no problem. Because under normal circumstances, even if he has not turned into a zombie in more than 20 hours, strange scars and other things have begun to appear on his body, and his pupils will become turbid and gradually lose consciousness. If there are signs, he must be shot. If you are a friend with feelings, you can wait and wait until he completely turns into a zombie before shooting him. As for the superpowers, there is a certain probability of turning into a zombie after being injured, and there is also a certain probability of being immune. Basically, it depends on luck, and isolation is also more necessary. The deputy captain rubbed his hands and said, "Let me check each other with Zhong Shanjing." Xie Tao stopped him, decisively. "Why are you interfering? Shouldn't we check each other at this time?" The deputy captain couldn't help coughing. "Ah, this, in public? Can you too? It's not an accidental discharge. What are you afraid of?" Xie Tao grabbed Zhong Shanjing next to him, and then found a small room alone to do the check. Xie Tao had just saved everyone's life and now had a high status. Almost most people just looked at them with ambiguous eyes. No one stopped them, and no one spoiled the mood. It is estimated that if they really made any noise inside, they might pretend not to hear it. Well, the big guys always have to be treated specially. After the two entered the small room, Xie Tao began to poke Zhong Shanjing in the chest. "Sit down obediently, I'm going to start the inspection." Zhong Shanjing helplessly made a surrender gesture. "Are you serious?" "Of course I'm serious, what else?" Xie Tao raised his eyebrows and said, "Hurry up and take off your clothes, otherwise I'll—" "Hey?" Zhong Shanjing took the initiative and said, "Then let's do it together. We have to check each other anyway, right?" About 15 minutes later, the two came out of the room. Zhong Shanjing was still buttoning the top button with a serious expression. Several people who were close to him sighed, obviously thinking that Zhong Shanjing was not good enough. It was only 15 minutes, too fast. And these 15 minutes also include taking off clothes, checking for wounds on the body, and then putting on clothes and walking out. If you think about it this way, the net content may be only 10 minutes. A group of people made a sound of tut-tut, and then proudly began to share their time with each other. Zhong Shanjing understood everything, but he was helpless. After all, he couldn't tell everyone that nothing happened to us. We were just chatting in the room, covered with quilts. Oh no, we were just sitting opposite each other and chatting. I buttoned my clothes just to adjust my collar to prevent the scars on my neck from scaring you. So he could only swallow the bitterness. After becoming a zombie, the bitterness was even more difficult to digest and could last for a long time. At this time, the others had also finished the examination one after another. Except for Xie Tao and the other two who examined each other, almost all the others were examined by people who had no relatives or friends to prevent the possibility of covering up. Among the dozens of survivors, 8 or 9 of them were injured. 8 of them were ordinary people, 1 was a superpower, and 2 of them had obvious scratches on their bodies, which were not caused by zombies. In order to prevent any accidents, they were all isolated. After doing all this, the deputy captain finally had time to ask the captain, "What happened? Why did a zombie wave suddenly break out? This shouldn't happen normally. Zombies don't like to gather together. After all, they are in a competitive relationship. It's not easy to eat some meat these days. It's just that when all the zombies around are looking for human scent, it seems like they are in groups. The last time a zombie wave appeared, it was because a base was suddenly breached by zombies. A large number of humans were transformed into zombies in just one day and gathered together to form a zombie wave for a short time. The scale was definitely larger than this time, but even a small zombie wave is extremely rare. How could it suddenly? When mentioning this matter, the captain wanted to curse. She has always been low-key and safe, and hates to cause trouble, but there is a person who causes trouble in the team. This person is none other than the young man who has been chasing the gorgeous woman to be a licking dog. He picked up a little zombie from somewhere and played with it. He deliberately didn't kill it directly. After a while, a wave of zombies appeared. The captain also stopped him. After all, even if zombies are the enemy of mankind, it doesn't matter if they are killed. There is no need to torture them, right? Can you get any pleasure from torturing zombies? Besides, the zombie should have been a child in his life. He looked short, missing a leg, skinny and smelly. He deliberately tortured, beat, and even dismantled its limbs. Maybe the female zombie in the red dress was its mother in his life. It heard the child's cry and came to seek revenge. This is the only explanation. Even though everyone knows that zombies have no reason and no memory of their previous life, if they don't think so, it seems that they can't explain what they encountered. "Where is the little zombie?" Xie Tao asked. "Probably dead." The captain just tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen. The captain didn't go any further, but just went back to the room and didn't watch what happened next. Then after a while, they were surrounded. After hearing the story, everyone fell into silence. Perhaps they didn't want to believe that zombies would have maternal instincts, but at the same time, they felt that some people's behavior was really disgusting, and they were also chased by zombies. It should be safe here for the time being. Seeing that everyone was depressed and angry, the deputy captain clapped his hands and said, "You should be hungry at this time. Let's get something to eat first, and then stay here for one night and talk about it tomorrow. By tomorrow, it will be clear whether all the injured people will become zombies. At that time, after solving all the problems, they can continue to move forward." So a group of people immediately began to divide the work and cooperate. Some cooked, some cleaned up the place to sleep at night, and some acted as uncles. The last one refers to Xie Tao. Although Zhong Shanjing was thin, he was tall, which formed a sharp contrast with Xie Tao, who looked less than 1.6 meters tall. This led to Xie Tao being able to lie in Zhong Shanjing's arms, just like lying in an oversized doll. When Xie Tao was lying there playing with his phone, there was a knock on the door. The person closest to the door immediately approached vigilantly and pushed something over to block the door. He whispered, "Who is it?" A faint voice came from outside the door. He hesitated for a moment, secretly looked out through the crack of the door, and after confirming that there was something else behind, he breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door. 2 people with bloody bodies, disheveled hair and dirty faces, whose appearance could not be seen clearly, walked in from outside. Xie Tao was a little surprised when he saw this. You actually came back alive? Congratulations, if you can go back alive, burn incense to the god you believe in. Her voice was very sweet, and there was no trace of yin and yang in her voice, but it was enough to make people angry. But the two of them no longer had the strength to deal with Xie Tao. As soon as they entered the door, they fell to the ground. Especially the young man. He was covered in wounds and had lost a lot of flesh. He was almost unrecognizable. The beautiful woman seemed to be in a better condition. She didn't have any injuries on her body, but she looked exhausted and her clothes were soaked in blood. After learning that the trouble was caused by the man, everyone was not happy with them. A man and a woman came out and took them to check their injuries. The young man kept rolling on the ground, shouting, "I won't go! I won't go! I haven't settled the score with you for abandoning me before. Do you know who I am? Do you know?" Before he could finish his words, he was dragged away with his mouth covered. After all, his injuries were very serious. Even if he was a superpower, there was a high chance that he would become a zombie. In this case, it would be strange if someone was willing to give him a good face. In fact, this was already a case of giving him face. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by now, considering that he had harmed everyone like this. Zhong Shanjing lowered his head and whispered in Xie Tao's ear, "Don't you care? I thought you would cut the grass and root it out. I don't need to do this kind of thing." Xie Tao yawned and said, "Just wait and see." The examiner came out soon. The beautiful woman only had 1 or 2 wounds on her body. She was a superpower. As long as her luck was not too bad, she should not become a zombie, but she still had to be isolated. The man's injuries were very serious. He had gaps all over his body. The blood that flowed out alone had already put him on the verge of fainting. He was still able to yell, but it was only because the physique of a superpower was slightly better that he was able to hold on until now. His condition was very bad. According to the examiner, the wounds on his body had begun to glow with strange colors. It might be that the zombie virus had invaded his body. It wouldn't be long before he might. When she heard the news, Xie Tao was already sitting there waiting for her self-heating hot pot. Xiaobai also heated up a clay pot rice for her, which was also self-heating, and the fragrance was bubbling out. After hearing about that person's situation, Xie Tao didn't even raise her head, but just tilted her head there, staring at the small hole where the self-heating hot pot was emitting steam. She was obviously hungry. Zhong Shanjing opened a pair of chopsticks for her, and opened a braised egg, and asked Xie Tao to gnaw on the egg first, and the self-heating hot pot would have to wait for about 10 minutes. While eating, the deputy captain also came over, obviously to inquire about the news. His face was full of curiosity, with an expression that he might die of curiosity if he couldn't solve the puzzle. "What is that around you?" "It seems that there is an invisible, something like a membrane. After we came in, the zombies didn't seem to get close, and that person also." "It's a barrier," Xie Tao said seriously. The deputy captain laughed. "What a joke, don't you want to tell? If you don't want to tell, I won't ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets." "It's really a barrier." "Oh, I understand, we are all old second-dimensional." The deputy captain patted Xie Tao on the shoulder, obviously not believing Xie Tao's words. How can there be such a thing as a barrier in this world? Ha ha ha. Besides, even if there is a supernatural power that is similar to a barrier, isn't Xie Tao's supernatural power to summon Xiaohei and Xiaobai? That barrier has nothing to do with it. It is probably a means of saving life, which is not easy to reveal to others, but they have a good relationship, and it is not good to refuse openly, so this method is used. This euphemistic way of joking, even if it is rejected, will not seem very embarrassing, and can keep a certain face for the person asking. Alas, Xie Tao is really a person with high emotional intelligence. The deputy captain sighed and remembered that Xie Tao was so ruthless to the man and woman before, which was obviously their fault. After all, this sister is usually very gentle, cute, and has such a high emotional intelligence. Compared with the one who tortures the little zombie, the difference is obvious. So before leaving, the deputy captain not only stole a boiled egg, but also said, "Although you didn't save them before, everyone knows what kind of people they are, and they won't vent their anger on you." Xie Tao held the remaining boiled egg in his mouth, his pupils trembling. Obviously, he didn't expect his hand to be so fast. As for what the deputy captain said, in her eyes, it may not be as valuable as a boiled egg. But forget it, considering that they are card friends, the boiled egg will be given to him. The self-heating hot pot is delicious, and the clay pot rice is also delicious. Xie Tao ate very satisfied, and her belly soon swelled up. After all, a whole hot pot, a whole box of clay pot rice, and several boiled eggs all went into Xie Tao's stomach. After she was full, she lay down again decadently, like a salted fish. At this time, other people had just finished their meals and made some new ones to feed those who were isolated. Although most of the isolated people will become zombies, it is a waste to eat them. But they are now in the city, and there are supermarkets, shopping malls, and convenience stores everywhere, and there is no shortage of food. So humanitarianism prevailed. Although they are all fast food like instant noodles, at least they let them have a full meal before they die. Xie Tao heard the young man wailing from a distance, asking everyone to get him something good to eat. Then he started saying that he was not feeling well, and then he started calling the woman's name. "Chow, you can't just leave me alone. I came to this shabby place for you." "Chow Chow, did you hear me, Chow Chow? Don't ignore me, I'm so scared. Am I going to die? But I'm still young. The two of them were actually locked in a room, but they were separated in the middle by a few wooden boards. After all, there were limited rooms here, and there weren't that many rooms to be used by them. Almost everyone was in a room with 2 or 3 people. Those with serious conditions were locked together, those with minor conditions were locked together, and those with special abilities were locked in a room alone. When the two of them came back, there was only one room left, and there was no choice. Although the young man could be heard muttering in the first half of the night, because the sound was not very loud, and he was getting weaker and weaker, the noise became smaller and smaller. When everyone fell asleep and it was close to the second half of the night, around 3 in the morning, a violent noise woke up most of the people. The sound came from the room where the man and woman were locked up. At first, it sounded like something fell heavily, and there was a little sound of breaking after falling to the ground. It instantly reminded people of the wooden board in the room, which was the barrier between the two people. After a few seconds, a vague roar sounded first, chaotic, and then there was the woman's angry curse, accompanied by the sound of a knife blade entering the flesh. After a few minutes of this, everything calmed down. It was so funny that Xie Tao didn't wake up until dawn. She slept as soundly as she could. The chaos at night didn't disturb her at all, because before going to bed, Zhong Shanjing took out a pair of noise-canceling headphones and put them on Xie Tao. After waking up, Zhong Shanjing was still there asking, "Do you want to give a good review?" "Good review." Xie Tao waved her little hand, making Zhong Shanjing laugh. "If it were someone from our era, we would say, give you a 5-star review. 10 stars, 10 stars, I'll give you 10 stars. After Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing laughed and joked, they got up to prepare for breakfast. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were already preparing breakfast there with their hands moving very fast. After a while, the deputy captain came over and sat down next to Xie Tao. He said casually, "He's dead. Wu Qiao killed him." It was obvious that the man turned into a zombie last night. In the process of gradually losing consciousness, he attacked Wu Qiao. The result was normal. He had just turned into a zombie and his strength was limited. He couldn't beat Wu Qiao at all. In the morning, when someone went to check each room to see if anyone inside had turned into a zombie, they found his body lying on the ground and his head had turned into a smashed watermelon. That woman was really cruel, and she didn't care that the man was her little white face. The deputy captain sighed. But if a person is not cruel, he really can't stand firm in the end times. He only teased twice and didn't say much. After revealing the news to Xie Tao, he patted his butt and left. Xie Tao didn't take the news to heart. He just sighed. She is still very lucky. This is the second time. How does the saying go? 3 times is the limit. I don't know if she will have a third chance to show her luck. Some people had turned into zombies last night, and they were cleaned up early this morning. Only a few lucky ones were left, and their fate was still undecided, waiting for the judgment of the goddess of luck. After finishing breakfast, Xie Tao said, "I will go out to see the situation outside. If there is no big problem, we will leave. You should eat first. I will be back soon." Deputy Captain hurriedly said, "Do you need me to accompany you? Or do you need—" He turned his head to look at Zhong Shanjing on the side. Xie Tao immediately rejected this proposal. "I can go by myself, and it is convenient to go back and forth. Let's take someone with you." The deputy captain said with some concern, "It's not that I'm worried about the danger, but I'm mainly worried that you can't find the way back alone." "How?" She finally heard that the deputy captain was teasing her, so she patted her butt and left. Zhong Shanjing followed and saw the small Xie Tao walking in front angrily with a wronged look on his face. Seeing him coming, he asked, "Are you afraid that I will get lost?" "No." Zhong Shanjing explained quickly, "Do you want to find that zombie? I have never seen a zombie like her who seems to have retained a certain degree of rationality. I am a little curious." Zhong Shanjing, who has gradually become familiar with Xie Tao's character, said in a weak tone, "Take me with you. I am really curious." "Okay," Xie Tao said reluctantly, "come with me." Xie Tao's target was the female zombie in the red dress. Her purpose was very clear and simple. She just wanted to recruit a new little brother. She would not let go of any special kind of zombie like this. The two left their temporary shelter and prepared to find the female zombie. To be honest, there are so many zombies in the city. It is not much different from looking for a needle in a haystack to find a zombie among them. However, Xie Tao has a vague goal and is ready to give it a try. The two soon arrived at their destination, the entrance of a small shopping mall, and then Xie Tao began to look around, looking for a familiar figure. Zhong Shanjing asked curiously, "How can you be sure that you can see it here?" "I'm not sure." Xie Tao crossed his arms and said, "It's just that the possibility here is the greatest, if it really has a little human consciousness. Because the captain said at the beginning that this female zombie might come to besiege them in order to avenge her child. In this case, let's go to the place where the little zombie was hurt. Instead of looking for a needle in a haystack, it is better to go to a possible place to look around. What if you meet it by chance, right? To put it bluntly, it depends on luck. Of course, the most important thing is that my zombie brothers said they saw it around here this morning. That's the most important thing, right? Heh. Xie Tao mercilessly bullied Zhong Shanjing, and then took Zhong Shanjing forward. Not long after they walked out, they saw the zombie in red skirt curled up at a door. It was still holding a swaddling cloth in its arms and a broken, young body in front of it. It seemed that it did retain a certain amount of reason and wisdom, and still remembered its child before it died. This situation is extremely rare. Although it is not as rare as Zhong Shanjing, it is also a very valuable case. Xie Tao walked over, and as soon as she approached, the zombie stood up vigilantly and tightly protected the swaddling cloth in its arms. Xie Tao sighed, and Xiao He and Xiao Bai quickly appeared and restrained the female zombie. She approached the corpse on the ground. It was the corpse of a child who looked only 5 or 6 years old and transformed into a zombie. Ignoring its young age, the corpse was very ordinary, just the weakest zombie, and that was why it was tortured to death easily. However, after seeing the corpse, you will know why the lady was so angry that she did not hesitate to launch a zombie wave to take revenge. The limbs of the corpse had been completely separated from the torso, the head was broken, and the body was covered with scars. It was as horrible as it could be. Anyway, after seeing the corpse, Xie Tao's first reaction was that it was what he deserved. Of course, this deserved refers to the person who did this. Almost all strong people will not take the initiative to bully the weak, because bullying the weak is really cheap. When you are an adult, you should not bully children. When you are a child, you should not play with cats and dogs. You can swing the knife, but you should swing the knife at the stronger, not the old, weak, sick, and disabled. This is also Xie Tao's rule. She always does not offend others unless they offend me, especially the weak ones. Sometimes, if someone dances in front of her, as long as the dance is not long enough, she may not kill them. Just like Wu Qiao before, it is easy for Xie Tao to find her, but there is no need. If an ant passing by wants to bite you and climbs onto your shoe to show off, will you deliberately step on it to death? But if this ant perseveres and climbs for the 2nd or 3rd time, Xie Tao will not mind stepping on it. Therefore, Xie Tao especially despises the dead guy. It's a pity that he is already dead, otherwise Xie Tao would never mind letting him feel the feeling of being abused by the strong. Give him what he deserves. What are you doing? Zhong Shanjing asked curiously, standing aside. Xie Tao put the corpse together piece by piece, with very skillful movements, and soon he put together a barely human figure. I think it can still be saved, Xie Tao said seriously, so I'm not going to give up on it. Zhong Shanjing looked at the pile of corpses and was very skeptical. If she could control zombies, could she also control a pile of broken corpses? In the next few minutes, Xie Tao demonstrated to him vividly how to turn a pile of corpses into one corpse, and then how to make this corpse move. For the Necromancer, manipulating corpses has become an instinct. A complete corpse is definitely more convenient, but when there is no choice, broken materials must also be used. Especially for zombies, the soul is locked in their own body, which cannot be found for a while, but definitely exists. It is more convenient. As long as it is pieced together and a contract is signed, it can move again. It may look a little bit uncoordinated, but it doesn't have much impact. The female zombie was originally fighting with Xiao He and Xiao Bai. When she saw the little zombie trembling and standing up, the whole zombie was stunned. She even forgot to fight back for a moment and was knocked to the ground by Xiao Bai's punch. It does have a certain consciousness. I just don't know how it retains consciousness. From the current point of view, its consciousness is not complete. It only retains some emotions, and perhaps the instinct to protect its children. Xie Tao touched his chin and asked Zhong Shanjing on the side. You seem to have told me before. In the second before you turned into a zombie, your heart was full of all kinds of negative emotions, right? That's fine. Zhong Shanjing nodded and said, anger, resentment, and hatred. Xie Tao had some guesses, but because he had never put it into practice, it was really just pure guesses. Zhong Shanjing also had some guesses, but before he could figure it out, he heard Xie Tao next to him raising his hands happily. Great, great, there will be number 3 soon, or mother and child. The last 4 words you said have a very meaning here. Damn it, don't use your dirty thinking as adults to pollute my purity. Xie Tao raised the hand that had touched Zhong Shanjing's abdominal muscles and argued with confidence, and didn't seem to feel guilty at all. Zhong Shanjing. When Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing returned to the place where they were staying temporarily, the deputy captain was leading people to check whether the remaining injured people had turned into zombies. Some of them who had turned into zombies had been dealt with, and although others had not turned into zombies yet, there were already signs. Almost no one was favored by the goddess of luck, but this was extremely normal. Those who were injured but did not turn into zombies were the very few lucky ones. As soon as Xie Tao walked in, he said calmly, "The zombie tide has dispersed, and we can leave at any time." Hearing this news, many people were very excited because they had survived a difficult time. Although many people died, more people survived. Under normal circumstances, they might have been wiped out. Some people even wanted to throw Xie Tao high, but when they turned around, they saw a little skeleton in a maid costume standing on Xie Tao's left and Zhong Shanjing standing on his right. They retracted their hands again, but they couldn't leave immediately. They had to wait until the quarantine people completely turned into zombies or had no abnormalities before they could leave. Otherwise, if someone suddenly turned into a zombie halfway through the journey, it would be a big problem. By noon, Basically, all the people who would turn into zombies had already shown obvious signs, or had already turned into zombies. They dealt with those who had already turned into zombies, and locked those who had not yet turned into zombies but were obviously close to turning into zombies in the house. Then they prepared to leave. As they left, there were people wailing all the time. They were those who were about to turn into zombies, but had not completely lost their sanity. They begged the large group not to give up on them, but it was obvious that they got no response. Wu quietly walked out of the room, her face full of fatigue. She obviously had not slept all night. In the first half of the night, she had to be on guard against the man who might turn into a zombie, and in the second half of the night, she had to pay attention to her own situation. Although the superpowers have a certain resistance after being injured after everyone explored it, they found that this resistance actually refers to having a stronger ability to kill viruses. Everyone compares the spread of zombies to the infection of zombie viruses on humans. Ordinary people have no antibodies in their bodies, which basically means that they may become zombies with a trace of infection. Only a few lucky people who have produced some antibodies in this process can survive, and there is even a certain probability that they will directly awaken and become superpowers. Superpowers are born with antibodies in their bodies and have a certain ability to kill viruses. Therefore, as long as they are not seriously injured and cause a large number of toxins to invade instantly, there is generally no problem. Some people speculate that the reason why zombies become zombies is because they are infected with a certain virus, which leads to mutations. Then superpowers should also be a mutation and the natural enemy of zombies. However, this is almost all speculation, and there has never been any official news with definite evidence, so there is a reason why Wu Qiao is still worried. Is everyone here? Pack up and get ready to go. The captain shouted, urging them to pack up everything quickly. They have wasted enough time here and can't waste any more. Wu Qiao had dark circles under her eyes, and her face was pale and bloodless. When she walked past Xie Tao, her whole body stiffened for a moment, and no one knew what she was thinking. Xie Tao sneered and raised his cat's eyes to look at her. Let's go. She patted Zhong Shanjing, and Zhong Shanjing carried her on his back without complaint. Xie Tao was very satisfied with Zhong Shanjing's advice. She yawned lazily, her voice soft like a piece of candy in her mouth. I asked my brothers to move some other things. When we return to the base, you can find an excuse to go out and move the things. Forget it, I'll go. Tao gradually emptied her space. Now it was filled with her treasures, power banks, various self-heating foods, snacks, and some messy things. After leaving this area, the deputy captain said, let's split into 2 groups again, but don't be too far away. I've looked at the map. There are big shopping malls and hospitals ahead. Let's go separately. For the end of the world, medicine is also a very important material. The number of people who died because of illness but no medicine is available is much higher than imagined. Human beings are such fragile beings. Pain, disease, and external threats may kill people. Death is always easier, faster, and more urgent than humans imagine. I'll go with you. Xie Tao raised his hand, looking a little excited. Then let's go with the 3 of us. There won't be too many people. The deputy captain was referring to Xie Tao, Zhong Shanjing, and himself. The captain nodded, but the rest of the people were a little reluctant to leave. After all, Xie Tao was the strongest and could protect everyone's existence. What if they encountered a zombie tide again? The important thing is, what if they encountered a zombie tide and Xie Tao was not around? So a group of people who were reluctant to leave, their eyes were almost glued to Xie Tao, watching her slowly leave here, and tears were about to flow out in an instant. Okay, let's go. Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing followed the deputy captain, walking out in a good mood, and saw the hospital from a distance. The hospital was very large, and it seemed to be the largest hospital in the city. If it weren't for Xie Tao's special ability, they might not dare to come to this hospital, because a large scale means a lot of people, and a lot of people means danger. That's why they let you go to me with tears, the deputy captain said with a smile. Xie Tao made a thumbs-up gesture. Go! The 3 of them entered the hospital, and the journey was very smooth. The deputy captain brought 3 large bags. He didn't care what kind of medicine it was. He just stuffed it in. Anyway, as long as it was medicine, there was almost nothing useless. Just put it in. Xie Tao was picky and kept observing the words on different packages. Each medicine can treat so many diseases. Xie Tao said in an amazed tone. Well, especially this one. Zhong Shanjing pointed to one of the medicines and said, it has saved countless wounded and sick people. In the eyes of many people, it is the greatest discovery. Xie Tao lowered his head to look. Penicillin? Yes, it can treat various inflammations, sepsis, and even diseases such as syphilis, and it has no side effects. Only a few people cannot use it due to allergies, and the range of diseases that can be treated is very large. It is a blessing for mankind. Xie Tao fell into a state of contemplation. In this regard, the development of their time can be completely called partial. After all, they still use holy water to treat diseases. If light magic can really treat diseases, then holy water is just a psychological comfort. In the final analysis, the reason for this situation is that the Holy Temple has a monopoly on everything. The real researchers of medicine and other subjects are witches, and witches are hanged on the gallows or burned to death. Even if they have any discoveries, they may not be passed down, because after being discovered, witches will not only be burned to death, but all the books and other things they wrote will also be burned, to avoid misleading people. Let others come into contact with evil doctrines. The witch hunt is progressing vigorously. Only 1 in 10 witches survived. In addition, the Necromancer has made great contributions to anatomy and is also wanted. In other words, the Holy Temple has single-handedly made the development of the entire society and medicine completely embark on a deformed path. Because the essence of the light-based magic is actually to restore blood, and there is no way to completely cure diseases. It is very effective for the injured, but for the sick, it only makes you feel more comfortable and prolongs your life, but the disease is not cured at all. It is no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. Xie Tao listened obediently to Zhong Shanjing's introduction of the background of many medicines, with stars in his eyes. If I can go back, I must bring these things back. I didn't know you cared so much about humans. The relationship between necromancers and humans is not contradictory. On the contrary, necromancers need the continuation of the human species. Xie Tao put his hands on his waist and said proudly, "They are all my preparatory materials. If the Holy Temple does not want humans to become extinct because of faith, then we are for the continuation of the necromancer profession." After Xie Tao finished speaking, he stretched lazily. In fact, it's still about interests. From this respect, there is not much difference between us and the Holy Temple, but if we look at the results, if necromancers rule the world, maybe human life will be happier. Haha, it seems like a cold joke. Indeed, but at least they can use medicine to treat diseases? More like a cold joke. As Xie Tao was talking, she collected a large amount of medicines. She collected almost every kind and stuffed them into the alien space. Then she opened the bag given by the deputy captain and stuffed the medicines into it. After doing all this, Xie Tao patted Zhong Shanjing. "The world you are in is very good." Zhong Shanjing was stunned for a moment and his mood suddenly became complicated. He had never looked at the world with a broad mind before. He was only confined to that small family and all the misfortunes in the neighborhood. Even his resentment seemed so petty and could not be put on the stage. "You are right." Zhong Shanjing let out a long breath. "It makes sense." "Xie Tao?" She glanced blankly at Zhong Shanjing next to her, thinking that he was mentally ill and was completely out of line with her. After returning to the base, a week and 2 days had passed. They brought back a lot of spoils, which was very rich. But Xie Tao had not returned to his residence and was about to get some water to take a bath when he was stopped by a staff member. "Hello, have you signed up for this mission before?" The staff handed her a piece of paper. Xie Tao looked down and saw that it was the mission with a very high difficulty but a very generous reward. "Yes, have you gathered all the people?" "All the people have gathered." The staff said, "We were originally going to leave this afternoon, but because we couldn't contact you, we postponed it to tomorrow morning. Please be ready and gather tomorrow morning." Xie Tao went back to take a bath. Zhang Ming used his special ability to save water little by little every day. Xie Tao had been away for more than a week, and he barely saved enough water for Xie Tao to take a bath. Xie Tao, who was thinking about where to get some water for a bath, was very moved. "Wow, you are really my best friends. You are so perfunctory." After Xie Tao happily took a bath, she found Zhong Shanjing sitting outside in a daze. While wiping her wet hair, she came over and deliberately splashed water on Zhong Shanjing. Zhong Shanjing was slapped in the face. When he turned around, he saw Xie Tao lying on the back of the chair and laughing. He poked his cheek while laughing. "What are you thinking about here? I wonder if you left me some bath water. You really dare to think so." Xie Tao snorted and then said, "There is only a little water that is just enough for me to take a bath. You still want me to leave it for you? Anyway, you are just a zombie. It doesn't matter if you don't take a bath, right? Are you serious? You have to admit that what I said makes sense. After all, I can take a bath, which is the most important thing." Xie Tao did not deny her double standards at all. She said slowly, "Just wait for it to rot and stink. Don't always learn some weird words." But Zhang Ming said that this is a buzzword in your modern society. "He lied to you. What else did he teach you? Eat a peach. It's so cool. Don't play with them all the time in the future." He finally got the mentality of parents whose children play with bad kids at home. Dad doesn't agree. Number 1, you're too nosy. Xie Tao jumped onto Zhong Shanjing's back and was about to hit him twice when he noticed that Zhong Shanjing seemed to have a faint smell on him. It was mainly bloody, and it wasn't obvious yet, but if he really didn't take a shower, it might become smelly in a few days. "You'd better take a shower." Xie Tao used the teleportation array to teleport Zhong Shanjing away and shouted loudly, "Don't come back if you don't find a place to wash yourself. There are grapes on the table that have been washed. Remember to eat them." Xie Tao turned around and saw that there was really a bunch of crystal-clear grapes on the table, which had been washed and served on a plate. It was probably when Xie Tao was taking a shower that Zhong Shanjing went to get the points to exchange. They had just completed a mission, and both of them had earned some points, and the amount of points they earned was quite large. Because the original reward method was part of the supplies and part of the points, they didn't need the supplies at all and exchanged them all for points. Zhong Shanjing used his own points to exchange grapes for Xie Tao and specially washed them and put them there, waiting for Xie Tao to eat them after he came out of the shower. Woo 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 number one, I will never dislike you number one again. Xie Tao said this, but his expression was a little perfunctory, and then he ate the grapes happily. When Zhong Shanjing came back, it was already the next morning. Others knocked on the door to come back, but he had to rely on Xie Tao to open the teleportation array for him. After all, he had no record of going out, so he naturally couldn't come back through the main door. That's why he came home in the morning, because Xie Tao slept happily all night, and waited until he woke up naturally, and then opened the teleportation array to send Zhong Shanjing back. There was still a light layer of dew on the ends of his hair, and he looked very pitiful with his drooping eyebrows. Xie Tao raised his eyebrows. You didn't sleep on the street last night, did you? What if I say yes? Zhong Shanjing said pitifully. Then you are really pitiful. I won't treat you like that in the future. Snorted, and then said, You don't think I want to say this, do you? I don't believe you. Let's not talk about whether you will really sleep on the street with your personality. Even if you really sleep on the street, it's almost 9 o'clock now. The dew has been dried by the sun. You still want to lie to me. Zhong Shanjing looked very regretful, which made Xie Tao couldn't help complaining about him. You modern people should have a special word to complain about your personality, right? How to say it? Zhong Shanjing said seriously. No. Hey, I will know sooner or later. Xie Tao put down the chopsticks in his hand and wiped his hands. Go pack up. I will go to the gathering after I brush my teeth. With the help of Xiao He and Xiao Bai, Zhong Shanjing quickly packed up the things he wanted to bring, and then the two went to the gathering. There were a few people standing in the square, obviously all participating in this event, and Xie Tao also saw an acquaintance. Deputy Captain, are you also participating in this mission? The deputy captain looked up at the sky. I thought we couldn't get enough people. Ha ha ha, I'm kidding you. I'm the representative of the base, because my ability is particularly suitable for contacting Hefang. The deputy captain waved his hand and said with a smile, We are working together again. You have to protect me. Xie Tao quickly made an okay gesture, which she had just learned. She thought it was like making a seal or something, which was very interesting. There were only 7 people participating in the mission this time. In addition to the deputy captain, there was another person sent by the base. He was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He wore a black jacket and looked expressionless, like a cool guy. His name was Jin Chao, and he seemed to be the strongest psychic in the base so far. The remaining few seemed to have signed up on their own. In addition to them, the base also equipped a logistics team. It was said that there were drivers, doctors, etc. who would go with them. The location of the Xiangtao survivor base was quite far from Kyoto, and it would take a long time to drive all the way there. Then, once on the road, the deputy captain went back to his old job. Come on, does anyone want to play cards? Someone was annoyed by his operation. This mission is so difficult, why don't you conserve your energy and play cards? Conserve your energy, and don't do it for 3 days, it will be counterproductive. The deputy captain shook the cards. I brought several decks this time, we can play Baohuang or Goji. Xie Tao, who had only played Landlord, sat up straight in an instant. Even the mobile phone in her hand didn't feel so good. She said in a tone as if she was asking someone to be her teacher. Teach me. Baohuang requires 5 people and Goji requires 6 people. The deputy captain glanced around and said, Maybe there are not enough people. We can only continue to play Landlord. Xie Tao was very disappointed and looked at the people around him with a condemning look. Someone else happened to be bored and came over. Then let me do it. I'm from QD City and grew up playing Baohuang. Xie Tao continued to look at the others with a condemning look. After a while, Jin Chao, who looked like a cool guy, quietly moved over. I can't do it, but I can try. So they successfully gathered 5 people. Although Jin Chao looked like a cool guy, he was actually a bit dull. He looked cool because he was slow to react. Playing cards can easily promote the relationship between people. It didn't take long for the card players to chat enthusiastically. Xie Tao took the opportunity to ask, What is going on with this mission? I don't quite understand it. The younger brother of the head of the base is a scientific researcher who works in Kyoto. When the disaster broke out, the 2 brothers happened to be separated by thousands of miles and had not been in touch. They got in touch not long ago, but because there are many people in the scientific research team, the rescue is more difficult, so it has been delayed until now. Are all younger brothers so unhurried? Xie Tao touched her chin. She had heard that it had been almost 3 months since the disaster broke out, and people turned into zombies. It was rare for Zhong Shanjing's family to run away from the city after 3 months. Maybe it's because they just got in touch. The deputy captain didn't quite know what was going on. After all, it was someone else's family affair. Jin Chao, who had been playing cards silently, suddenly whispered, No, it's actually because the relationship between the brothers is not good. They were playing cards in the corner of the car. The remaining 2 people, one sitting on the side of the car looking out at the scenery, and the other listening to music with headphones, didn't pay attention to this side, so Jin Chao had time to tell them gossip. This man, who looked very cool, said in a very gossipy tone. Originally, he didn't plan to save his brother, but after the apocalypse, his brother and his research team were trapped in Kyoto. During the period of being trapped, he simply did research related to zombies, and it seems that he has achieved some results. He didn't want to save people for his brother's sake, but for the sake of research. Several people instantly showed surprised expressions and expressions of interest in listening to gossip. Xie Tao even urged him, "Tell me more about what else you know." Jin Chao was silent for a moment and continued, "I heard that the mother of the head of the base was his father's wife before he became successful. Later, when his father made money in business, he divorced his wife and married his later wife, who is his younger brother's mother. That is to say, they are half-brothers, but they did not grow up together, so there is no affection between them." Several people seem to have heard the secrets of a wealthy family, especially the deputy captain, who was there in amazement. Every family has its own problems. It seems that whether rich or poor, they all have their own troubles. But the troubles of the poor are hundreds of times that of the rich, because many things can be solved as long as you have money. If money can't solve things, the poor can't solve them either. Xie Tao said faintly. The deputy captain immediately covered his heart and showed a shocked expression. "You are so cruel." "Don't worry. Everyone is equal in front of terminal illness, and in the end of the world, you see that the rich will still become zombies, right?" Xie Tao comforted. At this time, the person sitting on the side blowing the wind came in, and several people stopped gossiping and continued playing cards. Whatever the relationship between the brothers was like, it didn't matter to them. After all, they just got paid and saved people. It was that simple. Xie Tao and his friends played cards all the way on the road, and after developing some comradeship, they finally reached their destination. There were many vehicles piled up at the highway intersection entering Kyoto. Most of them were left behind when the disaster occurred, and the road was blocked by a series of car accidents, causing them to abandon their cars when they fled Kyoto. Some were intact, some were burned, and some still had body remains inside, which was shocking. For many people, this disaster was an unexpected disaster. They might be driving a car, chatting with their loved ones in the passenger seat, with their children sitting in the back seat, and then everything was ruined. Xie Tao sat on the edge of the car, looking out with a little compassion. When Zhong Shanjing came over, she moved her butt to leave some space for him. Zhong Shanjing sat down beside her and looked outside slowly. "I mentioned before that God destroyed the world, but you told me to believe in science. So, how do you think this disaster came about? Huh? Ask me." Xie Tao rolled his eyes. "How can I know? This is not my world. How can I know if you humans will come up with something to destroy yourself? The Holy Temple will create infectious diseases and plagues, causing a lot of panic, and then cure those people to enhance their reputation, and let more people believe in the God of Light. So what about the humans in this world? Will they research the same thing for the sake of profit, or to destroy the hostile countries, and finally they can't control themselves and the whole world collapses together?" Xie Tao remembered that there were two countries in her world that had always been in a hostile state. One day, one of the countries began to spread its plague, and a large number of humans died, and it even gradually spread to other countries. For a time, there was grief everywhere. The Holy Temple put out fires everywhere while exploring the source of the plague. After all, they didn't set it off themselves, and there were no signs before that. It must have been set off by others. Yes, that's what the temple thought, but in the end they found out that it was the hostile country that brought the plague to their enemies, and in the end even they themselves were affected. When humans are blinded by interests or hatred, they will always do extreme things. If this person is quite arrogant, the resulting disaster will be terrible, because they will always think that after destroying their enemies, they can still control everything. So no matter what kind of disaster happens, it is normal, because this is human nature. Xie Tao smiled when he said this. But this time, it is really wonderful. So far, zombies have given me the feeling of a virus. If a virus has a high lethality, it is difficult to have a high infectiousness, because if the host dies soon, they will not be able to spread. If it has a high infectiousness, the lethality will become lower, but this time the virus is like a combination. It can turn the host into a zombie that still carries the virus after death, and then constantly infects new hosts. If this is really something invented by humans, then I have to praise it. It is really a genius. Zhong Shanjing sighed. Does the top leader in the Xiangtao base hope that his brother can develop a vaccine? Maybe they also want to control the zombies. Who knows what they think? Xie Tao smiled and said, "You have already become a zombie, and you are not the kind of person who cares about others, so why are you pretending to sigh here? Even if it is a monster, it will want to wear human skin," Zhong Shanjing said. Xie Tao instantly laughed and fell into his arms, leaning against Zhong Shanjing. At this time, they were gradually approaching the highway intersection. Jin Chao jumped out of the car and cleared the way for everyone. When he cleared the way, Xie Tao knew what his special ability was, because Jin Chao was constantly running forward, and all the cars on the highway seemed to be controlled by some invisible thing, suspended, and then flew in all directions. Some sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. I don't know if it was because he was too tired from running, or because of the overdraft caused by excessive use of special abilities. After clearing a long distance, Jin Chao was ready to stop and rest. Xie Tao suddenly waved to him. Because the car was following Jin Chao all the time, they were not far apart. Jin Chao took 2 steps and then walked near the car. Xie Tao stood up, raised her hand, and just touched Jin Chao's head. A white light surged out of her palm and poured into Jin Chao's body. Jin Chao suddenly felt his spirits shaken, and his whole body was relaxed as if he had never used his superpowers. He was stunned for a moment and looked at Xie Tao. It's the nanny! Precious nanny! For most superpower users, after using their superpowers for a period of time, they will feel tired and unable to continue using their superpowers. Xie Tao's kind of assistant is sometimes much more useful than an ordinary nanny, such as now. People who know Xie Tao, such as the deputy captain, and even Zhong Shanjing were stunned, especially Zhong Shanjing, who knew clearly that Xie Tao was a necromancer. She didn't have any superpowers at all, let alone a nanny. So what was this? This didn't look like a skill of a necromancer at all, but more like a legendary priest or something. Jin Chao turned around and continued to run forward. The rest of the car was looking at Xie Tao. Those who didn't know her thought she was a full-time nurse and wanted to get close to her. After all, you can't offend anyone but the doctor. Those who knew about it were all in a daze. One was shocked by the variety of Xie Tao's skills, and the other was shocked that Xie Tao looked like an undercover agent of the Holy Temple in the Necromancer. Xie Tao was like this. When Jin Chao was tired, he nursed him and let him continue to work. After going back and forth several times, Jin Chao successfully drove almost all the way. After getting in the car, he lay there like a dead dog, exhausted. After all, even if someone nurses you, you will feel tired if you use your abilities continuously. A cool guy exhausted himself like a salted fish. But thanks to him, they were able to drive into Kyoto. After entering, because it was late, they temporarily found a place to rest. Zhong Shanjing was curious all the way and finally asked Xie Tao, "What is that?" "It's a trick of the Holy Temple. They call it Holy Light. I studied it out of curiosity. It doesn't have any technical content." What a joke. How could she not know something about her mortal enemy? The Holy Temple would take the initiative to study and learn the skills of the Necromancer in order to slander and frame them. How could she learn Holy Light? Before Zhong Shanjing had time to ask more questions, the deputy captain ran over and they immediately ended the topic. The vice captain ran over and patted Xie Tao on the shoulder in surprise. "How come you know everything? Are you really a psychic, not a magical girl?" "Magical girl?" Xie Tao tilted her head and became a little curious. Seeing that she didn't even know what a magical girl was, the vice captain was a little surprised. "Don't you have a childhood? Didn't you watch Magical Girl Sakura when you were a child? Didn't you watch Magical Girl Madoka after you grew up?" His face was full of disbelief, and he even said, "I've seen them all." Xie Tao, .0. After she heard the vice captain talk about what that was, she was immediately full of interest. "I'll be a magical girl in the future." Necromancers should also be considered a kind of magical girl. Almost the same. Xie Tao, who didn't feel guilty at all, even felt a little regretful. "I want to watch." Unfortunately, there is no signal or anything like that now. Even electricity resources have become scarce, and she has nowhere to review those classic old shows. The end of the world, it really has to end. Xie Tao clenched his fists. "I will work hard to end the end of the world." Don't make such a decision for strange things. Xie Tao, who had a strange interest, felt more and more regretful the more he thought about it, and even lay there and sighed. Zhong Shanjing closed his eyes painfully and really felt like he was taking care of a child. "I'll go out and come back soon." "Okay," Xie Tao said weakly. "Go early and come back early." Xiaohei and Xiaobai were already busy at this time, and the two of them had emotional intelligence. Anyway, there were only 7 people present, and even if the logistics staff were added, there were not many. The two of them simply cooked everyone's meals and let everyone eat together. A group of people were in tears. Xie Tao could nurse people and summon such practical little skeletons. They could go to the hall and the kitchen, fight fiercely and wear maid costumes. All the good things were left to Xie Tao alone, right? Damn! After Xie Tao finished eating, he lay on the bed, eating snacks and playing games, which already had the flavor of a fat otaku. If she was born in this world, she would definitely be a die-hard otaku who loves the second dimension. Fortunately, she is not. When Xie Tao was drowsy from playing games, Zhong Shanjing came back from outside. Someone greeted him and asked him what he had been doing. He said seriously that he had gone to check the situation nearby. Then, when they returned to the room where Xie Tao lived, Zhong Shanjing woke Xie Tao up. Xie Tao, who was almost asleep, said she hated being woken up when she was sleeping. The great wizard's morning mood is very serious. "Let me show you a big treasure." Zhong Shanjing took out a bunch of comics from his backpack. "Here, the magical girl you wanted." Xie Tao, her morning mood disappeared instantly, and she hugged Zhong Shanjing. "Wow, you are the best one!" Xie Tao was very happy reading comics. She nestled in Zhong Shanjing's arms and kept flipping through the comics. Zhong Shanjing leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. Now comics have become Xie Tao's new love. As the old love, the mobile phone has lost its status, just like a concubine who was banished to the cold palace, miserable and pitiful. So the next morning, when a group of people came out to eat, they found that Xiaobai was still wearing a maid outfit, but Xiaohei's clothes had changed. It was wearing a cosplay outfit that looked like a magical girl. When it ran, the hem of its skirt trembled, which made people feel very complicated. The deputy captain was choked and couldn't help asking Xie Tao on the side, "Where did you get it?" Xiaohei made it himself and modified it from another skirt. Xie Tao said with a little pride that her 2 assistants were all-round geniuses. Even the sewing skill was maxed out. It was totally unexpected that Xie Tao's summons could master so many strange skills. For a while, the deputy captain was a little silent. After finishing breakfast, everyone set off again. After entering Kyoto, there was no need to clear the road in such a high-profile manner. All they needed to do was to clear the messy cars in the middle so that they could enter and exit smoothly. There were not many cars on the streets in the city. After all, many people had left Kyoto, and the streets had been cleared many times, so they looked quite wide, and there was no problem driving. "Are we going to the Research Institute next?" asked curiously. Yes. Jin Chao had never been so leisurely on a mission. He sat cross-legged on the roof of the car. If there was a car blocking the road, he would clear it away. If there was no car, he would continue to move forward. Because the location of the Research Institute was relatively remote, not in the center of the city but in the suburbs, it saved them more trouble. After all, the number of zombies in the suburbs must be less than that in the center of the city, and it would be faster to clean up. After Xie Tao released Xiao He and Xiao Bai, he temporarily acted as a nurse, giving everyone their special abilities. Jin Chao's ability was visibly strong, especially when the sound of the car attracted a large number of zombies. When they fell behind their car, Xie Tao saw Jin Chao use it once. He half-crouched on the roof of the car, took a deep breath, and slowly spread his hands. Many abandoned vehicles on both sides floated up in an instant, and then those vehicles twisted and deformed in the air, swirling and condensing together, forming a spear. The spear looked to be more than 10 meters long, and the tip was very sharp. Because it was made of metals of different colors, the colors looked a bit mixed, but it was indeed very lethal. The spear stabbed out in the void and immediately strung a bunch of zombies into candied haws. After the stringing was completed, it rose into the air again, split into countless small swords, and fell like rain, harvesting another batch of zombies. Xie Tao exclaimed and clapped his hands. This was indeed very strong. Manipulating metal was a very useful ability, and it was quite suitable for assassination. For example, if someone has a few metal buttons on their body, they will be manipulated by Jin Chao and instantly turn into fine needles, piercing the person's heart. It's really like killing one person every 10 steps, leaving no trace in 1,000 miles. Just 2 seconds. After Xie Tao sighed, Jin Chao stretched his head down and tried to reach close to Xie Tao. "Take care of me! Take care of me!" "You don't deserve to be praised." She raised her hand and gave Jin Chao a holy light, and Jin Chao immediately revived with full health and started his amazing operation again. Jin Chao's speed of clearing zombies alone caught up with the rest of the people combined. Of course, some of them were trying hard to slack off, and here I would like to mention Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were very conservative in clearing zombies, especially Xiao He. Xie Tao also equipped it with a magic wand, which looked a bit like a steel rod or something strange, which led to a serious problem. It looked weird. Then Xiao He took this magic wand and hit the zombies' heads hard. Therefore, it envied Xiao Bai, who was holding a fire axe next to it, because it was more convenient to chop zombies. With Jin Chao's stable performance, they only took one morning to break through to a place not far from the Research Institute. At this time, everyone was very tired, even Jin Chao, who felt mentally exhausted because of the frequent use of his supernatural powers, so they needed to rest for a while and continue to move forward. The one with the best spirit in the crowd was Xie Tao. She was still holding Xiao He's magic wand and waving it happily. If you look closely, you can see that the tip of the magic wand is stuck with some red and white things. Thinking of what this magic wand had hit before, looking at the red and white things on it, it is a bit unbearable to look directly. Another person in a better mental state is Zhong Shanjing. He basically didn't work hard, just followed the paddling, and didn't even consume much physical strength. A group of people didn't get off the car directly. They got some fast food in the car and chatted while eating. Because they were very close to the Research Institute, the group of people were very excited because this trip was really smooth. So smooth that it made people feel that their efforts were far less than the rewards given by the survivors' base. It was even so smooth that it made people a little worried. The first half was so smooth, the second half should not be. "Don't set a flag at this time," the deputy captain said with a look of frustration, because often good words don't work, but bad words do. "What does flag mean?" Xie Tao tilted his head and felt excited because he heard a new word. "Sometimes I really feel like you are an old antique," the deputy captain complained mercilessly. "It means that when you say certain words, it is easy for people to think of some bad endings. For example, in a movie or TV series, when someone says that he will come back to marry you after the war, then this person will most likely die. So when he says this, he is setting a flag." Oh, Xie Tao immediately put his knowledge into practice. "For example, when my enemy brags to me in front of me that only one person can leave here alive today, and that person must be me, then I can say that he is setting a flag again. That's about it." The deputy captain always felt that something was wrong but couldn't tell what it was. Finally, he said, "It's okay to understand it this way." Xie Tao quickly made an okay gesture to show that he had learned new knowledge. Only Zhong Shanjing on the side felt more and more headache. A good necromancer has not learned anything serious in their era. Eating fast food, playing mobile games, watching animation, and then learning a bunch of messed up terms, a strong sense of guilt arises when thinking about this. After a short rest, a group of people set off again. They gradually approached the vicinity of the Research Institute. After approaching, they found that there were many more zombies near the Research Institute than they imagined. It was as if all the zombies nearby had gathered here. Xie Tao turned around and asked the deputy captain, "Aren't you in charge of liaison? Can you contact the people inside?" At this time, of course, it is necessary to cooperate inside and outside to break out more easily. "I'll try." The deputy captain said this, and everyone thought he was going to use supernatural powers to contact the people inside. As a result, he took out a large loudspeaker. "Zhong Jinwei, can you hear my voice? We are the team sent by your brother Zhong Jinliang to rescue you. How many people are there in total? Is there anything that needs to be moved? If you have packed everything, which door do you want to break through? We can cooperate with you." The deputy captain held the loudspeaker and read it 3 times, which made the people around him speechless. Jin Chao adapted well and started to clean up the zombies nearby. Zombies are easily attracted by sounds and smells. As soon as the deputy captain carried the loudspeaker, the zombies wandering around the institute gathered in the direction of Xie Tao and his team. Xie Tao was also quite interested in the loudspeaker. Although their magic could also do it, this side used technology to achieve it. When he thought of this, Xie Tao became interested. When the deputy captain called for the 4th time, there was finally a response. The people inside seemed to be using the same loudspeaker, and the voice was just as loud. "I am Zhong Jinwei. There are about 20 survivors in our entire experimental group, including a precious experimental subject, some experimental materials, and experimental equipment. Please give us about half an hour. We will pack up and wait for your response at the south gate. Please answer when you hear me. Please answer when you hear me." "Okay. When you are ready, notify us first so that we can meet you at the south gate." The deputy captain quickly finished communicating with the other side, and as soon as he put down his loudspeaker, he was picked up by Xie Tao. "Wait half an hour." The deputy captain also lowered his head to show Xie Tao where the battery was installed, as well as several other functions, such as recording. Because there are too many zombies, they must clear the zombies near the south gate before the researchers inside are ready. So far, everything has been going well. About half an hour later, Zhong Jinwei's message came out again. "We are ready. Please gather at the south gate." The driver immediately drove the car to the south gate. Everyone in the car was ready. While cleaning the zombies nearby, they approached the south gate. As they cleaned up, they found that the number of zombies, which had been gradually decreasing, seemed to be increasing again. It was as if after they finished cleaning up, new zombies gathered. This was very abnormal. The loud noise would indeed attract some zombies, but they came too fast. Others gradually discovered this problem. Everyone reacted quickly. After all, they were all strong psychics who had experienced many battles. When they saw this situation, they began to rush forward frantically. Although they didn't know why this happened, they couldn't give up the people inside. They had to meet up with the people inside before a large number of zombies gathered, and then break out. Especially this time, they had a nurse who could restore their superpowers. Even if they held on, they should be able to clear a bloody path. "Go in!" someone shouted heartbreakingly. Then the driver drove straight to the south gate as if he was going to die. A zombie that was close to him was directly run over. Zhong Shanjing tilted his head, looking a little weird, but no one else was busy. Only Xie Tao noticed this problem. "What's wrong?" Zhong Shanjing had always known that he had become a zombie, and even had an appetite for humans in the middle of the night not long ago. But this was the first time he faced such a strange situation. "I seem to understand what they want to say," Zhong Shanjing said with a weird expression. "Although it's vague, there's no way to understand it like understanding human words, but I do understand a little bit vaguely. There are a lot of zombies, each of which makes different sounds, so it sounds very messy, like a bunch of noises surrounding the ears, making people have a splitting headache." Zhong Shanjing had not realized that he could understand before. After all, the noise sounded like a bunch of random shouting. It was not until he listened for a long time and discerned some meaning from it that he realized that he could understand the emotions they wanted to express. This discovery made Zhong Shanjing feel a little numb, especially when there was Xie Tao next to him, who was always curious and asked him, "Translator, what did you hear?" "I don't know how to describe it, but if I combine all the meanings I can understand, it's probably what they are looking for. And then combined with the current situation, it is very likely that there is something in the research institute that they are looking for. Go in and see." Xie Tao pretended to be a nanny very well, patting the holy light for this one, and patting the holy light for that one, and was protected by everyone in the center, looking like everyone's treasure. She patted the holy light for everyone and shouted, "Victory is just around the corner. Come on, everyone." Xie Tao is very sweet in terms of appearance. She looks young, speaks very cutely, and has a pair of innocent cat eyes. She is also a nanny. As soon as she cheered everyone on, a group of people were like chicken blood, and they were extremely excited. "Go, go, conquer such a big kingdom for the nanny." For a moment, the supernatural power hovered above everyone's head, and the colorful lights flew in all directions. Zhong Shanjing also wanted to pretend, but was stopped by others. "You are a power-type supernatural user. You have to get off the car to fight them. It is not convenient to get off the car now. Let us have people with long-range skills to come, and we will talk about it when we get to the south gate. I guess it's thanks to you. Zhong Shanjing couldn't help but smile after sitting back. Xie Tao said calmly, "After all, you are also my little brother." A group of people fought together and soon rushed into the pile of zombies. Xie Tao's hand was almost slapping out after images. He almost wanted to get a holy light torch and put it there permanently, so that they could come and get the fire. Who would have thought that being a nanny would be more difficult than being an output? We're almost at the south gate. Everyone, come on! Jin Chao's ability was still very useful, because the range of his attack was very large, could clear out a large area at once. The others only needed to fill in the gaps and the places he hadn't taken care of. Soon they saw the personnel of the Institute, who were near the south gate, the only relatively safe spot, anxiously waiting for rescue. Xie Tao and his team drove 2 cars over. One was in the front with their group of psychics, and the other was in the back with the logistics. There should be no problem with 2 cars carrying 20 people. The 2 cars rushed to the south gate. All the psychics jumped out and cleared the nearby zombies or stopped them outside. Hurry up and get in the car. Okay. A group of researchers looked thin and had no strength. Only a few of them were relatively strong and carried an opaque jar. The jar seemed very heavy from this full of liquid, so they carried it very slowly. The deputy captain was anxious. "Can you guys hurry up? If it doesn't work, don't take it." "No." The young man with glasses, leading the group, might be Zhong Jinwei. He said quickly, "This is our most important research. If you don't bring it, you've come here for nothing, right? Zhong Jinwei will be so angry." "Oh." It seems that the relationship between the brothers is really not good. Xie Tao ate some gossip beside them and looked at the jars in their hands curiously. Because the jars were opaque, he couldn't see what was in them. He could only vaguely see a dark outline, a big ball. This group of researchers didn't bring anything else, so it was very likely that this jar attracted the attention of all the zombies. Xie Tao gave Zhong Shanjing a look, and Zhong Shanjing immediately stepped forward. "I am a power-type mutant. I will do the moving." "No." Zhong Jinwei refused quickly. "If you are clumsy, you may damage the things inside, then all your efforts will be wasted. But if we don't hurry up, we may not be able to hold on, and then you may die." Xie Tao looked at them with a worried look. "After all, you are all civilian staff, unlike us." The deputy captain also talked to the side. "Isn't it okay to be careful? Hurry up and move the things up. The number of zombies is increasing, and we may not be able to leave if this goes on." Zhong Jinwei hesitated, and the young man next to him said, "Jinwei, let them move it. As long as you are careful, it will be okay." He patted Zhong Jinwei on the shoulder with a faint smile on his lips. "Trust the people sent by your brother." Zhong Jinwei's face fell because of this sentence. His dislike for his brother was almost always revealed on his face, and he never hid it. So the young man's words stimulated him a lot, but he was not the kind of person who didn't know the difference between the important and the unimportant. Although his face sank, he still said, "Okay, but you must handle it with care. Don't shake it hard, and don't make a bang when you put it down. It's better to have something under it and put it next to me." Zhong Shanjing took the initiative to step forward. Others wanted to help if he could lift the jar by himself. The 4 people who lifted the jar. Although I know that the power of a power-type psychic must be easier than that of an ordinary person, I still can't help but feel envious and excited when I really see it. Zhong Shanjing held the jar and changed his posture to make his head closer to the jar, almost sticking to it. With his help, the jar was quickly lifted onto the car, and the remaining researchers also got on the car one after another. Jin Chao had been squatting on the roof of the car to clean up the zombies nearby. Seeing this, he urged, "Hurry up. There are really too many zombies, and they are still increasing. You all should move faster and don't waste time." The number of zombies is indeed increasing. At a glance, it is simply crowded, just like a market. As time goes by, zombies continue to rush over from all directions. Their goal is very clear, that is, here, without taking any detours in the middle. If this group of scientific researchers can't speed up a little, and still crawl so slowly like ants, when they break out from the siege, they may be exhausted to death. Although most zombies are easy to kill, don't forget that a person can easily crush an ant, but will be bitten to death by thousands or even tens of thousands of ants. What's more, the gap between superpowers and zombies is far from that between humans and ants. Even if there is a nanny who can keep restoring their superpowers, it will make their bodies feel more relaxed and their spirits can be relieved. But that is not a full blood in 1 second. It was just a relief. The fatigue accumulated slowly, and sooner or later they would feel more and more tired. When everyone was exhausted, if they had not yet broken out, they would be trapped in it and die of exhaustion. So a group of researchers quickly sped up and climbed onto the car. Zhong Jinwei was the last one to climb up. When he was halfway up, he seemed to remember something and whispered, "Then, what about Zhang Xingji?" Next to him was the young man who had mentioned his brother before. The young man raised his eyebrows and said, "Why do you care about Zhang Xingji at this time? It's hard to protect yourself. The most important thing is to survive." He pushed Zhong Jinwei and pushed Zhong Jinwei into the car. Then he found that the car was full, so he squeezed into the car behind. In this car full of superpowers, there were the jar and Zhong Jinwei, as well as 2 scattered researchers. After all, the most important things need the best protection. After Zhong Jinwei got on the car, he was not as sharp as before and was always fidgeting. Xie Tao was sitting near him. Seeing this, he looked at him with a smile. His cat-like eyes were innocent and smart. "What are you worried about? Are there any friends who haven't been rescued yet?" He pressed tightly against the jar. The jar was icy cold. Only when he pressed against it could he calm down for a moment. "No," he said, "you may have heard it wrong." Xie Tao propped up her chin and looked at Zhong Jinwei with a smile. In her eyes, Zhong Jinwei's cover-up was no different from running naked. She saw through Zhong Jinwei, who was not very scheming to begin with. Wasn't it simple? She could guess what kind of underwear he was wearing today. Xie Tao yawned, raised her hand to pat Jin Chao, who was sticking his head in, gave him a sip of milk, and then said, "If your conscience doesn't feel uneasy, I don't care. After all, I didn't know him at all at that time, but if you are willing to say a little more, the result may be different." Zhong Jinwei was stunned for a moment, holding the jar, and began to be dazed. After staying for a long time, he suddenly said, "Jiangxingji, near the mall in Long'an district. Most of the people in their research institute are civilians. Even those who have awakened superpowers are not very strong. The reason why they can live in Kyoto for such a long time and more than 20 people can survive is because of Zhang Xingji. Although Zhang Xingji is not a superpower, his own strength is very good. When he hid in the same place with them, he found that they were all civilians and were weak. If they continued like this, they would starve to death. So he simply took a few people who were barely able to fight and went out to find food every day. Relying on this group of people grew up. Then not long ago, Zhang Xingji got into trouble and was besieged by a group of zombies in a mall not far from the research institute. After all, he was not a superpower, and his fighting power was limited. So he has not been able to break out so far. After Zhong Jinwei said that, he didn't say anything else. He just hugged the jar on the side tightly and shut himself up there. Xie Tao also closed her eyes. Except when someone stuck his head in, she didn't react at all. Long'an District. This place is very close to the research room where Zhong Jinwei was before, about 10 minutes away. There is a bank surrounded by zombies. When Zhang Xingji first arrived here, he noticed something was wrong. There were a lot of zombies nearby, but he didn't take shelter at that time. After all, there were not many supplies at the research institute. If he didn't take the supplies back quickly, the rest of the people would starve to death. Then he was blocked near the bank. He had to retreat into the bank when he couldn't move. Moreover, those zombies were very strange. It seemed that they were coming for them and had no intention of leaving. He had been wandering outside for many days because they came out to look for supplies. When they came out, they didn't bring much supplies. After all, there were people at home who needed to eat, and there were plenty of supplies outside. There was no food in the bank. The little supplies they had didn't last a day, even if they lived frugally. Then they tried to break out. After failing to break out, they continued to break out. In this process, the people around Zhang Xingji gradually died, and finally he was the only one left. He was injured and stayed alone in the single room of the ATM, drowsy. Maybe he will become a zombie next, no different from those wandering things outside, and then one day, die at the hands of someone. Because the walls of the ATM room are made of very strong materials, and there's even a spiral anti-theft net inside, so for a while, he is still safe. Zhang Xingji leaned against the wall, and even when he was still conscious, he fumbled in his arms. He wanted to leave a last word, even if it might not be seen by anyone. His trembling fingers dug into his arms, but he couldn't take out his cell phone. Instead, he took out a small purse. It was given to him by someone in the institute. They said that it contained materials that could emit a smell that zombies hate, which was one of their research. From the beginning, when they went out to look for supplies, each of them would carry one. Zhang Xingji pinched it curiously. There was something like spice inside, fine and broken. If you smell it with human sense of smell, you can't smell anything. Only after smelling it for a long time will there be a faint mint-like smell lingering at the tip of your nose. Zhang Xingji reached out to pick up the purse, but the moment he picked it up, his whole body froze as he felt something was wrong. He remembered that there were very small things inside, but now when he squeezed it again, it became a very complete thing, thin and long. Zhang Xingji lowered his head and opened his purse, and what appeared in front of him was a complete bloodless finger. The nails of that finger were very long, and they were a very strange blue-gray color. If you smelled it carefully, there was a faint, fishy smell, which was somewhat similar to the air in this city. But the reason why this air was filled with this kind of air in this city was because the breath of zombies was like this. So after a large number of zombies gathered in the city, even the air became weird, filled with a breath similar to that of zombies. Now he saw something that only zombies would have in the things his teammates gave him. Especially before this, the things in his bag were definitely not this. When thinking about the abnormalities that happened in the past 2 days, Zhang Xingji's face gradually became ugly. He never speculated about the people around him with the greatest malice, but it was obvious that this time it was very likely that someone had planned it, and he became a scapegoat and a scapegoat. Zhang Xingji leaned against the wall and smiled bitterly. Before someone told him that people had to be cruel and selfish in order to live better in the end times, and he said that to those people. But if everyone becomes cruel and selfish, the end times will never end. Now it seems that he may be the wrong person. Because if this goes on, cruel and selfish people will persecute all kind and upright people. When all that is left are cruel and selfish people, the world will not get better, but worse. If there is another chance, he will never make the same choice. At least he can't let those innocent people die with him. The people who really deserve to die should be those cruel, selfish, and cold-blooded people. But he no longer has a chance. He is about to become a zombie. Thinking of this, Zhong Shanjing's expression gradually became cold and stern. After seeing the evil of people with his own eyes, he can no longer believe in the goodness of people. Otherwise, wouldn't those innocent people who died with him be very pitiful? Zhong Shanjing suspected that he might be about to become a zombie, so there were so many negative emotions in his heart that he couldn't control himself. Hello! A face appeared outside the transparent glass door. It was very young, beautiful, and even cuter. Many boys have fantasized about having a beautiful sister, and that sister should be like the girl in front of them. Leave here. Zhong Shanjing's consciousness was a little fuzzy. He didn't know why such a cute girl appeared here, but he knew very well that he would die if he stayed here. Even if he was not killed by the zombies outside, he might be killed by him who had become a zombie. Zhong Shanjing? The girl outside was still calling his name. He didn't understand how the girl knew him, why she came here, and why she called his name. He only had some instincts left, which included both evil and good. The evil part was shouting that he should not care about her. Anyway, she couldn't leave here and would die in the pile of zombies sooner or later. The good part hoped that such a girl could live well. No matter who you are, get out of here quickly. I may become a zombie soon. No. The girl opened the door and walked in, smiling at him. I have seen your body and soul. You will not become a zombie. Come. She stretched out her hand to Zhong Shanjing. There are still people who want you to live, so no matter what, you should try your best. He stared at the hand in front of him, but what appeared in his mind was the finger in his purse. Zhong Shanjing did not stretch out his hand. After a while, a hand fell on his head, and the surging white light poured into his body, making his body feel excited in an instant. Obviously, because of not eating for a long time and suffering a lot of injuries, he had become weak before. Even if he would not become a zombie, he was not far from death. But at this moment, his body seemed to have returned to its healthiest state. Hunger and pain were far away from him, and only the changes in his body were so obvious. He was indeed undergoing a mutation, but it seemed that he was not turning into a zombie, but another kind of transformation. As the white light poured into his body, the body of the girl in front of him was constantly collapsing. The scene looked a little weird, like a wax figure thrown into a fire, or a snowman put into spring. But he didn't feel disgusted or scared. He just stared at the girl in front of him. Where can I find you? The half-melted girl tilted her head, her expression still a little confused. She seemed to be just here to do a good deed, or out of pure curiosity, to see what this abandoned and used as a chess piece has become. You want to come to me? She raised her hand, and before her palm fell on his head, it completely melted, leaving only some bones on the ground. Then come to Xie Tao. Come to Xie Tao Survivor Base. There are other surprises waiting for you here. The girl disappeared completely. Her beautiful flesh was completely evaporated, leaving only the skeleton supporting this skin, scattered all over the ground. Moreover, the bones looked thick and thin, and even the two arms were of different thicknesses, obviously from different human bodies. Zhong Shanjing struggled to get up, threw the fingers in his purse out, picked up a little finger from the skeleton, and stuffed it into his purse. The Xie Tao Survivor Base? He remembered it. If he could leave here alive, he would. No, he would definitely leave here alive. Xie Tao rubbed his fingers and sighed. Jin Chao, who stuck his head in, had a blank expression on his face, but his eyes were full of worry. Are you also overdrawn, or are you tired? Take a break, we can still hold on. No, I just think I'm handsome for doing good deeds every day. Xie Tao touched her chin and raised her hand to shoot a holy light at Jin Chao again. She has become accustomed to shooting holy lights recently, so she raised her hand and shot one at Zhong Shanjing. She doesn't know if it has affected the formation of Zhong Shanjing's superpowers. Yes, Zhong Shanjing is awakening his superpowers. I have mentioned before that most ordinary people will turn into zombies once they are injured by zombies, but there are a very rare number of lucky ones who will not only not turn into zombies, but will even awaken their superpowers. Zhong Shanjing is such a lucky person. He is not going to turn into a zombie, but to awaken his own superpowers. Xie Tao knew it as soon as she saw his physical condition. She was going to come and take a look. If Zhong Shanjing died, she would collect the body of this poor man and write on the tombstone that he was the most resentful person in the end of the world. If he turned into a zombie, she would take him in as a younger brother. I didn't expect him to be so competitive. Unfortunately, the clone she descended on only had shallow dark power, and she used the power of light, that is, holy light, at random, so it couldn't hold on and fell apart at that time. I hope I didn't leave any psychological shadows on this poor man. Anyway, if you are tired, take a good rest. We can still hold on for a while. Jin Chao said hurriedly and went out. Xie Tao slowly raised his eyes to look at Zhong Jinwei. Do you know that there are already few zombies near the Institute? If it goes according to normal circumstances, the number of zombies nearby will double. Zhong Jinwei? He looked at Xie Tao blankly, as if he really didn't know anything. Xie Tao glanced at him and said nothing more. It didn't matter whether the man in front of him was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. Things had already happened and would gradually go in a direction that they could not control. On the other side, Zhong Shanjing quickly awakened. After he sensed the special ability he possessed, his expression became a little strange. It didn't seem like he was bored, but more like he was a little surprised and a little surprised. Xie Tao, survivor base? Zhong Shanjing murmured a few words and stood up resolutely. He was going to Xie Tao. Now the zombies nearby were no longer a terrible dilemma that he could not break through. He was going to the base called Xie Tao to find the girl. Not long after Zhong Shanjing left, about 5 minutes later, a group of 5 or 6 people hurried here, led by a pretty woman, very pretty and gentle. It should be here, the woman whispered, but the number of zombies seems a little strange. It's not a lot, but it's not a few either. It looks like they've been cleaned up. Zhong Shanjing should be here around this time. She even arrived 2 days earlier to avoid the situation that happened to Zhong Shanjing before. There shouldn't be any problems this time. Then let's split up and look for it. Several people dispersed, forming 2 teams, just forming 3 teams to explore in different directions. The woman led a young man and said as she walked, "In my memory, Zhong Shanjing should have had a mutation near a bank and awakened a super strong superpower. He immediately went back to slaughter all the research institutes and release that thing. This time we can't let the story happen as it is. We must save Zhong Shanjing, because only he can fight against Zhong Shanjing." In his previous life, Zhong Shanjing's mentality changed because of what he encountered. Although he didn't kill people like Zhong Shanjing, he didn't do too many good things. He was both good and evil. Sometimes he would save people trapped in the zombie group, and sometimes he would suddenly kill people he met on the road. But his superpowers were very strong. No one could kill him. At the same time, everyone was counting on him to become the last barrier of mankind to prevent the Zombie King from exterminating mankind. It was also because of Zhong Shanjing's character that the human base paid a great price when they wanted Zhong Shanjing's help. She wanted to save Zhong Shanjing so that he would be grateful to her and would not be completely evil. In this way, even if Zhong Shanjing reappeared in front of everyone, they would have a trump card to deal with Zhong Shanjing. The woman planned very well. She and the person next to her cleaned up the zombies while looking for Zhong Shanjing. But they searched for a long time and dug the ground 3 feet around, but they didn't see Zhong Shanjing. When the group of people finally met up, they began to doubt their lives. Are you dreaming?" A companion couldn't help but question the woman. "Last time you said that there would be a zombie king named Zhong Shanjing in the future who wanted to exterminate all mankind. We didn't find him when we went there. Is your foresight useful?" The woman's face was pale and she glared at him fiercely. "Except for these 2 times, is there something wrong with my foresight?" Only the woman knew that hers was not a foresight at all, but a rebirth. She was reborn from the doomsday when the world was about to be destroyed and returned to the present. These were all things she had experienced. At first, the woman thought she had just had a dream, but she also knew clearly that it was not a dream, but something that really happened. Everything that happened after she was reborn was the same as she remembered, except for 2 things that were unexpected. Zhong Shanjing, who was supposed to be there and could be easily dealt with when he was still weak, was not there. Zhong Shanjing, the future strongest superpower, who was about to awaken his superpowers and gradually turned evil because of his betrayal by his companions, was not here. What happened? Why was she so smooth sailing in other places, with no problems with her memory, but with these 2 people? Everything was out of her control. The woman couldn't even control her ferocious expression for a moment. She was doubting something. Could someone else have been reborn? With the help of Xie Tao, Jin Chao zoomed in all the way, and with the help of other superpowers who were also very strong, they broke through the siege with difficulty and left most of the zombies behind. After gaining temporary peace, almost all the superpower users collapsed in the carriage with a thud, moaning and groaning everywhere, which even sounded a little unhealthy and easy to be censored, like some weird group scene. "I need to rest," someone said painfully. "Although there is a nanny, it is really painful to use superpowers repeatedly. I feel like my brain is going to explode, and I even have double vision in front of my eyes. No, I need to have a good sleep." "Tao Tao, Sister Tao Tao." He clasped his hands together and said pitifully, "When I wake up, can I eat the hot noodles made by Xiaohei and Xiaobai?" Xie Tao raised his eyelids. "I want the 2 magazines you kept in your backpack. Superpower. Cock, how do you know I have jump?" Xie Tao smiled and glanced at him. He immediately covered his chest. I know, I'll show you." Others also put forward conditions. "Sister Tao Tao, there must be a poached egg in the noodles. I want 2 grilled sausages. I want to eat snail noodles." Xie Tao took the opportunity to confiscate the good things in their hands, such as game consoles and Walkmans. This group of people was so tired that they had no strength to resist even if they were taken advantage of. They just wanted to have a good sleep and have a hot meal when they woke up. The young man who mentioned Zhong Jinwei's brother before suddenly stood up and said, "No, you can't sleep yet. The zombies will keep chasing us. You must not." Xie Tao raised his hand to stop him. "Let them sleep. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry, you will definitely reach Xie Tao alive." He wanted to question Xie Tao. After all, she looked like a nanny, but Xie Tao suddenly raised her hand. The moment she raised her hand, a black light enveloped the jar next to her. I don't know what she did. Anyway, the number of zombies chasing them gradually decreased, and even when some zombies passed by, they were not interested in them at all. The young man's expression changed subtly. He suspected that Xie Tao knew what was in the jar. His palm moved slightly, slowly opened and closed. Xie Tao looked at him with a smile, and raised his hand to call Xiaobai and Xiaohei out. The phosphorus fire in the eyes of the two little skeletons was bright like a ghost fire, and when they locked on him, they had a little murderous intent. The young man stood for a while, walked to the corner and sat down in silence. Zhong Jinwei rushed over, his cheeks flushed with excitement, and he hugged Xiaobai, who was closest to him, and then began to touch him. What kind of ability is this? Why can the skeleton still move? Is it controlling a puppet? Can I check it? Xiaobai had not been molested for many years. At that time, she screamed silently and covered her skirt. A slap on Zhong Jinwei's face made it crooked. He was not shocked at all, and the light in his eyes was even brighter than phosphorescence. You are conscious. Your soul is still alive, right? Great. What kind of ability is this? Please let me study it. Xiaohei stepped forward without saying a word and kicked the man away, then pulled Xiaobai behind him. What's wrong with people in this era? How can they be less reserved than in their world? They can be so excited about skeletons, perverts. Zhong Jinwei looked like a reserved and a little lonely young man at first, but now he is completely stuck to Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Before he realized that the two of them were conscious, Zhong Jinwei tried to get permission from Xie Tao. After realizing that the two of them could think, he no longer had such an idea. Of course, he had to get their consent first. It has been a long time since Xiaohei and Xiaobai met such clingy and annoying people. The last time they met was Xie Tao's colleague. Because they were all necromancers, some necromancers were very interested in Xie Tao's masterpieces. They would ask Xie Tao for it, or exchange it with equally precious things. For Xiaohei and Xiaobai, people who want them to leave Xie Tao are the most annoying. Zhong Jinwei is a little better, but he actually harassed them. What's wrong with boys? Boys also need to protect themselves when they go out. Xiaohei and Xiaobai hid behind Xie Tao and looked at Zhong Jinwei angrily. Zhong Jinwei looked a little perverted when facing Xiaohei and Xiaobai, but he returned to normal when facing Xie Tao. He stood by like a little wife, looking at Xie Tao, and then looking at him again, eager to move but not too embarrassed to come over. Xie Tao pretended that he hadn't noticed anything, leaning against Zhong Shanjing, yawning intermittently. It was obviously those psychics who were suffering outside. Jin Chao was mentioned here. But they all felt that the hardest working people were their mothers and Xie Tao. So before they fell asleep, they agreed to everything and let Xie Tao reap a good harvest. Not only did the others think so, but the logistics staff were very fast. The doctor came up to examine Xie Tao, and when she saw that she refused and was still yawning, she said, "Why don't you take a rest too?" Anyway, Xiaohei, Xiaobai, and Zhong Shanjing were all there, so she could just leave it to them. Not bad. Xie Tao was not very sleepy, but he felt very bored. After all, he could play cards in the car when he came here, but now he really couldn't do anything. Zhong Jinwei hesitated there for a long time, and finally he probably couldn't help it, so he moved his butt closer and stopped not very close to Xie Tao. Is it really a superpower? Xie Tao was very decisive. Of course, otherwise, is there any ability to resurrect the dead? Zhong Jinwei stared at Xiaohei and Xiaobai blankly, a little disappointed. If it was a superpower, then it would be without principle and he couldn't seek knowledge or truth. Xie Tao ignored him and leaned there lazily. Anyway, no zombies would come over, and she couldn't do anything except stare blankly. Zhong Jinwei suddenly said, "They don't look very old." From the bones, one can barely tell the age of a person before his death, especially this kind of skeleton, which is obviously not fully developed, and the difference from normal people can be seen at a glance. Well, when they were alive, they were about 12 years old, a pair of twins. Xie Tao didn't say a word. They were very talented and were born to be necromancers. What a pity. Talking about their past lives, Xiaohei and Xiaobai did not look very happy. They held each other's hands and cuddled together, like two chicks that fell from the nest. Considering their age when they died, the whole carriage was filled with a faint sadness. Zhong Jinwei was the kind of person with low emotional intelligence, and he was still asking, the cause of death cannot be determined by just looking at the bones. Were the bodies intact when they died? Or will they all become intact after you use your supernatural powers? Has anyone ever told you that you are annoying? Xie Tao crossed his arms. It is impolite to explore other people's sad pasts. It is tantamount to uncovering other people's scars. You will get beaten if you do this. Zhong Jinwei was stunned for a moment, and after a while he slowly said, "Sorry." No one else paid attention to him, but he looked a little anxious. After a while he said, "Many people say that I sometimes talk a little annoying, but I don't feel it myself. I'm sorry." He has been a nerd since he was a child. His emotional intelligence is indeed not very high, but he also feels uncomfortable when he hurts others. After apologizing, he sneaked back to the corner, holding his jar in a daze. The surface of the jar was covered with a layer of black stuff, which made it even colder to the touch. He stayed there for a long time and seemed to be a little autistic. The group of superpowers slept for more than 10 hours. When they woke up, The whole carriage was filled with the aroma of food. In addition to the food they requested before going to bed, Xiao He and Xiao Bai also made some other food and even hot soup to drink, which made the group of people cry. "I'm so envious." The deputy captain, who was about to speak but was beaten to the punch, turned around and saw that the person who said this was Zhong Jinwei. Zhong Jinwei was really envious. Although it was a superpower product and was not quite what he imagined, the little skeleton could cook. Researchers like them usually don't take care of themselves. Although their research bases usually have special cooking aunties, this is a little skeleton. It's a skeleton. The deputy captain couldn't help but come over. "You think so too?" "Well?" Zhong Jinwei was so greedy that tears kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. At this time, Xie Tao was harvesting the things they promised before going to bed, and he was in a very happy mood. "Hand them all in, quickly. You all promised, don't regret it." They could only hand them in with tears, and only the hot soup could comfort their hearts a little. After eating and drinking, the group of people were in high spirits, and the carriage became much more lively. They felt that Xie Tao had not slept for a long time, so they drove Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing to another carriage. "It will be very noisy here. You go there to sleep and have a good rest," the deputy captain said with an ambiguous expression. Zhongjing, he didn't want to have any sense of existence, nor did he want to have any name. He just wanted to be a quiet salted fish, but he would always be suddenly cued or in some strange circumstances. Okay. Xie Tao jumped directly on Zhong Shanjing's back. Go. Zhong Shanjing could only catch Xie Tao and go to another carriage. There were not many people in that carriage to begin with. They were crammed into that carriage because this one was too crowded. Compared to the bustle over here, that one was much quieter. Xie Tao couldn't sleep, so after Xiao He and Xiao Bai laid out a blanket for her, she lay down and stared blankly. Zhong Shanjing sat next to her, watching Xiao He and Xiao Bai busying around. They were in a corner, and looking around, it seemed that no one was paying attention to them, so Zhong Shanjing asked, "It seems that Xiao He and Xiao Bai have a different story." "Yeah." Xie Tao couldn't sleep, so he turned over, looked at Xiao He and Xiao Bai next to him, and said, "When I first met them, they were even younger. Xiao He was sick, but their family didn't have much money. They spent all their money to get some holy water, but you know, that thing is useless." Xie Tao happened to pass by at that time and found that both of them had the talent to be necromancers, so she asked them if they wanted to go with her, and she could teach them to become necromancers. The propaganda of the temple is that necromancers are evil and terrible, and they only want to kill humans and make them their puppets, so they cannot be deceived by necromancers. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were still ordinary children at that time. Compared with necromancers, they must trust the temple more, so they rejected Xie Tao in fear. Xie Tao didn't get angry or anything because of this, but just left a packet of medicine, saying that it could cure Xiao He's disease. But there is no way to cure it, because for Xiao he is not only sick, but also in poor health and needs to be taken care of slowly. If there is a chance in the future, she will come back to see them. The two cubs did not dare to use it at first, but later Xiao He's illness became more and more serious. They had no choice but to give Xiao He the medicine. Who would have thought that it was really cured? However, for them, the nightmare has just begun. Not long after, someone from the Holy Hall found the two brothers and said that they were very talented and could participate in the assessment of the Son of God. Even if they could not become the Son of God, after training, they could become a member of the Holy Hall and become a glorious Holy Spirit master to serve their God. Xiao He and Xiao Bai remembered that Xie Tao had said that they were very talented before, so they were very excited, because once they became members of the Holy Hall, their family situation would improve a lot, and they would no longer have to worry about not having money to treat illnesses, and no longer have to worry about not being able to afford food. It can reduce the burden on the family and find a good way out for themselves. So the two agreed. After discussing with their families also felt that being able to serve the God of Light, even if they could not become the Son of God, was a matter of honor for the family. Xiao He and Xiao Bai went to the temple. At that time, the two did not know what was hidden under that bright outer layer. The so-called temple for serving the God of Light was nothing but a hell of filth. There were many young and good-looking little boys like them who were deceived to come here. They were neither here to be the Son of God nor to be the Holy Spirit Master. They could not serve the God of Light, but would only be enjoyed by those disgusting and ugly big men. Xiao He and Xiao Bai are really talented, so after a long time, I occasionally passed by and wanted to see them. When Xie Tao talked about this, she couldn't help but frowned. She was a necromancer, a cold-blooded, cruel, and vicious existence in people's mouths, but she wanted to save the two poor children. Instead, it was the temple that served the God of Light that destroyed the souls of the two children. Whenever thinking about this, Xie Tao felt it was quite funny. But the disguise of the temple was indeed very good. It was the embodiment of justice in the eyes of the general public. Even Xiao He and Xiao Bai had no doubts and were full of trust in them. But it was also that trust that ruined them. Xiao He, who was already in poor health and suffered such a heavy blow and torture, soon died in depression and pain. This incident hit Xiao Bai, who had a good relationship with him, and caused Xiao Bai to try to assassinate the devil who deceived them. The result is imaginable. When he was strangled to death in the basement, Xie Tao happened to follow the marks on the two of them and found them all the way. When he found that the mark was in the temple, Xie Tao hesitated and was ready to give up, but the strong unwillingness when Xiaobai died was instantly transmitted to Xie Tao, who was nearby. They stood up from their own corpses and slaughtered the entire branch of the Holy Temple. After that, my wanted amount increased by more than 6 million. When he said this, Xie Tao was still a little unhappy. I'm only worth 30 million. Milos, that little rookie, is worth 40 million. Does the Holy Temple look down on me? Is that what you care about? You don't understand, Xie Tao said deeply. This is a matter of face. It's very important. Just like Luffy would feel that his statistical amount is too low and he has no face. Read less youth comics, Zhong Shanjing complained mercilessly. After the complaint, there was a long silence. Zhong Shanjing could probably imagine what kind of painting style Xie Tao's world is like. The so-called Holy Temple that believes in the God of Light does the most thing to exclude dissidents. In order to exclude dissidents, it does not hesitate to release plagues to ordinary people and then directs and acts in it to enhance its prestige. With a huge power and no strong opponents, Xie Tao, a strong necromancer, was forced to stay in the mountains and forests every day. He finally came out to wander around, and then he was hunted down in this world. In this situation, because there were no strong external enemies, the entire temple became more and more comfortable and corrupt. Zhong Shanjing had no expression on his face, but he was thinking that if this continued, sooner or later they would be bitten back by themselves. The dirty and smelly things hidden under the bright skin would be turned out in one breath. Xie Tao suddenly said, I want to change the world. Maybe his puzzled expression was too obvious. Xie Tao silently took out a book from his bag and said loudly, I want all the proletarian brothers and sisters to stand up, overthrow those bastards in the temple. This book clearly says Marxism-Leninism. Where did you get this from? I found it from the deputy captain. Xie Tao said confidently, I've read it, and I think it makes sense. I want to. Zhong Shanjing covered her mouth with his hand. I know, no need to say more. The two of them quarreled for a while, and Xie Tao felt a little sleepy, so he got into the quilt. I want to sleep. Go to sleep. Zhong Shanjing leaned against the carriage and bent one leg. His expression was a little gloomy. I don't know what he was thinking about. Probably thinking about what kind of style he would be if he hadn't met Xie Tao. Probably because he had never seen the vast world, he was limited to that small house fight. And because of the betrayal of his relatives, he was angry and painful and wanted to take revenge on everyone. Probably. 23 years old, darkened, this style. Thinking about it now, I still feel a little ashamed, and I can only be glad that none of that happened, and he didn't have to face it. Xie Tao slept for a short while, maybe 4 or 5 hours, and then woke up. She rolled in the quilt for a while and stuck her head out like a bug to observe the surrounding situation. Zhong Shanjing was leaning against the carriage reading a book. She had beautiful eyebrows and eyes and a calm temperament. It would be better if she was not reading the magical girl comics that she took from her. Number 1, Xie Tao stretched out the sound. I want to drink water. Zhong Shanjing squeezed a bottle of mineral water for her. Xie Tao drank 2 gulps and buried herself back in the quilt. After a few seconds, she stuck her head out again. Number 1, I want to read comics. Zhong Shanjing found the comics she wanted to read and handed them to her. A few seconds later, Number 1. He simply sat down next to Xie Tao and opened his big backpack. What else do you want? If you don't have anything, I just want to call you. Xie Tao said innocently, Is it not possible? Zhong Shanjing didn't say anything, but heard a sob next to him. He turned his head and saw Xiao He and Xiao Bai standing not far away with their handkerchiefs in their mouths. The skeleton obviously had no expression, but he could see a little envy and jealousy in them. It was as if he was saying, We were here first. Xie Tao would only call us before. Where did you come from? Little cookie. The skeleton didn't let you go, wanting to compete with us for favor. I didn't say no. He lowered his head. His long eyelashes looked like butterfly wings, very beautiful. But there are many people waiting for you to call. Xie Tao tilted his head. Ah, I still need to learn more words from people of your era, otherwise I don't know how to describe you now. Zhong Shanjing's face was full of innocence, and he was obviously not going to stay on this topic for too long. He whispered, We have left Kyoto and will be back soon. Will you still care about what happens next? This obviously refers to the jar, as well as other issues. Zhong Shanjing was sticking to the jar to feel it carefully. I heard a heartbeat. The thing in the jar is alive. Even if it is in the jar and soaked in liquid, it is still alive. Really? Xie Tao touched his chin. Let's talk about it later. I always feel that this matter is not so easy to solve. For example, in this research institute, the person who makes the decision on the surface is Zhong Jinwei, but in fact it is not but the young man who has connotations of Zhong Jinwei. He usually looks very low-key, and makes an expression that he will listen to Zhong Jinwei's orders, but he is not that simple. On the contrary, the truly simple person is Zhong Jinwei. Zhong Jinwei does not have that many ideas, and his emotional intelligence is not very high. He is just like someone who is pushed out to take the blame. Xie Tao still has many unsolved curiosity about this matter, but it seems that it may not be so easy to solve it at present. Let's go back first. She remembered that Zhang Xingji asked her where to find her before leaving, and Xie Tao reported the name of the Xie Tao survivor base. She admitted that she wanted to watch the fun. Zhang Xingji was very likely a scapegoat who was pushed out to die, so who made him die? Zhang Jinwei and the others will all go to Xie Tao. If they run into Zhang Xingji in this base, the scene will definitely be very interesting. Thinking of this situation, Xie Tao was already lying in bed and laughing. I want to move to a bigger house after I go back. They can earn a lot of points this time. Xie Tao wants a single-family villa, preferably with a big balcony, where he can plant flowers, plants, fruits, and vegetables. Her topic changes so fast that Zhong Shanjing can't keep up for a while. In the end, he can only respond and say, as long as you are happy. When they returned to the base, it was already the third night of the return journey. To be precise, it was late at night. When they approached the base, they did not stay outside. They simply rushed back and arrived at the gate of the base before dawn. Xie Tao was too bored to stay in the car, especially on the way back. Although there were no zombies following them, they had to protect a group of researchers who were powerless after all. Therefore, it was not good to play cards in the car, otherwise it would seem like they were not doing their job properly. In the end, the group of people could only sit in the car honestly. Although Xie Tao could read comics, to be honest, it was really uncomfortable to read comics in the car. The car would shake slowly while driving, and it would be uncomfortable to read comics for a long time. The same is true for playing mobile games. Xie Tao was like a bored cat. By the last day, he was completely paralyzed there, only making humming sounds when he turned over. When they finally arrived at the base and could see the outline of the Zhang Tao survivor base from afar, Xie Tao had already climbed up with full energy and kept making sounds of yeah, yes, yes. Everyone else doted on Xie Tao, probably because nannies were really rare, and Xie Tao was really a very strong nanny, not only lasting but also very effective, so everyone not only did not want to offend her, but also hoped to have a good relationship with her, so that when they went on missions together in the future, they might get more nannies. So even if they were woken up, no one got angry, just looked at Xie Tao with sleepy eyes, then fell down, and continued to sleep. They also had to do a simple inspection at the door, but because she was a superpower, and there were no scars on her body, especially Xie Tao, who was a nanny the whole time, and basically had no direct contact with zombies. With the guarantee of several other people, she didn't even need to do a simple isolation, and rushed back to the base. I am full of love for my house now. Xie Tao rushed into his house, rolled on the bed twice, and then lay down to continue sleeping. Zhong Shanjing was a zombie and hardly needed any sleep. He was dazed for a while, picked up the small spray bottle and went to check the garlic seedlings planted by Xie Tao. Very good. They are all still alive. When it was daybreak, Xie Tao just woke up from his sleep, and then he heard people arguing outside. One of the voices sounded like Zhong Shanjing, and the other voice sounded a little familiar. Xie Tao was a little confused when he just woke up, and it took him a while to react. Jiangxing's here. Chao sat there in a daze for a while, listening to the quarrel outside, or maybe it wasn't a quarrel, because their lines were like this. Maybe you can let me go in first. She knows me, and we can talk face to face. Tao Tao is still sleeping. She doesn't like being woken up the most. If you know her, you should know this, right? She stayed for a while, slowly got up, and then opened the door. The door was open, and two men stood at the door, looking at each other sharply. Neither of them seemed very polite. What are you doing? Xie Tao was still not fully awake. She rubbed her cheeks and was a little unhappy. Why are you making so much noise so early in the morning? Before Zhong Shanjing could speak, Zhang Xingji stepped forward. Didn't you say you were at the Zhang Tao survivor base? I came to see you. He was much gentler when facing Xie Tao, and his words were also very soft. He didn't have the edges and corners when facing Zhong Shanjing at all. The contrast was so sharp that it made people wonder what to say. Xie Tao yawned slightly, asked Zhong Shanjing to bring the person in first, and then went to brush her teeth. She brushed her teeth and washed her face slowly. After she woke up a little, she turned around to look at the two men sitting on the sofa. She looked at Zhang Xingji first. There are many houses here. The implication was, of course, that if Zhang Xingji was satisfied with this base, he could just find a house to live in. Why bother her so early in the morning? Do you know how important sleep is to a necromancer? Zhong Shanjing, who had been taught with his mouth, suddenly relaxed. He put his hands on his belly and looked very dignified. You just came to Zhang Tao. Are you not familiar with it? I can take you to see houses and help you find a suitable place to live. The two men looked at each other, and sparks began to fly again for some reason. When they talked, they seemed to have some connotations. Xie Tao was actually unable to understand for a while. She always felt that she had studied human nature to a certain extent, but now it seemed that her research was not deep enough. Of course, it might be because they changed the world. Although they were all human beings, they grew up in different worlds in different environments. Maybe there would be subtle differences in all aspects. What the hell are these two men thinking about? What are they flirting with? It's so weird. Xie Tao supported her chin with one hand and let Xiao He and Xiao Bai come out to entertain the guests. She had finally woken up, but now she felt a little sleepy again. Can you guys speak human language? Zhong Shanjing looked at him innocently, Am I not helping you entertain the guests? Zhong Shanjing's face turned a little colder. He slowly turned his head to look at Xie Tao. Unlike Zhong Shanjing, he had a different style, but was equally handsome. He used to be a sunny and energetic little boy. After experiencing the betrayal, his temperament became much colder and a little gloomy. That gloom was dispelled because of meeting Xie Tao, but the coldness was not. Especially when he confronted Zhong Shanjing before, he was as cold as a blade. However, when facing Xie Tao, his temperament softened in an instant, and his eyes even looked a little pitiful. I just came here, and I didn't tell them that I was a superpower when I registered, so I couldn't get a house. Can I live here for 2 days? When I get the points, I will move out. Zhong Shanjing cursed him in his heart, saying he was a scheming dog. He thought Zhang Xingji probably heard the staff say that as long as he was a superpower, there would be a free house to live in when he came here. In order to come to Xie Tao to pretend to be pitiful, he simply said that he was not a superpower. What's wrong? Did he really think that he was a little stray dog and Xie Tao would take him in? In the process of getting along with Xie Tao, Zhong Shanjing gradually understood Xie Tao. In a sense, Xie Tao was actually very simple and easy to understand. She would care about the people she cared about. For example, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, because they have the talent of Necromancer, Xie Tao will not forget them after meeting them once. With her personality, after 2 years, she will go back to find them on a whim to see how they are doing. For example, Zhong Shanjing. If Zhong Shanjing had not become a special zombie, but was just an ordinary human, she might not have helped him when she saw him dying in the crowd of zombies. Zhong Shanjing was treated differently by Xie Tao because of his special physique. In addition, if someone involved something she was interested in, she would also take a second look. Jiang Ming, Jiang Chunyu and others became friends because of the bunch of grapes. Maybe Jiang Xingji is the same, but as long as Jiang Xingji is still an ordinary person, has not become a strange zombie, and does not have the talent of Necromancer, then Xie Tao will not have too much interest in him. Zhong Shanjing is still very confident about this. He is very calm and quietly waits for Xie Tao to reject Jiang Xingji. A few seconds later, he heard Xie Tao slowly say, "Okay. Zhong Shanjing? This doesn't make sense." Zhong Shanjing even suspected for a moment that the time he and Xie Tao had spent together was fake. Otherwise, how could something like this happen that was completely beyond his expectations? Xie Tao is not the kind of person who likes trouble. Could it be? Could it be? Zhong Shanjing's mind buzzed. Normally, if a woman suddenly changes her attitude towards a man, uses a completely different attitude from others, and even changes her way of doing things, then there should be only one possibility. She has a good impression of this person, and it is even possible. Zhong Shanjing has always been calm and self-sustaining. After discovering that he had become a zombie, his mentality did not fluctuate so much, but at this moment, for some reason, he actually felt a faint anxiety, tapping his thighs with his fingers, looking at Jiang Xingji expressionlessly. Jiang Xingji, on the other hand, looked very happy. Then I will go to the market to exchange some things and move in later. He smiled at Xie Tao, revealing a small pointed canine tooth on his left side. Luckily I met you at that time. Zhong Shanjing, you are going to the market? Then let's go together. Xie Tao said excitedly. Let Xiao He and Xiao Bai make breakfast first, and then we will go after breakfast. No rush. Zhong Shanjing tapped his thigh more frequently, and even the last bit of expression on his handsome face disappeared, forming a sharp contrast with Jiang Xingji, who was full of joy and happiness. Zhong Shanjing was already thinking about how Xie Tao knew Jiang Xingji. It seemed that the two of them had never been apart. During this period, Zhong Shanjing had never seen Jiang Xingji. What was so special about Jiang Xingji that Xie Tao could look at him favorably? What about him? Zhong Shanjing even felt a little aggrieved for a moment. This aggrieved feeling was different from when he was a child living in his grandparents' house and learned why he had no father. It was also different from when he came to his new home and saw the man who should have been his father getting close to 2 other people. He didn't like his family, so he felt unhappy, but he wasn't very angry or unwilling, because he didn't care that much and even regarded himself as an outsider. But this moment was different. He even had a secret and somewhat cruel idea in his heart. Kill Jiang Xingji. Bury his bones deep underground so that he could never appear in front of Xie Tao again. This idea should have flashed away, but for some reason it gradually took root in his heart and sprouted, making him feel irritated when he looked at Jiang Xingji. Xiao He and Xiao Bai quickly prepared breakfast. Zhong Shanjing didn't need to eat, so he sat aside and watched the two of them eat. The more he watched, the worse his mood became. When he thought that Xie Tao had actually taken the initiative to invite him to the market, Zhong Shanjing felt even more upset. But he was the kind of person who didn't like to show his emotions on his face, especially such strange emotions, so he just sat there without saying anything, but didn't do anything else. Jiang Xingji said a lot, and he kept asking Xie Tao some questions. Xie Tao had a fried egg in her mouth, and she would answer some questions and some wouldn't, purely depending on her mood. But she usually didn't even have this kind of patience, which was already an abnormality. When Zhong Shanjing took everything in, he felt more and more irritated, but he didn't know where this irritation came from. It didn't matter to him whether Xie Tao was good to someone or what kind of person he would like. He knew this very well, but he was just extremely unhappy. Until the three of them went to the market together, Xie Tao went straight to the official exchange point. First exchanged the grapes, and then exchanged for 2 big red and pointed nectarines, happily holding them in his arms, urging Zhong Shanjing to buy what he needed. Because the exchange point was at the innermost part of the market, it was not in the same place as where Zhong Shanjing bought things, so they separated for a short time. After Zhong Shanjing left, Zhong Shanjing said sarcastically, "It seems that you like him very much." Xie Tao thought about it and thought that Zhong Shanjing could let her see a lot of excitement, so she liked Zhong Shanjing very much, so she said, "Yeah." He didn't know why he felt so frustrated that he was about to explode. He just felt aggrieved and depressed for a moment, and even had an impulse to shout, "Obviously, I was here first." Before the lines were spoken, Xie Tao said, "It looks like he will take a long time to choose. Let's go look at houses first." Zhong Shanjing was still in a depressed mood and didn't react for a while. "Huh?" Xie Tao tilted his head and looked at him with a look of mental retardation. "Didn't I say before? I want to move to a bigger villa when I come back." Zhong Shanjing had been holding her breath, but after hearing this, she quickly relaxed. "So that's why you agreed to let him move in?" "Well, it's only been rented for a month anyway, so it's just sitting there, let him live there." She was going to live in a big villa. Xie Tao put her hands on her hips, feeling very happy. "Let's go pick a villa with a big balcony. We'll be back after we pick it. If he hasn't decided yet, we'll go buy some seeds. I want to plant fruit all over my balcony. Strawberries and the like can be planted on the balcony. She can plant a little bit and enjoy the joy of farming and the joy of eating strawberries. Isn't it wonderful?" Zhong Shanjing felt inexplicably happy, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. "Then you take the initiative to ask him to go to the market together. Huh?" Xie Tao rolled his eyes at him. "What kind of weird questions are you asking?" Zhong Shanjing had already figured out the answer. It was just because Xie Tao wanted to rush to buy fruit as soon as possible, and Zhong Shanjing was going too, so they just went together. After getting the answer to all the anomalies before, Zhong Shanjing inexplicably felt comfortable physically and mentally. He felt that his depressed emotions came quickly and went away even faster. So she crossed her arms. "Nothing. I'm just curious about when you met Zhong Shanjing. It seems that, since we met not long ago, we haven't been apart for a long time. Did you know each other before that?" "When we went to Kyoto." Xie Tao briefly described the situation at that time, and the idea of watching the show. When she talked about the latter, she was a little gloating. "Do you think they will fight?" Zhong Shanjing is not the kind of person who will swallow his anger when being cheated. When Xie Tao thought about the possibility of a fight between them, he couldn't help but sighed, and then said, "If they fight, it would be really great. There will be something exciting to watch." Zhong Shanjing was quiet for 2 seconds and couldn't help laughing, so soft that Xie Tao looked at him. "Why don't you laugh like a good person?" "No," Zhong Shanjing said seriously. "It's just that when I thought about them fighting, I felt so pitiful for them, so I was sad, mixed with sadness and joy. I was so happy that I couldn't help myself." Xie Tao snorted and then said, "You think I don't know that you are also a little bad guy. You want to watch the show more than me. Okay, I admit it." Zhong Shanjing raised his hands in surrender. "Then let's go to see the house." Okay. When Xie Tao thought of the big villa, her mood instantly improved. She was holding the fruit she had just exchanged in her arms, running faster than a rabbit. Zhong Shanjing wanted to help her get it, but she didn't give it to him and treasured it very much. Not many people can afford to live in a big villa, resulting in half of the townhouse being empty. After all, the rent is too expensive, and ordinary superpowers can't afford it, unless they are big guys. When Xie Tao went to see the house, the staff in charge was introducing the advantages of different locations to her. The gate of the villa next to her opened and Jin Chao walked out. He looked sleepy. It was unclear whether he had just woken up or had not slept well. Who looked like a cool guy, stood at the door, but his eyes were dull and he looked dazed. It took him a long time to realize that the person standing next to him was Xie Tao. "Huh?" Jin Chao rubbed his eyes. "Are you going to move here?" "I'm picking a house." Xie Tao casually greeted him, and Jin Chao instantly became sober and excited. "Then you can live next to me. The house next to me is still empty. You can live here." He almost wrote the words, "We can play together when we are free" on his face. "I'll think about it." Xie Tao hadn't gone in to look at the house yet, so of course he wouldn't agree right away. Jin Chao, who had been looking sleepy, was no longer sleepy. He followed Xie Tao like a little tail, and his cool image was completely ruined. He kept chattering, "The house next to me is pretty good with great lighting. Let's live here, live here, live here. When I first met you, I thought you were a cool guy. Many people say that." Jin Chao was not ashamed but proud of it. "So live here." Xie Tao still planned to take a look first, but Jin Chao didn't lie. The one next to it was really good, and it also had a large balcony. There were also many saplings planted in the yard, but some of them were dry. They could be transplanted into other things such as fruit trees. Even if no fruit could grow in a short period of time, what if? Right. Then let's do this. Jin Chao was already cheering beside him, and after cheering, he yawned again. "I'm going back to sleep first. I'll come to you when I wake up, and I'll bring some things over in the evening, and we can have a party to celebrate your move." "I'm going back to sleep first." Jin Chao looked so sleepy that he almost hit the doorframe when he went back. I don't know what he came out for, but he should remember what he was going to do after he woke up. Then move later. Xie Tao thought for a while and touched his chin, then turned to ask Zhong Shanjing on the side. What is a party? Party, you can understand it as a group of friends coming to your house, eating your food and drinking your food, and singing and howling in your house. After they're done, they don't clean up, just pat their butts and leave. Zhong Shanjing said expressionlessly. It sounds quite lively. Xie Tao didn't care too much. After all, she had Xiao He and Xiao Bai, who were good at housework, and she didn't need to worry about things like cleaning the room. Doesn't that mean that once someone covers the bottom, the party will become a very happy thing? Let's talk about it tonight. Xie Tao signed a contract with the base first and rented it for 3 months in one go. She spent more than 1/3 of the points she earned this time, but she didn't care. After all, earning points is a very simple thing for Xie Tao, and there is no danger at all. Moreover, it is the same as making money. If you don't spend the money, it's useless to keep it there. Saving money is important, but it is also important to have fun in time. If you want to have a party, you have to prepare some things first, right? Xie Tao has never participated in a party. They, the Necromancers, will get together to hold a gathering, but the gatherings of the Necromancers are mostly to discuss professional knowledge or to get together to curse the Holy Temple. Sometimes the latter is more frequent than the former, because the Holy Temple is really annoying. The Holy Temple is like a vicious dog with a good sense of smell. It will keep chasing you and try to bite you. Sometimes it will not give up even if it loses you, and will continue to look for you. Xie Tao has a friend who is a necromancer. He is very miserable. His master, apprentices, relatives, and friends are basically killed by the Holy Temple. He would call his friends to curse the Holy Temple every now and then, and curse the Holy Temple to close down soon. So after Xie Tao lost his whereabouts, he probably held many more gatherings because he lost another friend. In short, Xie Tao is still very interested in the parties in this world. He took Zhong Shanjing to the market with great interest and bought a lot of useful and useless things. At this time, Zhang Xingji had also bought all the things. They met in the middle of the place. Because Xie Tao had some things left to buy, he asked Zhang Xingji to go back and put down the things first. Zhang Xingji did move a lot of things, especially the bedding and other things that took up a lot of space, so he nodded and went back first. Xie Tao continued to shop, and after shopping, he walked back. On the way, he happened to pass by where Zhang Chunyu and his friends lived, so he simply went over and knocked on the door. The others were not there, but Zhang Ming was there. Where are they? I have a small mission and will be back in the evening. You are back? Did it go well this time? Zhang Ming poured Xie Tao a glass of water, but Xie Tao refused. I won't sit down. She gave an address and then said, I moved here to live. Someone wants to come to my house to have a party in the evening. You can come too. After all, these are friends she just met in this world. Although the relationship is not particularly close, they are all very good, and Xie Tao doesn't mind making friends with them. The relationship between friends is that the longer you spend together, the deeper the connection will be. Feelings are developed through interaction. Okay, I'll tell them. Xie Tao said goodbye to him and said to Zhong Shanjing as he walked out, I wonder where the deputy captain lives. The deputy captain was a nice guy, so he could be invited. It was a party, so the more people the better. Maybe you can ask someone. That makes sense. Xie Tao was lucky. Just as he was about to ask someone, he bumped into the deputy captain, who had a little black eye, a pile of unknown things in his arms, and was walking slowly like a social animal who had worked too much overtime. Come to my house for a party tonight? Xie Tao waved at him from a distance. You must come. The deputy captain looked over in a daze and found that it was Xie Tao. He nodded and said, After I send the information up, I will go back to take a nap and find you later. Xie Tao didn't know many people. After chatting with the deputy captain, he went back directly, sighing as he walked back. He looked so pitiful. Zhong Shanjing also sighed beside him. Maybe this is a social animal. What is a social animal? Work from 9 to 9, all year round, get up earlier than chickens, sleep later than dogs, and don't make much money. Poor people who can only work for the boss. That sounds really miserable. Xie Tao sighed twice and said, A peaceful world is not easy either. The two of them walked back while talking nonsense. So Zhang Xingji became the last person to know that Xie Tao was going to move into a big house and have a party. His face was full of confusion and shock. Didn't I successfully move in? Something seems to be wrong. No one knew how Zhang Xingji felt. After all, Xie Tao was busy throwing a party and had no time to pay attention to him. She sat on the sofa on the first floor of her big villa, chewing a fresh big nectarine while directing Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Zhong Shanjing to tidy up the things in the room, put everything in place, wipe off the dust, and then check each functional room to see if there was anything damaged, such as the kitchen, bathroom, etc. The only person who was free in the whole room was Xie Tao. She lay there, looking like a salted fish, turning herself over from time to time and sprinkling salt, and then the whole afternoon passed like this. A little later, people came one after another. The first to come were Jiang Ming and his friends. When they came, they also brought a large box of fruit. Obviously, they knew what Xie Tao liked and brought it to congratulate Xie Tao on moving to a new house. They were not the kind of particularly powerful superpowers, and the points they could get were very limited. The fact that they could take out such a large box of fruit showed that they really regarded Xie Tao as a friend. The next person to come over was the deputy captain. As a social animal, the deputy captain was filled with the scent of overtime work, and he looked as depressed as he could be. When he came, he was holding a pillow, 2 bottles of wine, and a book in his right hand. After he came, he threw the wine and the book to Xie Tao, then put the pillow on the sofa and fell asleep. Call me when the party starts. It's really miserable. Although he lives next door, Jin Chao came late. He had a good sleep and looked refreshed. He even made a pose for himself, which made him look even cooler. If he didn't have a big pink bunny doll in his arms. It's my melody. Ha! Jin Chao stuffed the rabbit into her hands. It's a peripheral product. I walked around for a long time before I found it. It's not easy to find peripheral products at this time. If you have prepared in advance, you can go to the city to look for it. It's hard to find it on the spur of the moment. After all, it's the end of the world. There's no time to bring such a big rabbit. It's better to bring more food, or even more clothes. Zhong Shanjing, who didn't know my melody, fell into confusion. Xie Tao told him that my melody is Melody, a little elf rabbit. I like my melody very much. Its pink rabbit ear hood is so cute that Xie Tao liked it the first time he saw it. He didn't expect that humans in this world would actually make peripheral products. Xie Tao happily hugged the big rabbit and was already thinking of some bad ideas in her mind. You said, when I return to my world, can I sell the peripherals of the God of Light? There are so many believers in the Holy Temple. As long as I tell everyone that this is a blessed peripheral, many people should be willing to buy it. You are really smart. Zhong Shanjing couldn't help but cover his head after imagining the scene. Xie Tao felt that her idea was very reliable and would definitely make a lot of money. The only thing she had to worry about was that the Holy Temple copied her idea and opened an official store, and she might not be able to compete. Damn it, I really should destroy the Holy Temple first. A My Melody bunny doll successfully triggered a bloody murder in the future, but at this moment, the only thing Xie Tao did was to roll on the sofa with My Melody in his arms. At this time, the door was knocked again. Xie Tao thought it was her friend, so she jumped up to open the door, but found that the person standing at the door was Zhong Jinwei. Zhong Jinwei was wearing black-framed glasses and stood at the door somewhat stiffly. After seeing Xie Tao, he said, I asked Zhong Jinliang and found out that you seem to have moved here, so I came to find you. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Xie Tao was silent for a moment, then said. Zhong Jinwei was stunned, thinking that he was hated, and looked a little pitiful. Did I say something wrong again? That's not the case. Xie Tao looked behind him and said helplessly, but it's too late. Jiang Xingji stood there. He looked at Zhong Jinwei. His expression did not change, but there was a hint of murderousness in his eyes. Zhong Jinwei did not expect to see Jiang Xingji here. He was a little dazed when he turned his head, and after 2 seconds he said in surprise, Jiang Xingji, you're okay? Yes, I'm fine. Sorry to disappoint you. Jiang Xingji walked past Zhong Jinwei with 2 pots of flowers and said in a cold voice, I didn't expect you to be here, but I won't kill you today. You can run first, as far as you can. He would not see blood at Xie Tao's party, but if Zhong Jinwei insisted on provoke him, he didn't mind getting rid of him immediately after the party. Zhong Jinwei was dumbfounded, and the hair on his forehead slowly fell down. He didn't know why Jiang Xingji suddenly became so cold, ruthless, and even full of hatred for him. They had gotten along well before. Even though he was not very emotionally intelligent and not very good at speaking, Jiang Xingji never disliked him. Jiang Xingji, it's because I didn't go. You should know what you did. Jiang Xingji didn't want to argue with Zhong Jinwei in front of Xie Tao. He turned his head suddenly, stared at Zhong Jinwei coldly, and then said, I swore before that I would make you regret it. I'm sorry. Zhong Jinwei also knew that what he did was unforgivable. After all, he gave up Jiang Xingji. Obviously, Jiang Xingji helped them so much, but when Jiang Xingji was trapped, he not only didn't save Jiang Xingji, but also didn't let Xie Tao and others save him. It was normal for Jiang Xingji to hate him. He did do something ungrateful. I don't want to hear your fake apology. Get out! Xie Tao was listening to the 2 people's irrelevant chat. She couldn't help laughing and fell down. She leaned on Zhong Shanjing's shoulder. Because she laughed too much, her stomach hurt a little. She twitched and immediately attracted the attention of Jiang Xingji and Zhong Jinwei. Neither of them knew why Xie Tao laughed like this. Was their conversation funny? Xie Tao laughed for a long time and finally stopped. She felt her stomach relieved twice and then said, Jiang Xingji, take that thing out and show it to him. Jiang Xingji must carry the evidence of his betrayal with him, even if it would attract some zombies to approach him. He took out a plastic bag from his pocket, which looked like the kind used by the police to hold evidence, and then took out a gray-black finger from it. When Zhong Jinwei saw the finger, he was stunned. He rushed over and wanted to take it for inspection, but was pushed away by Jiang Xingji. This thing is in my purse, and that purse was handed to me by you personally. Impossible. Zhong Jinwei is not stupid, but his emotional intelligence is a little low. After all, if he is a fool, how can he become a researcher? Connecting the things in front of him, he finally understood why Jiang Xingji's attitude towards him was so strange. It's not me. I didn't put it. Zhong Jinwei eagerly grabbed Jiang Xingji. I only put medicine that can expel zombies in it. Absolutely not this, and I absolutely can't put this thing on you. It's even impossible for him to take this finger off the body. He won't destroy his own experiment. Zhong Shanjing didn't believe Zhong Jinwei at all. After he experienced betrayal, it was difficult for him to trust others. After all, when he used to treat others kindly and risk his life for others, the person he protected was framing him. But Xie Tao was standing next to him. Xie Tao was different from others, especially for Zhong Shanjing. She was a ray of light that Zhong Shanjing met in the darkest moment. Her mystery, her uniqueness, the soft hand she placed on his head, the light flowing into his body, all made Zhong Shanjing remember Xie Tao deeply, and he would never forget Xie Tao. Xie Tao pointed out that thing just now, probably because there should be information error between him and Zhong Jinwei. Zhong Jinwei didn't know that this thing was put on his body, and he thought that the thing was put by Zhong Jinwei. Zhong Shanjing had always thought that it was Zhong Jinwei who replaced the things in the purse with fingers, and everyone who took the purse would die there, and no one would know that the purse was given by Zhong Jinwei. Even if they really found something and suspected Zhong Jinwei, they would not be able to come back alive for revenge. Now that Xie Tao has intervened, and he knows that the thing was not done by the person in front of him, when he thinks calmly, he will think of more things. If it was not put by Zhong Jinwei, then who put it? Zhong Shanjing was thinking, and Zhong Jinwei was also thinking. You two come in first. If you quarrel at the door and are seen by others, wouldn't it be weird? Xie Tao let the two people into her big villa first, then took the pots of flowers from Zhong Shanjing's hand and threw them to Xiaobai, asking Xiaobai to put them on the balcony. She also threw the snacks in Zhong Shanjing's other hand to Xiaohei, asking Xiaohei to sort them out. Those suitable for the party were unpacked and placed on the coffee table, and everyone would eat together later. After Zhong Jinwei entered the house, he was stunned for a moment when he saw that everyone brought something. He fumbled around on his body, and finally only found a small bottle. But even if he had a low EQ, he knew that it was very impolite to give something like zombie brain fluid to others. As a result, Xie Tao took it and held the bottle up to look at it for a while. She said with some surprise, "It's so thick. It must be troublesome to extract it. Thank you." Point do. Other people who have never heard thank you but tried hard to bring Xie Tao things he likes. As soon as they arrived, almost everyone Xie Tao knew was there. No matter what messy grudges or unresolved issues, they could be put aside. The most important thing now is to have a party. Xie Tao, who had never had a party before, sat obediently on the sofa, tilting her head and waiting for Jin Chao to explain the rules to her. Jin Chao looked down at Xie Tao, probably because he didn't expect Xie Tao to not even know this. For things like parties, the most important thing is that you are happy. As long as you are happy, you can play however you want. As long as you have enough fun, it's called a party. After Jin Chao finished speaking, he nodded vigorously, thinking that his explanation was very faithful and elegant. Really? Xie Tao's eyes lit up little by little. So a few minutes later, Jin Chao regretted it so much that he wanted to go back to sleep. After all, he didn't look like a magic girl at all. He played strange games with Xie Tao. Seeing that several people seemed to want to run away, Xie Tao smiled grimly and closed the door of the villa. So in the midst of wailing, Xie Tao, Xiaohei, and Xiaobai, and even Zhang Chunyu joined the ranks of torturing boys and held down the group of men who wanted to run away. To be honest, if it was a good-looking boy, then even if he dressed up as a magic girl, he would look good. But someone like Jiang Ming was only worthy of being dressed up as a monster and beaten by a magic girl. But Jiang Ming was not sad and was even very happy because he escaped a disaster. He didn't want women's clothes or anything like that. So in this kind of disaster, smart and stupid will be particularly clear. For example, Jin Chao, he could only scream dummy and was soon pressed there, and Xiaohei grinned and changed him into a pink magic girl's skirt. Zhong Shanjing said to Xie Tao calmly, "I ordered a batch of fruits from the base before, and I'm going to have a party tonight. It should be delivered by now. I'll go check it out. After I get it, I'll go to the kitchen to wash it. You guys can have fun first, don't worry about me." Okay. Xie Tao was busy persecuting others and said without turning his head, "Remember to cut it and make it into a fruit plate directly." Zhong Xingji, who was not so smart but relatively smart, hid in the corner for a while, and saw that all the big men, even the deputy captain, were not spared, so he quickly rushed to Xie Tao's side. "Zhong Shanjing hasn't come back yet. Is it because there are too many things to carry? I'll go find him." Then he ran away too. It was too late for others to use similar excuses, and they could only wail, and gradually turned into magical girls, Hello Kitty, and other strange images. Jin Chao knelt in the corner and cried, holding the magic wand in his arms. "I'm so stupid. I shouldn't have proposed to have a party. If I hadn't proposed to have a party, I wouldn't have to explain to you what a party is. If I hadn't told you that having a party is just for your own happiness, I wouldn't have been dressed as a woman." He muttered to himself, obviously suffering a major mental blow. The calmest person turned out to be the deputy captain. Probably because the social animal has been destroyed a lot by this world. He can even wear a beautiful black and white skirt with small diamond plaids all over it, sit there with his legs crossed and drink coffee. While drinking, he murmured, "It's a bit cold," especially when the wind passed through his legs. When the captain came to find the deputy captain, it was already around midnight. She arrived at the door of the villa and confirmed that this was the house number she was looking for. When she was about to go in, she heard a strange sound coming from inside. "I can't fly out of this colorful world. I'm just a drunken butterfly. Your promise was so casual, but it's going to leave me with a knot that I can never untie in my life." The second half of the sentence sounded so much like the deputy captain's voice. The captain felt something was wrong because he wanted to survive. He didn't need to hand in the information, so he could write it tomorrow. She quickly hugged the information and returned to her residence as quickly as possible, avoiding the disaster of square dancing in a magic girl skirt. The next morning, when Xie Tao slowly got up, she found herself sleeping on the sofa, surrounded by a group of people lying in all directions. They were all wearing strange clothes and smelled of alcohol. The table was filled with snack packaging bags, empty wine bottles, fruit cores, and other messy things. Is this a party? Xie Tao thought back to the scene of the demons dancing together last night. Well, it was very strange, but very happy. Playing games, singing and dancing, eating and drinking with friends was indeed a very stress-relieving thing. When they return to the original world, they don't need to hold any gatherings of necromancers anymore. They can just have a party directly. Her friends should also like this kind of gathering. They played all night, and the ones who were tired were Xiao He and Xiao Bai, because they were responsible for cleaning up the room. The others who slept all over the floor woke up one after another. Xiao He and Xiao Bai considerately brought them hangover soup and breakfast, so that they could fill their stomachs before leaving. Jin Chao hadn't been able to take off his pink skirt yet, but he had gotten used to it after a night. He yawned while chugging soup. He glanced at the side and saw that the deputy captain had finished his breakfast very quickly. "I have work to do, so I'll leave first." It's really not easy to be a social animal. People who had things to do left one after another, and those who didn't have things to do went home to catch up on their sleep. In the end, only Xie Tao, Zhong Shanjing, Zhang Xingji, and Zhong Jinwei were left in the room. Zhong Jinwei had obviously been a good kid who liked to read and had a bit of a silly personality since she was a child. She had never played so crazy before. After waking up, she had been eating stupidly, drinking stupidly, and sitting stupidly on the sofa, with her hands on her thighs, pressing the hem of her tender green skirt, very ladylike. "Why aren't you two leaving yet?" Xie Tao turned to look at Zhang Xingji and Zhong Jinwei. Zhong Jinwei suddenly woke up and stood up quickly. Let's talk?" Zhang Xingji obviously knew it was a misunderstanding, but there was one thing that was not a misunderstanding. That is, Zhong Jinwei was indeed not prepared to save him. Although he understood that the target of his hatred was not Zhong Jinwei, at the same time, there was no friendship between him and Zhong Jinwei. Okay. Zhong Jinwei went to change clothes first, and then went to talk to Zhang Xingji. The two of them went out, and Xie Tao fell back and fell on the sofa again. It seems that things will take some time to ferment before they can make a fuss. Zhong Shanjing worked tirelessly to clean up the table next to him. Hearing this, he said, "Do you want to watch the fun so much? It's boring." Xie Tao closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "It feels like human society is just like that. Yes, you will meet new friends. There are fresh and delicious fruits, and there are many interesting things that she has never touched before. But the essence is still the same." Xie Tao was a little bored. She still preferred her previous life. In the human base, there was no way to do experiments. She was not used to being too idle. Zhong Shanjing squatted next to Xie Tao, and his voice sounded very light. "Are you starting to feel bored?" "A little." She yawned slightly, and then turned over. The Xiangtao survivor base became bigger and bigger, and gradually gained some fame in the vicinity. More and more survivors came to join it, and gradually established diplomatic relations with other bases. After all, it is normal for different bases to have exchanges with each other these days, exchanging materials and some relatively scarce things. Of course, the most important thing is that basically every base has its own laboratory, doing experiments in different aspects. Some bases are studying how to apply supernatural powers to crops and the like in the doomsday environment to achieve self-sufficiency of the base. After all, in most bases now, the materials that sustain life are looted from existing cities, and those materials are dead things. They will not increase, and they will be gone when they are used up. If there is no way to produce them by themselves, sooner or later they will face the embarrassing situation of having no materials. This is inevitable. Some bases are also studying zombies, and then see if they can make vaccines that are immune to the zombie virus to save those injured humans. Some bases are even studying whether ordinary people can also awaken superpowers. In short, there are many kinds of research, and they will communicate with each other, especially after they have finished products. They will share what they have. Therefore, it is very important to establish a good relationship between bases. Xiangtao is a new base with not very old qualifications, so it is particularly important to pay attention to this aspect. Therefore, when an important person from the largest base passed by the Xiangtao survivor base, Zhong Jinliang attached great importance to this matter and specially left the person at Xiangtao to entertain him well. There were 6 people coming, and they seemed to have come from Kyoto. It seemed that they had something to do and just passed by. Of course, it is also possible that they have already done it. Zhong Jinliang is not too sure. He just planned to entertain these people well. Maybe he could leave a good impression on them, and when they go back, the two bases can communicate with each other. The woman had not planned to stay in Xie Tao for a while, but after they had gained nothing in Kyoto, they were exhausted not only physically but also mentally. On the way back, there was only one base, Xie Tao, so they decided to take a break here. If you can't find Zhong Shanjing, don't look for him for now. There will always be other ways. They comforted her. The woman didn't say anything. She just suddenly remembered something very important. Zhong Jinliang, the #1 person in the Xie Tao survivor base, was also a very important person in her previous life. In her previous life, the Xie Tao survivor base was destroyed very early because Zhong Jinliang took in all the people in the research institute where Zhong Jinwei was. She didn't know the details, but she heard that Zhang Xingji destroyed Xie Tao and many people died. But Zhong Jinliang didn't die. He fled with his people. Not long after they fled to another base, Zhang Xingji went there again. Jiang Xing's reputation was very bad in the early days because he followed Zhong Jinliang and killed 2.5 bases. Later, his reputation was a little better, not because he did anything good, but because everyone found that only he could deal with Zhong Shanjing. So his reputation became better. Although not everyone praised, at least he was both good and evil, and even developed into the hope of mankind in the end. Unfortunately, compared with Zhong Shanjing, Jiang Xingji is still slightly weaker. Some people speculate that it was because Jiang Xingji was seriously injured when he awakened his superpowers and left sequelae, which led to his inability to beat Zhong Shanjing in the later period. It was for this reason that the woman decided to find Jiang Xingji before he got into trouble, to see if she could save him once, which was not only a personal favor, but also prevented Jiang Xingji from turning evil, and prevented him from being seriously injured and leaving sequelae that made him unable to beat Zhong Shanjing. The best of both worlds. As a result, they searched all the way, but they could not find Jiang Xingji before the incident happened, so they could only look for him near the place where Jiang Xingji got into trouble. As a result, because of the butterfly effect, everything happened in advance, and Jiang Xingji was saved by Xie Tao. Because according to the original development, the Xie Tao survivor base will not be able to gather people for a while. After all, Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing did not participate in the previous world line. It will take a few more days before contacting Zhong Jinwei. After everything was advanced, it was normal for them to be empty-handed, but the woman didn't know. She was still thinking about where Jiang Xingji went, and what happened that caused everything to not develop as she knew. Because she was full of curiosity, the woman planned to stay for a while and observe Zhong Jinliang to see if she could get some clues from him. And building a good relationship with Zhong Jinliang would also help them come here in the future, because according to the development of the previous life, Jiang Xingji would come to Xie Tao soon and completely destroy this place. Zhong Jinliang heard that they were going to stay for 2 days, and he was happy in his heart. He turned around and told the people around him to find Jin Chao quickly. Jin Chao was the strongest psychic in their base, and he was like a facade. To put it bluntly, when the two bases intersected, they had to show their strength first, and the force value was also included. The person who went to call Jin Chao had not come back yet. Zhong Jinliang was chatting with these people while waiting. Finally, he could not wait any longer and said with a smile, "Let's go over and take a look. I originally wanted him to take you around the base, but now it seems that something may have happened and he is being held back." So several people walked towards the villa area where Jin Chao lived. Zhong Jinliang's place was quite close to here, and it was only a few steps away. As a result, he saw from a distance that the person he sent to call Jin Chao was arguing with a woman. Zhong Jinliang was very angry, but he did not show it on his face. He was even smiling. He was a person who had the characteristics of some people in power. He did not show his emotions. He probably just put the person in a small notebook and would investigate later. Zhong Jinliang led the people to approach quietly. When he approached, he felt something was wrong. Why did the girl who was chatting up this person look so tall? She must be more than 1 8 meters tall. When he got closer and heard the voice, Zhong Jinliang felt more and more disappointed. This tall girl, who was wearing a pretty little skirt and had some queen-like features, spoke in a voice that sounded so much like Jin Chao. The girl was still angry. "How urgent is it? At least let me take off my makeup and change clothes. Can't you even wait for this little time? If you hadn't urged me, I might have already done it." Because Jin Chao lived next door to Xie Tao, he simply didn't take off his makeup or change clothes, and walked straight to his door. He planned to talk about it later when he got back, but he was stopped by the guy at the door. He said that Zhong Jinliang had something urgent to see him and asked him to come over. Jin Chao was still very proud. I didn't know what was so urgent that he couldn't even take off his makeup or change his clothes. He wanted to swear at that time. So the two of them struggled at the door for a few minutes, but Zhong Jinliang couldn't wait any longer and brought the person over directly. For a moment, everyone's expression was a little strange. Zhong Jinliang didn't expect that Jin Chao actually had such a hobby. He really didn't see it. The other people didn't know Jin Chao very well, but they didn't expect that he was a crossdresser. Jin Chao was simply in pain because of social death. Is it too late for him to tell them now that this was just an accident, and he didn't have any special hobbies. Will they believe it? Thinking of this, Jin Chao swallowed even more. I don't know if he couldn't stand such a heavy blow and became autistic. Zhong Jinliang's heart was also very complicated. He tried hard to control his expression so that he didn't seem so surprised, and showed a bit of calmness. You go and pack up first and come to me later. I have something to talk to you about. Jin Chao quickly got into his villa, wishing he had never appeared. Xie Tao didn't know that her friend had just experienced social death. She collapsed on the sofa and watched Xiao He, Xiao Bai and Zhong Shanjing clean up the room. Having a party is indeed a very happy thing, but cleaning up the room after the party is also a chore. Although Xie Tao doesn't need to work, watching others work will make her eyes tired. Yes, Xie Tao said so confidently. Xiao Bai and Xiao He were loyal to her and didn't question Xie Tao's intentions at all, so Zhong Shanjing, the only normal person, felt that he was out of place. He often couldn't integrate into Xie Tao's group because he was too normal. After quietly complaining, Zhong Shanjing packed up all his things and prepared to go out to throw away the garbage. The garbage they produced last night was more than a normal family of 3 could produce in a week. The rest of the work at home was handed over to Xiao He and Xiao Bai, and Zhong Shanjing simply went out to throw away the garbage. He carried 4 large black bags, each as big as a body bag, and they were filled to the brim. It was the degree that normal people would feel numb when they saw it. As soon as he went out, he met a group of people waiting for Jin Chao to change clothes at the door of his house. Zhong Shanjing was blocked by 4 large bags, and no one could see what he looked like. When he passed by those people, he heard the 2 people who fell at the back saying, Zhong Shanjing can't be found, and Zhang Xingji can't be found either. It doesn't matter if they can't find it, who knows if the prophecy is accurate or not, but there are so many things that can be done or not, but she has to stay in such a small base. What is she thinking? Zhong Shanjing didn't expect to hear his name at this time. He paused, slowed down his pace and walked forward. He remembered that when he was just picked up by Xie Tao, he met someone looking for him before leaving the city. To be precise, judging from the posture, he should be wanted. It seemed that there was a grudge against him. Zhong Shanjing didn't know who was looking for him at that time, and he never came to any conclusion since then. Unexpectedly, after a long time, he heard it again in the mouths of several strangers at the Xiangtao survivor base. Zhong Shanjing was quite curious about this matter. He really couldn't remember who he had an enemy with, and he had fallen to the point where the whole city wanted him. Now that he heard the relevant news, he looked at the 2 people more. He didn't stay in Xiangtao for a long time, and most of the time he was on missions outside. He didn't have much impression of the people in front of him. He only knew that the man standing with them seemed to be Zhong Jinliang, the head of Xiangtao. That is, Zhong Jinwei's half-brother. When Zhong Shanjing walked forward slowly, the 2 people were still chatting. They didn't speak loudly and stood at the back, obviously not wanting the woman to hear. Who knows what she's thinking? Besides, we have to ask the boss about this. Since the boss met her, he seems to be possessed by a demon. He believes everything she says. Maybe this woman really has special abilities, but it's not prediction. She just wants to confuse people. But she did predict a few things before. It seems that she really has some ability. I don't know for sure. Anyway, we should listen to the boss. There shouldn't be any big problems. But it's not a good idea to just search aimlessly. How much time have we wasted just to find those 2 people? Many things that should have been done were not done in time. Now is the most important time. The development of the base has been restricted. One of them complained a few words, obviously very unhappy. At the beginning of the apocalypse, it was the most important time. As a result, the boss, who was such a powerful superpower, followed her to fool around. Many things were not done, and the benefits were taken by others. The 2 people became more and more angry. As they were chatting, they suddenly felt that a shadow blocked them. At the beginning, they saw 4 big bags passing in front of them. They subconsciously made way so as not to block Zhong Shanjing and stopped talking. After Zhong Shanjing walked a short distance with his things, one of them said, If Zhong Shanjing is really the zombie king who will destroy the world, there should be some movement now. I think she is just talking nonsense to make people panic and listen to her. After Zhong Shanjing became a zombie, his 5 senses became more acute. Others may not be able to hear him at this distance, but he can hear it clearly. Even the tone of his voice is clear, without any mistakes. Zombie king? Destroy the world? Who are you talking about? Zhong Shanjing never thought that he would hear such news. After throwing away the garbage, he was still thinking. The information content in it was really too much. For example, someone predicted that he would become the zombie king and destroy the world. In order to prevent this result, some people even wanted to find him. As for what they wanted to do after finding him, it seemed particularly obvious, killing him or something, to prevent the world from being destroyed. Zhong Shanjing thought it was a bit ridiculous, just because of a prophecy? If he could really destroy the world, where would he put Xie Tao? Oh, Xie Tao might have returned to her world by then. Without Xie Tao's control and oppression, there might really be no one in this world who could stop him, so maybe he could really destroy the world. Zhong Shanjing yawned out of boredom, took a detour, and returned to the villa. Xie Tao was sitting on the sofa playing games, and his expression looked a bit bored. As soon as he saw him coming back, Xie Tao shouted, "Go wash the fruit for me." "Aren't Xiao He and Xiao Bai here? Can't they do this job?" "Never mind, he's used to it." Zhong Shanjing went to wash a plate of fruit and sat down on the sofa. "I just met a few people at the door. They seem to be the group of people who wanted me when you met me." Xie Tao's eyes were wide open. "How did they chase here? You weren't seen, were you?" "No." Zhong Shanjing calmly told Xie Tao what he heard, and he became excited in an instant. "Precognition? You can destroy the world? It sounds interesting. Let's go, let's go." She turned back to look at Zhong Shanjing halfway through her words. Because he had been wanted before, Xie Tao had disguised him twice to prevent him from being recognized. Xie Tao did not change his face beyond recognition, but only modified his facial features to make his facial features look softer and less aggressive, and also modified some of the features on his face. Unless you are very familiar with Zhong Shanjing, it is difficult to find a sense of familiarity on his face, and it is also difficult to connect Zhong Shanjing today with his original appearance. "Let's go watch the fun." Xie Tao was sure that Zhong Shanjing would not be recognized. Even if someone said he looked like Zhong Shanjing, it didn't matter. The two of them just had to refuse to admit it. Even if he was exposed, it didn't matter. No one could beat Xie Tao anyway. At worst, she could summon a bunch of younger brothers to support her. Xie Tao jumped off the sofa, found a pair of slippers, and wanted to go out to watch the fun. Shanjing had to follow him, and then heard Xie Tao sighing, "I can't imagine what it would be like if you destroyed the world. I always feel that you wouldn't do such a laborious thing. There is no reward for destroying the world, and once the world is destroyed, it means that Zhong Shanjing is also destroyed. After all, where can he survive without him? Zhong Shanjing shouldn't be so stupid to do something that is sure to lose money, right?" Zhong Shanjing didn't speak for a long time. When he was about to walk out of the door, he suddenly said, "If I hadn't met you, maybe I would have really developed to that point." "That's right," Xie Tao said to himself. "You were originally a little bad guy. You used hatred and resentment as nutrients to grow up to this point. After becoming a zombie, you will gradually lose control of your desires and want to eat every human who appears in front of you. You will lose every bottom line as you lose control of yourself. In the end, you may degenerate into anything." Zhong Shanjing didn't mean that. He was secretly expressing that Xie Tao was very important to him, but the very smart necromancer in front of him, who was very proficient in human nature, didn't seem to notice this. Zhong Shanjing's words at this time seemed very deliberate, so he swallowed them back silently and then said, "Will I not lose control now?" "Yes, but not to such a serious extent because I'm still here," Xie Tao said confidently. "There is one thing Zhong Shanjing didn't say. You will leave this world sooner or later. Isn't this your wish?" In the process of getting along, Zhong Shanjing felt that this world was very good for Xie Tao. There were zombies everywhere, no shortage of experimental materials, whether it was anime, comics, games, or snacks and fruits. Xie Tao liked them all. However, as long as he could find the way back, the woman in front of him would leave without any nostalgia, because for her, that world was her home even if it was bad in every way. She had friends and enemies there, and everything she wanted. When he thought of this, Zhong Shanjing felt very unhappy. He crossed his arms and said seemingly indifferently, "That's great." Xie Tao always felt that he was a little weird, and when he turned around to look, he didn't see any problems from his face. He felt that Zhong Shanjing was really getting weirder and weirder. Why did he become so uncertain recently? It seemed that since the day Zhang Ji came over, he was getting more and more wrong. Tsk. Xie Tao didn't comment, but went out to watch the show first. Jin Chao had just changed his clothes and came out at this time. He looked depressed and was obviously still immersed in the pain of his social death. He put his hands in his pockets, walked to Zhong Jinliang coolly and depressedly, and said in a dead tone, "Excuse me, is there anything important that you want to talk to me about? These are the distinguished guests from Fengcheng. I have important things to do in the afternoon. I can't accompany the distinguished guests to go around, so I want to leave this matter to you." Zhong Jinliang regretted what he had thought before. He didn't expect Jin Chao to be so unreliable and have such a strange habit. Would this make the image of their base look very strange? Oh, okay. Jin Chao's eyes looked like a dead fish, until Xie Tao came out of the house happily with Zhong Shanjing and waved to him from a distance. Tears flowed down Jin Chao's eyes, but a man can't cry, and a cool guy can't cry either. He maintained his last stubbornness and waved to Xie Tao. Xie Tao came over. Zhong Jinliang didn't know who Xie Tao was. After all, Xie Tao had not been in the base for long, so he gave Jin Chao a look, and Jin Chao explained to him in a low voice. Zhong Jinling suddenly realized that it was the powerful nanny. His expression immediately became enthusiastic. "It's Miss Xie Tao. I remember you and Jin Chao are friends, right? You guys chat and I'll go get busy first." A powerful superpower and a powerful nanny should be able to reflect the strength of their base, right? Zhong Jinliang left confidently, leaving a group of people standing here. The women obviously didn't want to visit any base, but just gave Zhong Jinliang face, so they didn't refuse. So the atmosphere became awkward. Only Xie Tao looked at those people seriously, especially the woman in the lead. She was very beautiful, and her temperament was a little gentle like water. She and the man next to her should be partners, because their standing postures were very intimate. Is it a prophecy? Xie Tao had seen a similar ability to predict, which came from the previous son of the Holy Temple. That son predicted that a plague would occur soon. Later, the plague really happened, and only the Holy Temple could cure it, and it did not affect any nobles, only a group of civilians died. From then on, Xie Tao felt that the ability of prediction was very subtle. Although she was a necromancer and was considered a charlatan in the eyes of ordinary people, she still looked down on charlatans. From ancient times to the present, it seems that only the sons of the Holy Temple occasionally have one or two people with the ability to predict, but their predictive abilities are very subtle. They can predict a war and a plague, but they cannot predict their own death. So what about the woman in front of him? After the end of the world, many people have supernatural powers, and their supernatural powers are also strange, useful and useless, strong and weak. It is also possible for a prophetic supernatural power to appear. She can't kill someone with one stick and say that she is a liar. The woman was also looking at Zhong Shanjing next to her. She always felt that this person looked familiar, but she felt strange when she looked closely. This feeling was very strange, and she couldn't help but approach and start a conversation. "My name is Lin Ruan. I came from Fengcheng. I feel like you seem..." Xie Tao suddenly stepped forward, standing between the two of them, and said with a smile, Hello, my name is Xie Tao. Which Ruan is your Ruan? I heard that your ability is precognition. Is it true?" Lin Ruan's smile froze. How do you know? Her ability was not widely publicized. After all, it was not her real superpower, but the news that came with her rebirth. Moreover, an ability like precognition is quite eye-catching, so it's better to keep a low profile. Xie Tao seemed to not listen to anyone at all, and approached her with an interested face. "Does your precognition ability require any pre-shaking? Is it real-time, or does it take a long time to charge?" Lin Ruan looked at the man next to her for help, and her boyfriend immediately stepped forward to help her out. Before he came over, Xie Tao suddenly took action. She slapped Lin Ruan's chest lightly. It seemed that she didn't use much strength, but Lin Ruan flew out directly and hit her boyfriend's arms with a bang. Her boyfriend stumbled several steps and almost hit the pillar on the side. The few superpowers they brought were all quite strong. They reacted very quickly and rushed up to surround Xie Tao. They didn't know why Xie Tao suddenly attacked. They only saw Xie Tao's face full of disappointment. Ah, that's it? This predictive ability is not very good. Didn't her ability tell her that she would be beaten today? Didn't it tell her that Xie Tao would attack her? Is the charging bar too long? Xie Tao asked sincerely, but this sentence seemed like a provocation to others. The young man next to Lin Ruan was immediately furious. The base they were in was very large, and the head of the base was his brother. He himself was also a very strong superpower. No matter where he went, others would flatter him. Lin Ruan is his girlfriend. Wouldn't hitting Lin Ruan be the same as hitting him in the face? The flames covered the young man's arms in an instant. He rushed over very quickly, looking like a small cannonball, and rushed straight to Xie Tao's face. Zhong Shanjing reacted faster than him. He appeared in front of Xie Tao silently and raised his hand gently. The next second, the fist wrapped in flames fell into Zhong Shanjing's palm. The cold breath spread from Zhong Shanjing's palm to the young man's arm in an instant. As a flame ability user, his body temperature is much higher than that of ordinary people. He is always at a constant temperature, like a high fever. When the weather is hot, if he is not next to ice, he will feel uncomfortable all over. When the weather is cold, he will not feel cold at all. But at this moment, he actually shuddered, and the flame on his arm went out with a puff. "Don't go too far." Shanjing's tone sounded gentle, but in fact it was a little sarcastic. Our Tao didn't use any supernatural powers, just touched her lightly. She is less than 1.6 meters tall and only weighs about 80 kilograms. A slap on her doesn't have much force, but you are different. Using supernatural powers to bully a little girl, isn't it a bit too much? This person clearly revealed his double standards to everyone. He smiled slightly while speaking, and there was no sign of guilt. Xie Tao was standing behind Zhong Shanjing very calmly. He couldn't help laughing when he heard the words. After laughing, he was a little angry again. "I am 1.6 meters tall. Okay, just right." The attitude of the two people who ignored others directly angered the young man. He covered his slightly trembling arm, and his first reaction was to call for help. There were 6 of them in total, and Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing were the only 2 people. No matter how you look at it, they have a better chance of winning. Lin Ruan felt a little pain in her chest. She coughed twice and then held the young man. "Brother Yan, I'm fine. Calm down first." Lin Ruan didn't know Xie Tao. After thinking carefully about her previous life, she had never heard of such a person. In other words, Xie Tao either died early or didn't make a name for himself in the late apocalypse. As for the man next to her, although he looked a little familiar, this familiarity might be because he was similar to someone. Because if you look closely, you really don't know him. The only thing you need to be vigilant about is how Xie Tao knew that her ability was predictive. Not many people know that Lin Ruan's ability is predictive. They are all members of Zhao Linyan's team. Although they are usually dissatisfied with sudden orders, they obviously won't spread Lin Ruan's ability everywhere. After all, Zhao Linyan had just issued a gag order not long ago. So the more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was terrifying. Xie Tao. Xie Tao. She really had never heard of this name, and she had never met him in her previous life. They've slapped you in the face like this, and you're still speaking for them. I know you're kind, but at this time, if you don't do anything, people will only look down on you. Zhao Linyan motioned for all the members of his team to gather around him, and his expression suddenly became a little ferocious. You too, apologize to my girlfriend. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you can't fight 6 alone, right? Why 1 against 6? Xie Tao stuck his head out and asked curiously. There are 6 of them. I know there are 6 of them. Xie Tao crossed his arms and said with a click of his tongue, but we also have 2 of us. What are you talking about? He was already stunned when Xie Tao took action. Zhong Jinliang had said before that this group of people came from Fengcheng. Fengcheng is the largest survivor base so far. It is said that there are many superpowers there. Zhao Linyan's brother Zhao Linfeng has recruited a large number of superpowers with good strength to form a self-defense force. If you want to provoke people from Fengcheng, you have to weigh your own strength first. Although their Shangtao survivor base is of a certain size, it is really far behind Fengcheng. It is just like the difference between a county and a city. This is why Zhong Jinliang wants to treat this group of people well and build a good relationship with them. But Xie Tao started fighting with them without saying a word. Jin Chao didn't even know why he started fighting. How could it develop to this point? Is there any hatred between them? But seeing that Zhao Linyan was about to fight with Xie Tao with his team members, he couldn't ignore it. After all, he and Xie Tao also had a friendship. So Jin Chao stood up and said, "It should be a misunderstanding. Yes, fighting is not good. Why don't we sit down and talk slowly?" After Zhao Linyan sneered, he was obviously not going to talk. He suddenly stepped forward and was about to fight, and then he found that none of his team members moved. He slowly turned his head and saw that the remaining 4 people, except for his girlfriend, were standing there with a dull look on their faces, motionless. "It's your turn now." Xie Tao was laughing there. When she raised her hand, Xiaohe and Xiaobai, who were cleaning the room, stepped out from the different space. The 2 little skeletons were wearing beautiful skirts, one holding a mop and the other holding a broom, looking cute. Zhao Linyan paused for a moment and then observed carefully and found that Xie Tao was wrapped in black gas. The black gas spread out in strands, like a thin line, and wrapped around his companions. Xie Tao held up her skirt and turned in a circle. The 4 teammates also raised their hands stiffly, imitated Xie Tao's movements, and turned in a circle. The Necromancer can not only manipulate corpses. Xie Tao studies the combination of soul and body. She usually manipulates corpses just because it is more convenient. She can also manipulate the souls of living people, but she can't make a long-term contract like corpses. Jin Chao, they are going to fight! He also wants to fight. Jin Chao, who was itching to do something, stared at Zhao Linyan and was about to do something dirty, but was held down by Xiaobai. Xiaobai was very considerate and knew that Zhao Linyan was a member of Shangtao. If he openly helped others beat Zhao Linyan, the whole Shangtao might be implicated. Xiaobai poked Jin Chao, and Jin Chao immediately turned his head and looked up at the sky. "Ah, I didn't see anything. The weather is so good today, with a gentle breeze and no clouds." Xie Tao gestured to Zhao Linyan with his hand. "Biaohe," and Xiaobai rushed forward first, and the 4 manipulated team members also surrounded him from different angles. Zhao Linyan had confidence before because he had many people with him, but now that everyone was on the opposite side, he immediately lost confidence. However, this man still had some blood and did not abandon his girlfriend, but protected Lin Ruanrun behind him. However, he may not have persisted for less than a minute before he was beaten and rolled on the ground. Xie Tao walked past the melee and came to Lin Ruanrun. She was very cute when she smiled, like a smart and naughty kitten. "Can we have a good chat now?" She now suspected that Xie Tao might have died very early in her previous life. Otherwise, how could she be so quiet with her ability? She could at least get a nickname like Puppet Master and become famous among the people with abilities. Lin Ruanrun was also the kind of person who could bend and stretch. Unlike Zhao Linyan, who had a very hard temper, the hard ones would roll on the ground, while the ones who could bend and stretch would not be beaten. "What do you want to ask? Is your ability really foresight? Tell me what you have predicted?" Xie Tao asked curiously. Lin Ruanrun. She could only bite the bullet and say, "It is foreknowledge, but not the kind that can be completely controlled. I will know what the ability tells me." Xie Tao looked up at her and suddenly said, "You are lying." Lin Ruanrun did not dare to look into Xie Tao's eyes. Her eyes were really beautiful, and they even looked clear and innocent, but if you looked at them for a long time, you would feel that. The owner of these eyes was very transparent and could see you clearly and clearly. "I am not lying." Lin Ruanrun gritted her teeth and said, "I just know what will happen in the future, but I can't predict everything." She said a few things she predicted, almost all of which were related to Fengcheng. For example, on a certain day of a certain month of a certain year, among a group of ordinary people entering Fengcheng, there would be a person who had been infected, but his special physique had not yet shown it. After entering the base, he would completely turn into a zombie, causing panic and causing many people to be infected in this incident. She had made several predictions like this, so Zhao Linyan and Zhao Linfeng trusted her so much and gave her such great authority. Lin Ruanrun was able to mobilize people to seal off the city and look for Zhong Shanjing, not just because she was Zhao Linyan's girlfriend. I don't know whether what happened in the past is true or not. Now you can make a new prediction. As long as you have predicted it, you can take your boyfriend away. Xie Tao smiled and said, although I don't have a good temper, I always keep my word. Lin Runrun's forehead was slightly sweaty. She was not predicting the future, but just retelling what she knew in her previous life. The Xie Tao survivor base was not a very large base. If it weren't for that incident, Lin Runrun might not have known about this base. So Lin Runrun's only understanding of the Xie Tao base was that Zhong Shanjing would destroy Xie Tao soon. She looked at Zhao Linyan, who was beaten, and gritted her teeth to tell the story. Xie Tao really kept his promise. You can go now. Xie Tao immediately removed the control. The team members who were beating Zhao Linyan had raised their fists, and Zhao Linyan's blood was still on their fists. They were all excited. Now that the control was gone, they were all dumbfounded. After all, they had just beaten their boss. Even if they were controlled, they could still be liquidated. So several people quickly climbed up, and even walked forward quickly, wiped the blood off Zhao Linyan's face, and tidied up his messy clothes. Zhao Linyan waved them away. It was obvious that he hadn't suffered such a setback in many years. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. After brushing away the people around him, he struggled to stand up, and then went to pull Lin Runrun. Let's go! His eyes were red, and he was obviously very angry. He couldn't beat them, so he had no choice but to keep this grudge in his heart and find a chance to take revenge. After they all left, Zhong Shanjing came over and asked Xie Tao, you let them go. Obviously you have come to a conclusion. She is very easy to understand, Xie Tao said innocently. But now there is another Jin Chao next to him, and some topics are not easy to talk about, so Xie Tao urged Jin Chao. That Zhong Jinliang. Right. Didn't I ask you to accompany them to go shopping? You should catch up now. Hey? Jin Chao didn't really want to catch up, but there was no way to do it because of the order given by his boss. He would take the salary given by Zhong Jinliang, so he couldn't be too arrogant. So Jin Chao chased after him reluctantly, thinking about how to talk to Zhong Jinliang about the issue of his distinguished guest being beaten. Can Zhong Jinliang accept it? Obviously not. After Jin Chao left, only Zhong Shanjing and two little skeletons who were rushing back to sweep the floor were left. Xie Tao walked back and said, I tried it out, and she doesn't have any foresight. If I have to say it, it's more like she has experienced it once, and is using the established script to predict what will happen. The reason why Xie Tao said that Lin Runrun saw what happened once is because her prediction might really happen without Xie Tao's interference. For example, Lin Runrun said that Zhang Xingji would massacre the Xie Tao survivor base soon. If Zhang Xingji hadn't met Xie Tao, he might have completely turned evil and wouldn't have listened to Zhong Jinwei's explanation. He would have rushed over to kill Zhong Jinwei and other people in the research institute. Zhong Jinliang would definitely not let him be so presumptuous in the base. Once the two sides fought, it was very likely that the base would be massacred. So if it was under normal circumstances, this prophecy would be fine, but Zhang Xingji met Xie Tao, and therefore had a calm chat with Zhong Jinwei, and learned that Zhong Jinwei was not the initiator. Then the massacre of the entire base would not have happened. At most, the real mastermind would have been found and killed. Xie Tao was a variable from another world. After she ruled herself out, the logic was completely consistent, so it was confirmed that Lin Runrun did lie, but not completely. Especially after reading a lot of comics recently, Xie Tao's imagination has been opened up a lot. She might be the kind of person who suddenly traveled into the book and found that she was actually the female supporting role in the book, so she wanted to change her fate based on the scripts she knew. Why don't you say she was reborn? Xie Tao slammed his palm. Oh yes, this possibility is more likely. Maybe before the world line was reset, I didn't travel through it all. You see, I can travel through time. It's normal for some people to be reborn, right? How is this normal? Zhong Shanjing was full of the desire to complain, but at the same time he thought about it seriously. They said he was the zombie king and would destroy the world. If Xie Tao was gone, no one would be able to suppress him and make him think normally. Then it was very likely that he would destroy the world. This can indeed reasonably explain why I have no grudges against anyone, but someone is wanted for me. Then I am quite foresighted. I will adjust your face so that they can't recognize you. Xie Tao proudly put his hands on his waist, and then said, since we know that she can't predict, there is nothing to pay attention to. How do you say it in this world? It's about a butterfly flapping its wings. You want to talk about the butterfly effect? Yes, a tiny variable can make a huge change in the whole thing. What's more, people like me will be the center of everything no matter which world we are in. Everything in the future will be out of her known, and her predictive ability will soon become invalid. Xie Tao said confidently. She looks really narcissistic, but for some reason, this kind of narcissism looks very cute on her. Xie Tao thought about it carefully. The reason why this happened was probably because this was Xie Tao. If someone else said that he was so narcissistic, he might be disgusted. Zhong Shanjing, who realized that he was very double-standard, did not want to change. After all, double standards are the nature of human beings. So you are not going to take care of her? If she doesn't come to cause trouble? Xie Tao felt that this possibility was not very high, because once Lin Runrun and the others confirmed Zhong Shanjing's identity, trouble would definitely follow. They would want to nip the danger in the bud and prevent Zhong Shanjing from growing into a new zombie king. Before they were unable to contain the zombie king, no one would give the initiative to Zhong Shanjing. Xie Tao dared to give the initiative to Zhong Shanjing because she was really strong. She didn't care whether Zhong Shanjing would be obedient or make trouble. If he really made trouble, she just needed to hold him down. I will try my best, Zhong Shanjing said seriously. It's up to fate. If she finds out, then let her find out. Xie Tao just hates trouble, but if she compares it, Zhong Shanjing's value is higher than that trouble. She will still work hard to solve it. Xie Tao patted Zhong Shanjing on the shoulder. There is still a lot of garbage to be thrown away. Don't be lazy. Jin Chao trotted to catch up with Zhao Linyan, and his voice sounded quite enthusiastic. Zhong Jinliang asked me to take you around the base. Do you want to go around now? He was almost angry to death. What base to go around? So he said in a rough voice, No, I don't need you to accompany me here. Go wherever you want to go. Jin Chao acted as if he was very disappointed. Then I'll leave first. Turning around, his steps became much lighter, and he went to find Zhong Jinliang. He still had to tell Zhong Jinliang about this matter. Otherwise, he would deduct his salary when he heard about it from others. Jin Chao quickly found Zhong Jinliang, who was busy. Zhong Jinliang seemed to be chatting with someone. When he saw Jin Chao coming, he waved his hand to let the man go. Jin Chao took another look, because the young man looked familiar, as if he had seen him before. But because he had more important things to talk to Zhong Jinliang about, he put this matter aside for the time being. Something happened. When Zhong Jinliang thought that he was going to accompany Zhao Linyan and the others, his heart beat twice. What happened? You can talk slowly. There is no rush. Jin Chao, who was not in a hurry to begin with, said calmly, Zhao Linyan was beaten up. Zhong Jinliang, he originally thought that something happened. Yes, something, such as Zhao Linyan and the others beating others unreasonably, or trying to rob something. It is normal for people from a large base to be a little arrogant and domineering. Just give way to them first. Whoever is injured will be compensated by the base. But he never expected that Zhao Linyan was beaten up. Is there anyone in their base who can beat Zhao Linyan? Even if there is, can they beat Zhao Linyan with so many people? Zhong Jinliang's pupils were trembling, and he had no idea how things had developed to this point. Who beat him? How did he beat him? What happened? Is the situation serious? Where is he now? What is Zhao Linyan's reaction? Xie Tao beat him. I don't know. It's okay. It's not very serious. Zhao Linyan got angry and left. Maybe he went to find a place to rest. I don't know. Jin Chao at least didn't know anything about one question, but it was also a headache to know nothing about 6 questions. Zhong Jinliang slapped the table. Who are you kidding? Isn't Xie Tao a nanny? Who would believe that the nanny beat Zhao Linyan? Jin Chao's expression looked very innocent. You ask me. Who should I ask? I also want to know how the nanny beat Zhao Linyan. I didn't see it. Then what were you doing at the time? Looking at the scenery. Jin Chao said righteously. Zhong Jinliang was so annoyed that he stood up and wanted to find Zhao Linyan. He couldn't let this matter ferment. Once it fermented, there would be too much trouble. After all, Zhao Linyan was not an ordinary superpower. He was the younger brother of Zhao, Linfeng, the ruler of Fengcheng. This pair of brothers was not like him and Zhong Jinwei. They were real brothers and would never sit back and watch their brother get beaten. Zhong Jinliang didn't have time to care about other things. He was ready to solve this matter first. On the other hand, Zhao Linyan felt ashamed. After all, it was really embarrassing to be beaten to the ground in front of his girlfriend and many younger brothers, but he couldn't tell his brother about this. After all, it was a woman who beat him. Could Zhao Linyan turn around and say to his brother, Brother, I was beaten by a woman in a small base. You beat me back. Men are creatures that want face. If they can retaliate, they will retaliate. It's even more embarrassing to let their brother take the lead. At this moment, someone suddenly flashed out and stopped them. It was none other than Wu Qiao. You are looking for Zhong Shanjing, right? I know where Zhong Shanjing is. Xiao was actually not sure whether this Zhong Shanjing was the one they were looking for. She had only seen the wanted poster for Zhong Shanjing and felt that Zhong Shanjing looked 30% like the portrait on the poster. She also heard Xie Tao call that person Zhong Shanjing, so she wanted to cause some trouble for Xie Tao. She had already suffered twice at the hands of Xie Tao. If she didn't return the favor once, would Xie Tao really think that she was easy to bully? With this idea in mind, Wu Qiao stopped Zhao Linyan after eavesdropping on their conversation. She even waited until Jin Chao left before coming up to talk to Zhao Linyan and the others. Although she didn't know why they wanted Zhong Shanjing, it was enough as long as she could cause some trouble for those 2 people. Although I don't know why you are looking for Zhong Shanjing, didn't you just meet Zhong Shanjing? Wu Qiao said coldly. You didn't recognize him at all? Zhao Linyan and Lin Ruanruan looked at each other, and they instantly remembered the young man standing next to Xie Tao, who looked a little familiar, but strange when you looked closely. Zhong Shanjing! Xie Tao didn't know that Wu Qiao had contacted Zhao Linyan and the others. After she finally cleaned up the room, or more accurately, Xiao He and Xiao Bai finally cleaned up the room, Xie Tao went out. She wanted to buy some new seeds and plant them on the balcony. Strawberries are very suitable. Plant a small piece and eat and pick them by yourself. It's quite wild. As a result, she ran into Zhong Jinliang as soon as she went out. Zhong Jinliang had a look of despair on his face. He came in a hurry. When he saw Xie Tao, he adjusted himself a little. I heard that you beat Zhao Linyan? Yeah, Xie Tao never denied what she had done. She did it, so what was there to hide? Zhao Linyan, I don't believe it. How can a nanny like you beat Zhao Linyan? He choked up as he spoke. Are you kidding, right? Xie Tao looked at him with pity, and his smile gradually disappeared. Zhong Jinliang broke down on the spot, walking around with his hands behind his back. What happened? How could it get to this point? Xie Tao described the situation seriously. His girlfriend said that she had the ability to predict the future, but I didn't believe it, so I pushed her, and she really didn't predict that Lin... Zhong Shanjing reminded from the side. Zhao Linyan. Oh, Zhao Linyan. He was about to come up and beat me, and then I beat him. Xie Tao said that there was no water in his narration, and then Zhong Jinliang's expression was ferocious, and it seemed that he was about to split again. Xie Tao had a frank face, not to mention guilt, not even a trace of guilt. Zhong Jinliang covered his chest and didn't know what to say for a moment. Xie Tao was able to beat Zhao Linyan. Even with Zhong Shanjing's help, her own strength must be very strong. She is definitely not an ordinary little nanny. Don't forget that she has Zhong Shanjing's help, and Zhao Linyan also has several teammates. He can't afford to offend Zhao Linyan, so can he afford to offend Xie Tao? Zhong Jinliang really felt that he had offered a Buddha that he couldn't afford to offer. If he offended Zhao Linyan because of this, Feng Cheng might restrict the development of the Xiangtao survivor base. Zhong Jinliang was originally the kind of person with a smiling tiger personality, and he didn't want to offend anyone. He went around there twice and was too embarrassed to say to Xie Tao, otherwise you should leave my base. Finally, he could only say, you are really my little aunt. What should I do if you cause such a thing? That's the young master of Feng Cheng. If you offend him, you will have to worry about whether someone will hunt you down when you walk outside. How about this? You join the guard team of our base and I will talk to the young master. If the situation is not too serious, maybe we can settle this matter privately. Xie Tao saw his plan clearly. He just felt that Zhao Linyan must be a face-saving person. It is impossible for him to really go back and tell his brother that I was beaten by a woman in a certain base, and you should avenge me. Even if he really said it, Zhao Linfeng is the leader of a large base after all. He must have a big picture view, and will not target the entire base just because one person beat his brother. There is still room for maneuver in this matter. It is not as bad as it seems on the surface, but he can take the opportunity to intimidate Xie Tao and win over such a powerful superpower into his own private forces. It must be said that Zhong Jinliang is indeed much smarter than his younger brother Zhong Jinwei in this regard. He is the kind of person who is very suitable to be a leader. He is a smiling tiger, shameless and black-hearted. Xie Tao saw through it thoroughly. She had seen so many people like this that she felt a little bored. No. If he really wants to retaliate, let him come. At worst, I will go to the second largest base and serve as a guard for the second largest base. Zhong Jinliang's expression suddenly stiffened. He didn't expect that Xie Tao looked cute and easy to deceive, but he was actually very smart in his bones. He also looked down on Xiangtao Dixiao in a yin and yang manner. Zhong Jinliang almost couldn't hold back. If he hadn't been a smiling tiger for a long time and had a strong ability to control his expression, his face might have turned gloomy by now. He gave a few more words of advice, and seeing that Xie Tao didn't take him seriously at all, he turned around and left. As soon as his head turned, his face darkened in an instant. Xie Tao saw that his steps were hurried and stiff when he left, and couldn't help but chuckled. Zhong Shanjing said beside him, you offended him. He is a very annoying person, so offend him. Xie Tao had seen so many people like this in the Holy Hall that he had PTSD. Now when he saw them, he felt that they were hypocrites, two-faced people, and black-hearted people. A strong person will not be afraid of offending anyone. If a person is timid, it can only mean that he is not strong enough. If all the masters of the Holy Hall were dispatched, I would still be afraid. But in the end of the world today, toot. She squinted her beautiful cat eyes, obviously not taking the superpowers seriously. In fact, this is also normal. The end of the world has just begun not long ago. Even if the superpowers have good potential, they have not yet developed. And what about Xie Tao? She has lived for hundreds of years and has outstanding talents. Even a powerful force like the Holy Hall needs to dispatch countless masters to capture her. Before they could catch her, Xie Tao ran away. Xie Tao remembered that the most powerful necromancer came to see Xie Tao before his lifespan ended. She said, it took me 3,500 years to reach my current level, and you may be able to be on par with me in another 200 years, but I can't wait another 200 years, so I can't see what realm is above me. If one day you are close to the level of God, please call out my soul and let me take a look. Before she died, she left something very important to Xie Tao. This kind old man really hoped that among the necromancers, there would be an existence that could be on par with God. If that day really came, perhaps the necromancers would not need to hide from place to place, and the holy temple would no longer be as arrogant as it is now. Unfortunately, she can no longer see it. Xie Tao is not arrogant. Her pride is also given by strength. Besides, Xie Tao leaned close to Zhong Shanjing's ear and whispered, he is really a rookie. If Zhong Jinliang heard this, he would probably be angry to death again. If one day I really become a zombie king, how far am I from you? Zhong Shanjing suddenly became curious about this. Xie Tao gestured with her fingers, and the distance between the two fingers seemed very close. Before Zhong Shanjing could feel comfortable, he heard Xie Tao say, "Ha ha ha, I was kidding you. There is still a world of difference." Xie Tao is such a bad woman. Then the bad woman smiled and said, "Because of the different power systems, my world is a world of high magic, while your world can only be considered low magic. Let me tell you this, no matter how strong the people in the martial arts world are, they can't compare to the big guys in the fairy world." Zhong Shanjing. But if one day you can break through the limits of this world and keep going up, sooner or later you will see the scenery I see. Xie Tao looked different when he said this. She usually smiled as if she didn't care about anything. When she encountered certain things, she would look very naive, not like someone who had lived for a long time. But at this moment, her eyes were so thorough and deep that people could really feel that she had experienced a lot. After reaching the peak step by step, she lowered her head to look at the people below and the backs of the latecomers chasing her, even with a little tolerance. Zhong Shanjing exhaled a long breath and felt his fingertips trembling, not because of anger or unwillingness, but because of excitement. Xie Tao took him to see the scenery that he shouldn't have seen, so that he would no longer be limited to this world, like a frog in a well. After Xie Tao finished speaking, he smiled again. "If you are willing to let me do the dissection, I will teach you then. Why don't you be my apprentice? Although your talent is just so-so, I won't dislike you. You just want to dissect me." Zhong Shanjing put one hand on her head, and Xie Tao was so angry that he kept slapping his palm. "I really want to teach you. You really want to dissect me. Anyway, when we have the laboratory, you won't be able to refuse me," Xie Tao said confidently. She took 2 steps forward and then fell back, looked up at Zhong Shanjing, and reluctantly comforted him. "I just lied to you. You have a good talent. Come on." Zhong Jinliang held his breath and was about to find Zhao Linyan to test his opinion. As a result, as soon as he reached the door, he saw Jin Chao walking out. "Where's Zhao Linyan?" "He's gone." Jin Chao was still a little confused when he said this. "Didn't he notify you?" Zhao Linyan and his group left in a hurry, as if they had something urgent to do. They didn't say anything, came back to pack up their things and left. Jin Chao originally came to deliver something, and when he saw them leaving, he greeted them, but they ignored him. Zhang Jinliang began to feel uneasy about his previous guess. Maybe Zhao Linyan really didn't care about his face and wanted to get back at him? Maybe Zhao Linyan really held a grudge and was very petty, so he was so angry that he wanted to go home and find someone on the spot to retaliate against Xie Tao and the Xiangtao survivor base? In just a few minutes, Zhang Jinliang's mind had already floated through several possibilities. He paced anxiously, wanting to chase the person back. "You. Forget it. I'll go by myself." Jin Chao was not a person with high emotional intelligence. What if he became even more angry? Wouldn't that be counterproductive? He should catch up and talk to Zhao Linyan. He couldn't make things worse, could he? Zhang Jinliang just ran out and saw a young man coming towards him. What happened before? Let's discuss it later. I have something important to deal with first. Zhang Jinliang was a little upset when he said this. It was originally a good thing. Maybe he could take the opportunity to establish a good relationship with Feng Cheng. Then he could cooperate with the boss and drink some soup. Now, drink soup? Bone ash soup? Zhang Jinliang thought as he walked out. It seems that he has to find a way to get Xie Tao out of his base. This is a troublemaker. If he stays in the base, he will be in trouble because of Xie Tao sooner or later. He didn't have time to care more and hurried out. He didn't notice that Jin Chao glanced at the young man with doubts. Why is it him again? Zhang Xingji didn't come to disturb Xie Tao much in the past 2 days. It seemed that he was doing something else. Zhong Shanjing felt very relieved for this. After all, he really didn't like Zhang Xingji. As for why he didn't like Zhang Xingji, Zhong Shanjing couldn't explain it clearly. Anyway, he felt uncomfortable whenever he saw Zhang Xingji next to Xie Tao. Zhong Jinwei came over twice and gave Xie Tao some things. Anyway, within 2 days, Zhong Shanjing saw Xie Tao fiddling with some dissection tools. Zhongxing, wasn't Xie Tao joking when he said he wanted to do a dissection? When did I ever joke with you like that? Xie Tao was shocked when he heard his doubts. What's so funny about this kind of thing? Of course it's true. She has been looking forward to this since the first day she picked up Zhong Shanjing, okay? She didn't do it because the environment didn't allow it. And although she had tools, some of the tools had some problems and she couldn't find a place to replenish them, so she put them away temporarily. Now she knows Zhong Jinwei, a researcher, who also studies biology and still has a lot of dissection tools, so Xie Tao asked him to replenish some. Zhong Jinwei had been coming here for the past 2 days to deliver things to Xie Tao. He was still very greedy for Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Although he knew that it was a case of supernatural powers and he might not be able to find the principal, he was still greedy. So he took out the tools very neatly and kept asking, "What are you going to dissect? Animals or human bodies? Why do you care so much?" Xie Tao was not going to tell him. After taking the things, he pushed him out, like a scumbag who would not recognize him after putting on his pants. Zhong Jinwei could only leave with curiosity. Xie Tao had never used the dissection tools of this era, so he did not start right away. Instead, before dinner in the evening, he took the small animals that were about to be made into meals by Xiaohe and Xiaobai. For example, rabbits. Zhong Shanjing watched her dissecting rabbits while getting familiar with the tools. He didn't need to eat in the first place, and now he had even less appetite. After Xie Tao dissected a rabbit, he turned around and saw Zhong Shanjing lying peacefully on the sofa, as if he had been dissected. After washing her hands, she jumped onto Zhong Shanjing and knocked him down. Then she said with a smile, "Zombies don't feel pain, right? If they do, just bear with it. It won't be slow." Xie Tao has no heart. Zhong Shanjing turned over and faced the sofa. Xie Tao hugged him from behind. Turn around, turn around, turn around, look at me. Say you are doing this voluntarily." Zhong Shanjing turned over slowly again. His eyes were actually very good. When he looked at Xie Tao quietly, it always reminded people of the night without stars. "Okay, I am doing this voluntarily." Zhong Shanjing was indeed doing this voluntarily, because he knew very well that Xie Tao wanted to study him. 80% of the reason was curiosity, but 20% of the reason was for him. He had a problem with his body, so he would occasionally lose control. Zhong Shanjing was not afraid of pain or anything like that. He just liked to tease Xie Tao. After Xie Tao jumped on him, he couldn't act anymore. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, "You pressed?" She slowly lowered her head and saw the place where she was pressed. "Zombies can also boki." Zhong Shanjing covered her mouth with his hand, showing a rare angry expression. "Yes. Although I have become a zombie, I am still a man with normal physiology." Jin Chao, who happened to come and knock on the door for something and then found that the door was not closed, stuck his head in. "What dirty things are you talking about? Let me hear it too." Jin Chao came to inquire about the situation of Zhao Linyan and found that the room. After coughing, he looked understanding. "I'll come later. Is half an hour enough? If not, I'll wait another hour." 5 minutes will be enough?" Jin Chao's cool face collapsed into the shape of a gossip in an instant. It was only 5 minutes. Zhong Shanjing was obviously a thoughtful person, but he couldn't hold it back at this moment. "Don't say anything that will cause others to misunderstand. It's obviously your brains that are too dirty, okay?" Xie Tao didn't feel guilty at all, jumped off the sofa and said, "I am a pure magical girl. I am different from you." Now even Jin Chao, when Jin Chao left, it was already half an hour later. Yes, he stayed calmly to have dinner. After all, the braised rabbit was really delicious. After he left, Xie Tao tucked in his quilt and prepared to go to bed. He had just slept for less than 2 hours when something happened. At first, there was only a panicked sound from a distance, and then the sound spread to the nearby area. Xie Tao had just fallen asleep for a short time, and the whole person was still drowsy. When he was woken up, he was still in a bad mood. Xiaohe understood and went to get the news and reported the situation outside. In a few minutes, Xie Tao was completely awake. When Zhong Shanjing saw her rubbing her eyes and walking out of the house, she was still a little sleepy, but her eyes were bright, so he knew that what happened might be interesting. Jin Chao, who had just fallen asleep, also came over and knocked on the door. "Something happened. Don't sleep anymore. I'm going to the gathering first. Be careful." "Let's go too." Xie Tao quickly put on a coat and walked out with Zhong Shanjing. Although Xiang Tao is not a very large survivor base, Zhang Jinliang managed it well, resulting in a large influx of people recently. Some time ago, Zhang Jinliang was considering whether to expand it. So there are many surviving humans in the Xiangtao survivor base now. But at this moment, there are actually many zombies, killing people. The superpowers still have the power to resist, and ordinary people, especially ordinary people late at night, are bitten, caught, and infected with the virus while they are asleep. By the time most people wake up, the situation is out of control. Ordinary people and zombies were mixed together. If the lights were not on, it was impossible to tell which one was a human and which one was a zombie. Everyone could only try to pick up the weapons around them and fight back if someone attacked them. In this chaotic situation, the situation became worse and worse. The superpower self-defense team belonging to the Xiangtao survivor base hastily gathered together. Jin Chao took a loudspeaker and kept shouting there, "Don't make a mess. The living people gather in this direction." In the chaos, there seemed to be constant cries of babies. Whenever there were cries of babies, the zombies seemed to be stimulated and became more irritable. Zhong Shanjing squinted his eyes, a little confused. After all, it was still very peaceful during the day and even at night. Moreover, everyone who entered the Xiangtao survivor base should be isolated and observed, especially ordinary people. How could a large number of people suddenly be infected? Could it be that there were superpowers with hidden injuries who entered the Xiangtao survivor base and then turned into zombies tonight? Xie Tao probably saw what he was thinking and crossed his arms and said, "They brought it in by themselves, but I don't know whether it was released on their own initiative or by accident. Want to take a gamble? I guess they released it on their own initiative. I guess they released it on their own initiative too. Damn it. Then we can't make a gamble? You were cuter when I first met you, but now you're getting worse and worse." Xie Tao said angrily. Zhong Shanjing said confidently, "A man of ink becomes black when he keeps company with him, and a man of vermilion becomes red when he keeps company with him. Isn't this a matter of course?" While the two of them were chatting there, some of the injured people suddenly turned into zombies at an abnormally fast speed and began to attack the people around them. The entire Zhang Tao survivor base was instantly plunged into chaos. After a normal person is injured, it usually takes more than 10 hours from being infected to turning into a zombie. A person with a good physique can even last 2 or 3 days, and a person with a poor physique takes 5 or 6 hours. However, many people in front of them were bitten by zombies almost right before their feet, and before they had time to cry a few words, they had already turned into zombies. The speed was so fast that the people around could not react at all. So more and more zombies appeared in the crowd and killed more and more humans. This riot started silently. No one knew what happened and why everything turned out like this. Xie Tao grabbed a zombie that was relatively close. The black light extended from Xie Tao like a thread and drilled into the body of the zombie. She simply examined the zombie. It's different from the previous zombies. The reason why humans become zombies is because they are infected by the zombie virus. This virus will devour human cells in the human body and finally spread all the way to the brain. But the zombie in front of him gave people the feeling that the zombie virus was directly injected into its brain, causing it to mutate very quickly. Moreover, this virus is slightly different from the viruses in the bodies of other zombies that Xie Tao had encountered before. It seems to have undergone certain mutations and is a familiar yet unfamiliar new plant. Go find Zhong Shanjing. You mean? Zhong Shanjing was very smart and realized where the problem was at once. Xie Tao nodded and released Xiao Haobai to control the situation. She didn't have time to subdue the zombies one by one, so she simply let Xiao He and Xiao Bai come out to control the situation. To solve this riot, we have to start from the source. The problem appeared 2 hours ago. After Zhang Xingji and Zhang Jinwei talked privately, they knew that there was a real mastermind behind the incident. The mastermind used Zhang Jinwei and used Zhang Xingji as cannon fodder. He must be someone in the research institute. We have to know who he is and what he wants to do. So the two people didn't contact each other on the surface, but they have been investigating this matter privately and exchanging information with each other. 2 hours ago, before 12 o'clock, Zhang Jinwei just passed the latest news to Zhang Xingji and returned to the research room. He didn't have a good relationship with Zhong Jinliang. Although he stayed at the Zhang Tao survivor base temporarily, he would never contact Zhong Jinliang at ordinary times. Zhang Jinwei just wanted to complete the agreement he made with Zhong Jinliang, and then move away from the Zhang Tao survivor base and live somewhere else. He really didn't like Zhong Jinliang. If there weren't many innocent researchers around who were stuck there, Zhong Jinwei would never contact Zhong Jinliang. But it was precisely because of this that Zhong Jinwei and Zhong Jinliang made an agreement that he could leave only after the research was completed, and the finished product was given to Zhong Jinliang. For this matter, Zhong Jinwei buried himself in the laboratory day and night, and he would not go out unless someone came to find him, just to research the finished product as soon as possible and stay away from the Zhang Tao survivor base. Zhong Jinwei changed his clothes, put on gloves, and prepared to start a new round of research. His research came from a somewhat special zombie. Zhong Jinwei found a unique toxin from it. After extracting the toxin, Zhong Jinwei studied it for a long time, trying to develop a vaccine that would prevent humans from mutating into zombies after being infected by the virus. This is definitely a long process. Zhong Jinwei doesn't think he can really research it quickly, but he can research a potion that can slow down the speed of becoming a zombie. If he can really research it, it will be a major breakthrough. Zhong Jinliang can use this potion to elevate the status of the entire Zhang Tao survivor base, and can also trade precious things with other bases. So even if Zhong Jinliang doesn't like Zhong Jinwei, he still gives Zhong Jinwei very good conditions. He always urges him every now and then, which makes Zhong Jinwei very annoyed. If such an important research can be completed so quickly, he is not a genius, but a god. It is the kami of the new world. This kind of person who doesn't understand scientific research at all but likes to point fingers, even if he is not his half-brother, even if the original relationship is good, he will immediately dislike him. Several members of Zhong Jinwei's group came over and gave Zhong Jinwei the results of the previous stage and asked him to summarize it. The infectiousness of this virus is really terrible. Zhong Jinwei took the information and said as he looked at it, it's more contagious than ordinary zombie viruses, but it's not so bad. But it's also more crackable, and its structure is not as complicated as ordinary viruses. This is exactly our opportunity. The young man with glasses stood beside Zhong Jinwei and said with a smile, if it weren't for its relatively simple structure, I'm afraid we would have to spend a longer time to figure it out. That's right. Zhong Jinwei lowered his head and looked at the information in his hand. As he looked at it, he suddenly said, Zhaoqi, the experimental subject is missing a finger. Do you know what's going on? The young man with glasses was Zhou Zhaoqi. He looked confused. Missing a finger? I don't know. Haven't we ever opened the jar since the last time we extracted the virus? Yes, I never opened it again. Zhong Jinwei emphasized the word I, but it does lack a finger. What do you mean? Zhou frowned. Are you doubting me? Shook his head and said slowly, but there are very few people who can access the jar. I'm worried that someone will spread the virus. If the virus spreads, humans may become extinct, right? You should know how dangerous it is, so I want to check internally and get that finger back. I see, then I will cooperate with you next. I think if we want to investigate, we should not only check our internal affairs. When we went from the Research Institute to the Xie Tao survivor base, there was a group of people with special abilities who also came into contact with this jar. Just in case, it's best to check them all. Zhao Qi pushed his glasses and said, "You don't seem to like your brother very much, right? Then I'll talk to Zhong Jinliang about this matter, and you can continue to do your research here." "No, I'll go find him." Zhong Jinwei refused him. Zhao looked a little unhappy. "We are good at different things, and it is the most correct thing for each of us to do our own job. What's wrong with you recently? It seems a little strange. Did someone tell you something?" "No," Zhong Jinwei said lightly. "He is my brother after all. Even if I don't like him, as long as I live in the Xie Tao survivor base for one day, I will definitely face him. In this case, why not try to communicate with him first?" Zhou Zhaoqi was silent for a while. "In this case, then go. I hope you won't have any problems when communicating. After all, you are not good at this. Okay?" Zhong Jinwei closed the information in his hand. "I'll go in a while." He seemed to do many things slowly, as if he was not in a hurry at all, except when doing experiments. Zhou Zhaoqi watched him slowly pack up his things and slowly summarize the information. He tried to suppress his inner anxiety and watched Zhong Jinwei leave. As soon as Zhong Jinwei left, Zhou Zhaoqi followed him. He really went to talk to Zhong Jinliang about this problem. The two brothers didn't have a good relationship, and one of them didn't have a high EQ. The scene of their conversation was very awkward. Zhong Jinwei was very businesslike throughout the whole process. "That's what I said. The finger must be found, otherwise once one person is infected, it will be very dangerous. If the infected person is not treated in time and infects more people, it will be a big disaster for mankind." Zhong Jinliang looked like a fake smile boy. "I know your request. I will take it seriously. I hope you can mobilize all your manpower right now to find out the matter, because it may have been several days since it was lost and I found out there was a problem. The later you delay, the more dangerous it will be." Zhong Jinwei spoke very straightforwardly. "Put everything aside and solve this matter first." "I will." Zhong Jinliang continued to try to fake smile. Zhong Jinwei left after he finished speaking. After a while, Zhou Zhaoqi walked in. "Did he come to see you?" "Yes. He is really troublesome. When will this research be completed?" Zhong Jinliang did not hide his true expression when facing Zhou Zhaoqi. He said with a gloomy face, "If it weren't for him, the project could be advanced quickly. I would have killed him long ago. At the current speed, it will probably take some time. I've said that this kind of research will be very slow and not as simple as you think." Zhou Zhaoqi sneered. "You should think about how to deal with your good brother first. If he really finds out that I took the things away, it doesn't seem to matter." Zhou Zhaoqi laughed twice when he said this. Why not just tell him? If he doesn't want to continue the research, just threaten him with his life. But what if he doesn't even want his life? We have no way of understanding what's in the mind of this nerd who has read so much that he's stupid. Zhong Jinliang said a little irritably. "Find a way to get this matter over and let him get the stuff out as soon as possible. By then, you will want fame and I will want profit, so let him die." Zhou Zhaoqi was about to say something else when the door suddenly opened. Zhang Xingji stood at the door, looking at them expressionlessly. "Found it." Zhang Xingji and Zhong Jinwei discussed a plan and asked Zhong Jinwei to go fishing to see if anyone would take the bait. Who would have thought that two fish would be caught at once? And both were big fish. "So you put this thing there." Zhang Xingji held the finger with a cold look in his eyes. "Zhou Zhaoqi, I treat you well." He could have ignored everyone in the institute at that time, because he didn't know anyone here. They were just strangers hiding in the same place. This was the only place between them that could be called fate. But because they were all researchers, most of them were powerless, so Zhang Xingji took the initiative to take on the task of finding supplies, and took all the risks with a few security guards and other people who happened to be hiding here. Put yourself in Zhou Zhaoqi's shoes. Even if he didn't know how to be grateful, he shouldn't do such a thing, right? Now it seems that Zhou Zhaoqi is such a person. He not only used Zhang Xingji, but also put the finger on him to let him attract some zombies, making the area around the institute a little safer. He didn't care about the life and death of Zhang Xingji and his group. At the same time, he betrayed Zhong Jinwei. Listening to his conversation with Zhong Jinliang, what they meant was that since only Zhong Jinwei could do this research, they had to fool Zhong Jinwei in the process and let Zhong Jinwei quickly research that thing. Then once the thing is researched, they will kill Zhong Jinwei and give the credit to Zhou Zhaoqi, so that the world will think that Zhou Zhaoqi is the one who really researched that kind of medicine. Zhou Zhaoqi himself is also a researcher. Although he is far inferior to the genius of Zhong Jinwei, after getting the medicine and knowing the whole process, it is also easy for him to replicate a new one. He gained fame and continuously provided medicine to Zhong Jinliang. Zhong Jinliang got the benefit and could use the medicine to exchange precious materials with other bases. Both of them can get what they want and eliminate the person that Zhong Jinliang hates. Think about it, they are really making a lot of money. But they didn't know that Zhang Xingji not only didn't die, but also awakened his superpowers, changed his name and sneaked into the base, and even joined forces with Zhong Jinwei to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Zhang Xingji's eyes were dark. He would not let the two people in front of him go. No one saw in the dark night that the black mist on Zhong Shanjing's body was slowly spreading in all directions. Zhou Xiaoqi reacted quickly. He is just an ordinary person. Kill him and catch Zhong Jinwei, and no one will know what happened. Zhong Jinliang himself also has superpowers, but he is very cautious. There was a guard team living near his residence. He quickly rang the notification bell and prepared to call all the people in the team to protect his safety. Zhou Xiaoqi had no fighting ability, so he simply hid at the back and waited for Zhong Jinliang to get rid of Jiang Ji. In just a few seconds, the black mist had spread to Zhong Jinliang. When Zhong Jinliang found out, the cool mist had already touched him. The next second there was a scream, extremely shrill. The hand that Zhong Jinliang touched with the mist was dissolved instantly. He retreated frantically, but it was too late to save the hand. Below the elbow, it disappeared silently, and one could even see the flesh and blood at the broken end. The wound was smooth, and there was no blood seeping out for a while. "Didn't you say he had no superpowers?" Jinliang cursed, and this sentence became his last words. Because the black mist was very flexible, after noticing that he was retreating, the wisps of black mist expanded instantly, forming a small fog area, and directly swallowed Zhong Jinliang, who had not retreated too far. Zhong Jinliang only screamed halfway, and there was no movement. When the black mist dissipated, there was only a pool of dark red liquid on the ground, and not even a piece of intact flesh and bone could be seen. Zhou Xiaoqi's face was pale. He never expected that Jiang Xingji not only did not die, but also awakened such a terrible superpower. He ran away without saying a word, and ran into the superpower team that came to rescue. The leader happened to be the deputy captain of the social animal. The deputy captain had just fallen asleep and was woken up. When he came over, he saw Jiang Xingji and Zhou Xiaoqi, who was running away. He had seen Jiang Xingji, and Jiang Xingji had also seen him at the party held by Xie Tao before. Both parties assumed that the other was Xie Tao's friend, so they did not take action at the first time. What happened? The deputy captain could not find Zhong Jinliang and could not help frowning. "I won't touch you. I just want to kill him. We have a personal grudge." For Xie Tao's sake, Jiang Xingji reluctantly explained to the deputy captain. Zhou Xiaoqi shouted from behind the crowd, "He killed Zhong Jinliang. The pool on the ground is Zhong Jinliang's body. You can't let him go. Deputy captain, wake up and find the person who pays the salary is gone?" He hesitated for a moment, obviously not sure about the specific situation. Zhou Xiaoqi said that the person on the ground was Zhong Jinliang. "Does that mean it must be Zhong Jinliang? He killed 7 or 8 of my teammates. I will never let him go." Jiang Xingji raised his hand to control the black mist. "I will only kill him from now on. But if you really want to stop me, I will not be polite." He can choose not to hurt the deputy captain, but others are not Xie Tao's friends. "Jiang Xingji, he wants to hurt people." Zhong Jinyi, who followed to eavesdrop but did not get too close for fear of being accidentally injured, saw Zhao Qi standing at the back at first sight. He grabbed the superpower at the back and scratched him like crazy. The superpower did not expect that he would be harmed by his teammates, so he was not prepared at all. After being scratched, he quickly pushed Zhou Xiaoqi away. Zhou Xiaoqi fell to the ground and rolled twice. Then he laughed grimly. "You don't think I really have no tricks left, do you?" After he finished speaking, he ran away. Someone subconsciously wanted to stop him, and then saw the scratched mutant kneeling on the ground with a plop, covering his neck and making a crackling sound. It was obviously not his neck that was injured. The teammates were about to step forward, and Zhong Jinwei's voice came from afar. "Stay away from him. He has become a zombie." How is it possible? This was the first thing that flashed through that person's mind. Not to mention how long it takes for a person to become a zombie. The one in front of him is a mutant, and mutants are not easily infected. Besides, there are no zombies to hurt him. Puff! The mutant kneeling on the ground pounced on him, and the veins on the mutant's pale face bulged, his eyeballs rolled uncontrollably, and strange saliva slowly dripped from the corners of his mouth. After he jumped on his teammate, he immediately bit his throat. The teammates screamed, and the two rolled on the ground together, and soon there was no movement. Jiang Xingji originally wanted to chase Zhou Xiaoqi, but Zhong Jinwei jumped and screamed behind him. "We can't let the virus spread. Zhou Xiaoqi must have used the extracted virus to infect that mutant." When Jiang Xingji thought that Xie Tao was still in this base, he stopped chasing Zhou Xiaoqi and turned around to deal with the 2 infected mutants. The deputy captain didn't know what happened and was hesitating there. Zhong Jinwei had also met him before, and he also knew Zhong Jinwei's identity. After all, the deputy captain was among the people who went to pick up Zhong Jinwei. Zhong Jinwei spoke quickly. "Zhou Xiaoqi used a foreign virus extracted from the bodies of zombies to infect those 2 people. Stay away from them. This virus is extremely abnormal. The infection speed is very fast, even the superpowers can't resist it. Don't touch them." The superpowers who were close were frightened and retreated. When facing zombies, most superpowers have confidence because they are not easily infected and have high combat effectiveness. But if there is really a virus that can infect superpowers instantly, I will deal with them. Go after Zhou Xiaoqi. If Zhou Xiaoqi ran away, Jiang Xingji would definitely be furious. Zhong Jinwei, who knew this very well, pulled the deputy captain and stumbled to find Zhou Xiaoqi. Zhou Xiaoqi did not run outside the base. Perhaps he knew it was difficult to escape, so he went straight back to the laboratory. When Zhang Jinwei arrived, he saw him holding a bench in his hand and smashing it heavily on the jar. Zhou Jiaoqi! Zhang Jinwei's face was full of despair. Without saying a word, he pulled the deputy captain and ran out again. Deputy captain, what the hell are you doing? That jar is a zombie. Zhang Jinwei ran out of breath. Go find Xie Tao, we can't solve it. They just ran out of the laboratory and a sound like a baby crying sounded behind them. Zhang Jinwei gritted his teeth and cursed Zhou Jiaoqi. He never thought that Zhou Jiaoqi would dare to release that zombie in order to muddy the water. If no one can control that zombie, everyone will die. With the speed of the virus spreading and the strength that even the superpowers can't resist, I'm afraid that all the survivors' bases will perish and the existence of humans may. Zhang Jinwei really didn't dare to think about it, so he could only pull the deputy captain to find Xie Tao. He firmly believed that Xie Tao might be able to solve everything. The wet zombie, which had been soaked in the liquid medicine and forced to sleep, woke up. It looked like a baby, but it didn't have a mouthful of sharp fangs like a shark when it smiled. There was no baby with scarlet eyes. On the blistered white skin, bright red liquid was flowing out of every pore. The awakened zombie was in the most hungry state. It sniffed the human breath in the air and laughed like crying. Here, there is a lot of food. The above is everything that happened 2 hours ago. Zhou Jiaoqi released the mutant mother body and bit ordinary people, causing the virus to spread rapidly among ordinary people. The entire Xiangtao survivor base fell into chaos in an instant. He escaped when the mother body was not fully awake. Zhou Jiaoqi thought very well. As long as the whole base was in chaos, there would be no need for inspections when entering and leaving. He escaped in the chaos. No one would know where he wanted to escape. As long as he found a small base and hid his identity, after a period of time, he would be completely safe. In order to escape faster, Zhou Jiaoqi did not dare to take most of the things with him. He only took a small part of the more precious things and then began to move quietly towards the door. There were screams everywhere. Many people died and turned into zombies because of his behavior, but he seemed to have no guilt at all. He only wanted to escape, and he even disliked the chaotic road. Zhou Jiaoqi finally ran to the door and was about to leave in the chaos. Suddenly, a plastic bottle fell from his head. He subconsciously raised his head and saw a person sitting on the bright wall and another dark shadow standing next to him. I said, "Where do you want to escape?" When Xie Tao's lazy voice sounded, Zhou Jiaoqi's first reaction was that this was a nanny and he didn't need to be afraid. She couldn't stop him. "You are really a terrible person," Xie Tao said lightly. "It doesn't matter if all the people in the base die, as long as you can survive, right? What does it have to do with you? You'd better not die," Zhou Jiaoqi said viciously. "If you don't want to live, I don't mind sending you away." He actually just wanted to threaten Xie Tao. After all, if he wasted time here, no one knew when Zhong Shanjing would catch up. Xie Tao suddenly laughed, and Zhong Shanjing couldn't help asking her, "What's so funny?" "The last person who said this to me was the old saint of the church, and guess what happened to him?" Xie Tao smiled and said, "I haven't heard anyone say something like that for a long time, and I even feel a little strange. That's quite funny." The two of them chatted on the wall as if no one was around. Zhou Jiaoqi's expression couldn't help but twist for a moment, but he was really worried that Zhang Xingji would catch up, so he gritted his teeth and started running out, not wanting to pay any attention to Xie Tao. As a result, as soon as he ran to the door, he found that his feet were off the ground, just like a hamster on a hamster wheel, running in the same place. Xie Tao was laughing up there, as if he was very happy. Zhou Jiaoqi ran hard twice and found that he had no way to leave. His expression became more and more ferocious and distorted. "What do you want to do? I haven't offended you, have I?" Xie Tao found that he had no intention of repenting at all, and couldn't help sighing. "The last time I saw such an outrageous person was last time. When do you think Zhang Xingji will come over? I can't bear it anymore." When Zhou Jiaoqi heard Zhang Xingji's name, knew that Xie Tao was coming for him. His face changed drastically, and his heart was filled with panic. "What do you want? I can give it to you. There is no grudge between us, right? In that case, why don't you let me go? I can." Before he could finish his words, Xiaobai jumped out from somewhere and stuffed his mouth with a sock. He could only struggle there and try to leave until about 10 minutes later, when Zhang Xingji hurried over. "You're too slow," Xie Tao complained. "I've been sitting here for a long time." "Sorry," Zhang Xingji said subconsciously. He looked up at Xie Tao sitting on the wall and couldn't help but sigh. "Luckily you're here." Xie Tao was disgusted and urged him, "Hurry up and solve it. I have more important things to do." Zhang Xingji turned to look at Zhou Jiaoqi. Zhou Jiaoqi's mouth was stuffed tightly and he was making a humming sound. It was obvious that he didn't want to die. Why didn't he think about it? There were more people who wanted to live. Just because he died, even if Zhang Xingji didn't kill him, there were countless people who wanted to kill him. The black mist instantly wrapped around Zhou Jiaoqi. Zhang Xingji obviously hated this man, so he didn't let him die immediately. Instead, he wrapped around his legs first, then his hands, and then slowly spread upwards from the waist down. Death came slowly and painfully. Zhou Jiaoqi must have enough time to think about what he did wrong and what he should regret. Before the end of this short life, he probably still had a little time to repent. As for whether he would repent, who knows? After Zhou Jiaoqi completely disappeared from this world, Xie Tao yawned and jumped down from above. I will take care of the rest. You go contact the deputy captain and others, and find a way to seal the entire base. You mean? The Xie Tao survivor base is going to disappear. Xie Tao took Zhong Shanjing and walked in the chaotic Xie Tao survivor base. She let Xiao He and Xiao Bai out, and took a few more brothers in during the chaos, and then searched for the existence of the mother body in the entire base. Zhang Jinwei's words were still echoing in her ears. The zombie that was brought into the base was a little bit like a baby. Its mother was infected with the virus while she was still alive. In order to let her child survive, she cut open her body while she was still conscious. She thought she would give birth to a healthy child, but in fact, the child was infected through the umbilical cord while in her body. Even when the mother didn't know, the child mutated in her body. It was already a terrifying existence before it was born. What was particularly coincidental was that when its mother cut it out, Zhouja happened to pass by. Because it was not fully developed, the zombie baby was not as powerful as it is now. Zhou Xiaoqi took it back to the research institute. What happened next is known to everyone. Zhang Jinwei studied it and found that it was a mutated zombie. The virus in its body was different from other zombies. This is the beginning of everything. Found it. Xie Tao suddenly turned her head and looked in one direction. Her younger brother was in that direction and found the young mother. I said, you will become the zombie king in the future. Why are you not as powerful as others? Xie Tao complained as he walked over there. Zhong Shanjing looked innocent. They said I would become the zombie king. Who knows? Xie Tao complained about Zhong Shanjing while walking in that direction, and soon saw the extremely unique zombie. It crawled in the crowd, with a piece of umbilical cord dragging on its young body, and kept making sharp cries to control nearby zombies to attack other humans. Xie Tao felt a little itchy. The preciousness of this zombie was almost as high as Zhong Shanjing, but it was still a little short. If it could continue to develop, it might become the existence second only to the zombie king. When Xie Tao thought that those guys were actually studying such zombies, she felt a little jealous. She hadn't had time to study zombies for a long time. The little zombie obviously also noticed Xie Tao's existence. It felt a huge threat in an instant and began to make sharper sounds, trying to control the zombies around it to come forward to protect it. It's decided to be you. Go ahead. Xie Tao crossed his arms and was obviously not ready to move. He looked at Zhong Shanjing next to him. Zhong Shanjing had been hiding his skills for a long time, and it was time for him to move. Zhong Shanjing could only do it helplessly. He also had the ability to control zombies, because the zombies in front of him were infected with mutant viruses, and his ability to control them was obviously not as good as that of the mother. But it was enough. He just needed to prevent other zombies from getting close, and then quickly get rid of the mother. Xie Tao found a place to sit down and started eating melon. Zhong Shanjing also had a certain degree of suppression on the other mother. The mother tried to retreat, but finally found that she had no way to escape, so she screamed sharply and pounced on him. Xie Tao was eating melons happily. She carefully observed the situation of the mother, and felt that her hands were itching. She also reminded Zhong Shanjing, "Don't hurt it, you have to be careful." He may have fallen out of favor before the new mutant mother was in hand. Because of Xie Tao's excessive request, Zhong Shanjing spent 10 minutes to deal with the mother body. When he came over with the mother body, he handed it to Xie Tao and showed the wound on his hand. Fortunately, he acted quickly. If it was just 1 minute, the wound might have healed. Xie Tao had no idea of his little thoughts. After taking the mother body, he happily gave it a small check and then quickly signed the contract. So cute. Xie Tao held up the little baby. You will be called Xiaohong in the future. He finally knew how the names of Xiao He and Xiao Bai came from. Xie Tao would not be a bad namer. And where is this mother body cute? After signing the contract, it did become a little docile, but only to Xie Tao. When it lay obediently in Xie Tao's arms, it was considered well-behaved, but when it turned to face Zhong Shanjing, it remembered that the man in front of him had beaten him, and became ferocious in a second. Xiaohong started to show her teeth at Zhong Shanjing. Her shark-like teeth seemed to be covered with bright red meat filaments, which looked ferocious and cruel. So cute! Xie Tao happily stroked Xiaohong's fur, just like stroking a cat. She held Xiaohong up, just like holding a lion king. I have decided to take Xiaohong with me from now on. It's too dangerous for her to be outside, alone. The only people who are in danger are others. He really fell out of favor. Xie Tao held Xiaohong in her arms, not caring that something like blood was still flowing from her body. After she controlled Xiaohong, she could use Xiaohong to control the zombies infected by Xiaohong. The crowd was still screaming, but the zombies around them suddenly stopped moving. Just when they were at a loss, the deputy captain held up a loudspeaker and said, "All those who are not injured, pack up your things and leave the Xie Tao survivor base. Because people infected by Xiaohong will immediately turn into zombies, those who have not turned into zombies must be safe." They had no time to think about what happened, and they didn't know whether the safety in front of them was temporary or not. They could only take away the most precious things as quickly as possible and evacuate the Xie Tao survivor base. When the last person evacuated, they looked back and saw that the whole base was suddenly on fire. Countless survivors stood at the door, looking at the fire in confusion. Maybe Maybe they were going to burn those zombies. After all, those zombies are too dangerous. If one escapes, other bases may also be in danger. The deputy captain and the captain each held a small loudspeaker. At present, the Xie Tao survivor base no longer exists. We will live in other bases. Those who are willing to go with us can go together. Those who have a place to go can also go there. Please make a decision as soon as possible. We will set off soon. Xie Tao, who was not prepared to burn all the zombies, but was only prepared to eliminate the traces to prevent others from finding Xiaohong, still felt a little melancholy. After all, she has lived here for a while, and Xie Tao is still nostalgic. It just so happens that I am also going to leave here, Xie Tao said melancholy. It's a pity for my garlic sprouts, otherwise take them with you. She just has many younger brothers and feels that it doesn't matter if they are taken away. Are you going to find another base to settle down? Zhong Shanjing asked her in a low voice. Well, that's what I think for now, but I may change my mind at any time, Xie Tao said slowly. Anyway, let's leave first. In fact, the deputy captain and his men didn't know what happened. Zhong Shanjing talked to Xie Tao and went to find them and asked them to do this. Therefore, after everyone left, they still came back to say goodbye to Xie Tao, including Jiang Ming and his men. The most confused person among them was Jin Chao. He had no idea what happened, nor did he know why Zhang Xingji wanted to kill Zhong Jinliang, so he rushed over and started asking. You're so noisy, Xie Tao said expressionlessly. In short, there is a very strange person who released a very dangerous zombie, which led to the current situation. That person is in the same group as Zhong Jinliang. Just think that they are not good people. Now everything has been resolved, and everyone has to go their separate ways. Jin Chao scratched his head. In fact, he didn't understand. Finally, he gave up and sighed. Where are you going? I don't know. Then will there be a chance to meet again in the future? I don't know. Anyway, let's say goodbye here. If we are destined to meet again, we will see each other again. Xie Tao said perfunctorily, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Jin Chao actually had a lot of questions to ask, such whose baby in your arms is it? Isn't it a little too fast? For example, is it really completely resolved? Will there be no such thing happening again in the future? For example, why don't we go to the same base? But in the end, he didn't say anything, just put his hands in his pockets and said in a helpless tone, then see you again if we are destined to meet. They left first, and the only ones left were Zhong, Jinwei, and Zhang Xingji. Both of them looked at Xie Tao, motionless. Xie Tao, why don't you leave? I want to go with you. Zhang Xingji said confidently, I don't have anywhere else to go. Zhong Jinwei coughed and said, I can be your assistant for free. You are annoying, Xie Tao said angrily. Don't make it seem like there is nowhere to go. Zhong Shanjing also chimed in. That's right. The two looked to the left and the right, pretending not to hear what he said, obviously preparing to follow Xie Tao. Xie Tao walked forward angrily. You will definitely regret it. She and Zhong Shanjing are the combination of the Necromancer and the Zombie King, and now there is a different species mother body. After knowing the truth, these two people will definitely run faster than rabbits. Let them be arrogant for 2 more seconds. On the other side, Zhao Linyan rushed back to Fengcheng as fast as possible and found his brother. Brother, I found the Zombie King. Zhao Linfeng was also an insider. After hearing the news, he immediately put down the other things he was doing. Where is it? What's the situation? Didn't you solve it? Zhao Linyan skipped the part where he was beaten and told the details. Zhao Linfeng was also the kind of person who acted quickly and decisively, so he immediately said, I will gather all the people and we will go to Xie Tao. However, they had not yet arrived at the Xie Tao survivor base, and only walked halfway when they got the news. The Xie Tao survivor base has been destroyed. The specific reason is unknown. It seems that there were zombies mixed in the base because of a riot. Because most ordinary people don't know what happened, the news that came out is all speculation. Lin Ruanruan's face was cold. It should be Zhang Xingji who did it. This result is not much different from the previous life. It seems that after she missed Zhang Xingji still did the same thing as in the previous life. But does this prove that we can't find Zhong Shanjing? Let's go check out the situation first. Xie Tao burned down the Xie Tao survivor base and left, but this time there were many more people around him. Zhang Xingji must be mentioned here, because Zhong Jinwei knew Xiaohong, but Zhang Xingji didn't. The first thing Xie Tao did after leaving was to ask his brothers to get her a lot of water, give her a bath, and disguise her. Even the umbilical cord was cut. The blood-like liquid kept flowing out of Xiaohong's body because she couldn't control herself, so her power was constantly overflowing, because she was forced to be born before she was old enough to be born, and she was not fully developed. After signing a contract with Xie Tao, she was nourished by Xie Tao's spiritual power and returned to normal. The only abnormality now was that she had a pair of red eyes and a mouthful of teeth, but teeth were invisible unless she smiled. Therefore, Xiaohong now looked like a normal child. Zhang Xingji couldn't help but look at Xiaohong, wondering why Xie Tao suddenly brought a child out. He didn't know much about Xie Tao. After all, it wasn't long after they met, and they met again 2 days later when this incident happened. Who is this child? Zhong Shanjing said calmly. It's Xiaohong, and it's our child. Xie Tao rolled his eyes and poked him with his elbow. What are you talking about? It's obviously my child. What does it have to do with you? Xie Tao actually already has a child. He thought about it and found that he didn't care about this, so he calmed down again. Don't you have a full name? Just call it Xiaohong? Zhong Shanjing said on the side. If you are not in good health, it's okay to give it a name when you are older. Then he was disliked by Xie Tao for making trouble. Xie Tao hugged Xiaohong and said, It's actually a zombie. I thought you had seen it before. Zhang Xingji fell into deep thought until he saw that Xiaohong's right hand was missing a finger and suddenly realized why Xie Tao said he had seen it before. After they left Xiang Tao, it was Xie Tao who decided where to go. Xie Tao simply pointed in a random direction and said in a deep voice, Let's go in that direction. Everyone else thought she had a goal, but in fact, Xie Tao was thinking, Go in that direction, stop and take a look at the situation when you encounter a survivor base. Stay if it's suitable, and continue to walk if it's not suitable. Anyway, the earth is round, isn't it? Xie Tao, who was walking in that direction, didn't know that if she walked all the way there, the first large base she would arrive at should be Fengcheng. After walking a long way, the sky gradually became dark. There seemed to be a small village in front, but the head and tail of the village were surrounded, and it looked like someone lived there. Let's stay there tonight. Xie Tao pointed to the village not far away. Go over and see if we can stay there for a while. If we can, we don't have to go any further. After the apocalypse, there are many settlements in small villages and towns like this, because large cities are more dangerous, but small villages are safer, so many people who don't live in bases will stay in such small villages. The only problem with this kind of small village is that the population is small, and the ability to resist danger is poor. It is estimated that by the end of the world, small villages like this will gradually disappear, and only bases will remain, because only relatively formal bases are the safest for humans. Several people went all the way there and saw from a distance that there was something like a fence at the entrance of the village, and spikes were arranged to prevent cars from forcibly rushing in. Is anyone here? Xie Tao shouted loudly, We want to stay here for one night. Is there anyone here? After about 2 minutes, a head popped out from inside. How many of you are there? Have you come into contact with zombies recently? It was an old man who looked quite old. He looked up and down at Xie Tao and the others. His cloudy eyes always made people feel a little uncomfortable. After finding that they were carrying a lot of things and were bulging, the old man laughed. If you haven't encountered zombies and are not injured, come in. The scale of this village seemed to be quite large, and there were quite a few people living in it. After Xie Tao and the others came in, the old man called a young man to lead the way for them. Have you lived in the base before? The young man asked as they walked. Zhong Jinwei nodded. I lived there for a short period of time. Then you should know the rules, right? It means that we have to be isolated first. This is also for everyone's safety. You should have no objection, right? The young man asked with a smile. Several people shook their heads, indicating that they had no objection, and the young man led them to continue walking forward. There are many people living in our village, most of whom are former villagers from nearby villages. After all, after the end of the world, everyone needs to support each other. The folk customs are also very simple, and it is rare to see outsiders like you. If you feel used to living here for 2 days, it will be good to stay here. He seemed very enthusiastic. After taking them to the isolation area, he asked before leaving, Do you have anything to eat? Do you need some hot soup or something? You must be very tired after walking all the way here. Are there any fruits? Xie Tao raised his hand to ask. The young man's face froze, and for a moment he even doubted where Xie Tao came from. I really don't have any. Fruits are too precious in the end times. I think only large bases can have them. Then there's nothing else to do. If you have hot water, you can send some over. I want to take a shower. Xie Tao's words confirmed that she was spoiled. The young man no longer had the idea of chatting for a few more words. He said quickly, Anyway, you guys stay here first. If you need anything, you can ask the guard at the door. I will satisfy you if I can. Tsk. Sure enough, such a small place is not suitable. If you want to live, you still have to live in a larger base. This kind of small village and town can be completely passed. Xie Tao disdained for 2 seconds, then entered the house. This house was a bungalow with a patio. The structure of the bungalow was that several rooms surrounded the patio, square. For example, the main room is in the north. One of the left and right sides is a side bedroom, and the other is a kitchen. In addition to the toilet, some will also build a utility room or something like that. Xie Tao undoubtedly occupied the master bedroom. Zhong Shanjing was about to follow him in, but was stopped by Zhang Xingji. Isn't this bad? Zhang Xingji said slowly. Sleeping in the same room with a girl, even if you don't consider your reputation, is a very impolite thing, right? A few of us grown men can just squeeze into the next room, and the master bedroom will be left to Xie Tao. Jiangxi forcibly dragged Zhong Shanjing away, leaving the huge main room to Xie Tao. Xie Tao simply threw Xiaohong onto the bed and let it crawl and play on the bed, then called Xiaohei and Xiaobai out and asked them to be responsible for cooking, cleaning the house, and so on. Xiaohei and Xiaobai are simply must-haves for home and travel, convenient and easy to use, and have no disadvantages except that they are child laborers. Xie Tao happily took out his snacks and comics, and lay down to start his life as a otaku. Xiaohong crawled around beside him, and after a while it secretly opened its mouth, trying to bite the pillow with its teeth, and then was held down by Xie Tao. It bit empty air with a whine, and its jagged teeth opened and closed twice, and then looked at Xie Tao aggrievedly. You have to pay for it if you bite it. Xie Tao scared it. I'll keep you here to work then. Xiao Hong became obedient all of a sudden, lying next to Xie Tao, looking dazed like a rag doll. The night passed quickly, and when it was daybreak, Xie Tao put away Xiao He and Xiao Bai, and walked out of the room holding Xiao Hong. At this time, the young man who led them here yesterday had also come over. It seems that you are all okay. That's really great. The young man led them out. Come over here. Have you had breakfast? Not yet. Xie Tao yawned. She was not sleepy all the time when she walked here. She also carefully observed the situation nearby. Even though it was morning and it was not even 9 o'clock yet, there were already quite a few people on both sides of the street, men, women, old and young. They looked at Xie Tao and others in a strange way. It was more like looking at lambs to be slaughtered than looking at people. There was greed in their gloomy eyes, as if they were a few pieces of walking meat. The last time Xie Tao saw such a look was after a drought. She went to the area to collect materials. There were starving people everywhere, and the survivors, when looking at their own kind, would involuntarily use that hungry look, as if looking at food. And most of them were because they were almost going crazy with hunger, and they couldn't control themselves and had an appetite for all edible things, and the edible things naturally included their own kind. It was slightly different from the people in front of him, because they still had an appetite for their own kind when they had a choice. One is passive, and the other is active, and the meanings between the two are very different. As Xie Tao walked forward, he asked, "How many people are there in your village?" "About 1,000. The young man apologized. "I haven't really counted it, so I'm not sure." "So what do you usually eat? Do you grow your own crops?" "We also go out to look for supplies, and we also grow and raise our own crops. The reason why our village can form a settlement of this scale is that before the end of the world, our breeding industry was very developed, with people raising cattle, pigs, and sheep. So after the end of the world, we can still hold on for a long time. After all, we have something to eat. We just need to grow some vegetables and the like, and then go out to look for food, and most of our needs will be met." The young man talked freely. "Not long ago, our village decided to use part of the arable land to grow wheat and rice to see if we can achieve complete self-sufficiency." Xie Tao suddenly said, "Then your village is amazing. Many bases are still unable to achieve self-sufficiency." The young man could only smile awkwardly. "Maybe because there are few people in our village, the demand is not that high." "That's also amazing," Xie Tao said lazily. "I have never seen live cattle and sheep. Can I go for a visit?" The young man's already awkward smile looked even more unnatural. "It may be a bit inconvenient," he explained with difficulty. "After all, it is a very important resource for our village. What if someone has bad intentions and wants to poison or something?" Xie Tao raised her head with an innocent look. She looked cute to begin with, and when she deliberately made some cute expressions, she looked even more soft and cute. "But I'm really curious. Can't I just take a look from a distance?" The young man turned his head away with difficulty. "Let's go eat first." He avoided the question, obviously not planning to take Xie Tao to see the cattle and sheep they raised. Xie Tao fell behind a little and whispered to his companion on the side, "There is definitely a problem." In fact, several other people also vaguely sensed the problem, but because there was no evidence, they were not so sure. So several people pricked up their ears to listen to the reason, and then heard the confident words, "I am so cute, but he can resist it and use such an excuse to reject me. This is unreasonable. There must be something fishy." Several people. Also, if he really wants to show the strength of their village, there are only two possibilities. One is that he is really proud and thinks that their village has done a really good job in this regard, and life is really good, so he wants to show it to outsiders. If this is the possibility, he will take us to see how prosperous the village is, and I may not even need to mention it. Another possibility is that he wants to attract outsiders to live in this village, so he will take us to see it after the display. But I mentioned it, but he changed the subject. After Xie Tao finished speaking, he was still a little disgusted. "Don't you all think? Do you still want me to feed the answer to you?" Zhong Shanjing said very politely, "The main reason is that I am not as smart as you. I can't know the whole picture by seeing a small part of the leopard. Don't be sarcastic." This time, Zhong Shanjing was really serious in praising Xie Tao. He even felt a little wronged. Although he would be sarcastic occasionally, he was really serious in praising him today. Xie Tao quickly pressed Zhong Shanjing down and expressed his disgust. Just as he was about to talk to other people about the speculation about this matter, a young man who looked very mascot came towards him. He dyed his hair green and had a nose ring, which stunned Xie Tao, who had never seen a mascot before. Xie Tao even muttered to himself, "Is this the cow you raised?" The young man leading the way, "That's really not the case." The shamate was obviously walking towards them directly, and his target was them. When he got closer, the shamats stood in front of them and blocked their way. Then he asked the young man leading the way, "Are they a new group?" The young man didn't like his look either, but for some reason, he didn't dare to express it, so he could only say, "Yes, we just came last night." Then the shamat stretched his head forward and glanced at Xie Tao, who was still holding Xiao Hong. "You have a child? The man and wife are not bad. It's a good time to change the taste. I haven't met such a childlike man and wife, so I'll take this one away. You have a child? The Shamat youth was too bold and immediately intimidated Zhong Shanjing and the others, especially Zhong Shanjing, who knew what kind of person Xie Tao was. He looked at the youth with a little admiration. Who gave him the courage? Fish Long? At the same time, deep in his heart, he was secretly displeased. Who do you think you are to blaspheme Xie Tao? Zhong Shanjing gently moved his right hand, then turned to look at Xie Tao. He saw that Xie Tao narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a hint of murderous intent in those innocent cat eyes. Few people dared to talk to Xie Tao like this. Even the people in the holy hall knew how powerful Xie Tao was, and they were only wary, afraid, and a little respectful. Can you say what you just said again? Xie Tao took a step forward and raised his head, with a bit of innocence on his pretty face. The Shamati was itching to see this and was about to speak when Xiaohong in Xie Tao's arms suddenly jumped up and smacked his face. What is this? Ah! You can't inject the toxin, Xiaohong, Xie Tao said coldly. Xiaohong became obedient after hearing this. It turned its head and showed Xie Tao a smile, with its bloody shark teeth sparkling. The young man leading the way was so scared that he took a step back. Fuck! The people nearby who had sensed something was wrong and were slowly gathering around also saw Xiaohong like this. They were very panicked and obviously realized that Xiaohong might be a non-human, so they all picked up weapons, such as sickles, hoes, shovels, and other miscellaneous things that seemed to have sufficient lethality. Xiaohong bit off the nose of the Shamate and was spitting out blood there, of course. It was the Shamate's blood. Xie Tao was just about to do it herself, but Zhong Shanjing suddenly held her palm and whispered, "It's too dirty, leave it to me next." Zhong Shanjing kicked the Shamate on the chest, knocking him to the ground. Then he slowly took off the deerskin gloves on his hands. After all, the gloves were given by Xie Tao, and they had to be washed if they got dirty. The scarred hand easily removed the Shamate's chin, and then he pulled out the bloody strip of meat with a look of disgust. The soft tongue was pulled out by the roots and thrown to the ground, covered with dust. Zhong Shanjing frowned even more when he looked at the blood and dirt on his hands. He wiped the blood on the Shamat's clothes and whispered, "You useless guy who can't even control his mouth, and you're wasting my time to educate you." The Shamati rolled on the ground in pain, his eyes full of disbelief. After all, this was his territory. How dare these people do this? This thought was soon completely drowned by the pain. After all, the tongue was pulled out alive. Such pain was not something that ordinary people could endure. Even people with strong willpower might not be able to bear it, let alone a waste like him. Xie Tao stuck her head out from behind Zhong Shanjing and clicked her tongue. I wanted to play for a while. After all, she was bored, and she wanted to treat this village as a game, slowly exploring and discovering the truth bit by bit. But some people always wanted to disrupt her plans, which was really annoying. Although the people around her were holding weapons, they did not dare to step forward for a while. It was the young man who reacted faster. Call for help. That Shamat was not an ordinary person. He was the son of the village chief. His father was like a local emperor in this small village, and he was spoiled by him. Every time a new person came, he would come over to pick and choose and take away the beautiful women inside. Who knew that today he would kick the iron plate, and it was a red-hot iron plate. But if the Shamata died, the village chief would definitely be very angry, and he would vent his anger on him, who was at the first scene. The young man knew this very well and quickly called for help. There were thousands of people in their village, all of whom were in cahoots with them. Just a few people dared to hurt the village chief's son, which was simply courting death. However, entering this village was like courting death for them. It seemed that it didn't make much difference whether they died early or late. Oh, there was still a difference. If they hadn't offended the village chief, at least they would have died a little easier. Now that they had offended the village chief and injured the village chief's son like this, it was estimated that they would be tortured to death, especially the pretty girl. The young man imagined the scene and couldn't help but feel pity. More and more people gathered around, each holding a hoe or something in their hands. There were men, women, old and young. Everyone's expression was extremely consistent, with a little fear and more cruelty. Some people even had some excitement on their faces, as if killing their own kind was a very fun thing for them. Xie Tao even heard them discussing there. Like before, the men beat the women to death and leave them alone? It's definitely not going to be the same this time. They beat the village chief's son. We should capture them all alive and let the village chief handle it when the time comes. Have you called the village chief? The village chief is on his way. Xie Tao touched his chin and suddenly raised his hand to draw a formation, calling number 2 over. Number 2 was the mutant zombie with a particularly large body and a bit of a silly look. Although it looked a bit silly, it was full of muscles. Its tall body looked like an iron tower. It scared the people nearby as soon as it appeared. Zombies! It's a zombie! Someone screamed quickly and was soon scolded by other people around. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Why are we afraid of a zombie? If the village chief's son had not become a hostage, they would have rushed up to capture these people and killed the zombie. Zombies are indeed terrifying, but don't you look at the proportions? There are only a few zombies, How many people are there? After number 2 appeared, it immediately followed Xie Tao's order and picked up the village chief's son. Its hands were as big as a palm fan, and the village chief's son was like a little chick in its hands, the kind of skinny chick that looked a bit malnourished. Xie Tao said in a nonchalant tone, "Make way! I have a hostage in my hand." Although there were many people around, it was because the village chief's son was in her hands. No one dared to act rashly. They could only watch as number 2 held the village chief's son and stood beside Xie Tao. The village chief's son was still spitting blood. His nose and tongue were gone. His bloody appearance was a bit disgusting. Whenever Xie Tao took a step forward, the group of people took a step back, vividly explaining what it meant to be cautious when using a weapon. Xie Tao walked forward slowly with a bloody hostage and his partner. Then a large group of people, at least 100 or 200, followed them. Everyone held a weapon, but no one dared to step forward. After watching for a long time, it even seemed a bit funny. Xie Tao, who was still thinking about playing games, looked like he was strolling around the village, strolling from here to there, and then strolling back from there. It seemed that he had no purpose, just walking. "Huh? That place looks like a cafeteria. Let's go over and take a look. Maybe there will be some clues." The people who followed Xie Tao either trusted Xie Tao very much or loved her very much and could only play strange detective games with her. So the whole scene looked very strange. More and more villagers gathered, but they didn't dare to move at all. They could only follow behind with weapons raised, following Xie Tao's random movements. Xie Tao was followed by a sturdy zombie like a tower, and in his arms was a small zombie with a mouth full of sharp teeth, which looked more like a zombie king than Zhong Shanjing. Xie Tao had walked around most of the village before the village chief hurried over. He held a big loudspeaker and started shouting from a distance, "Don't hurt my son! The rest can be discussed." The village chief looked about 50 years old, with strong shoulders and a big waist. He was probably very worried that his precious son would be hurt again. Therefore, even when he saw that his son's nose was gone and blood was constantly flowing out of his mouth, he restrained himself and didn't dare to curse. "As long as you put down my son, I can let you go. If they drag it out for too long, it will be a lose-lose situation for both of them, right?" If his son died, Xie Tao would have no hostages in his hands, and when they rushed forward, these people would surely die. The village chief had a good idea. He would negotiate with them first and rescue his son first. At worst, he could pretend to let them go first and then go out to chase them back. Anyway, he was not going to let Xie Tao and the others go. These people actually dared to hurt his son. He wanted to peel off their skin, and while they were still alive, he would tear off every piece of meat from their bodies and dry it into jerky. Especially Xie Tao. A flash of anger flashed across the village chief's eyes. Before he could think of countless tortures in his mind, he found that Xie Tao didn't pay any attention to him. She was still walking there, and she looked lazy like a cat basking in the sun. The village chief could only follow behind her, not daring to get too close, holding a loudspeaker and shouting, "You can say whatever you want. Everything can be discussed. My attitude is really sincere. Now I just hope that you will release my son quickly. If something happens to my son, you will have nothing to rely on and you can negotiate with me." Still no one paid attention to him. He followed behind and shouted for a long time. His voice became hoarse, and he began to doubt his life. Suddenly he heard Xie Tao shout, in surprise, "Found it!" Xie Tao trotted into the shed area, as happy as if he had defeated the most powerful boss in a game. Decryption successful. In front of her, there were countless people tied up in the pig shed. There were at least 20 people just in this shed. Almost all of them were men, with only 1 or 2 older women. Everyone looked dying, tied up in the shed, like pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The geographical location of this village is very good. If people passing by don't want to sleep on the roadside, this village is the only choice. It takes a long time to walk back before you can see new towns and places. If it was before the end of the world, if there were multiple disappearances in a place, it would have attracted the attention of the police long ago, and the existence of the internet would also allow the news to spread quickly. But after the end of the world, the spread of information became extremely difficult and primitive. If you live in different bases with friends, you even have to communicate by writing letters. In this situation, people disappeared one after another, and no one paid attention to it at all. This small village swallowed countless lives silently. After all, this is the end of the world. There are too many things that can kill a person, such as zombies, diseases, and malicious fellows. For a while, no one noticed what this village was doing. Xie Tao has seen many evil deeds, but when he saw such a scene, he still felt that human evil could break the bottom line at any time, when there were no rules and laws to restrain it. Little black, little white. 2 little skeletons appeared silently beside Xie Tao. They pounced on him quickly and cut off every rope that bound humans. Xie Tao was raising her hand to release the holy light, but Zhong Shanjing stopped her. "Let me do it." Countless black mists spread out from his body, and when they were about to cover everyone, they suddenly rolled and turned into another color. The snow-white light merged into everyone's body, and the dying people were refreshed and looked much better. Wow. Xie Tao was a little surprised, but then she realized that the holy light she casually shot at Zhong Shanjing caused the awakening Zhong Shanjing to mutate. He should have been a pure dark power, but at that moment, Xie Tao's power merged into his body, causing Zhang Ji's power to reverse. He can use darkness to kill people, and he can also use light to save people. Although this power is not as strong as Xie Tao's holy light, in the end of the world, a group's recovery skills will be cherished no matter which base it is placed in. Zhong Shanjing lowered his head and whispered in Xie Tao's ear, "You gave me a choice." He really hates Zhong Shanjing. Xie Tao was very excited. How long can it last? She saw that Zhong Shanjing's ability was more of a stimulant than a treatment. It was very useful at critical moments, allowing people to break through themselves and have a last burst of light. No, it was to be able to persist in the battle for a longer period of time. It's half an hour now. That's enough. Xie Tao raised her hand and countless weapons flew out of the door of the different space, mainly knives. She stepped on a stone and shouted to everyone, "You have a chance to resist now, about half an hour. Do you want to leave here alive? Then pick up the weapons on the ground." The village chief sneered. How many people were caught? There were probably only 30 or 40 people in the pig sheds, but there were thousands of people in their village. These people have been trapped here for several days. Every day they witness their own kind being killed and dragged away like pigs to become food for others. Fear, anger, hatred, powerlessness, all kinds of emotions have been brewing for so long. Now that there is a chance to resist, even the old lady picked up the knife on the ground. If she dies, she will take 2 people with her. It's better to die in resistance than to be slaughtered like a pig, right? When people picked up their weapons one after another and went to other sheds to liberate the remaining people, Xie Tao laughed so hard that he fell backwards. "Yes, that's it. Let's rush out now. Give my daughter back to me. I want to avenge my father. You are beasts, worse than beasts. I will fight you." A group of people rushed towards the people outside with the awareness of death and hatred. The village chief was so anxious that he jumped up and down. "Kill them. You need me." Zhong Shanjing was about to speak, but Zhong Shanjing grabbed him. "Don't disturb Tao Tao. She is having fun." Xie Tao didn't pay attention to the intrigue and bloody storm between the 2 men. She sat on the shoulder of number 2 and threw Xiaohong out. "Go and have fun. Don't infect anyone. Don't deserve it." All the people in this village are not even qualified to be zombies, let alone be reformed. They just need to wait to be cremated. Those who rushed out were ready to die. They waved their weapons in a disorderly manner, thinking only of taking one away. As a result, when they were about to be injured, a vortex suddenly appeared in the shadow under their feet, and a zombie emerged from it, rushing straight towards their enemies and tearing them apart. Those people were stunned for a moment, and after a moment of fear, they suddenly realized that these zombies seemed to be their helpers, and they became excited instead. Yes, before today, they were very afraid of zombies. After all, zombies would eat people, but after experiencing all that, they found that humans were much more terrible than zombies. Zombies lost their reason and emotions after being infected by the virus, just like the Walking Dead, with only instinct driving them to eat people. And what about these fellows in front of them? They even have a kind face, but they will deceive their fellows with words, and then kill and eat their fellows as pigs and dogs. Comparing the two, isn't the latter more terrible? For a while, no one cared how the zombies appeared. They waved their weapons frantically to kill the enemies in front of them. Among these people, some had their parents and relatives killed and eaten in front of them. Some had their daughters and wives dragged away and raped, and they themselves were like lambs to be slaughtered. The pain in their hearts never stopped for a moment, and now all of it was vented out. Xie Tao stood high on number 2's shoulder, and suddenly took out a bow from the alien space. The bow was very beautiful, and the whole body was like a black crystal sculpture, but the string emitted a faint white light. "Xiao. As soon as Xie Tao stretched out his hand, Xiao quickly removed one of his bones and handed it to Xie Tao. Xie Tao put the bone on the string, pulled it to the full, and shot it out. The village chief, who was there to comfort other villagers not to panic and kill all the people in front of him, was nailed to the wall by an arrow. Xiao bone was not sharpened at all, and it was not sharp. The place where Xie Tao aimed was not a vital point, so the village chief did not die, but was pierced through the shoulder by a very blunt bone and hung on the wall. Xiao had already trotted over, grunting, and pulled out his own bone, wiped the blood on his clothes, and ran back to Xie Tao, who put it back and said he didn't need it anymore. The village chief was sweating from the pain, and he sat on the ground, covering his shoulder. For a moment, he didn't know how things had developed to this point. Of course, who made them choose a large red-hot iron plate, and they had to kick it with all their strength? "Go!" Xie Tao urged no, 2 to move forward, and the tall zombie immediately rushed into the crowd. Anyone who dared to block its way would be easily torn in half by it. The tall zombie rushed to the vicinity of the village chief and picked up the village chief as well. In this way, it had a shamat in its left hand, and a shamat's father in its right hand. Are there still people alive in the village who have been caught? Shamat's father was so painful that he couldn't speak. As a result, when he turned around, he saw Xie Tao stabbing his son with a knife. The village chief and almost all the remaining ones were women. It was easy to imagine what would happen to them. Those poor women were locked up and abused, just like the people who were abducted into the mountain village. "You." Xie Tao pointed at a middle-aged man with red eyes who was struggling desperately and shouting for his daughter. Take them and find those women back. Okay. He was shaking all over. Because of excitement and excitement soon, a group of women were also rescued. They obviously hated the people in this village. Some of them held kitchen knives in their hands, and some held hoes in their hands, swinging at their enemies. For a while, the whole village looked like hell, but only those who had suffered knew that these people who seemed miserable were the devils in hell. When they rushed out of the village, everyone was wet, covered in blood, and in a mess, but their expressions were all excited. After all, they all survived. When they came out, the zombies were still in the village. Some people saw with their own eyes that Xie Tao commanded the tall zombie to throw the village chief and his son into the zombie group. Some people were reluctant to leave and watched for a while. They were driven away by Xie Tao and left the village. Where should we go? I don't know if it was because Xie Tao was like a savior who came from the sky and rescued them. They all relied on Xie Tao a little. However, Xie Tao didn't seem to be prepared to take such a bunch of burdens with her. When someone plucked up the courage to ask, she sat on the shoulders of the zombies and said in a very light tone, "Do you know why I asked you to pick up weapons, resist by yourself, and rush out by yourself?" A group of people shook their heads. Xie Tao was obviously capable of rescuing them intact, but she didn't do it. Because no one can save you except yourself. Don't think about relying on anyone. You have to live your own life. She is not a group of hypocrites in the temple, so she won't carry so many lives on her own. Oh, those hypocrites in the holy hall only know how to use their mouths to bear the lives of others, and then squeeze value from them. Xie Tao didn't want to be a gentleman or a hypocrite. She just wanted to live a leisurely life and be happy. It didn't matter to her if she saved someone when she killed someone she hated. But she wouldn't burden these people for the rest of their lives. Obviously, the group of people also knew this, but they couldn't help wanting to rely on Xie Tao, so they looked like a group of chicks who wanted to follow the mother hen. After being rejected directly, everyone sobered up. The middle-aged man who led the group bowed deeply to Xie Tao, and then said, "No matter what, you are our benefactor. We will never forget everything we experienced today. Thank you." The others also bowed, looking very grateful. Xie Tao didn't have time to care about them at all. He waved his hand and asked them to leave quickly, and then turned back to face the group of villagers. There are absolutely no innocent people in this village. When innocent people find out what others are doing, they have already left here, or become their pigs and sheep. Those who stay are all beneficiaries of the atrocities. The only difference is whether they have personally taken action. The devil and the devil's accomplices should go to hell together. After solving everything, Xie Tao was still a little melancholy. I've only lived here for one day. Let's leave here first. Zhong Shanjing really wanted to take a shower now. He had been patient for a long time. Xie Tao obviously thought so too, so they patted their buttocks and left quickly. Zhang Xingji didn't ask a single question throughout the whole process. Why Xie Tao could release so many zombies, and where did they go after the matter was over? Several people left the village and continued to move forward. Xie Tao still missed her strong number 2 a little bit. At least number 2 was still very qualified as a mount, but number 2 was too conspicuous. Xie Tao didn't want to encounter so many troubles, so she could only give up with tears. So along the way, when Xie Tao went to see Zhong Shanjing again, his eyes were full of resentment. Sometimes she would mutter to herself. As Xie Tao muttered more and more, Zhong Shanjing's attention was naturally drawn. One time he couldn't help but approach and secretly listen, and then he heard Xie Tao whispering, "Zhong Shanjing, why are you so short? Why can't you grow taller? You are so useless, Zhong Shanjing." Am I not tall enough at over 1.8 meters? Zhong Shanjing even felt a little autistic at that moment. He glanced at Xie Tao with resentment and poked her. "I don't think I'm short at 1.85 meters. Shut up, number 1. Look at number 2. Xie Tao crossed his arms and said angrily, "You are short." Zhongsheng, Xie Tao suddenly realized something and patted him. "Squat down." Xie Tao always had his mind set on something. He could only sigh helplessly and squat on the ground. Then Xie Tao suddenly jumped onto his back, still laughing. "Now I don't mind your shortness. Go ahead." Zhang Xingji had been walking beside him. Hearing this, he suddenly came over and said, "If you don't want to carry him, you can let me carry him." Zhong Shanjing quickly walked away from Zhang Xingji with Xie Tao on his back. He could see clearly that Zhong Shanjing also had that kind of feeling towards Xie Tao. The two of them should be considered competitors. Zhang Xingji smiled and followed slowly behind him. He was not in a hurry. There was a long way to go. Zhong Shanjing carried Xie Tao on his back. Xie Tao had a little red on his head. Zhang Xingji and Zhong Jinwei followed behind him. They quickly walked away from the village. The group just kept going forward. Xie Tao's idea was that whenever they came across a base, they would stop there and see the environment of the base. If it didn't work, they would keep going until they found a place that satisfied them. If Zhong Jinwei's brother didn't make trouble, Xie Tao would still like the Xiangtao survivor base very much. She once considered staying there for a while. What a pity. Along the way, they didn't come across a base until they walked for a long time. Xie Tao didn't count how many days it was, but it was more than a week. Halfway through, Zhang Xingji got a car to drive over. They changed cars several times and finally saw a base. Wow, Xie Tao was a little happy when she saw the base. Hurry up, I want to eat fruits and vegetables. Don't you usually hate eating vegetables? Zhong Shanjing carried Xie Tao on his back and complained in a low voice. Xie Tao was really picky about food. He didn't eat green peppers or carrots. He didn't eat any vegetables with the word melon in their names. He only ate a small amount of ordinary green vegetables. He ate some fast food all day. He ate instant noodles today, snail noodles tomorrow, and self-heating hot pot the day after tomorrow. Why do you suddenly want to eat vegetables today? What do you care about me? Xie Tao rolled his eyes. I eat whatever I want. Zhong Shanjing felt that he was sometimes, like an old father, worrying about Xie Tao. You may be so short because you are picky about food. Before Zhong Shanjing finished speaking, Xie Tao suddenly stood up and started knocking on his head, and Xiaohong followed suit with her soft little hands. Zhong Shanjing, I think you don't want to live anymore. Didn't I die? Zhong Shanjing was not threatened at all. Zombies were not alive, and there was nothing wrong with saying that he had died once. The two quarreled and soon arrived near the base. Xie Tao had already repaired the disguise for Zhong Shanjing in advance, and then made a simple disguise for Xiaohong, and then took his friends over. The rules in the base are basically the same. If it is the first time to come to this base, you must register at the door, and then be isolated. After the isolation, you can move freely. The scale of this base is obviously smaller than the Xie Tao survivor base. Xie Tao and his friends all used pseudonyms. When they went to register, the staff immediately perked up when they heard that there were 3 psychics among the 4 of them. There are still relatively few psychics in our base. If you are interested, you can sign up for a team in the base, or you can set up your own team. The staff said enthusiastically. Our base is particularly welcoming to psychics. If you want to stay here permanently, joining a team is a good choice. Xie Tao hugged Xiaohong and was drowsy after hearing this. I know. Can we go and rest? Of course. Maybe because they had 3 psychics, the staff arranged a relatively luxurious isolation room for them and sent them some snacks and a few bottles of water. Unfortunately, there was no fruit. After all, fruit is very expensive, and it is not possible to send one for each person. Xie Tao just wanted to spend the isolation time quickly and then find some fruit to eat, so he lay down after entering the room and threw Xiaohong to Zhong Shanjing. Xiaohong and Zhong Shanjing looked at each other with disgust. After glaring at each other, they each occupied a corner of the room. The night passed quickly. When they came out of the room the next day, the staff gave them another instruction, which was very earnest. It was obvious that they hoped that they could stay in the base permanently. In most small bases, the number of psychics is very limited. After all, for psychics, it is obvious that large bases have a better future. Those with strong psychics will almost always go to large bases. Those who stay in small bases are either not very good in psychic ability or have a good relationship with the top management of the base. When Zhao Linyan found Jin Chao at the Xie Tao survivor base, she was a little surprised, because Jin Chao's strength was very good, and he could have done well in a large base, but he actually stayed in a small survivor base like Xie Tao, so people like Xie Tao would definitely be lured in as long as they went to a small base. The only base Xie Tao had ever lived in was Xie Tao, so she was a little curious when she came here. After walking around, she found that it was smaller than Xie Tao, and there didn't seem to be many people, so she simply went directly to the hall in the middle of the base. The staff said that this was the place to receive and send tasks and exchange rewards. There happened to be a trading market near the hall, both official and private. Xie Tao ran over with great interest just to see if there were any fruits for sale. She took her friends around and was disappointed to find that there were no fruits for sale, not even in the official store. Xie Tao asked the official, and the lady in charge laughed after hearing it. In a small base like ours, there is no extra time and money to grow fruits. After all, it is already a very difficult thing to feed everyone. She always thought that all bases would grow fruits and other things, but it turned out not to be the case. Is it a rare phenomenon that fruits can be grown at the Xie Tao survivor base? She suddenly felt a little regretful. She destroyed the entire Xie Tao survivor base, and because she was in a hurry at the time, Xie Tao only took away the garlic sprouts she planted and the strawberry seeds that had not yet sprouted. There was no time to pack more fruits and other things. Xie Tao suddenly felt like a bolt from the blue, sobbing, I should have let Jin Chao be the new boss of the Xie Tao survivor base. Let the deputy captain do it, or the captain do it anyway, it doesn't matter. This way she can still eat fruits. The lady in charge smiled beside her, and she said gently, if you want to eat fruits, you might as well continue to go south. Not far to the south is Fengcheng. There must be fruits in such a large base. Xie Tao was stunned for a moment. Wind City not far to the south? What kind of fate is this? Xie Tao never thought that she would walk to the vicinity of Fengcheng just by choosing a direction at random. What kind of fate is this? She couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Okay, I'll go and have a look when I have time. When Xie Tao came out of the hall and was thinking about finding a place to look at the house, suddenly 2 people came towards her. Their target was obviously Xie Tao and the others. As soon as they saw Xie Tao, they rushed straight over. Xie Tao was still considering whether this person knew her. Otherwise, why would he come straight over? She thought about the range of her enemies, and it seemed that the two people in front of her were not among them. She simply stopped and waited for them to come over. As a result, the leader started to greet Xie Tao from a distance. "Miss Xie Tao, right?" Yes, Xie Tao was not very careful in giving a pseudonym. "What's the point of just changing the pronunciation?" The man spoke very quickly and said enthusiastically, "I am the current person in charge of this base, Liu Ningning." This man called Liu Ningning was as enthusiastic as a street vendor, and there was not much nonsense. He came straight to the point. "Excuse me, are you interested in living in our base for a long time?" Xie Tao immediately felt the difference between a large base and a small base. In a medium-sized base like the Tao Survivor base, the top leader would not personally go to win over the superpowers, but this kind of extremely small base would. Xie Tao even felt a little sad for a moment. "I'm not going to leave for the time being, but I may not live for too long." Xie Tao did not make any promises, mainly because he did not want to pit this already pitiful person in charge. After all, Zhong Shanjing was like a time bomb, and it was the kind that could explode at any time. Liu Ningning was already miserable. As the person in charge of a base, he had to run out every day to win over psychics. When this time bomb exploded, he would be bald for a long time. Liu Ningning looked a little disappointed, but soon cheered up. "You haven't found a place to live yet? I happen to have a few empty houses here. Why don't you come and have a look?" Zhong Jinwei hurriedly said. "Does your base have extra laboratories?" "It doesn't need to be a very good one, as long as there is enough basic equipment." Liu Ningning had read the information in advance. The staff learned that 3 of the 4 of them were psychics, and 2 of them were combat type. Xie Tao called himself a nanny. He rushed over immediately after receiving the notice. 2 combat-type psychics were already very precious for a small base like theirs, and there was actually a nanny. If these few people left them and went to Fengcheng, they would probably never come back. So he thought of coming here to win them over and try. What if, right? People should have dreams. What's the difference between having no dreams and being salted fish? Unexpectedly, in addition to the 3 psychics, there was also a technical talent among them. Liu Ningning's eyes lit up like little light bulbs at that time. Not to mention that their base already had a laboratory. Even if there was no laboratory, he could build one now. Yes, if you have such a need, it's easy to talk. There is an idle small laboratory in our base. Liu Ningning also tactfully expressed that they had a better laboratory, and if they were willing to stay in the base for a long time, the base could provide them with better conditions. "Is there a house near the laboratory? We can live there." Xie Tao hadn't done research for a long time, and his hands were a little itchy. If possible, it would be more convenient to live near the laboratory. Liu Ningning thought about it and nodded immediately. It must be there. He really wanted to keep Xie Tao and the other 4. When he led them to the direction of the laboratory, he hinted to Xie Tao. "Although our base is not big, there are many handsome guys, and they are all very family-oriented." Xie Tao, who was holding Xiaohong. "Do you know what you are talking about?" Liu Ningning coughed a little embarrassedly, probably because he felt that what he said sounded like a pimp, which was not very good. But if this could really keep an excellent psychic in the base, it would make sense to risk his face. If it weren't for his lack of good looks, he might have wanted to do it himself, to seduce her. This is a wet nurse. Do you know how precious wet nurses are in the end times? Even those with limited abilities will be fought over by various bases. If Xie Tao stood up and shouted, "I am a wet nurse, I want to find a base to live in," not to mention a handsome guy to seduce, some bases with no bottom line might call several at once, with all kinds of types for you to choose from, just to keep Xie Tao. Thinking of this, he suddenly saw 2 handsome guys with different styles next to Xie Tao. At that time, he was a little worried that he would make things worse, so he quickly added, I mean, there are a lot of handsome guys in our base. Today, 2 more came. You 2 look like the kind who care about family. You will definitely be liked by many girls." Zhong Shanjing and Jiang Xingji didn't say anything. Liu Ningning's laughter gradually became dry. It seemed that he gradually had some ideas in his mind. It seemed that these 2 people might like Xie Tao. His previous words were really redundant. Based on the principle that it is better to say nothing than to say more, Liu Ningning instantly became honest, shut up, and honestly took them to see the house. There are not many houses near the laboratory, and the best one is already occupied. But Liu Ningning said, "If you like it, the people inside can move out, and I will arrange another house for them to live in." That's not necessary. Xie Tao is not the kind of person who likes to take the initiative to cause trouble, and the other house has a small balcony, which she likes very much. That's it. How much is the monthly rent? Liu Ningning immediately said, "You can live here as long as you want. Just treat it as making friends." Xie Tao knew better than anyone that the most expensive thing in the world is favors, and it's better to have things with a clear price tag. After she expressed this idea, Liu Ningning still felt a little sorry, so she said, "How about this? The house and the laboratory can be used by you for free. As long as you have time to help lead the team to find supplies, it will definitely not be very frequent, and it depends on your time." Xie Tao was actually a little unhappy about this condition. After all, if you really want someone's benefits, do you still have the nerve not to help? However, Liu Ningning quickly said that it was not necessary for the 3 of them to go together every time. They could send a combat system to follow and help ensure the safety of the team. Zhong Shanjing happened to be free to do this job, and he also took the initiative to say that he could give it to him, so Xie Tao agreed. Afterwards, Lu Ningning also sent a lot of daily necessities over, and it seemed that he really hoped to keep them here. When Xiao He and Xiao Bai were released to clean up the room, Zhong Jinwei was beside them, ready to go. "Are you going to the lab tonight? I can help you." "In a few days." Xie Tao lay on the sofa like a salted fish and said slowly, "I want to go to Fengcheng." Xie Tao was very interested in this survivor base that dared to claim to be the largest base after the end of the world. The bases she had lived in were not very large, and she wanted to see the difference between large bases and small bases. Zhong Shanjing happened to walk over and asked, "Do you need me to accompany you?" Zhong Shanjing was not far away and immediately said hypocritically, "I can go with you. There is no need for so many people, right?" Zhang Xingji smiled slightly when he heard this. "I mainly think it might be inconvenient for you to go, so why not let me go?" After all, Zhang Xingji had walked with them all the way, and had also seen Xie Tao's ability to control zombies. Although he was not very clear about Zhong Shanjing's identity, he already knew that Zhong Shanjing was wanted. After all, they had to change their pseudonyms every time they had a base, so Xie Tao still explained the reason to them. So now this reason has become a sharp sword, piercing Zhong Shanjing's heart at once. Zhong Shanjing really didn't know how to refute for a moment. After all, he was indeed wanted, and Fengcheng was the base camp of the group of people who wanted him. Damn! Zhang Xingji is really hard to deal with. Zhang Xingji, who won the confrontation with Zhong Shanjing for the first time, suddenly felt physically and mentally relaxed. He stood up, smiled slightly, and said with confidence, "When are we going? I'll go and make some preparations first. I'll go by myself." Xie Tao stretched, "You all wait at home, I'll be back soon, and it's a bit troublesome to bring people." The smile disappeared. Smile, in the spirit of, "If I can't go, you can't go either, and we will both lose if we stay at home together." Zhong Shanjing said slowly, "It is indeed more convenient to go back and forth alone. If you have anything to do, you can also ask Xiao He and Xiao Bai to come out. I think it's a good idea. I will pack up my things at home in the next 2 days, and you can go to Fengcheng for a walk." He said it so gently and considerately, as if he was full of the generosity and decency of the main wife. Zhang Xingji couldn't help but look at him. He really didn't expect this man to be so shameless. He was still a little worse, because his face was not as thick as his. However, Zhang Xingji learned his lesson this time. There is still a long time to go, so he will take it slowly. Xie Tao didn't find that the two people's relationship was like a house fight. She really felt a little tired. After all, she had been walking for a long time and there was nothing new to refresh her. So after Xiao He and Xiao Bai cleaned up the bedroom first, she went in to rest, leaving Xiao He and Xiao Bai outside to continue to clean up the living room and other places. Xiao Hong, who then got into the bed. "Yeah, the real winner is it. Only it can sleep in the same bed with Xie Tao. Those two men are weak." Xie Tao got up early in the morning and then disguised herself there. After all, Zhao Linyan and Lin Ruanruan knew her, as well as those inexperienced team members. Xie Tao just wanted to go to Fengcheng for a stroll, and she didn't plan to cause any trouble, so the lower the better. After she finished the disguise, she didn't look as conspicuous as before. It was probably that she changed from a cute and beautiful girl to an ordinary and cute girl without too many characteristics. Then she hugged Xiao Hong and instantly looked more like an ordinary single mother. Xie Tao looked at herself in the mirror for a while and was very satisfied with her disguise. "Very good, I'm going out." Zhong Shanjing said considerately from behind, "Come back early." Xie Tao left directly using the teleportation array, which saved a lot of trouble. She didn't know the exact location of Fengcheng, so she walked in that direction after leaving. Fengcheng and the base where Xie Tao is now are not far away. If you don't drive, you can just walk there for half a day. If converted into distance, it may be only about 20 miles. It was afternoon when Xie Tao arrived at his destination. He saw Fengcheng from a distance. It was indeed a large base, which looked like a small city. However, this city did not exist before the end of the world, but was built up from scratch after the end of the world. No wonder other survivor bases dare to call themselves survivor bases, but Fengcheng dares to call itself a city. The scale is really large. However, other aspects are still the same. You must register first and then enter the city. After a day of isolation, you can officially enter Fengcheng. Xie Tao changed her ability again this time. She claimed that she was a space-based ability user and demonstrated how to take things out of the space. She successfully fooled the staff. The staff was quite enthusiastic. "Your ability is very suitable for participating in the team that searches for supplies." Xie Tao said seriously, "Really? That's great. After all, I still have to raise children. If I can serve in such a team, my life should be better." The staff was also a girl. She felt the same way when she heard, "In the doomsday, single mothers are really more miserable." She also enthusiastically told Xie Tao where things are cheaper, where to rent a house is better, and other knowledge that only people who live in the base know. After Xie Tao was isolated for a night, she finally successfully entered Fengcheng. The first thing she did was to see where there were fruit sellers. A large base like Fengcheng obviously would not lack fruit. As long as the upper level wanted to enjoy, They would have everything. The official fruit exchange place was the same as the Xie Tao survivor base at that time, where only points could be exchanged, but private ones could exchange other things for other things. After Xie Tao walked around the market, he found a suitable stall. The stall owner was a very young boy, who looked about 18 or 19 years old. He was yawning while sitting there setting up the stall. There were quite a few things on the stall in front of him, including strawberries, apricots, peaches, and even 2 large watermelons. There was no such fruit as watermelon in Xie Tao's previous world. For a moment, he was a little curious and squatted there to observe carefully, not sure whether it was a fruit or a vegetable. The young man held his chin and said sleepily, "I planted these myself and bred them myself. They are definitely sweeter than those from other places, especially this watermelon. I cut one last night and it was super sweet and juicy. I only planted a few of them. If you miss them, you will never have them again." The Wind City Survivor base is large enough. There is no shortage of powerful superpowers in such a large base. After the strength increases, everyone's requirements for living conditions will become higher. Therefore, for fruits, which are considered luxury goods after the end of the world, their purchasing power will also increase. If you take some fruits to the small base where Xie Tao lives now, you may not be able to sell them for 3 days until they rot, because most people are struggling to make ends meet and cannot afford fruits. As Xie Tao walked along, he even saw all kinds of stores in Fengcheng, such as restaurants and clothing stores, which were not found in other bases. Fengcheng really looked like a city. No wonder Zhao Linyan was so arrogant and proud at the beginning, and no wonder they dared to issue a wanted order for all bases. Even though most people in a base as far away as Tao received the wanted order, they still received it, didn't they? Xie Tao rubbed his chin and looked at the stalls in front of him, as if he was hesitating. The boy kindly said, "If you have to choose one, I would still recommend watermelon. I won't cheat you. I guarantee that you will want to come to me next time after buying it. Pack all. How much do you want?" Xie Tao was not considering which one to choose, but whether he could take the person away too. He can grow fruits. Isn't this much more useful than Zhong Shanjing? The boy rarely saw such a generous guest, and his eyes widened immediately. He reported the number of supplies. Xie Tao's carry-on was a little insufficient, so he immediately notified his younger brothers who were still hanging around outside, and then opened a space door at the location of the scarlet female zombie, and asked them to throw the supplies into the space. Xie Tao opened the space door from his side and took out the supplies. The boy, "You are a space-based ability user." He looked at Xie Tao with envy. "This way, you can bring back a lot of supplies every time you go out, and it can be very easy." Yeah, Xie Tao made an exchange with him. The boy was a very honest person, and he cut a melon for Xie Tao on the spot to let her see the red flesh and rich juice inside. "But can you help me carry the supplies back? It's not easy for me to carry it alone." The boy scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly. Xie Tao was already holding a piece of watermelon and chewing it, his eyes sparkling, obviously conquered by watermelon. After all, watermelon is a fruit that has been ranked first in national popularity for many years. Xie Tao, who ate watermelon for the first time, instantly abandoned his favorite grapes and chewed it happily. So facing the melon grower in front of her, her attitude couldn't be better. "No problem." Xie Tao followed the boy back to his home. The boy lived in a small bungalow with only 1 bedroom and 1 living room, but he built a shed on the roof and used the roof as his cultivation base. After Xie Tao entered the door, he took out the supplies for him. The boy poured a glass of water for Xie Tao, and then happily went to arrange the supplies. These things were enough for him to eat for a long time. His ability was almost not aggressive, and his ability to collect supplies was still quite poor. This time he was able to sell all the fruits and was not bargained for. He was happy for a long time. So after putting the things in place, the boy enthusiastically invited Xie Tao to visit his planting base. Xie Tao followed him up to the roof, and then he found that the small roof was full of various fruits, including 2 apricot trees, 2 peach trees, more than a dozen pots of strawberries, several watermelons, and some cherry tomatoes. "It's Kami!" "It's Kami from the plant world." The boy, stared at by Xie Tao with sparkling eyes, was a little shy. "My ability is to promote the growth of plants, otherwise I can't plant so many things on the roof." However, his ability is limited, and it can only speed up the growth of plants. For example, a watermelon can grow from a seedling to a mature fruit in less than a week, but he can't speed up the growth of plants on a large scale. Otherwise, he can have a very high status in the base. Imagine if his ability really has a large-scale effect. Then he only needs to sow seeds in countless fields and let him activate his ability. Then he can harvest batches of rice and wheat in a short time, feed a large number of people. But even though his abilities were limited, in Xie Tao's eyes, he was a big treasure. Xie Tao held the melon in one hand and Xiaohong in the other, looking at him as if he were the god of plants. She quickly left the melon rind and grabbed the boy. "Do you want to come with me? Boy, I'll support you for the rest of your life, and you just need to be responsible for growing fruits." His cheeks instantly turned red as a steamed crab. You, I'm serious," Xie Tao said with a deep face. "Even if you live in a base as big as Fengcheng, your life is very ordinary, right? Even in a base like this, the demand for fruit is limited, and the fruit can be stored for a very short time. If you can't sell it, you can only eat it yourself. If you are unlucky, you will have to live a precarious life. She patted the boy's hand and then said confidently, if you come with me, you can live in a big house, you can eat whatever you want, someone will take care of you 3 meals a day, and it will be absolutely safe. No one in this world can hurt you without me. There was a hint of ambiguity in these words, and the boy's already red cheeks became even redder. He looked at Xie Tao, then at Xiaohong, who was looking at him curiously, stuttered, and couldn't speak for a long time. After a long time, the boy finally stuttered. Then, doesn't that mean I should be a gigolo? He is a decent boy who has been supporting himself with his own hands. How can he be a gigolo just to have good food and clothes? But Xie Tao is very cute. Xiaohong is also very cute. I wonder if it is easy to be a stepfather these days. Xie Tao did not understand what a gigolo was. She put her hands on her hips, jumped onto the box and looked down at the boy. Do you want to come with me? I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. It's up to you whether you want to come with me or not. I won't force you. Boy, I'll think about it. On one side is personality and self-esteem, and on the other is a job. It's really hard to choose. Forget it. You don't have to answer me so quickly. I just came to Fengcheng and am about to go shopping. Just give me an answer when you have made up your mind. Xie Tao jumped down from the box and hugged Xiaohong again. She had already put the fruits and other things into the different space and was about to go out for a walk. The boy hurriedly said, You have never been to Fengcheng? Then I will take you around. I have been in Fengcheng for a while, and I am much more familiar with it than you. Xie Tao knew at a glance that he was loose and was just hesitating, so he nodded readily. Okay, wait a moment while I change my clothes. The boy changed into a cleaner set of clothes that were more suitable for traveling and took Xie Tao out. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Haiping. My name is Xie Tao. Zhou Haiping shook hands with Xie Tao very officially and then took Xie Tao out. If you haven't been to Fengcheng, you might not be able to adapt. Fengcheng is really prosperous and there will be a night market at night. If you don't plan to leave for the time being, I can take you for a walk at night. Zhou Haiping said as he walked. There will be barbecues and other things at the night market. It's very lively. Stay and have some fun tonight. Night market. Xie Tao's eyes lit up in an instant. Okay. She hadn't told her family when she would go back, so she was not in a hurry. She would have enough fun at once. She probably wouldn't do anything like coming to Fengcheng. If she didn't have enough fun at once, she might not have the chance in the future. Zhou Haiping first took Xie Tao to wander around casually. Fengcheng was really large in scale, and it felt like a small city. There were many people, and their mental outlook looked a little better than other bases. In Wind City, you can find more job opportunities, earn more food, and naturally have a greater chance of survival, so there are many people in Wind City and many opportunities. Doesn't that mean everyone wants to come to Wind City? Xie Tao asked while looking at the surrounding buildings. That won't happen. After all, large bases have their own advantages and small bases have their own advantages. Large bases are full of people of all kinds, and there are many opportunities and many problems. Zhou Haiping seemed to want to say something, but in the end he didn't. He just sighed and said, When you asked me if I wanted to go with you, I was actually very tempted. If he wasn't a gigolo, he might have agreed immediately. But there is no such thing as a free lunch or a free pie in the sky. Why didn't you agree immediately? Xie Tao didn't understand. I rarely invite others actively, but they always stick to me and don't want to leave. Good guy. Zhou Haiping heard that there are still many people competing for the position of gigolo, but it's understandable. After all, it's the end of the world. For most people, dignity is not as important as survival. Besides, a pretty boy you have to be good-looking to be one, and it's also because of a skill. It's not shameful. I like free love. Zhou Haiping looked down at his toes and said with difficulty. I won't disturb your free love. Good fellow. It seems that he only likes his body. Zhou Haiping's heart was even more confused, and he was very entangled. Xie Tao continued. You just need to be responsible for growing fruits, and you can do whatever you want. I will protect you. She stood on tiptoe to touch Zhou Haiping's head and vowed. Of course, she would protect Zhou Haiping. Zhou Haiping was her big baby, her peach, sweet apricot, watermelon, and strawberry. Whoever dared to touch Zhou Haiping would be courting death. Zhou Haiping suddenly realized that something was wrong, and at this moment he finally understood that what Xie Tao liked might not be his body, but his supernatural power. Zhou Haiping suddenly wiped his face and felt that his face was red. After all, when a person is self-indulgent, he will find that he has just been self-indulgent, and his toes will dig out a magic fairy castle with embarrassment. So that's what it means? Otherwise, what do you think it means? Xie Tao asked curiously. No. Zhou Haiping quickly changed the topic. Are you in a small base now? Yes, not far from Fengcheng. Xie Tao reported the name of the new base, and then said, The base is a little small, but it has everything, and it is relatively free. You will not be wronged in terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Xie Tao really wanted to take someone who could grow fruits back with him, and he was very sincere. Come with me, and since we are so close, you can resign and come back at any time. Zhou Haiping wanted to nod and agree immediately, but he was a little worried that it would expose his previous narcissistic thoughts, so he simply said, Let me think about it for a while. Anyway, I will definitely give you an answer before you leave. Okay. Xie Tao did not ask any more questions and continued to stroll around. There are many shops in Fengcheng. She randomly found a shop and ate a bowl of noodles. She felt that the taste was just so-so, not as good as those made by Xiao He and Xiao Bai. After Xie Tao finished complaining, Zhou Haiping said, "Why don't you go out at night? There will be more interesting things in the night market." Okay. Xie Tao had just walked 2 steps outside when she saw 2 familiar figures passing by. Her hearing was different from that of ordinary people, so she could clearly hear the 2 of them whispering to each other. Zhong Shanjing must have run away, right? Maybe he found out that we have already noticed his identity, so he ran away directly, taking advantage of Xiang Tao's accident. Once Xiang Tao got into trouble, the situation was so chaotic that it was difficult for us to track down where he went. Zhao Linyan was still a little angry when he said this, and that woman. Lin Ruanruan said on the side, "We have been looking for a long time, but we haven't found her, but..." When she said this, her expression was still a little worried. "Everything changed too fast. I am very worried now." Zhao Linyan stretched out his hand to hug her. "I am here. Don't be afraid." Xie Tao, who happened to pass by. What a coincidence. These 2 people seemed to have just come back, and then they bumped into each other. It sounds like it should be that not long after Xie Tao and his group left the Xiang Tao survivor base, Zhao Linyan and his group led people there. Just as Xie Tao and his group arrived near Fengcheng, they also returned. However, Xie Tao and his group walked slowly, so it was normal for them to return one after the other. But it was just a coincidence that they bumped into each other. Xie Tao looked at Zhao Linyan and always felt a little itchy. It might be because the last time she beat Zhao Linyan, it felt good, so when she saw him again, she wanted to beat him again. Forget it. Xie Tao muttered softly. She didn't care if she would be discovered, but she still had to go to the night market. She didn't want to miss the night market and eat barbecue just to beat Zhao Linyan. So Xie Tao took the initiative to pull Zhou Haiping and went in another direction. They just passed by each other. When they passed by each other, Lin Ruanruan subconsciously glanced at Xie Tao. Her senses seemed to be always quite sharp. When she met Zhong Shanjing before, she was the first to notice that Zhong Shanjing looked familiar. Now, Xie Tao modified his appearance, with Xiaohong in his arms and Zhou Haiping beside him, but she still couldn't help but take another look at Xie Tao at this moment. It was as if something in Xie Tao attracted her. She paused for 2 seconds, but Zhao Linyan kept walking forward, causing Lin Ruanruan to stagger. He quickly stopped and turned to look at Lin Ruanruan. "What's wrong?" Lin Ruanruan looked back at Xie Tao's back. How to say it, they look like a family of 3, and they are all the kind of young couples who have children early, but she just couldn't control her instinct and wanted to look at Xie Tao. "Nothing." Lin Ruanruan frowned and said, "I always feel, never mind. Maybe my feeling is wrong." After the 2 of them dawdled for a while, Xie Tao walked away. Lin Ruanruan could only endure her discomfort and pulled Zhao Linyan. "Go back first. Isn't your brother still waiting for your report? Then we will discuss what to do next." Lin Ruanruan was very worried that Zhong Shanjing would grow up quickly while hiding herself. That was the zombie king. Once he grew to the late stage, I'm afraid that humans would have no power to fight back. By then, Lin Ruanruan became more and more worried. She often dreamed recently, dreaming of the scene in her previous life. Zhong Shanjing led countless zombies to surround the last base of humans. She stood on the city wall and looked down. It was all dark, and the last pure land of mankind was about to disappear. That was the nightmare that Lin Ruanruan had almost every day and night after her rebirth. Some time ago, because Fengcheng had developed well, and with her foresight, she had attracted a group of very strong superpowers. She felt a little relieved and stopped having this dream. But not long ago she met Zhong Shanjing again, and there were variables that did not exist in her previous life. Perhaps the nightmare of mankind will happen again. Xie Tao didn't know what Lin Ruanruan was thinking. She just followed Zhou Haiping, bought some things, and then returned to Zhou Haiping's residence. After returning, she called Xiao He and Xiao Bai out, which scared Zhou Haiping. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. These are our chefs." Xie Tao comforted Zhou Haiping and asked Xiao He and Xiao Bai to cook a meal. After Zhou Haiping finished eating, "I'll go with you." Zhou Haiping finally understood why Xie Tao disliked that noodle shop, because Xiao He and Xiao Bai's cooking was really delicious. After all, they have been trained for hundreds of years and have become gods in housework. "Please take me away," Zhou Haiping said with a pious face. "I am willing to go with you." If I had known earlier, I would have called Xiao He and Xiao Bai out earlier. Miscalculated. If you want to leave, you have to talk about it tomorrow. Don't worry. You can take away all the fruits on your roof at night. When you get to the place, I will get you a bigger place. You can plant some grapes then. I like to eat grapes very much. Although Xie Tao loves watermelon more now, there is not much difference between the new love on one side and the old love on the other. One day, when he gets tired of eating watermelon, he may think of the goodness of grapes again. No problem. Zhou Haiping watched Xiao He and Xiao Bai quickly tidying up his home and couldn't help but sigh. "Is this your ability? It's so useful." "Oh no, isn't your ability that space? Just think of it as my ability." Xie Tao stretched and then said, "Your ability is also very good. I like it very much." "You just simply like fruit." The boy sighed helplessly. I also hope that my ability is to fight so that no matter what happens, at least I won't. I won't be completely powerless to fight back. Xie Tao patted his shoulder. No matter what happened in the past, in the future, as long as you stay with me for one day, I will protect you for one day, even if, Xie Tao didn't know many people, so he simply used acquaintances as an example. Even if Zhao Linyan wants to bully you, he has to ask me if I agree first. Zhou Haiping just smiled and didn't take it seriously. After all, that was Zhao Linyan, the younger brother of the person in charge of Fengcheng. Night soon came. Xie Tao left Xiao He and Xiao Bai at home, packed up the things Zhou Haiping wanted to take away, and packed a bag for him. Then he held Xiao Hong and went out with Zhou Haiping. At night, Fengcheng looks much more lively than other bases. For example, Xiangtao is almost completely dark at night, with only the laboratories and other places having lights. Because the power generation facilities in the base can only generate limited electricity, it must be provided to important departments first. Ordinary people either light a candle or go to sleep at night. They are so tired from working all day that they don't have time to go shopping. Fengcheng is different. There is a night market here. You can see some stalls selling snacks and other miscellaneous things. Zhou Haiping said that there is a barbecue in this night market, which tastes very good. Many powerful psychics in the base like to come here to eat. The stall owner is also a psychic, a bit like Zhao Linyan with the ability to control fire. He sets up the stall purely for his hobby, so the price is not high, just a little more expensive than the raw materials, and it is quite popular. Xie Tao is looking forward to it. Although she has never eaten barbecue, she is very interested in the food in this world. After all, he had tried many things before and they were all good, whether it was fast food, hot pot, or various fruits, all of which made Xie Tao's taste buds very happy. So for barbecue, a food that Zhou Haiping had praised for a long time, Xie Tao's expectations had been raised very high. When they arrived at their destination, there were already many people at the barbecue stall. The stall owner was a young man who looked about 25 or 26 years old. He wore a hat that looked a bit like a fisherman's hat. Next to him was a small shelf with many ingredients on it and prices clearly marked below. You can barter with things like food or other things you find interesting, as long as the boss thinks the price is equal. Xie Tao was holding Xiao Hong and looking there. The shelves were full of skewers made of cut vegetables, meat and other things, and various meatballs. Xie Tao had never eaten it before, so he poked Zhou Haiping. Which one is more delicious? Is there any you recommend? Zhou Haiping had only eaten here once or twice, and he felt a little puzzled. Everyone likes different right things. I don't know what you will like. The young boss was sitting there grilling skewers, and when he heard Xie Tao say that, he smiled and said generously, "First time here? Then you can order the palm treasure. The cabbage is not bad. Girls like it very much. I can give you 2 skewers of chicken wings. I like that very much." Boss. Xie Tao picked up some at random with the plate and handed it to the boss with curiosity. I saw on the table next to it that as long as you think something is interesting, it is valuable. Then what kind of thing is interesting? Or what do you like? The young boss is a sea king who likes to make friends, so he sets up a stall every now and then. He is very familiar. One hand is still grilling with fire, and the other hand is pinching his chin and starting to think. You've stumped me. Xie Tao took out a game console with her left hand, a comic book with her right hand, and poured out 2 gems. She also bought a watermelon, today. She said like a river god, "Do you like this game console, or do you like this comic book more? Or do you think gems are valuable? Or do you like watermelon?" Young boss. It's the smell of a homebody. He smelled it. The young boss was about to speak when suddenly several people came over and stuffed the plates they had already picked in their hands. The young boss subconsciously took the plate and then forgot what he wanted to say. He scratched his head and said, "It's all right, I like them all." He said this, but silently took the game console away. After looking at the model, tears welled up in his eyes. "It's this one. I went to the city to look for it for a long time and couldn't find it. It seems to be out of stock." Ah. The young boss quickly stuffed a few more skewers of meat into Xie Tao's plate. "I'll talk to you later. This is free for me. If you like it, come often in the future." "Okay." Xie Tao put away the remaining things and prepared to find a table to sit down, and the person next to her bumped into her. She looked like a light butterfly, turning around and letting go. The man did it on purpose and suddenly lost control of his strength and bumped into the corner of the table. It was still very painful to hit someone with the corner of the table. He groaned in pain, covered his kidney, and then started to curse. "Why did you hit me?" he complained first. "Don't you have eyes?" Xie Tao turned around and looked at him. He came with his friends. There were 3 of them in total. They all looked fat and strong. The fact that they could still have such a good figure in the end times already showed that they were people with backgrounds. "Are you saying you are blind?" Xie Tao gestured the distance between them. "Or did I hit you with the air wall?" The man was about to speak, but the young man standing on his left stopped him. The young man stepped forward and said sarcastically, "Zhou Haiping, I was wondering why I saw you here. It turns out that you are with a rich woman. I remember you said that self-esteem is more important than anything else. Is it not important now?" Xie Tao realized that this group of people might be coming for Zhou Haiping. Zhou Haiping did not speak from the beginning. He stood there, and veins bulged on his young face. He stared at the young man closely. His eyes were a little bloodshot, and the hatred that could not be concealed kept overflowing, making his body tremble slightly. Xie Tao looked at Zhou Haiping, and then at the young man, and was very sure that there was hatred between them. The young man was still provoking. "It's only been a short time, and you've already hooked up with rich women. If your sister had been half as smart as you, she wouldn't have." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Haiping had already punched him. "You don't deserve to mention my sister." The middle-aged man who first tried to scam Xie Tao immediately kicked Zhou Haiping. He reacted very quickly, faster than Zhou Haiping, and might be a superpower. But not as fast as Xie Tao. Xie Tao's little feet were obviously one step slower than him, but he kicked him in the stomach faster, kicking him out. Xie Tao was incredibly strong and kicked him several meters away, hitting him heavily on a table, knocking it over. After retracting her foot, Xie Tao said slowly, "I thought about it and felt that I couldn't let you scold me for nothing. Since you insist on hitting me, then I'll just do it." After she finished speaking, she also showed a very cute smile. "Now I kicked? No, I hit you with my foot. You can come and talk to me." Xie Tao stepped forward and pulled Zhou Haiping behind her. She was short, but at this moment, she was like a mountain, separating Zhou Haiping and the young man. The young man's eyes were dark, and he whispered, "You won't go against me for Zhou Haiping? Oh, you look quite unfamiliar. Just came to Fengcheng? Then today I want to tell you a truth. In Fengcheng, the Zhao family cannot be provoked. If you understand, it's not too late to leave now." Before he finished speaking, Xie Tao had already punched him in the face, fast and hard, throwing the young man out and knocking the middle-aged man who had not yet climbed up back to the ground. "People with the surname Zhao should not be provoked," Xie Tao muttered in a low voice. "I have beaten Zhao Linyan before. Are you Zhao Linfeng?" Zhao Linfeng is the top leader of Fengcheng, so he should not be so weak. Zhou Haiping was shocked. His face turned pale and he said anxiously, "He is Zhao Linfeng's distant cousin. If you beat him, you will be in big trouble. You shouldn't do that because—" "Didn't I tell you that?" Xie Tao looked up at Zhou Haiping, with no expression on his face, but it made people feel relieved. "I will protect you in the future." "Yes, it feels very safe, just, she is obviously small, but as long as she stands there, you will feel that all the troubles and difficulties in front of you have disappeared without a trace in this moment." Zhou Haiping's mind is full of his helplessness at the beginning. Now looking at Xie Tao's small back, he feels that something in his chest and abdomen is constantly filling and surging. "You don't have to. You don't have to." He was even a little incoherent for a while, not knowing what to say. But Zhou Haiping knew very well that this was Fengcheng, and the person in front of him was a member of the Zhao family, a relative of Zhao Linfeng. If Xie Tao offended this person, he would probably end up like his sister. He had already lost his sister, and he couldn't lose someone else who was good to him. Therefore, after calming down, Zhou Haiping said firmly, "We don't actually have a friendship, and the things we talked about before haven't been finalized, so it doesn't count as a breach of contract for you now. Just assume that I didn't agree, you." "Didn't you agree before?" Xie Tao's pupils shook violently, obviously unwilling to believe that the person he had finally convinced turned around and regretted it. "How could this be?" Xie Tao said aggrievedly. "How can you not keep your word? You clearly promised to go with me before. Why do you regret it now? The trust between people has been destroyed by you." Zhou Haiping was still thinking about how to get Xie Tao out of this matter. After all, Xie Tao had beaten someone, and it might be a bit difficult to get her out completely, and then he was accused. After being accused, he heard Xie Tao say in a very cold voice, "I have never taken them seriously. You still feel hatred now, right? In this case, why don't you try to retaliate? I am willing to be your backing and your spear at this moment, and there is only one thing you need to do. Trust me and have a good time." Zhou Haiping didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. He felt his chest was slightly hot, and anger, hatred, and excitement were surging in his chest, wanting to burst out. You have to know one thing clearly. I'm not stupid. I don't want to die like this. If I dare to say such words, it must mean that I can take you away. But you may be hunted down by Fengcheng at that time. If you still want to live in peace." Xie Tao hadn't finished the last sentence yet. Zhou Haiping suddenly widened his eyes. He hated the person in front of him. Every day and night, he wanted to peel off his skin, break his bones, and drink his blood. But he couldn't do it. He couldn't even get close to him. He could only look at his enemy from a distance, and countless times he imagined the scene of murdering him in his heart. If there was such an opportunity, what would it matter if he was hunted down? Even if he could kill that person, he would have no regrets if he died here on the spot. Yes, his sister told him countless times that he had to live well, but if he had to tolerate the arrogance of the person who killed his sister for a lifetime, he would rather die and die in his place. "You can really leave, right?" Zhou Haiping gritted his teeth. "Of course." Xie Tao patted his shoulder. "I can help you stop everyone and give you the power of revenge. Zhou Haiping, do whatever you want. Don't be afraid." Zhou Haiping felt a strange power coming from Xie Tao's palm. It was very dark and cold, but he didn't care at all. Yes, everyone admires the power of light, but the power of light did not avenge him. When he cried and despaired for his sister's death, and felt that life was worse than death, the power of light did not enforce justice. As long as he could avenge his sister, he would be willing to go to hell. He didn't care what kind of power supported his revenge. Even if Xie Tao was a devil, at this moment he was willing to dedicate his soul to Xie Tao. When the cousin who Zhao Linfeng knew for who knows how far away was beaten, the crowd had already fallen into silence. This is Fengcheng, Zhao Linfeng's territory. How dare someone beat Zhao Linfeng's cousin? The young man in front of him, in terms of his special ability, is actually just a third-rate person. He can be so domineering in Fengcheng simply because he is Zhao Linfeng's cousin. To be honest, if they didn't dare to provoke the Zhao family, some people might have cheered when he was beaten, because this young man relied on being Zhao Linfeng's cousin to do many dirty things. He robbed other people's wives and daughters, and took whatever he liked and left without paying. It is said that he once took a fancy to a shop on the street, but the owner didn't agree for a while, so he broke up the family. Things like beating people up when you don't like them are commonplace. In this Fengcheng, there are countless people who hate him. Seeing him being beaten, many people even quietly took out their mobile phones and started taking photos and recording videos, obviously preparing to share the happiness with their friends. Therefore, except for some people who wanted to get close to this young man and took the opportunity to show their loyalty, no one came over. His only remaining lackey was very fast, but Xie Tao was even faster. She slapped the ground with a palm. In the middle of the night, the black mist was not noticeable at all, so when the mist rose from the ground and intertwined into a human figure, many people did not even realize what was happening. Go for it. This kind of thing made of black mist is a puppet without a soul, and it will soon dissipate, but it doesn't matter. Xie Tao didn't plan to use it for long. She controlled her brothers to stop all those who wanted to pounce on her, and also pulled up the fat middle-aged man on the ground and threw him into the black mist. Only the young man who claimed to be Zhao Linfeng's cousin was still sitting on the ground in a daze and did not react for a while. Even when Zhou Haiping trembled and walked towards him with the short blade condensed from the black power crystal, he had not reacted to what happened and was still mocking Zhou Haiping. So many people have tasted your sister's taste. They should all be considered your brothers-in-law, right? Instead of being a gigolo for a rich woman, why not ask those brothers-in-law if they are willing to buy your ass? In normal times, Zhou Haiping would definitely be very angry. This anger comes from incompetence, from the inability to take revenge, and even the pain caused by letting his enemies be arrogant. But at this moment, he was very calm and didn't feel a trace of anger. Only when he thought of his sister did he gradually strengthen his killing intention. Zhou Haiping has never killed anyone. Even after the end of the world, many people broke their bottom line and did things they would never do before the end of the world. Zhou Haiping still lived cautiously and law-abiding, so he was very painful when his sister died. He had never hurt anyone or done anything bad. Why did such a thing happen to him and his sister? He repeatedly thought about whether he had done something wrong, but couldn't find the reason. In the end, in this repeated thinking and pain, he almost lost himself. But in the end, when he met Xie Tao, he was still sincere, refused to lie, and lived with his beliefs. Is it because he doesn't dare to do such a thing? No. Zhou Haiping held the knife and thought very calmly. He was just strengthening himself. He knew what to do and what not to do. For example, at this moment, he should kill someone. Zhou Haiping approached step by step. When the young man gradually realized the problem, it was too late. He tried to get up from the ground, but failed. So he took 2 steps back with his hands, his eyes terrified. You want to do? I warn you that You are Zhao Linfeng's cousin. Zhou Haiping helped him finish this sentence and then said, Then do you know who I am? The young man's brain was a little confused for a while, and he tried hard to think about Zhou Haiping's background. Then he heard Zhou Haiping said coldly, I am Zhou Haiyan's younger brother. His sister did nothing wrong. He did nothing wrong. There is no need to find problems with them. The one who is wrong is the beast in front of him. Zhou Haiping had never realized this as clearly as he did at this moment. The flames of the barbecue were reflected in his eyes, but the flames seemed to burst out from his heart, as if they were going to burn everything. The beast should stay in the cage. Now that you are released, you should be prepared to be beaten to death after biting someone. Zhou Haiping gritted his teeth and stabbed the young man fiercely. One knife, and another knife. He cut off the thing used to do evil. It pierced his chest and lower abdomen and stabbed his body, which was not strong to begin with, into honeycomb coal. The hatred in Zhou Haiping's heart did not diminish at all, and he just stabbed one knife after another. At the beginning, he was still shouting there, saying who he was, threatening Zhou Haiping not to do it. Later, he found that Zhou Haiping had a calm face, but stabbed him like crazy with amazing strength, and the short knife in his hand was also sharp. When he was stabbed with the first knife, he began to panic. He began to cry and beg for mercy, giving up all his dignity in order to survive. Zhou Haiping only said one sentence. My sister also begged you not to do that. But what about you? When he stood up like a demon covered in blood, his face, which had originally looked a little immature and had a little cuteness that only teenagers have, was now cold and sharp, completely different from before. Xie Tao controlled the black shadows and threw back the people who rushed over one by one. Xiao Hong lay in her arms, ready to move, as if choosing someone to devour. Zhao Linyan and Lin Ruan had just finished reporting to Zhao Linfeng and were about to come over for dinner when they saw this scene. The girl laughed at Zhou Haiping, who was covered in blood. She said, "You can do whatever you want." Xie Tao always had a very strange temperament. Just like at this moment, her behavior was extremely crazy, but her eyes were extremely calm. There was also a hint of joy in her calmness, as if she had truly gained happiness from the scene in front of her. This unique temperament almost made Lin Ruan think of Xie Tao the moment she saw him. Even though they had only met once, the impression was deep enough that she even felt like she was going to have PTSD, which was naturally unforgettable. But how could it be Xie Tao? Xie Tao should have avoided Fengcheng. No matter how confident she was, she should not think that she could fight against a city alone, right? Lin Ruan really didn't dare to believe it, but the slightly unfamiliar girl in front of her was too much like Xie Tao. There may be many people who look similar, but such a temperament is probably rare. What's more, Zhong Shanjing was also disguised at the beginning, so they didn't recognize that it was Zhong Shanjing when they first met. Lin Ruan was confused and couldn't help turning to look at her boyfriend, wanting to get a positive or negative answer from him. Then she saw that Zhao Linyan looked like he had PTSD, staring at Xie Tao, and it seemed that he felt the same as her. If a person's feelings may have errors, if two people have the same feelings, the possibility of error is very small. "Go call someone," Zhao Linyan whispered. "I suspect that woman is Xie Tao. It's better to catch the wrong person than to let her go." Lin Ruan nodded. It wasn't just the two of them who came to dinner tonight. Zhao Linfeng should be nearby, because they were going to come together to eat barbecue and have a family gathering. But Zhao Linfeng was late because he had other things to do, so he asked them to come over and light the fire first. They should be nearby now. "Lin Huan, help stop them!" Zhao Linyan shouted. "That woman is the most wanted criminal in Fengcheng." The boss who was still grilling meat? "Hey!" Reason told him that if Xie Tao was wanted, she must have done something, and she was the most wanted criminal. What she did might not be simple, but instinct told him that Xie Tao didn't look like a bad person. So the boss hesitated for a moment and didn't act immediately. Then while he was hesitating, a white hand took the skewers he had just grilled from the plate in front of him. Xie Tao looked very calm, as if he didn't worry about his safety at all. "You know, this is Fengcheng, Zhao Linyan's base camp. Your name is Lin Huan? It's an interesting name." Xie Tao took a bite of the skewer and said, "Wow, it's delicious. I will come again if I have the chance in the future." She looked calm and composed as if she was not in Fengcheng, in someone else's base camp, but Zhao Linyan and his friends were in her territory. Zhao Linyan still remembered how Xie Tao beat him last time, so he was very afraid and slowly called people to surround Xie Tao. Xie Tao completely ignored him and only looked at Zhou Haiping. "Do you have anything else you want to do? If so, solve it all at once. Don't leave it for next time." After Zhou Haiping got his revenge, he felt refreshed and even felt like he had just woken up from a dream. When he looked at Xie Tao now, it was like looking at his own god. Hearing what Xie Tao said, Zhou Haiping immediately said, "Well, I do have one more thing I want to do, but is it okay if it wastes time?" "It doesn't matter at all," Xie Tao said arrogantly. "Just do it if you want to, okay?" Zhou Haiping looked at Zhao Linyan and said loudly, "Zhao Zicheng has killed countless people with your help. Maybe you don't care about the lives of ordinary people. Sooner or later, you will be attacked by ordinary people, just like me today, Fengcheng. That's all." After he finished speaking his heart, he felt as comfortable as he could be, so he turned around and asked Xie Tao, "How should we leave next?" "No hurry." Xie Tao looked at a young man walking slowly over there. He and Zhao Linyan looked 50% similar. Although their facial features were similar, he looked much more handsome than Zhao Linyan because of his temperament. This person must be Zhao Linyan's biological brother, the current head of Fengcheng, Zhao Linfeng. Xie Tao didn't leave immediately because he wanted to see Zhao Linfeng and see what kind of person this person, the head of the largest survivor base in the human world, was like. The main reason was that Zhao Linyan was a little silly. If his brother Zhao Linfeng was also a similar thing, Xie Tao would really feel that mankind had no future. Fortunately, Zhao Linfeng looked much more reliable than his brother, and had the demeanor of a person in power. Xie Tao ate the meat on the skewer with a mouthful of awu, then slowly wiped the corner of his mouth and said to Zhao Linfeng, who was walking slowly, "Win City? That's all." "Zhou Haiping? Are you imitating me?" As soon as she raised her hand, the black shadows that were attacking others suddenly melted and gathered in front of her, forming a huge door. "Let's go, Zhou Haiping." Well, Zhou Ping looked up at the door and hurriedly followed his new boss to leave. Zhao Linyan wanted to step forward to stop him, but was stopped by his brother. "You can't stop her." Zhao Linfeng whispered, "If we are fully prepared, we may have a chance." But she came too suddenly, and they were caught off guard. Zhao Linyan said angrily, "But she killed Zhao Zicheng?" Zhao Linfeng didn't say anything, but his attitude was very clear. Zhao Linyan was a little discouraged, and could only keep muttering, "She is too bold. She dared to come to Fengcheng alone. Oh, not alone, but also brought a burden. Isn't she looking down on Fengcheng too much?" Zhao Linfeng didn't say anything, and after a while he said, "Take the body down, clean up here, and don't affect other people's business." Zhou Haiping stepped into the door, but appeared outside the city. He was confused and had no idea what Xie Tao's ability was. However, this was someone else's secret, and he was embarrassed to ask, especially since the person in front of him was his benefactor. Zhou Haiping was about to sigh at the usefulness of this ability, when he suddenly remembered something very important. Ah, I didn't take my fruit with me, and the food you gave me before and your too. Xie Tao squatted down and drew a teleportation formation. Hai and Xiaobai immediately emerged from it, carrying a lot of things. Zhou Haiping closed her mouth silently. Xie Tao could actually use the teleportation formation to leave just now, but it was not cool enough, so she made a more handsome exit for herself. Let's go, Xie Tao said with a deep expression. It seems that it will be difficult to come to Fengcheng in the short term. She wiped her face casually to get rid of the disguise, and then said to Zhou Haiping, "You are now on my pirate ship, and you can't get off in the future, if you want to escape one day." "Oh," Zhou Haiping said calmly, "from the moment you help me get revenge, my life is yours, so you don't have to worry at all, I can't." As he spoke, he met Xiaohong's raised head. Xiaohong probably knew that this was Xie Tao's new little brother, so she smiled at Zhou Haiping in a friendly manner, revealing her sharp teeth. "Shit! What is this? Isn't this your daughter?" "It's my baby, but Xiaohong is a zombie." It turns out that he really got on the pirate ship. However, Zhou Haiping was not ready to get off the pirate ship. Maybe he might have cared about people and zombies before, but after his sister died, when only Xie Tao was willing to help him, he didn't care about anything. Xie Tao's camp is his camp, and Xie Tao's goal is his goal. The two walked forward slowly. Zhou Haiping's heart was very complicated. He had prepared himself to live with a group of zombies in the future. The young man regained the temperament he had when he first met Xie Tao. As he walked, he said, "Actually, Zhao Shicheng was originally my sister's boyfriend. Before the end of the world, but that man was not content before the end of the world. While he was with Zhou Haiping's sister, he also cheated on other girls. Zhou Haiping's sister was very angry when she found out and broke up with him. He even came to Zhou Haiping's sister's house at that time, asking for reconciliation, kneeling and apologizing, but was rejected by Zhou Haiping's sister. After the apocalypse, Zhou Haiping and his sister also lived in other bases, but because some bases were too chaotic and some small bases were chaotic and had no rules, they only relied on the dictatorship of one or two people. So the two discussed and came to Fengcheng, but they never expected that this decision would send them to hell. Zhao Zicheng happened to come to Zhao Linfeng and lived a domineering life in Fengcheng. When he met Zhou Haiping's sister, he remembered that he had been rejected for reconciliation. This despicable, disgusting, and bottom-line-less beast brought a group of people to do that to Zhou Haiping's sister. Zhou Haiping's sister was beaten and her internal organs ruptured during the resistance. In the state of internal organs ruptured, they were also insulted by them in turn. In the end, she died because she did not seek medical treatment in time. Zhou Haiping was next to him at the time. He was beaten unconscious. When he woke up, he saw his sister being insulted by a group of people. His sister said, "Live well. He survived, but he has been living in a nightmare, day and night, without relief. Maybe to you it's just helping me casually, but to me..." Zhou Haiping looked up at the sky, his voice still a little hoarse. "I am finally free." When Zhou Haiping couldn't take revenge, he had been living in a nightmare in hell. After all, the person who killed his sister was still alive and well, even swaggering around, and occasionally came to provoke him. Now that the person is finally dead, he can really live like his sister said, and then enter a new life. Then when he occasionally remembers his sister, he is not so desperate, painful, and collapsed. His life can finally start again, instead of staying on that day, that second, wandering in nightmares forever. So, Zhou Haiping was very grateful to Xie Tao, because if it weren't for Xie Tao, he might not know how many years it would take for him to find an opportunity to take revenge, or even that he might never have the chance in his life. Learn to grow grapes well. Xie Tao patted his shoulder. There are other fruits. You can try any that you think are delicious. If you succeed, recommend them to me. By the way, where is your sister's body? Can you still find it? Zhou Haiping didn't know why Xie Tao asked this, but out of trust in Xie Tao, he still answered, "I buried it." He still remembered that night, when Zhao Shicheng found his sister dead. He kicked the body away with a curse, and his sister's soft body rolled on the ground, covered with dust. He lay there crying for a long time, until those who committed the crime left, and then he went forward to hold his sister's body in his arms. Zhou Haiping wiped the dirt off his sister's body, put on decent clothes for her, and left Fengcheng on the starry night with his sister's body on his back. He wanted to bury his sister and keep her away from that beast, so he carried her on his back for several days, hiding from zombies during that time. However, his sister's body gradually gave off a strange smell, so he had no choice but to find a deep pit nearby, bury his sister in it, and leave a mark. Zhou Haiping returned to Fengcheng because he was still thinking about revenge and looking for an opportunity. He could only sneak out of the city every once in a while to see his sister, so he was very familiar with the route. "Take me there," Xie Tao said. Zhou Haiping was even more confused and had no idea why Xie Tao wanted to see his sister's body. Xie Tao just pressed his head and said, "You'll know when the time comes. I don't think you will regret taking me there." Zhou Haiping had some guesses in his mind but didn't dare to think about them. He could only hold his pounding heart and take Xie Tao to his sister's grave. Driving was naturally faster. They arrived at their destination in half a day. Zhou Haiping stopped the car and carefully nudged Xie Tao, who was sleeping soundly. Xie Tao opened his eyes dazedly. Are we there yet? Yes. Zhou Haiping's eyes were still a little sad. He got out of the car and walked forward with Xie Tao. They soon found his sister's grave. He had just visited his sister not long ago. There was a bunch of flowers in front of the grave. Xie Tao instantly summoned Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Dig it out. He was so nervous that he grabbed Xie Tao's arm tightly. But my sister's body should have been rotten after so long. You go down and dig too. Xie Tao pushed him over and handed him a shovel. Haiping held the shovel in his hand and wanted to cry, but he felt that Xie Tao would not harm him. Besides, his sister had already passed away. This was already the worst result. What else could he do? Zhou Haiping could only follow Xiao He and Xiao Bai, trying hard to dig out his sister. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were very quick, much faster than Zhou Haiping, and they dug out Zhou Haiping's sister in a short while. There was no coffin board when the body was buried, and a month or two had passed, and before it was completely dug up, a stench of corpse had already slowly drifted out. The body had rotted into a ball, and there was no trace of its beautiful appearance before death. The stench kept corroding everyone's nose. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had no noses, so their hands did not stop at all. They dug the body out of the soil, lifted it up, and then took out tools to clean the body very familiarly. Zhou Haiping was dumbfounded, watching Xiao He and Xiao Bai clean up all the rotten meat on the body, revealing the snow-white bones. He didn't dare to move at all. He could only kneel on one side and wait eagerly. The first thing to rot in a human body is, actually, the internal organs. It is precisely because the internal organs rot first that some gases are formed, which leads to the phenomenon of giantism. If the outer skin and flesh are rotten, it means that the internal organs have already rotted. This corpse is like an empty shell. Xiao He and Xiao Bai emptied it at a very fast speed, cleaned and trimmed it, connected the broken bones together, cleaned the dirt on the surface of the bones, and used clean water to wash the remaining bones again, and pieced them together into a complete human figure. After doing all this, Xiao He and Xiao Bai clapped their hands and retreated to both sides. Xie Tao came over and squatted beside the bones. She sprinkled her blood on the bones. When she was drawing the formation, she felt that only the fragments of the soul were still in this corpse. I don't know if the complete soul can come back. The Necromancer will look for newly buried people, or even directly look for people who have just died as their own materials, because after a human dies, the soul can only exist in the body for 7 days at most. After 7 days, the soul will gradually dissipate, but dissipation does not mean disappearance. People with deep obsession can recall their souls back to their bodies through array formations, but because not everyone can do it, they have to consider the possibility, so most necromancers will not waste this time and energy. Xie Tao placed her 5 blood-stained fingers on the snow-white skull. A great wizard like her is different from an ordinary necromancer. They also need to chant spells, very long spells, to ensure the success rate, while Xie Tao only needs his own blood as a medium. When he is lazy, he doesn't even want to draw the array formation. When the white light gradually gathered under Xie Tao's palm, she knew that this poor girl, after experiencing such pain and losing her life, had a deep obsession. This obsession may be to survive, or it may be that she can't let go of her brother. In short, at this moment, her soul slowly gathered and returned to her body. It's time to wake up. Someone is waiting for you. The moment Xie Tao finished speaking, 2 tiny flames ignited in the eye sockets of the skull. Zhou Haiyan obviously didn't expect that she could still be alive, even in her current state. Her upper and lower jaws clicked twice, opening and closing slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but didn't make any sound. Zhou Haiping was dumbfounded. Although after Xie Tao asked to see his sister's body, he vaguely guessed that Xie Tao might be able to do something, especially after meeting Xiao Bai and Xiao He, but he never expected that what he could do was this. Sister! Zhou Haiping rushed over directly, not caring at all that her sister still had the stench of corpse on her body. The flesh had been scraped off the bones, and some places were rotting slowly, and a little flesh, pink, could be seen. Zhou Haiyan also instinctively raised her arms to hug Zhou Haiping, and when she raised her hands, she found that her arms were all bones. She was stunned for a moment and seemed to realize something, and looked at her brother in panic. Now you can make your own choice. Are you willing to live with this mentality or rest in peace? In short, your brother has avenged you. No matter what choice you make, it depends on your own thoughts. Zhou Haiyan hesitated for a moment. Zhou Haiping leaned on her arms and couldn't control his tears at all. Sister, I don't care what you look like. I just want to be with you. Or you stay with me, stay. Please stay. At this moment, he was just a poor little girl who had lost his sister. He didn't have the calmness he had before, and he looked more in line with his age. Zhou Haiyan didn't know what happened at all. She sat there and wanted to speak, but in the end she only made a crackling sound. After a long time, she slowly calmed down. Baigu climbed up from the ground. The skeleton, which was taller than Xiao He and Xiao Bai, first bowed sincerely to Xie Tao, and then conveyed his wishes to Xie Tao. Do you think so? Sure. Zhou Haiping was anxious beside him. What did my sister say? Can you translate it for me? Your sister said that seeing you now, she actually has no regrets. You seem to be living a good life. No, Zhou Haiping said quickly. I am now wanted by Fengcheng. I also. He tried hard to find something that would make his sister worry, but finally found that he couldn't find anything. After all, Xie Tao took care of everything else. The biggest difference between him and the pretty boy is probably that the pretty boy needs to pay with his body, while he is a craftsman. The more Zhou Haiping thought about it, the more depressed he became. He looked young to begin with, and now he looked like a cat that had been bullied. Tears were about to flow down his cheeks. Xie Tao crossed his arms. Can't you just listen to me? What your sister meant is that she is very happy to see you live a new life. She was very worried that you would rush forward without thinking and give up, so she wanted you to live well. Now that she sees that you have the brains to choose to endure hatred and wait for an opportunity to take revenge, your sister feels that you have finally grown a brain and is very relieved. She has no other intentions. She will stay by your side, and maybe live longer than you. Zhou Haiping still wanted to roll around and act like a spoiled child so that his sister would be soft-hearted and stay. Hearing this, he burst into tears and laughed. That couldn't be better. When Xie Tao went out, she was alone with a non-human Xiaohong. When she came back, she brought a person and a non-human Zhou Haiyan. She directly teleported back. When the teleportation formation lit up, Liu Ningning was also there. The person in charge came to find Zhong Jinwei, but before he could finish his words, a teleportation formation appeared in front of him, and Xie Tao came out of it. Xie Tao was glad that he didn't drag Zhou Haiping out with him. After all, he would have to live in this base for a while, so it would be better to come in through formal channels. Considering this, Zhou Haiping entered from the main gate and is probably still filling out forms. Liu Ningning had obviously never seen such a scene before. He was stunned for a long time and didn't recover for a long time. However, the person in charge was different from others. He was much calmer than ordinary people. His first reaction after recovering was, "Did you just come back from a trip?" Xie Tao couldn't figure it out. After 2 vague words, he said, "Yes." Liu Ningning paid close attention to this group of people. He vaguely remembered that Xie Tao's ability was healing. Now that he saw her coming back from the teleportation array, he couldn't help but think a little more. The first thought that came to his mind was that Xie Tao and the others were indeed extraordinary. Liu Ningning had this feeling from the beginning. 3 of the 4 people were psychics and 1 was a scientific researcher. With such a configuration, no matter what kind of base they went to, they would get good treatment. Why did they come to a small base like his? Then there is probably only one possibility, that there are people in the big base that they don't want to see. Or maybe they had a falling out with someone in a certain base, left in anger, and came here. Or maybe they had a dispute with someone in a certain base, or even had a grudge. It's all possible. Anyway, it's hard to stay in that base, so they left. The base that has a grudge against them may be quite large. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to hide their identities and come to such a small base. This is a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that if they are treated well, they should stay here for a while longer. And the bad thing is that if the person they offended is from a large base, then maybe their base will be in trouble. Liu Ningning thought of many things in an instant, and finally a sentence rang in his mind. Take a chance, and the bicycle will become a motorcycle. Since he chose to take a chance, his attitude naturally became better, as if he didn't see Xie Tao hiding his ability at all, and he never mentioned that Xie Tao's registered ability was milk. They are willing to remain anonymous, which means they don't want to cause trouble and want to live in a low-key manner. Well, then they will definitely be able to feel his sincere attitude and his willingness to accept their ideas. The more Liu Ningning thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. He wanted to tell them directly from the bottom of his heart. I know you may have some past that you can't talk about. It doesn't matter. My base and I are willing to tolerate you. Stay. But he couldn't say it, because once he said it, this group of people might become alert. So Liu Ningning said, since you just came back, I won't be annoying here. Let's talk about the rest tomorrow. You should have a good rest first. He left decisively, feeling happy that he had picked up a bunch of strong people and brought them back for free. It was simply a blessing from God. Of course, if he knew that Xie Tao and his enemies came from Fengcheng, they couldn't be called enemies, but enemies. They were the brothers Zhao Linfeng and Zhao Linyan. I don't know if his attitude can still remain as gentle and amiable as it is now. Liu Ningning didn't know, so he was still very happy when he left. He felt like the hero in some cool novels. Before he could even start, a group of big guys came to join him. After Liu Ningning left, Xie Tao's expression was still a little dazed. What was going on in this man's mind? Why did he look so strange? Never mind. Xie Tao muttered and then said, I'm back! You came and went so quickly. Zhong Jinwei's reaction was even slower. After a while, he shouted in surprise, Xie Tao is back! Zhong Shanjing was at home, but Zhang Xingji was not. It seemed that there was a mission recently. They had promised Liu Ningning before that they would help protect those who were on the mission. Zhang Xingji was alone at home and had nothing to do. He was a little bored, so he just went to help. When Zhong Shanjing came out, Zhong Jinwei was still chattering around Xie Tao. How is Fengcheng? Is it big? You didn't encounter any danger, did you? Did you bring back any local specialties? I did! Xie Tao carried out the last remaining big watermelon and asked Xiaohe and Xiaobai to cut it. After hearing that Zhong Shanjing had not come back yet, he hesitated for a moment and then said, "Cut it first, there will be more later." Zhong Shanjing walked over slowly and said, "You have completely ignored the most important question. How could I encounter any danger?" Xie Tao said confidently, "You don't have to answer this kind of question, but Fengcheng is indeed very big. I also met Lin Ruanruan and Zhao Linyan. Oh, and Zhao Linyan's brother? His name is Zhao Linfeng, right? The city is big, but not as I imagined. I don't know how to describe it. When I was walking in Fengcheng, I thought of the Holy Temple. The city managed by the Holy Temple has a bit of the same flavor as Fengcheng. It's that kind of false prosperity, where people are exploited and brainwashed at the same time. They live a hard life but are reluctant to leave, thinking that only this place can protect them." Xie Tao didn't stay long and didn't have a deep feeling, but because she dealt with it so many times, it was like installing a detector of the Holy Temple, so she was keenly aware of some problems. If she could stay in Wind City longer, she would probably be able to understand the situation in Wind City more thoroughly. But it doesn't matter. After all, they are destined to be enemies. Zhong Shanjing didn't have any good impression of the Holy Temple. All his knowledge of the Holy Temple came from Xie Tao's mouth. It was a place that used the belief in God to exploit and oppress ordinary people, and would create plagues for the sake of belief disputes, direct and act in it, and hide filth. The story of Xiaohe and Xiaobai is enough to make anyone who has never seen the Holy Temple feel disgusted with this place. And just now, Xie Tao said that Wind City reminded him of the city governed by the Holy Temple. Zhong Shanjing quickly understood what Xie Tao wanted to say. He frowned and said, "What should we do next?" "Do nothing. Just live your life well first." Xie Tao stretched and asked Xiaohe and Xiaobai to stew bone soup for her. Then she let Zhou Haiyan out. After all, Haiyan had just become in her current form and might not be used to it. She had to let her get used to her body first. "I'll go to sleep for a while. We'll talk later if there's anything." There were only a few of them. Did they have to take the initiative to launch a holy war against Fengcheng? There was no need. It was too troublesome. Xie Tao saw clearly that even if they would fight with Fengcheng one day, it would definitely not be today, because Fengcheng's current reputation was not bad, just like the Holy Temple. Although the people in the upper echelons knew what the Holy Temple was like, in the eyes of ordinary people, the Holy Temple was still a sect that served the God of Light, protected all believers, and brought light to the world. The same is true for Fengcheng now. Even though its interior is rotten, people who are related to Zhao Linfeng can treat others as if they are not human beings, run rampant in the city, and insult innocent girls to death at will. But in the eyes of most people, this is a peaceful survivor base that can protect everyone. Countless people yearn to live in Fengcheng. Even those who can't come to Fengcheng will say something when they mention Fengcheng. That is the largest survivor base now. It is said that as long as you are in Fengcheng, most people don't have to worry about the harassment of zombies, and most people can eat enough. How nice it would be if you can live there. Let them swell for a while. Xie Tao threw Xiaohong into Zhong Shanjing's arms, muttered a few words, and then fell asleep. Before going to bed, he suddenly remembered that there was something very important, and got up again and said, "I brought a big piece of specialty, but I didn't bring it back. Remember to open the door for the specialty later. Zhou Haiyan knows." Suddenly had a bad premonition. What kind of specialty is it that is so big that it cannot be brought back even by using another dimension, and it can be delivered to the door by itself? Xie Tao didn't care what they were thinking and fell asleep. Zhou Haiping had no injuries and was a superpower, so he didn't need to observe for long before he could come in. He might be able to catch up in time to drink soup when he came in. When Xie Tao woke up, it was already night. The bone soup that had been stewed for a long time exuded a fragrant aroma in the air. Xie Tao rubbed his eyes, climbed out of bed, and walked out. When he walked into the living room, he was still a little confused. Hasn't the specialty arrived yet? Just at this time, the doorbell rang. Zhou Haiyan, who was sweeping nearby with a broom, quickly opened the door and found that it was Zhang Xingji standing at the door. "I'm back." Zhang Xingji didn't have time to express his longing for Xie Tao, and another person came in beside him. "Is this the place? Ah, sister! Ah, sister Taozi! I'm here." And Zhong Shanjing looked at Zhou Haiping at the door together, and then silently looked at Xie Tao on the side. After silently questioning for a while, Zhang Xingji couldn't help but, "What is this?" "The specialty I brought back from Fengcheng," Xie Tao said calmly. "But it doesn't matter. I'm hungry. I want to eat first." She sat down at the table happily, not realizing that the atmosphere had become strange. Especially Zhang Xingji, he was about to explode. How could another Zhong Shanjing come when he hadn't dealt with one yet? 3 men on a show. Although Zhou Haiping did not join voluntarily, how could such a thing as Shura Field allow him to sneak away? Zhou Haiping, who was completely dragged into it, vaguely realized the problem. He sat there, with Zhong Shanjing on his left and Zhang Xingji on his right. One of the 2 men had a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold, and the other was ruthless, with eyes like knives. He felt his scalp tingling and wanted to explain, but didn't know what to say. "I can't say, in fact. I'm not prepared to be a gigolo. I'm not here to break you up. I'm here to join this family." He could only look to his sister for help, but his sister had never experienced such a Shura field and could do nothing to help. Dinner was bone soup with some corn and winter melon. The winter melon was cooked very soft, almost melting in the mouth, and the corn was full of soup, sweet and delicious. It was originally a very happy thing to be able to eat pork ribs stew after the end of the world, but Zhou Haiping had just dug out his sister and helped wash the bones for half a day. Now he saw the white soup in the bowl and the ribs, and his expression was very complicated. Especially since his sister was still beside him, she calmly scooped a bowl of ribs for him and stuffed 2 pieces of corn into it. Looking at his sister's snow-white bones, his appetite gradually decreased. Tears flowed down. "Why don't you eat?" Tao pushed the bowl in front of him with a very loving expression. "Just treat this place as your own home. We will all live together in the future, so don't be too formal." When Xie Tao finished speaking, the 2 men on both sides of Zhong Shanjing began to glare at him again. One of them was a smiling tiger, and the other did not hide his hostility at all. Zhou Haiping trembled and picked up the bowl of rice, took 2 mouthfuls, and said with tears in his eyes, I want to eat vegetarian food recently." "That's easy." Xie Tao took his bowl and filled it with a whole bowl of winter melon and corn, then said, "I'll cook you some more dishes. What do you want to eat?" Originally, Zhong Shanjing didn't care much. He just brought back a specialty. Everything was possible, and it seemed that Zhang Xingji was a little more threatening at the moment. But now he didn't think so. That was Xie Tao. She was so lazy that she wanted to have everything provided for her. When she was addicted to playing games before, Xiaobai and Xiaohei had to feed her. When had she ever seen Xie Tao take the initiative to serve food to others? Zhong Shanjing's eyes suddenly became sharp. He didn't think Zhou Haiping was a strong opponent, but now he ranked Zhou Haiping's threat above Zhang Xingji. Zhou Haiping was stared at by the eyes of both sides, and he felt numb all over. He had tears in his eyes, and he wanted to cry but didn't dare to. If he had known that he would be involved in the Shura field today, he would definitely. He would still choose this way, because he wanted to see his sister. Since it was the road he chose, what else could he do? "Just bear with it." "That's enough. No need to add more," Zhou Haiping said quickly. "I'm not very hungry either. I'll eat something first, and there are other things to do." Xiaohei and Xiaobai brought back all the fruits on the roof at that time. They brought back the pots planted in the pots, directly, and dug up the trees with their roots. Although it didn't take long to get home, it was still better to plant them earlier. Those fruit trees were selected and cultivated by himself. They are sweeter than ordinary fruits. Zhou Haiping didn't want the trees to die and be wasted. After all, it would waste a lot of time to start selecting and breeding again. Of course, there is another important thing. He wants to get out of the Shura field, even if it's temporarily. This kind of Shura field is not a place for people to stay. Zhou Haiping's face was full of pain. If possible, he really hoped that he could be a little uglier. After all, if he was ugly, he wouldn't enter the Shura field, right? While Zhou Haiping was struggling there, Xie Tao had already quickly drank the soup and didn't notice the undercurrents between these men. After all, Xie Tao had been single for hundreds of years. He was obsessed with research on weekdays and had no interest in this area. In fact, many people were interested in Xie Tao during this period. Some mentioned it in a tactful way, but Xie Tao didn't understand because they were too tactful. Some confessed directly, but were rejected. What is particularly interesting is that Xie Tao was once confessed by a son of the Holy Temple. That son was just appointed and was very immature, as if he was only 16 years old at the time. Xie Tao met him when he went down the mountain to buy things. The little boy had no idea that Xie Tao was a necromancer, and Xie Tao didn't know that the little boy was the latest son of the Holy Temple. At that time, Xie Tao was not that powerful. She was probably only 100 or so years old. The two of them worked together to save an ordinary person who was almost hit by a noble's carriage, and that's how they got to know each other. Xie Tao heard that he was a local, and she was about to buy some daily necessities. So she asked him if he could help introduce 2 reliable stores. Then, in the process of getting along, the son of the Holy Temple was moved. Before parting, the son of the Holy Temple tactfully asked Xie Tao, "Where do you live? Can I go to play with you?" His cheeks flushed as he spoke. After all, he was still young and immature, and he was still a little cramped in front of the girl he liked. "Fang, is it convenient? Will there be anyone who disagrees?" Xie Tao? She thought about the countless corpses in her home, the scattered materials, and a group of younger brothers who discussed every day how to make their bodies look better and less like dead people. She felt that if the little brother in front of her came to her house, he might be scared to tears. Ordinary people could not accept necromancers. Their meeting was fate, but a short-lived fate. "We will meet again if we have the chance in the future." Xie Tao said this, and then she parted with him. Then when they met again, Xie Tao stood in the camp of the necromancer, and Xiao Shengzi stood in the camp of the temple. He looked at Xie Tao, and tears came down in an instant. It is estimated that the young man's heart, which was just beginning to fall in love, was shattered into glass shards at this moment. Anyway, he didn't live long. He suddenly died one day, and was suddenly replaced by a new son of God. Xie Tao never found out why. She just couldn't help but sighed after discovering that the new son of God took office. It seems that the previous son of God was not very talented and died so early. Xie Tao is such a straight woman, as straight as steel. It is normal for her to make many people sad, and it may be a bit difficult to make her open her mind. Don't look at her sometimes looking like a lecher, as if she knows everything. In fact, Xie Tao has never been in love for hundreds of years. Among those who confessed to her directly, there was also her colleague, another very talented Necromancer, who was very strong at a young age. Of course, he was still inferior to Xie Tao, whose talent was said to be unrivaled in ancient and modern times. He suddenly confessed his love to her during a gathering. Xie Tao had no idea that he had a crush on her. At that time, there were many other necromancers who were cheering her on. After all, both of them were very talented and were necromancers. They had a good relationship before and could be considered friends. They had known each other for many years and had an emotional foundation. They could be called a perfect match, a perfect couple. This necromancer was also very confident and felt that he and Xie Tao were a perfect match. Didn't they see that so many people thought they were suitable to be together? Then he was rejected, and he was rejected in public. Xie Tao said directly, "I don't like you and I don't plan to be with you." He may have felt that he was slapped in the face, his face turned very ugly, and he immediately left in anger. After that, he never attended any party hosted by Xie Tao again. Xie Tao did not expect this person to be so petty, and he later planned to plot against Xie Tao and cooperate with the Holy Church, and was almost beaten to death by Xie Tao. When Xie Tao beat him, he was still there with red eyes, and asked Xie Tao with a very affectionate look, "What's wrong with me? Why did you reject me?" For a long time afterwards, Xie Tao was a little PTSD about this type of man. This kind of self-righteous affection was simply amazing. So it is actually a very difficult thing to impress Xie Tao. At least at this moment, Xie Tao did not get that two of the three men present were interested in her. She finished dinner quickly, and then began to urge Zhou Haiping, "Go and move your things out, I'll help you get a piece of land, and I happen to have some strawberry seedlings and garlic seedlings here, which I raised before, you can help me take care of them." "Okay. Okay." Zhou Haiping was eager to get out of the sight of the two men, and away from the Shura field, so that he could go to farm and keep the watermelons and strawberries company. Zhong Shanjing stood up quickly when he heard it. "What do you want to move that I can help you with?" Xiao He and Xiao Bai immediately opened the door of the different space and moved out all the fruit seedlings and trees inside. If the roof was not too big to dismantle, they might have directly dismantled the roof back. "Each of you move apart. These can be planted behind the house first. Isn't there a piece of vacant land behind the house?" Xie Tao rubbed her palms, feeling happy. She will soon be able to achieve fruit freedom, and Zhou Haiping relies on supernatural powers to grow fruits. Does that mean that he can grow any fruit from the south, the north, or the tropics? Thinking of that scene, Xie Tao's eyes became softer when he looked at Zhou Haiping. "Go!" Tao carried 2 pots of garlic sprouts and ran in the front. Zhou Haiping carried a few pots of strawberries, and the rest were taken by Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and the others. Zhong Shanjing followed Zhou Haiping quietly with some. He asked in a low voice, "What is your special ability?" "Ah, I can make plants grow quickly. I understand." For a long time in the future, no one will be able to compete with Zhou Haiping for favor. This is a natural advantage. Zhong Shanjing finally understood why Xie Tao was so gentle to Zhou Haiping, and it could even be called gentle. So that's it. Zhang Xingji, who was eavesdropping on the side, also had a bad expression on his face. Damn it, why did he awaken the ability to attack when he awakened? If he awakened the ability to make plants grow quickly, or even make fruits grow quickly, he would be the one being treated differently by Xie Tao now. If Zhou Haiping knew what they were thinking, he would probably be pissed to death. In order to get revenge, Zhou Haiping dreamed of having an attack ability, because as long as it was an attack ability, if the lethality was a little greater, he might be able to die with Zhao Shicheng. That way he could avenge his sister. But what about these two people? They still want to exchange abilities with him. Then yes. He also wanted to have fighting power. Okay. You know, if Zhang Xingji's ability was spread, I don't know how many people would cry and beg to exchange with him. He has 2 systems of light and dark, super strong attack power, and a skill that can be regarded as a nurse. This is the ability that many people dream of. But Zhou Haiping didn't know, so he was at a loss, and didn't know why the eyes of these two people suddenly turned into envy and jealousy. And it was destined by heaven. If he had an offensive ability, he might not have survived at all at that time, and Zhao Qicheng would have led people to cut the grass and root it out. It was precisely because his ability had no offensive power that he was able to live until now and meet Xie Tao. Zhou Haiping was in the envious eyes of the two men, and he was at a loss holding the strawberry seedlings to the back of the house. There was a large open space here. He only needed to turn over and loosen the soil to plant things. Xiao He and Xiao Bai transported it several times and brought all the things over. They also moved tables and chairs for Xie Tao to sit next to and rest. They were also in charge of turning the soil, but neither of them had ever done this kind of work, so they were quite unfamiliar with it. Zhou Haiping had to provide guidance. When they were loosening the soil and planting the land, Liu Ningning happened to pass by not far away. When Xie Tao saw him, he called out enthusiastically. Liu Ningning was a little flattered. "Are you calling me?" "Yes." After Xie Tao called him over, he asked him seriously, "Can you give me a piece of vacant land? I want to plant something." "No problem." Liu Ningning immediately said, I'll mark out a piece of land nearby for you. There is still land without a house nearby. You can plant whatever you want." Xie Tao was very happy and even brought out some fruit for him. After all, they would have to deal with each other frequently in the future. It would be good to have some give and take. You can't let people pay unilaterally, right? Xie Tao was not the kind of person without conscience. Lu Ningning was also very excited after taking the fruit. He felt that the relationship between him and Xie Tao had improved a lot, and they might become friends in the future. Once they became friends, with the constraints of friendship, their relationship would become stronger. Thinking of such a future, Lu Ningning suddenly became happy. After returning, he sent someone to send some seeds such as fruits. Then he marked out the land for Xie Tao. Their base was not big and people were not full, so there were many vacant lands. He picked a piece of fertile soil and asked Xie Tao to plant it casually. Xie Tao looked at the 2 plots of land that were full of things, and he was as satisfied as he wanted. On the other hand, after Xie Tao took Zhou Haiping away, Zhao Linyan was very angry. Their fengcheng was just like a toilet, and a public toilet. Xie Tao came and went as he pleased, without even saying hello. He rushed to find his brother. "Brother, is there really no way to find that woman and Zhong Shanjing? She will become more and more arrogant if this goes on. We in Fengcheng have lost face," Lin Ruanruan also said beside him. "Zhong Shanjing will become more and more powerful. Every day he is a little stronger than the day before. Sooner or later we will be helpless. To deal with such an existence, we should wipe him out before he grows up." Originally, when Zhong Shanjing became a zombie, it was the best opportunity. At that time, he was the weakest, and the human side did not even need to pay any price to kill Zhong Shanjing. Once he grows up, everything will repeat the nightmare of the previous life. Zhong Shanjing becomes the zombie king, and with all the zombies, he will exploit the living environment of humans, causing the human survivor bases to disappear one after another, and finally there will be no retreat. Zhong Shanjing represents the new species of zombies, and the contradiction between him and the humans in the old world is irreconcilable. However, when Zhong Shanjing became a zombie, they did not find him, and even exposed the reason why they were looking for Zhong Shanjing not long ago. Zhong Shanjing will definitely hide after knowing everything. After growing to a certain extent and having the ability to protect himself, he will no longer hide himself. If this goes on, they will become more and more passive. Lin Feng sat on a chair, playing with 2 walnuts in his hand. He didn't say anything until the 2 people in front of him finished speaking. Then Zhao Linfeng slowly said, Ruan, in your known memories, there is no such person as Xie Tao, right?" "Yes." When mentioning this matter, Lin Ruan was also very confused. So far, Xie Tao has shown many abilities, which is completely unlike a superpower. Because among all the superpowers known now, only one has dual superpowers, and this person is Zhao Linfeng. And what about Xie Tao? The abilities she showed include controlling others, summoning skeletons that can fight, and having something like space, as well as a portal. Is this really a superpower? Lin Ruan had always felt that she had never heard of Xie Tao in her previous life, maybe because Xie Tao died before she grew up. Now it seems that it may not be. We have to find a way to check this woman named Xie Tao, otherwise, even if we find Zhong Shanjing, we can't do it directly. Knowing yourself and the enemy can win every battle. You have to calm down, Zhao Linfeng said with some dissatisfaction. Your temper is too impatient. You make it impossible for me to entrust you with important tasks. Lin Yan, I hope you can temper your temper, learn from Ruan, and control your bad temper before I can rest assured to give you more important tasks. Zhao Linyan was still a little unhappy. He muttered a few words but did not refute Zhao Linfeng. His brother was still very majestic to him. Lin Ruan also said on the side, Brother is right, you are indeed a little too impatient. You should think twice before doing anything. I know, then I will go to check Xie Tao. Find out where she came from, what she has done, and other people's comments on her. The more detailed the better. Xie Tao was in a good mood, and she had slept when she came back, so she was very energetic even at night. Simply went to find Jinwei. What kind of experiment are you doing recently? Do you have time to help me? Yes! He was extremely curious about Xie Tao's ability, especially when he vaguely knew that Xie Tao's summoning of Xiaohe and Xiaobai was not a supernatural power, but a more peculiar ability, which made him even more interested. Are you going now? I'll go and clean up the lab right away. Is there anything you need? Do you want to bring anything with you? I can bring it myself. So more than 10 minutes later, Zheng Jinwei, who was waiting in the lab, saw Zhong Shanjing next to Xie Tao. Zheng Jinwei, who didn't know that Zhong Shanjing was the zombie Lin Yan's gang wanted Zhong Shanjing was because it was predicted that Zhong Shanjing would destroy the world in the future. Zheng Jinwei, who vaguely knew that Zhong Shanjing might not be human, his eyes became warm in an instant when he looked at Zhong Shanjing. There was no way. For researchers studying this field, the existence of a zombie king is too valuable. Xie Tao pointed at himself again. I am not actually a superpower, but a necromancer. Zheng Jinwei? After Xie Tao briefly introduced to him what a necromancer is, Zheng Jinwei's already warm eyes became even warmer in an instant. Coach, I want to learn too. Xie Tao, you don't have the talent, but there is no problem getting started. If you really want to learn, I can teach you starting tomorrow. Zheng Jinwei held his face, looking excited and about to faint. I didn't expect that I could study the Zombie King with a Necromancer in my lifetime. Zhong Shanjing, who was about to be studied. Teacher. Zhong Jinwei had already taken advantage of the situation. What is our research method? At the moment, in order to repair the Zombie King, his body has some problems due to evolution, and there are too many side effects. We can't go on like this. The reason why Xie Tao didn't let Zhong Shanjing evolve quickly was because of this. If the foundation is not laid well, even if a high-rise building is built, it will only be a dangerous building, and it may collapse when the wind blows. So our preliminary research is this. Let's finish this research first and then talk about it. The reason why Xie Tao called Zhong Jinwei and revealed the truth to him was that he hoped to combine the technologies of the two worlds, and maybe it would collide to create wonderful sparks. The two people quickly changed into clothes and other things used for experiments, and then stared at Zhong Shanjing silently. Zhong Shanjing? He instinctively covered his chest. For some reason, he always felt that he seemed to be wearing nothing in front of these two people. Xie Tao had special feelings for Zhong Shanjing. Of course, the special feelings here do not refer to things like love, but because Zhong Shanjing is unique, he is very curious and treats him as his own property. So Xie Tao actually cares about Zhong Shanjing's situation. After all, Zhong Shanjing is now like a very expensive, unique gem in the world. But there are several cracks on it, which makes his perfection become a slight flaw. In this case, Xie Tao certainly wants to repair Zhong Shanjing's cracks and make him perfect again. Xie Tao and Zhong Jinwei surrounded Zhong Shanjing and examined him for a long time. His physical condition and all the data were recorded one by one. Zhong Jinwei was very good at organizing these, and soon organized them into a table and gave them to Xie Tao. Xie Tao flipped through the table and found that the situation was a little worse than he imagined. Zhong Shanjing's destruction of the world in his previous life may not be purely because of his personal character problems or what he experienced, but was definitely affected by his physique. Humans have to pay a price to gain power. There is no such good thing as pie in the sky in this world. If a pie really falls from the sky, the pie is also very likely to be poisonous. Xie Tao knows this better than anyone else, so when he met Zhong Shanjing, he was sure that his body might have defects. Later, he found that Zhong Shanjing would be out of control every once in a while and crave human flesh and blood. He felt that Zhong Shanjing's physical limitations might be greater than she imagined. Now after a thorough inspection, Xie Tao couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Zhong Shanjing had no sense of pain and did not need anesthesia, so he was still awake at the moment. Seeing this, he made a joke. "Am I okay, doctor?" Xie Tao's face was heavy. "Prepare for the funeral, Comrade Zhong Shanjing. Are you willing to donate your body to contribute to science?" Zhong Shanjing really couldn't help laughing. "Where did you learn this from?" "From novels," Xie Tao said expressionlessly. After she had read comics, she was naturally guided to read novels. Zhong Shanjing was shocked after hearing this, and was very worried that Xie Tao would read those stories about running away with the ball and the princess being hung on the city gate for many days. Xie Tao didn't know what he was worried about, and thought he was worried about his body, so he comforted him. "Don't worry, you will be fine with me, but the materials may be a little troublesome." After Xie Tao checked Zhong Shanjing, he found that the toxins in his body had been affecting his nerves and were constantly spreading to the top. In other words, if it continues to spread like this, Zhong Shanjing's brain will be affected sooner or later. As the Zombie King, he will certainly not be poisoned by the zombie toxin, but a large amount of toxins will accumulate in his body and continue to spread. As he becomes stronger, the speed of spread will be faster. Now he will just be affected, and with the zombie instinct, he will occasionally crave for flesh and blood. Later, when the toxins enter his brain, he may become a real Zombie King. Xie Tao suspected that the so-called Zombie King in his previous life had lost his mind and could not control himself, just like Zhong Shanjing, who was driven by appetite that night. Is that still a complete Zhong Shanjing? Xie Tao didn't know. Eat and drink something good these 2 days. Xie Tao patted Zhong Shanjing's chest muscles in comfort. Zhong Shanjing? It shouldn't be to the point of eating and drinking something good, right? Xie Tao crossed her arms and said, "Your health is really bad. I'll think of a solution later." As she spoke, she reached out and patted Zhong Shanjing's chest muscles, as if she was addicted to patting. She kept patting, so when she lowered her head, she could see Zhong Shanjing looking at her with resentment. "I'm just patting it gently to make the meat soft and easier to taste." "I don't believe you." He sat up from the laboratory table and gently covered his clothes. The wounds on his body healed quickly, leaving only the old wounds with pits and pits, which looked terrible. Zhong Jinwei had been looking through the information there, trying to see if there were any problems. Xie Tao suddenly said, "You go out first." Zhong Jinwei was stunned for a moment. Although he was a young man, he was not a fool. He realized something in an instant, so Zhong Jinwei quickly put down everything in his hands and went out. When he left, he carefully closed the door. He was as considerate as he could be. Zhong Shanjing obviously realized that Zhong Jinwei had misunderstood, but Xie Tao did not. She pushed herself up with her hands and sat on the experimental table. "Your condition is more serious than I thought, but not as difficult as I thought, so don't worry. It will be fine." She clapped her hands and patted Zhong Shanjing. This time she didn't pat his chest muscles, but his thighs. The texture of the chest muscles and thighs is of course different, and the feel is naturally different. Xie Tao was a little addicted and patted twice more. Zhong Shanjing. He sat on the experimental table with his clothes half open, and his beautiful waistline was looming. If it were any other time, he would definitely be speechless for a while, but today he was particularly bold, raised his eyebrows and said, "You can touch it if you want. Would I not let you touch it?" Tao? Her eyes lit up instantly, and her hands slapped on Zhong Shanjing's chest. By the time the two left the laboratory, 10 minutes had passed. The laboratory was not very big, and Zhong Jinwei squatted at the door, writing and drawing with paper and pen. When Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing came out, he pushed his glasses and looked at Zhong Shanjing with a hidden look. Zhong Shanjing, who was used to being misunderstood, had no intention of refutation at all. Anyway, no matter how he argued, no one would believe him. He didn't care about being misunderstood about the relationship between him and Xie Tao. It's better to say that he wished that everyone thought that he and Xie Tao had that kind of relationship, and it would be best if Xie Tao himself thought so too. The only thing that would make him feel unhappy is Zhong Jinwei would definitely be suspicious after misunderstanding. It only took 10 minutes to put on and take off clothes, plus that thing. It was him who couldn't do it. Let's stop here tonight. Xie Tao still had the information in his hand, ready to go back and read it. We'll discuss it after we go back. That, you call it a treatment plan, right? Zhong Jinwei was very considerate. You should have a good rest first. Don't tire yourself out. I'm not tired. Zhong Jinwei looked at Zhong Shanjing on the side. His eyes became even stranger. After Xie Tao went back, he pulled Zhong Jinwei and sat there to discuss the treatment plan for a long time. Zhong Jinwei was also a genius who understood everything at once and could draw inferences from one example. The knowledge of the two people from different worlds merged together and soon came up with a new plan. Xie Tao held a pen in his mouth and looked at the plan for a long time, deleting and revising it, and didn't sleep all night. When they got up the next morning, when other people who had a normal schedule arrived in the living room, they saw Xie Tao sitting in the living room drinking coffee. Of course, the fairy would not have any dark circles under her eyes, so a group of people didn't react. Zhang Xingji even made a joke. "This is the first time I see you get up so early." Xie Tao yawned, drank the last sip of coffee and then said, "Ah? No, I just didn't sleep." While she was yawning, Xiao He and Xiao Bai had already cooked the porridge and brought it over. After cooking all night and drinking the health porridge, Xie Tao was going to sleep. "If you have anything, wait until I wake up." Xiao Hong, who hadn't been close to her all night, had tears flowing down her face. Zhang Xingji had no idea how Xie Tao had stayed up all night and had just slept now. Then he turned around and saw Zhong Jinwei with dark eyes, looking like he had been squeezed dry by something. He walked out of his room in a daze, came over to make a bowl of health porridge, and dozed off while drinking it. "You didn't sleep all night either?" Zhong Jinwei studied Zhong Shanjing's information all night, and the more he studied, the more energetic he became. In the end, he sat in the room until dawn. When the day dawned, he gradually felt sleepy and came out of the room reluctantly. There were too few cases like Zhong Shanjing, and he was reluctant to let go of the information. Zhong Jinwei finished the porridge as quickly as possible, then brushed his teeth and lay down to continue sleeping. He wanted to wake up quickly and continue to study Zhong Shanjing. After a few seconds, Zhong Shanjing also walked out of the room, sat at the table and started drinking porridge. "Jiangxi, did you sleep last night?" "No." "Then what did you do?" Zhang Xingji now suspected that they went out to play in a group without him. Otherwise, why did they all look sleepless all night? Thinking about life. Zhong Shanjing drank the porridge slowly and then said, "I suspect you are kidding me." Zhong Shanjing really didn't lie to him. Last night he really thought about life all night, thinking about his past, thinking about the things that had happened, and thinking about Xie Tao. Of course, the latter was mainly thinking about how to pursue Xie Tao. After what happened last night, he realized that you can't be vague with Xie Tao. If you are vague, she won't understand at all. You should be more direct and straightforward, but not too abrupt. If you can grasp the balance in the middle, maybe Xie Tao can slowly realize who likes her and who is the most suitable for her. He thought about the first few questions for about an hour, and the last question for about a night. After getting the answer, Zhong Shanjing instantly became more energetic. Even when he saw his rival, he didn't have the same feeling as before. He had already realized it, but Zhang Xingji hadn't. He also has a special physique, which Zhang Xingji doesn't have. No matter how you look at it, he has a better chance. The more Zhong Shanjing thought about it, the calmer he became, so he raised his head and smiled faintly at Zhang Xingji, then lowered his head to continue drinking the health porridge. After Zhong Shanjing finished his porridge and left, Zhang Xingji sat down with a dazed look on his face and served himself a bowl. At this time, Zhou Haiping had just gotten up and walked into the living room while yawning. "Did you sleep last night?" "You didn't sleep either." "How could that be? I slept for a long time." "So cool." Zhou Haiping solved his enemies and finally avenged his sister. He also found a place to live. He no longer had to worry about not having enough food or being chased by zombies. He could also do what he liked and had a large piece of land to grow fruits. He slept very well last night. He didn't have nightmares. He even slept until dawn, but still felt a little unsatisfied and wanted to take another nap. Zhou Haiping, who hadn't slept so well for a long, long time, looked radiant. Tao slept until about 4 in the afternoon. When she woke up, she still felt sore all over. She stretched, touched the list on the bedside, and then began to think about going out to find something. So when she came out to eat, a group of people saw her holding a piece of paper, reading while eating, and she didn't even realize that someone was talking to her. When the meal was over, Xie Tao said, "I'm going out for a while, and I'll be back tomorrow morning at the latest." Then she ignored everyone and ran out with the list. After experiencing the incident 2 days ago, Lin Huan kept wondering what Xie Tao had done wrong and why he was wanted. And the priority was so high, he must have done something serious, but before that day, he had never even heard of Xie Tao's name. Because Lin Huan often went out to set up stalls, he was well informed, so he was particularly confused. He was not very familiar with Zhao Linyan, so he asked other friends for information. Friend was not too sure either. He just said, "The wanted order was issued by Zhao Linfeng." He didn't say in detail why, just with a man. "I think his name is Zhong Shanjing. They are on the same wanted list. Both of them have high priority. Who knows what they did?" Lin Huan couldn't get an answer. He was scratching his head. He was a very curious person. After asking several people, no one could tell him the reason, which made him very melancholy. At noon that day, he squatted in the yard, stringing meat, preparing to string all the meat into skewers, and then he would go to the stall in the evening. While stringing, he was in a daze, thinking about Xie Tao, and then he was patted on the shoulder. Lin Huan was startled. He didn't expect someone to be able to approach him silently. If this person wanted to attack him, he might have been dead. "What kind of meat did you grill before? I want to eat that?" Xie Tao squatted beside him very naturally and familiarly, and then said, "How about I help you thread the meat, and you can grill a few skewers of it for me later?" Lin Huan had never expected that Xie Tao would dare to come back. He was stunned for a moment, and after a while he slowly said, "You are really brave. Aren't you afraid that I will report you to Zhao Linfeng?" Xie Tao waved his hands and didn't care at all. "After I finish the work, you can notify Zhao Linfeng. Maybe you can make something from him." Lin Huan had never met such an interesting person, not to mention that he was very curious about this matter, so he clapped his hands. "Then come and help me. Help me thread these meats, and I will grill meat for you later." Xie Tao sat beside him and started to work. He was very patient at the beginning, but he was done after a while. He poked this and that, and was curious about everything he saw. "What is this?" "It's cumin, used for grilling meat. Don't mess it up." "What about this?" "If you're curious, I'll fry oysters for you later." Lin Huan tilted his head and saw Xie Tao poking around like a little child, but not annoying. It was just a bit of a workload for Lin Huan, so Lin Huan finally said, "Okay, I'll do it myself. You can go play over there. See the table over there? There's lemonade made by me. Feel free to drink it." Xie Tao was particularly stubborn. "I promised you, I'll finish it for you." Lin Huan was amused by her. Okay, then you do it." After all the meat was threaded, Xie Tao held a glass of lemon juice and watched Lin Huan grilling the meat over there. Beautiful flames emerged from Lin Huan's palms, and his grilling movements were very familiar. While grilling the meat, he asked, "I've always been curious about one thing. Can you tell me? If you can't, I won't make it difficult for you." "What do you want to know?" Xie Tao liked the lemonade he made very much, and she gulped down more than a glass of it. Lin Huan saw her, squinting her cat-like eyes and looking very enjoyable, and smiled softly. "I'm just curious about how you were wanted. After all, the last person who was treated like that was a vicious superpower, who organized many superpowers to rob and kill people on the road, doing all kinds of evil." Lin Huan didn't say two things. First, the main reason why the superpower was wanted was because he killed people he shouldn't have killed. It seems that when the mistress of a big base leader passed by, her whole family was killed, including the 2 illegitimate children of the leader. That's why he was wanted by the big base, together with other bases. After catching him and killing him, it was discovered that he had committed many crimes and killed countless people. The second point is also the most important point. Even for such a villain, the wanted intensity is far less than Xie Tao, but Xie Tao doesn't look like a superpower. She is more like a girl next door, sweet, occasionally a little greedy, with a lively and cute look, without any murderous aura. Xie Tao bit the straw, thinking about how to answer this question. She pondered for a moment and then said, "It may be because of 2 problems. I beat Zhao Linyan and his girlfriend. I heard that his girlfriend Lin Ruan has the ability to predict the future. She predicted that my friend would destroy the world in the future, so she wanted to strike first." Xie Tao said this with a disdainful smile. "Whether he will destroy the world in the future or not, that is a matter for the future. If I predict that Zhao Linyan will destroy the world in the future, can I kill him? It's just that she can decide a person's life or death at will because she has a bigger fist. But can she decide their life or death?" Xie Tao was not unhappy because they wanted to kill Zhong Shanjing by relying on this so-called prophecy, but their attitude. No one wants to die and no one is willing to be killed for a prophecy. If they want to kill Zhong Shanjing, then they should show their strength to kill him, and there is no need to put on a look of, "You dare to resist, you dare to hide yourself, I will represent the highest peak of morality to accuse you. It's really too holy." "Hey, is that so?" Lin Huan's curiosity was satisfied, and he also learned some gossip, such as Lin Ruan's ability to predict. Zhao Linyan was beaten up by his cute sister. He pinched his chin and thought seriously. Maybe after being beaten by you, he felt humiliated and wanted to retaliate against you, but was embarrassed to tell others. He wanted to retaliate against you because you beat him, so he made up a name. However, prophecies like foreknowledge still sound very intimidating, but I never believe in fate. If someone pointed at my nose and told me that you would destroy the world in the future, I'm afraid I would only curse and say, "Get out of here." You let people die with just one sentence and treat them like fools. Isn't that right? Xie Tao quickly gave him a thumbs up. Lin Huan chuckled and said, "You didn't come to Fengcheng just to eat barbecue, did you? Just tell me what else you want to do. If I can help, I won't be stingy about helping. If I can't help..." "Oh, I really came to you just to eat meat. The one you grilled last time was delicious. Come to buy something, by the way. Fengcheng is very big, and the things in the trading market here should be quite complete." Xie Tao thought about coming here to see if she could find everything she wanted. Even if she couldn't find everything, she could find some of it. "Then do you want to go to the stall with me tonight?" Lin Huan smiled and tempted her. "If you want to buy something complicated, I can help you contact a few friends." "Sure," Xie Tao touched her face, "but I might have to change my face." Lin Huan watched Xie Tao's face-changing scene and was amazed by her superb skills. Xie Tao not only had the skills of disguise, but also could shrink her height, just like the legendary bone-shrinking skill. Xie Tao was originally short, and after shrinking her bones, she looked like a 13 or 14-year-old girl. She also tied a double ponytail for herself, which shook when she shook her head, looking very cute. As a dead otaku, Lin Huan instantly covered his chest and fell to the ground with a groan. "Heh, it's my sister. A cute sister, heh." Xie Tao stepped on his chest and said with disgust, "You are too wretched, be serious." "But the sister with twin ponytails is really cute." Xie Tao touched his ponytail and was very satisfied. Lin Huan didn't mind being stepped on by her. He lay on the ground and said lazily, "Then I am your brother tonight, and you are my sister. Call me that to others." "You are hundreds of years old and you dare to be my brother?" She was afraid that after Lin Huan knew her real age, he would only want to call her aunt. But at this moment Xie Tao just raised his head and called sweetly, "Brother?" He fell again. This was Xie Tao's second time at Fengcheng Night Market. The difference from the first time was that she was now a small boss. Lin Huan didn't let her do anything else but sit by and collect money. He also prepared snacks, fruits, and new lemonade for her to kill time. Xie Tao sat on a high stool, swinging her two thin white legs, working as a cashier for Lin Huan. If she did this job too much, Lin Huan might go bankrupt. After all, she would accept whatever was asked if they could exchange for something. Lin Huan didn't mind, and just smiled like a pervert beside him. If he really had such a lovely sister, it would be worth it even if he went bankrupt, because his sister was a priceless treasure. There were regular customers who didn't know Xie Tao, and they asked Lin Huan about it. Lin Huan would always proudly gesture, "My sister, you are not allowed to tease me. Otherwise, I will be angry." Later in the evening, two acquaintances of Lin Huan came, and Lin Huan introduced them to Xie Tao. "Look for them if you want something. If even they can't find something, then I'm afraid it doesn't exist in Fengcheng at all." Lin Huan was very confident when he said this, and it was obvious that he trusted his two friends very much. Xie Tao patted the bench next to him when she heard this. After the two of them sat down, she handed over the note in her hand. "You guys take a look first. I can collect them all by myself, but it's too much trouble. Xie Tao has no shortage of minions. If she lets all the minions go and collects them according to the list, she can collect almost all of them. But she has to focus on all her minions. After all, most zombies are brainless, and it's hard for them to recognize fine things. That's too much trouble." Xie Tao couldn't help but feel her scalp tingling just thinking about it. She is a very lazy person in some ways, so she likes Xiaobai and Xiaohei, two little skeletons who are good at housework, can fight, and have cute personalities. Xie Tao's laziness spreads from her bones. It's her nature. If she plays games, she is probably the kind of player who can collect them by working hard, but not as good as those who spend money directly. The two men each held a piece of paper. After reading it from beginning to end, their expressions became much uglier. One of them even said directly, "If you spend time, can you collect most of these things?" "Yes, all of them are also possible." "Why don't you be my upstream supplier? Let's cooperate, and I'll be the middleman. I guarantee you will make a fortune." The other one was more reliable. "It will take me some time. I may not be able to collect all of them. I can probably only help you with a part of them, and the price you pay will be higher than the value of the things on the list. After all, I have to charge a little labor fee, and time is money, right?" Xie Tao immediately made an okay gesture. "Get as much as you can. After collecting them, just contact Lin, ahem, my brother. Do I need to pay you a deposit first?" "Yes, and the deposit may include more than just supplies. I need other things." He pointed to some very professional equipment. "These may need to be exchanged with some professionals. The limbs and brains of relatively advanced zombies will be more attractive to them than supplies." The two quickly agreed to trade in a few days. After he left, Xie Tao lay there like a salted fish, waving at Lin Huan. "I want to eat cabbage." The roasted cabbage was delicious, crispy and sweet and covered with seasoning, slightly spicy. Xie Tao liked it very much. Okay. Lin Huan quickly arranged it for her. He looked at Xie Tao with a loving look, even gentler than a brother looking at his sister. Xie Tao was salted fish all night. Zhao Linfeng probably didn't expect that she would dare to return to Fengcheng in just 2 days, and that she was found in the place between them. After Xie Tao had been salted fish for a long time, Lin Huan closed the stall early and took her to visit the night market. There were also people putting rings in the night market, and the things they put on were very expensive. Here, it means that they were very expensive before the end of the world, such as some beautiful jewelry, gold, silver, jade, branded cosmetics, and some things that are in great demand after the end of the world, such as cigarettes. There were quite a few people playing. Xie Tao took a look when he passed by because there was a little golden pig in the middle of the ring-tossing field, which looked quite cute. Lin Huan followed her gaze and said, "Want it, I can try." He rolled up his sleeves and said confidently, "I was very good at playing these things in the past, whether it was ring-tossing or catching dolls. There was nothing I couldn't do." In his mind, he was directing the red-clothed female zombie to chase and intercept the advanced zombie Xie Tao. After a vague response, Lin Huan immediately stepped forward to change a few rings, took them back and started to toss. The position of the little golden pig was very tricky, and it was chubby, so it was really hard to toss. He changed 5 rings in total, and he didn't catch it after using 4. Lin Huan felt a little numb at the time. After all, how could he be so embarrassed in front of his cute sister? Then the last ring in his hand was taken away, and it was thrown away casually, just tossing it on the little golden pig. Lin Huan looked down and saw Xie Tao with a calm face. He asked the boss for 2 more rings. "What do you want?" "Shame on you." He pointed at 2 things casually, and then saw Xie Tao didn't even look at them. He threw the ring casually and threw it on the thing he wanted, even directly on the center, without bias. Xie Tao reached out to take the things from the boss and threw them to Lin Huan on the side, looking very bossy. At this time, a young lady happened to pass by. She looked at Xie Tao with sparkling eyes and came over a little embarrassedly. Can you help me put something on? I come here every night, several times, but I don't know how to play." Xie Tao asked the boss to bring 2 rings in a very cool manner. The young lady was paying attentively beside him. Xie Tao held the ring and looked like he was pointing out the world. "What do you want?" The young lady happily pointed to the bottle of magic water on the right, and then cheered Xie Tao crazily beside her. Whatever she pointed out, Xie Tao would trick her into doing it. He was always right, and the boss on the side was so embarrassed. The young lady was very good at flattering, and her mouth was so sweet that Xie Tao was flattered and ecstatic, and he tricked her into doing many things. Only Lin Huan was very worried. He was hesitant to say, "Should I tell her? This is Zhao Linfeng's fiancé?" No one knew Lin Huan's worries. Xie Tao had been watched by many young ladies because of her amazing accuracy in tricking. She almost accepted everyone who came. As long as the young lady was sweet enough, she would trick her into doing anything she wanted. Finally, the boss fell to the ground and fainted. Xie Tao stopped when he saw this. Forget it. Forget it. We still have to give the boss a way out." The boss was about to open his eyes when he heard this, and then he heard Xie Tao say, "We can't pull it all out in one night. Let's come back tomorrow." "Boss," a group of young ladies held Xie Tao in the middle. "Great, great!" Xie Tao was just like the moon in the stars, and a group of young ladies asked her about her well-being, just like a winner in life. The young ladies who can come here to play. And the young ladies who can come to play rings every day actually have a good family background. After all, ordinary people think about whether they can eat 3 meals a day every day. Where can they have the leisure time to play rings and exchange precious food and other things for some things that are not worth anything in the end of the world? It's not that they can't afford those things on the ground. They just like this way of using games to get what they like. Just like some rich young ladies, when playing games, some things can obviously be bought directly, but they like to spend money to draw, as if drawing is more joyful than buying. In fact, it's all the same. Lin Huan looked up and saw a girl on Xie Tao's left peeling grapes for her, and a girl on her right holding lemonade and feeding it to her mouth. Zhao Linfeng's fiancée also gently wiped the water stains from the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. Xie Tao was just like the ancient tyrants, not feeling uncomfortable at all, and was like a fish in water. She seemed to be very good at chatting with the girls, and from time to time you could hear the girls' sweet laughter, so that when Xie Tao was ready to go home, the girls were reluctant to let her go. "Don't go back. It's only what time now. Come play with us for a while. I'll treat you to a midnight snack later. I know a very delicious restaurant. I'll take you home after the midnight snack, okay?" Another young lady, "Why don't you come to my house to play? I have a big yard with a swing, a slide, and a rockery. You can also enjoy the cool under the grapevines. If you play too late, just stay at my house. I'll make you egg tarts and jelly tomorrow morning." Zhao Linfeng's fiancée was unhappy. "Is it as big as my house? You might as well come to my house to play. If there's anything you like that we don't have, you can buy it tonight. My chef can cook whatever you want." She shook Xie Tao's arm, her voice soft and sweet. "Play games with me tonight. There are so many games in my room. We can play games together until late, and then you can go to bed with me. Xie Tao was tempted and fell into deep thought. She really thought about whether to go out and play, and she didn't take Zhao Linfeng and the others seriously at all. Lin Huan wanted to persuade her to be careful and not be discovered by Zhao Linfeng. If Zhao Linfeng found out that Xie Tao dared to come to Fengcheng and hooked up with his fiancée, he would be so angry that he would die. After careful consideration, Xie Tao really couldn't resist the temptation, so he waved his hand and said, "You go home first, brother. I will go back by myself tomorrow morning. You don't have to worry. You must have forgotten that you are a wanted criminal. You are really brave to live in the house of the real fiancé." The other young ladies were still a little unhappy. Before leaving, they earnestly reminded him, "You must come to my house to play tomorrow. You can't always live alone in her house. Next time for sure." He could only watch Xie Tao happily run away with Zhao Linfeng's fiancée. The young lady's name was Jiang Tian. She was really sweet. She took Xie Tao home. Zhao Linfeng was indeed the top leader of Fengcheng, but the entire Fengcheng was not ruled by Zhao Linfeng alone. There was also a second force in Fengcheng, that was Jiang Tian's father. Another group of people headed by him shared the world with Zhao Linfeng. Although it was not a 50-50 split, it was 40-60. Jiang Tian was his only daughter, but Jiang Tian was not very keen on those struggles for power. To be precise, she hated intrigue, so her father thought about it carefully before he wanted to marry Zhao Linfeng to her. In this way, when he died, with the protection of his trusted followers, and her husband being the top leader of Fengcheng, Jiang Tian should be able to continue her carefree life. After Jiang Tian brought Xie Tao back home, she dismissed all the servants, made 2 cups of milk tea, and took Xie Tao to the game room. She really loved playing games and collected quite a lot of games, including one that Xie Tao was very interested in but had not found before. The two of them leaned on the cushions and started playing. Xie Tao was very talented. Although he had not played games for a long time, he could quickly get started with any game and quickly became a master-level player. The two were playing enthusiastically when someone knocked on the door and said that Zhao Linfeng was here. Jiang Tian threw the handle to the ground and was visibly unhappy. "I'll go deal with him and come back in a while." She didn't seem to like Zhao Linfeng very much. Her face was full of perfunctory and coping. She was even a little unhappy because Zhao Linfeng came over when she was having fun. Xie Tao considered whether to eavesdrop, but later felt that this was really immoral, so he gave up. However, her 5 senses were so sharp that she could hear clearly even through a wall, even if the 2 people on the other side of the wall were not talking loudly. The conversation between Zhao Linfeng and Jiang Tian can almost be summed up in 4 words. Ah. Yes, Jiang Tian obviously didn't have much affection for Zhao Linfeng, and even accepted this fiancé reluctantly, while Zhao Linfeng obviously liked Jiang Tian very much. But this kind of liking was not love between men and women, but more like he felt that as a marriage partner, Jiang Tian had both family background and beauty, and met his aesthetics, which made him feel very good and should cultivate feelings. The two of them were like this. Zhao Linfeng politely asked how you were doing recently, whether you needed anything, and if there was anything you liked that I could give to you. Yes, no need. Xie Tao touched his chin and found it very interesting. After about half an hour, Jiang Tian returned to the game room angrily. When she saw Xie Tao, she raised a smile and said, "Sorry to have kept you waiting. Is the person who came your fiancé?" "I guess so." Jiang Tian's smile just raised fell again. "Although I don't want to be with him, I have no choice." She sat there with a sad atmosphere all over her body. Even in the end times, the lives of ordinary people and rich people are very different, but they all have their own sorrows. It's just that the sorrow of ordinary people is whether they can survive tomorrow and whether they can have enough food the day after tomorrow. The pain of the rich is that they have no freedom at all. Although she just met Xie Tao, Jiang Tian has a very good impression of this sister, who looks much younger than herself, but is very cute and interesting. She couldn't help but complain, "I don't like him at all. I don't like this kind of man who is shrewd, full of power, and very good at pretending. My father always thinks that he is very reliable, and I can entrust the rest of my life to him. But if one day my father dies and he wants to take all the power, will he really stop for the sake of me or my father? No, even if I become his wife, if one day I become a hindrance to him, he can get rid of me without hesitation. Because such a man is cold-blooded and ruthless in his bones. He may have the emotion of love, but his love is definitely under power." Jiang Tian is not a naive person. She just hates intrigue. She has a clear view of Zhao Linfeng, so she is particularly repulsive to this relationship. But at the same time, I know that if I leave my father's protection, it will be difficult for me to survive in the end times, because I don't have offensive abilities, nor do I have a strong body. I can't even run away from home, because once something happens to me, my father will be very sad. For him, I am also an important pillar of his life. Jiang Tian lowered her head sadly and hugged her knees. Xie Tao is a person who has lived for too many years. She can tell at a glance that Jiang Tian has concealed something. For example, she may have special abilities. Once others know about it and after her father's death, she may be used and hurt. Otherwise, a father who loves his daughter very much would not force his daughter to marry someone she doesn't like. There must be a point about Jiang Tian that will become a hidden danger to her safety. Xie Tao touched his chin, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. If you can become stronger, at least you will have no problem protecting yourself. What will you do? Break the engagement with my father. If it doesn't work, run away from home. Zhang Yan said loudly and then felt a little depressed. But I know this is just a hypothesis. No. Xie Tao suddenly approached her and said in a tempting tone, like a witch tempting mortals to fall. I can make you stronger. Do you want to try it? Zhang Qian was stunned. Xie Tao was very calm, playing with the game controller in her hand. The indifference between her eyebrows made her look very transparent, which formed a sharp contrast with her appearance of only 13 or 14 years old at the moment. Zhang Qian fell into deep contemplation, and after a while she smiled and said, Don't joke with me about this kind of thing. I'm not kidding you. Xie Tao looked around and moved a vase over. Is this expensive? Not expensive. Zhang Tian had just finished speaking when she saw Xie Tao raise her hand and put it on the vase. White light fell from her palm, and when it fell on the vase, it was like coating the vase with a layer of beautiful soft silver. Then, Xie Tao reached out and tapped it gently, and the vase seemed to be weathered and turned into powder all over the ground. I can teach you this, realized when he saw Zhang Tian for the first time, that Zhang Tian had a very high talent. If it were in her world, she would probably be taken away by the Holy Hall at a young age to compete for the position of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Even if she could not become the Holy Daughter of the main hall, it would definitely not be a problem for her to be a manager in the branch hall. But there is no Holy Hall in this world, and no one can teach Zhang Tian the light magic, so her talent cannot be fully utilized. After hearing this, Zhang Tian fell into a struggle, and was obviously thinking. On the one hand, she wondered how there could be such a skill in the world that was not a supernatural power and could be taught to others. It couldn't be a legendary spell. On the other hand, she felt that Xie Tao didn't look like she was joking. She was very serious and really wanted to teach her. Her throat was dry and she couldn't speak for a while. She tried to clear her throat but still couldn't answer Xie Tao. Xie Tao said, Let's play games first, I'm not in a hurry. So all night Zhang Tian didn't focus on the game and kept dying. In the end, she felt a little sorry. Xie Tao patted her shoulder and said, Use that sentence. Hey, how did you say it? I opened the door to a new world for you. Anyway, it's normal for you to be in a trance now. Don't be in a hurry to think slowly. When you have made up your mind, tell me your decision. After the two of them washed up, they lay on the same bed. Zhang Tian tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. She was embarrassed to wake up Xie Tao, so she kept turning over there. Xie Tao, she could only turn over and open her eyes and said, I know a friend. When I met her, she was only 15 years old. Her father forced her to marry a businessman who had lost his wife and become his stepmother. What happened next? Zhang Tian couldn't help asking. She picked up her skirt and ran away. Later, she went to work in Sheng, a very big place. After she became successful, her father came to find her. At that time, she said, No one else can make the decision about my affairs, even if you are my father. It's better for you to ask Sheng, my current boss, to see if he is willing to let me go. I asked her later, and she said that if I agreed to marry that person, then my future would be clear at a glance. I would be a middle-aged man taking care of my husband and children, and perhaps I would have to compete with a group of his lovers. There would be only two things in my daily life, my husband and children. I would be locked up in a small yard. Even if I had no worries about food and clothing for the rest of my life, I could only see the small sky and depend on others until I died. Freedom is a precious thing. I clearly realized this at that moment, and I was willing to give everything for freedom, and I will never regret it. I would rather die than be without freedom. Zhang Tian didn't speak for a long time, and finally stopped turning over. Xie Tao fell on the bed with a plop, and finally could have a good sleep. The next morning, when Xie Tao slowly got up from the bed, he saw Zhang Tian just pushing the door in. She seemed to have woken up a long time ago, and it seemed that she did not sleep well last night, and she looked a little listless. After seeing Xie Tao, she perked up a little. Stay one more day today. Zhang Tian said, I am very interested in what you said last night. Okay. Xie Tao smiled and said, Okay. Xie Tao stayed here for 3 days. If Lin Huan hadn't said that the person who collected materials for her had come, she might not have gone back. When Xie Tao left, Zhang Tian was reluctant to let her go. She held her hand and kept asking, Where can I find you next time? Otherwise, you can stay at my house, okay? You have successfully entered the door. I will come to send you once in a while. The next stage of learning goals no longer requires me to be around. I also have important things to do. I will definitely find you when I come here to play in the future. Zhang Tian knew last night that Xie Tao must be not as simple as an ordinary little girl, but she did not break the casserole to ask the bottom. After all, if there is anything she wants to say, Xie Tao must have said it herself, and it is not her turn to ask. It is definitely inconvenient not to say it. If you keep asking, it will only annoy people. This is a very impolite thing. She doesn't want Xie Tao to hate her. When Xie Tao left Zhang Tian's house, she also took a lot of things, all given by Zhang Tian, under the euphemism that Xie Tao is now her master. Is there any problem with her honoring her master? No, Xie Tao threw all these things into the alien space, and then returned to Lin Huan's residence. The man had been waiting here for a long time. After all, this was a big order, so he was very patient. Wait for me a moment, I'll go get something. After Xie Tao came back, Lin Huan had already gone into the house before she said a word. Xie Tao went in and opened a teleportation array, asking the red-clothed female zombies to send the bodies of the high-level zombies they had collected, as well as the balance promised to that person. After counting the things, Xie Tao opened the door and threw all the mess in front of him. Is it enough? More than enough. The man was shocked after counting the things and then said, I only sent you a part of it today, and some of it hasn't arrived yet. I won't accept all the things. I'll take half of them away first. Xie Tao waved his hand and let him take all the things. I believe in your professional ethics. He rubbed his hands and felt a little embarrassed. Then I won't be polite with you. I will try my best to prepare the rest for you before tomorrow night. Xie Tao made an okay gesture and let him go. Lin Huan quietly surrounded him from behind and said sarcastically, Are you enjoying it there and don't want to leave? Xie Tao said reservedly, Not bad. Forget it, I'd better ask seriously. What have you been doing there these 2 days? When he said this, Lin Huan's expression looked a little sad. You didn't really kidnap his fiancée, did you? If Zhao Linfeng finds me at that time, then you run away too. Xie Tao hummed and said, I don't think there is anything good in Fengcheng, so why don't you come with me? Okay, but you have to have a base of your own, right? If you really have a base of your own, I will go with you. Lin Huan said with a smile. Xie Tao fell into deep thought for a moment. Before today, she had never considered whether to build a base. After all, she didn't know when she would be able to find a way to leave here and return to her own world. Although Xie Tao is a very free-spirited person, she is also a very responsible person. What should be done with the base after she leaves? But today, after Lin Huan finished saying this, Xie Tao suddenly had a little idea that she should have a territory of her own. Because it is obvious that she may not be able to return to her original world in a short time, and she may have to survive in the end times for a long time. In this case, it is necessary to develop her own territory. As for one day, if she finds a way to go back and leaves here, it doesn't matter. It is enough to entrust the base to Zhong Shanjing and others. At that time, Zhang Xingji will be the nominal leader. Zhong Shanjing will be the mastermind behind the scenes. No, the leader behind the scenes, and Zhong Jinwei will be responsible for scientific research. The Trinity should be enough to make the base develop well. The more Xie Tao thought about it, the more reliable it was, so he said to Lin Huan confidently, If one day I really set up my own base, you must come then. Lin Huan immediately agreed. I will definitely come then. After Xie Tao reserved a future member, she was still in a good mood. She ate another barbecue made by Lin Huan, and then collapsed in the room prepared by Lin Huan for her and rolled on the bed. When she got the remaining materials tomorrow, she would go back. Setting up a base of her own is not a trivial matter. She must first get the consent of others. Xie Tao felt that he has always been a very democratic person and would not do such a dictatorial thing. The next day, before night, the man came and brought all the remaining materials. Those who do scientific research are full of praise for the zombie corpses you got. They said that they are fresh enough and of high enough quality. They want to ask if you want to set up a special supply route. Xie Tao, who didn't want to do business, refused him. He looked disappointed, but didn't say anything. He just said that if there is a similar job in the future, he can be called. After he left, Xie Tao said goodbye to Lin Huan. Don't forget you promised me that if I really set up my own base, you will come to me at that time. No problem. Lin Huan also got some pickled meat and other things. Take it back and grill it yourself. It's a pity that there is no refrigerator or something like that now. Otherwise, I can help you get more so you can eat for 2 more days. Then let's talk about it later. Xie Tao said goodbye to him and left. As soon as she left, Zhao Linfeng found the businessman who collected materials for her. The businessman made a lot of noise when collecting things. Zhao Linfeng would be blind if he didn't know. He was a very smart man. He was sensitive to the fact that something was wrong and called the man to him. Who are you collecting materials for? The businessman didn't expect that he would be questioned by Zhao Linfeng just because he was collecting materials for someone else. Although he was Lin Huan's friend, they were not close friends. He knew the situation very well and sold Lin Huan out directly. Not long after Xie Tao left, Zhao Linfeng came to see Lin Huan. Lin Huan's first reaction was, oh no! Xie Tao had abducted someone else's fiancée and the real owner had discovered it. Zhao Linfeng asked as soon as he opened his mouth, where is the person who has been collecting materials these days? Lin Huan was relieved when he heard that he was not accusing Xie Tao of abducting his fiancée, and then said frankly, I don't know, I'm just a middleman. I don't even know who she is, but she came to me to do business, and I happen to have a friend doing this kind of business, so I recommended her to her. But everyone who patronized your store that night knew that you claimed that she was your sister. Zhao Linfeng would not believe such words. Lin Huan was very frank. This is normal, saying that the relationship is closer, so as to get some discounts for her. Many people did this when they bought things before. This does not mean that she is really my sister. Really? Zhao Linfeng suddenly curled the corners of his mouth, and Lin Huan had a bad premonition in an instant. He was about to say something, and then he opened his mouth and immediately began to speak the truth uncontrollably. She is Xie Tao, the one on the wanted list. I don't know where she went, she never told me. Lin Huan covered his mouth halfway through his words, with a look of horror on his face. Zhao Linfeng had never revealed his superpowers, which led many people to think that he had no superpowers. Zhao Linfeng did not start his career by relying on his martial arts skills, so no one gossiped about this. Now it seems that he does have superpowers, but his superpowers are well hidden. If Xie Tao were here, he would probably suddenly realize it. No wonder he believed Lin Ruan when she said she was reborn. It turned out that Zhao Linfeng had the ability to control others to tell the truth, so he was naturally not afraid of Lin Ruan lying. What is your relationship with Xie Tao? Zhao Linfeng just felt that there might be something wrong with that person. His intuition told him that he could not let him go easily, especially after seeing the list of materials she searched for, but he did not expect that person to be Xie Tao. This was simply a blessing from heaven. There is no relationship between us. We have only met once before. I just think that her being wanted might be a misunderstanding. Since she doesn't look like a bad person, she concealed it. Lin Huan found that he couldn't control his talking even if he covered his mouth, so he simply spread his hands, sat on the chair, and started to mess around. Ask anything else you want to ask. I can't resist anyway. You really don't know where she went? Yes, she left this afternoon. I didn't ask, so who knows where she would go? Lin Huan said indifferently. No matter how much you ask, I don't know, because there is really no special relationship between her and me. I promise that this is all true. Anyway, you can judge, right? Zhao Linfeng looked at him deeply, and then said, You should not be a child anymore, so you will understand one thing, right? The goodness of a person cannot be judged by her appearance. I can let bygones be bygones for this time. After all, you didn't do anything to harm the base, but there is one thing I hope you will remember deeply in your heart. Xie Tao is not a simple existence. She is terrible. People like you who have no brains may be played to death by her one day. I hope you can use your brain a little when you do things in the future. I won't let you go next time. Lin Huan didn't say anything, but he finally stopped moving his legs, which were originally swinging leisurely. Zhao Linfeng then stood up and walked out. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped. But I have to thank you. This time I can finally find where she lives. Lin Huan's heart jumped. He shouldn't have revealed anything just now, right? He really didn't know anything. But who knows what these smart people have discovered? Xie Tao didn't know what happened in Fengcheng. She had already returned home. As soon as she got home, she pulled Zhong Shanjing and Zhong Jinwei into the laboratory. Liu Ningning wanted to come over and get close to them, but she didn't succeed. Liu Ningning was still a little disappointed because since they came, their base has finally developed. With Zhang Xingji's escort, the resource search team in the base can already go to more dangerous places to collect resources. You know, a few small bases have been explored in slightly safer places, and there are very few resources left. If they explore slightly more dangerous places with the strength of their base, there will be casualties. If they are unlucky, they may be wiped out. But now it won't happen. They usually go to safer places, and go to more dangerous places when there are big guys to escort them. Slowly, life has become better. Zhong Jinwei is the same. When he is free, he never hesitates to give some pointers to some existing scientific researchers in the base. When he is in front of Xie Tao, he feels like a younger brother, but don't forget that he is essentially a genius. For others, he is already a big boss. Now there is another Zhou Haiping, a little expert in farming. He is not only good at growing fruits, but also vegetables and other crops. It's just that he doesn't have that hobby. He only needs to provide fruits for Xie Tao and a few others to eat. Now he has a carefree life. Every day he studies how to use his special abilities better. When he is free, he helps other growers in the base to make their plants grow faster. In short, the entire base was developing at an unprecedented speed, which made Liu Ningning satisfied. He even thought that if they were willing to stay, he could give the position of the top leader to one of them. So Liu Ningning, who was unable to have a good chat with Xie Tao, could only leave with regret. Then I will come back when you are free. Not long after he left, the people sent by Zhao Linfeng tracked them down nearby. There are thousands of superpowers in the world, and there are always some superpowers that are particularly useful in tracking people, especially after getting a lot of information today. After the man tracked to the vicinity of the base, he did not act rashly, but quickly went back to inform Zhao Linfeng. Very good. Zhao Linfeng sent him away. Finally found Xie Tao. Zhao Linfeng has special superpowers, so he can be sure that every word Lin Ruanruan said is true. Zhong Shanjing is the zombie king and will destroy the world in the future. Lin Ruanruan described the way Zhong Shanjing destroyed the world. It was more like destroying humanity than destroying the world. He commanded countless zombies and organized a large army composed entirely of zombies. Wherever he went, almost no base could resist. Countless bases were breached and slaughtered. The surviving humans kept retreating one base after another. In the middle of the journey, they also joined forces and gathered countless superpowers to destroy Zhong Shanjing. The result was that battle, which resulted in only 1 in 10 strong superpowers among human superpowers. From then on, there was no ability to resist Zhong Shanjing. In the end, all the bases were breached. Except for some human survivors who hid in a corner of the city or the wilderness early, almost all the rest. Lin Ruanruan didn't know the story after that, because she died when the last base was destroyed. But even a fool would probably know that humans no longer have the power to resist Zhong Shanjing. The only ending is that humans will be wiped out. From then on, there will be no more creatures like humans in the world, just like the dinosaurs back then. The dinosaurs became extinct, leaving only some creatures that evolved into birds. Humans became extinct, leaving only zombies, which can be considered the result of evolution in a certain sense. But to be honest, no human wants to become extinct. If you ask 10 people, 9.5 hope they can live longer, and the other half are either talking nonsense or sick. Even in an environment like the end of the world, humans hope they can continue to live, because humans are a species that is fragile enough but strong enough at the same time. If it weren't for this, humans would not be able to become the leader of all living things. This is also the reason why Zhao Linfeng immediately agreed to kill Zhong Shanjing when he heard that Zhong Shanjing would destroy the world in the future. He was even more determined in this regard than Lin Ruan, who had witnessed how Zhong Shanjing destroyed humanity. Now that he knew where Zhong Shanjing was, he began to plot how to kill him. They didn't have much time. According to Lin Ruan, in a short time, Zhong Shanjing would grow to a point where most people couldn't defeat him. In addition, he could control zombies. Even if they could defeat Zhong Shanjing, it would be difficult to kill him completely. Their best chance had passed, so they had to seize the present moment. Xie Tao didn't know that she was being followed. She was still helping Liu Ningning treat the wounded. She was the strongest psychic in this base. Of course, this refers to the time before they came. She was Liu Ningning's good friend. Both of them had good combat effectiveness, and Liu Ningning was good at management, so the two of them set up this base together. But before Xie Tao and the others came here, Liu Ningning's friend was seriously injured. The injury was very serious. Many doctors were found, but they only stabilized his condition and didn't make him worse. Liu Ningning had considered asking Xie Tao before. After all, Xie Tao was a healing psychic. Although there had been no nurses who could treat serious injuries, what if? But Xie Tao was really busy. He was a little polite every time, and wanted to come the next day, but he couldn't see anyone the next day. This time he finally got the chance and asked Xie Tao. Xie Tao nodded immediately. I can treat it. As long as the person is not dead, it's okay. Please follow me. He was so excited that he quickly pulled Xie Tao to see his friend. His friend was seriously injured. Xie Tao smelled a faint stench as soon as he opened the door. When he went in, he saw a young man lying on the bed. The wound on his back had rotted apart, and pus was constantly flowing out. There was a little black stuff mixed in the pus, and he didn't know what infected it. Liu Ningning was still in great pain when she talked about this incident. The situation was very serious at the time. I once suspected that he might become a zombie, but he didn't. No matter what kind of medicine he used, the wound would not heal, and the scope of decay was getting larger and larger. Now the whole back has... Xie Tao brought the things for examination before he came, and Zhang Jinwei also came with him, wanting to observe because they were very interested after listening to the symptoms. Let me check it first. Xie Tao picked up his knife with great interest, and whispered with Zhang Jinwei to examine Liu Ningning's friend. Liu Ningning moved a small stool and sat not far away, waiting nervously, and then heard the two people chatting. This is the first time I've seen such a situation. If it's cured, there won't be any other examples. Let's cut the flesh off the wound first, so that we can have materials for research later. Let me do it. I happen to bring some storage equipment. I'll help you. Xie Tao rubbed his hands, then pressed Liu Ningning's friends and began to collect materials. You don't care about the family members' feelings at all, right? But if it can really be cured, what's the big deal about asking them to keep some materials? Seeing Xie Tao's confidence, he was comforted and waited there rubbing his hands. Xie Tao quickly left the materials and asked Zhong Jinwei to seal them and not to damage them. Then he put down the knife and other things in his hand. Liu Ningning asked, You have two options now. Your friend is unconscious. What do you humans say? That, yes, you are now qualified to sign his notice and make a choice for him. Liu Ningning immediately thought of the critical illness notice and became nervous. Could the next treatment be life-threatening? But he had no choice but to try his best. After all, dragging it on like this would be useless except for adding to the pain. Might as well give it a try. Then he heard Xie Tao say, I have two treatments that can save him. One will leave a very obvious scar, and the treatment is slower, maybe 3 to 5 days, but there will be no sequelae. The other will not leave a scar, but there will be mild sequelae, but the speed is faster, and it can be resolved in about 5 minutes. You choose. Liu Ningning, who was already prepared for his friend's life to be in danger. That's it? Xie Tao, isn't this a very important decision? Liu Ningning's attitude made her very confused, but Liu Ningning was very calm. I will definitely choose one without any sequelae. Need I say that? What's the big deal about a man having some scars? It's 1,000 times better than sequelae. Okay? Xie Tao had a very good attitude towards her patients. She first explained to Liu Ningning why his friend had this situation. His friend's situation was a bit similar to Zhang Xingji's. The difference was that he had superpowers before he was infected. Zhang Xingji relied on awakening superpowers to get through it, but he couldn't. In his body, the power of superpowers and the special situation of being infected have been fighting, so he is in this situation now where he can't die temporarily but can't be cured. To put it simply, the zombie virus has mutated in his body. Superpowers are like antibodies. Ordinary zombie viruses are difficult to infect people with antibodies. Just like after getting a smallpox vaccine, you don't have to worry about getting infected with smallpox. It's just that superpowers can't completely prevent infection. It can only be about 80 to 90%. But the virus has mutated, and the supernatural power cannot kill it. The two sides have been constantly wearing each other out, which has led to the current state. Liu Ningning was confused when he heard it, mainly because there were some more professional things in it that he could not understand at all. In the end, he had to say, "I believe you. You try your best to treat it. Then you take the things back, leave this to me." Xie Tao asked Zhong Jinwei to leave first. Anyway, he would not be needed next time, so it would be better to let him go back to deal with the mutated virus, compare it with Xiaohong's, and do a basic research first. Zhong Jinwei was still very happy to do this, and ran away. In the end, Xie Tao was the only one left in the room. The two methods she mentioned, the former was learned from the witch when she was a necromancer, and the latter was learned from the Holy Temple. The Holy Temple is particularly good at this kind of fancy things. That is, on the surface, you seem to be completely cured, without even a wound, but in fact your body has left sequelae. But relying on this kind of fancy and superficial prosperity, they defeated the witches who needed longer time to heal and would leave scars. Witches were killed in the witch hunt, and even if they gradually discovered that the treatment of the temple had sequelae, although it was fast, it could not eradicate the root of the problem like the witches. They had no choice. Because the power of medical treatment was completely controlled by the temple, only a few witches were left, hiding in the mountains and places where there were no people, lingering on, unable to form a climate. When Xie Tao went to see it later, he felt that the temple was really awesome. They were too good at superficial work and too good at manipulating people's hearts. There was a reason why it could develop to its current scale. After all, not everyone is like Xie Tao, who would learn both and experience them personally in order to compare good and bad. Most people still only judge good and bad from the surface. It is precisely because the people are ignorant, there are few sober people, and many people follow the crowd, that the people's hearts are easier to manipulate. Xie Tao just sighed, and didn't have much time to delve into it. She had already started treating Liu Ningning's friend. This process would last for a long time. During this period, she would not leave the room. She would wait until the treatment was completely finished. When Xie Tao was treating Liu Ningning's friend, someone came to the door. The person came quietly and found Liu Ningning quietly. Liu Ningning was excited that his friend could get treatment. He wished that time would pass quickly. In a blink of an eye, 4 or 5 days would pass so that he could see his friend alive and kicking. But now, no matter what, there is hope. Compared with the anxiety before, his mood has been much better. Therefore, when the subordinate said that someone came to visit him, he still had a smile on his face. "From other bases? Is there anything you want to see me for? Forget it, let him come in and we will talk." The person who came in was wearing a black cloak and a hood on his head. When he came in, Liu Ningning was drinking water. After 2 gulps of water, he raised his head and was about to see who was coming, and the person pulled down his hood. Puff! Liu Ningning sprayed out a mouthful of water. If the other party had not reacted quickly, he might have been spit on his face. Liu Ningning had not seen many big shots, and Zhao Linfeng happened to be one of them. Before he established this small base, he had been to Fengcheng. Although he did not stay there for a long time, he was lucky enough to meet Zhao Linfeng once. When people meet big shots, it is easy to remember the other person's appearance, and will not forget it for a long time. Liu Ningning was the same. He immediately remembered that the person in front of him was Zhao Linfeng, so he sprayed out a mouthful of water. After spraying, Liu Ningning panicked. After all, Zhao Linfeng was the head of such a large base. He rushed over to wipe the water off Zhao Linfeng's body. "I'm so sorry. I didn't expect that someone like you would come to visit, so I got a little excited," he said quickly. "Are you okay? I'm so sorry." He probably didn't expect that he would almost be washed in the face as soon as he came in. Although his face was saved, his body was not. But he came here for business today, so he was particularly tolerant. "It's okay." Liu Ningning poured water, pulled a chair, and apologized. After a series of things, he remembered to be curious about why Zhao Linfeng came to his base, not to mention that his base was just a very small and inconspicuous base. The only advantage was that it was close to Fengcheng. Now there is another more important point. When Zhao Linfeng came, he seemed to be hiding his identity. He even wore a hood and was mysterious and sneaky. Liu Ningning is not stupid, otherwise he would not be able to support a base, even if this base is not big. He immediately put on a very enthusiastic smile on his face and then asked curiously, "Excuse me, why did you come to my base? Someone like you should be very busy. How can you find time to come to a small base like mine?" Zhao Linfeng did not play tricks with him, but went straight to the point. "Have some people come to your base recently? The leader is called Xie Tao. Maybe she didn't use this name when she was here." As soon as the recent visitors were mentioned, Liu Ningning immediately knew who Zhao Linfeng was looking for. There was no change in his expression, nor in his speaking speed. "No, I haven't had any new people here for a long time." Zhao Linfeng looked at Liu Ningning without saying a word. Liu Ningning looked innocent and calm, with no sign of lying at all. He even said with a bit of flattery, "Who is this person you are looking for? What does he look like? How about you tell me about it? A photo would be even better. If I really see him, I will tell you as soon as possible." Zhao Linfeng really suspected that Xie Tao had some strange magic. Why did one or two people want to protect her after seeing her once or twice? Zhao Linfeng was patient, but he felt a little angry because of the repeated lies. He thought for 2 seconds and was about to use his supernatural power when he heard someone knocking on the door. "I have an appointment with someone before. I'm afraid he will come to see me. Do you want to stay here for 2 days? I have some urgent things here. I really can't help it. If you are not in a hurry, we can talk later?" Liu Ningning said apologetically. "The conditions of our base are definitely not as good as Fengcheng, but if you want to stay, we will do our best to entertain you. I will ask Xiao Wang to clean up my room." He was obviously trying to drive people away in a roundabout way. How could a guest have the audacity to live in the host's room and then drive the host to live somewhere else? Zhao Linfeng could only stand up and say, "Since that's the case, you should be busy first. We will talk when you are free later. Let's talk about it in 2 days." Liu Ningning also followed him and tried to save him politely many times, as if he really wanted him to stay, but Zhao Linfeng refused and left soon. After he left, Liu Ningning didn't dare to disturb Xie Tao, for fear that the operation would fail, so he went to find Zhong Shanjing and told him what happened today. Zhong Shanjing didn't expect that he would dare to protect Xie Tao. How brave must he be to protect someone under the person in charge of a large base like Fengcheng? Does Xie Tao have some magical charm? 1 or 2 people, once they get to know her, will soon be unable to control themselves and turn to her. No wonder the people in the Holy Hall regarded Xie Tao as a thorn in their eyes. This ability to unite and instigate rebellion is a bit too strong. She is like a natural leader. Even if she looks a little unreliable, people who are familiar with her will be attracted by her personality after spending a long time with her, and sometimes they don't even need to spend too much time with her. They can't help but unite around her, and are even willing to do some dangerous things for her. While Zhong Shanjing was thinking there, Liu Ningning took the initiative to say, "I know you are doubting my position. If I had received such news before today, I would definitely choose to save myself after a brief hesitation. My friend is more than just a friend to me. He is like my own brother. He has saved my life countless times in times of distress. We are connected by life and death. His life is my life. Saving him is more important than saving me. Now the person is still being rescued inside. He would definitely not betray Xie Tao, betray his good brother's savior. I sent him away temporarily today, but he will definitely have some doubts," Liu Ningning said with some worry. "When I drove him away today, the way I used was too superficial and too rough. He will definitely notice that there is something wrong." Zhong Shanjing was very calm. "Since he came to you and said that, it means that he has a certain degree of confidence. He may have already grasped our whereabouts and is very sure that we are in this base, so he came to you, so you don't have to feel guilty or think about what to do next." Zhong Shanjing is most worried about now. After Zhao Linfeng loses all his patience, he will directly attack this base. To be honest, compared with Fengcheng, their base is too small. If Zhao Linfeng really sends people to attack directly, they may not be able to hold on for long and be directly flattened. The best way is actually to leave here and hide somewhere else. They are few in number and small in target. Once they leave here and quietly escape to somewhere else, even if Zhao Linfeng wants to find them, it will take a certain amount of time. But Xie Tao is saving people now, so he can't leave. They can't leave first and leave Xie Tao alone here. This is not a question of strength. If there is an operation inside, Xie Tao may not be able to get away. In short, if you think about it carefully, there will be a lot of trouble. You can only curse Zhao Linfeng for coming at the wrong time. After thinking for a long time, Zhong Shanjing simply called all the idle people over, including Liu Ningning, to hold a small meeting to discuss what to do when the time comes. The current participants are Liu Ningning, Zhong Shanjing, Zhang Xingji, Zhang Jinwei, Zhou Haiping, and a little red who can't speak at all and can only be held in his arms. After Zhong Shanjing described the situation, Zhang Jinwei frowned first. Xie Tao said before that she might need 4 to 5 days to complete a full set of treatment. If Zhao Linfeng is really going to attack us, assuming that we go back today and immediately gather people, how many days will it take to arrive? Liu Ningning is more familiar with the distance between their 2 bases and other things. After thinking about it, his face changed slightly. Not counting the time required to gather people, just looking at the time of going back and forth, 1 day is enough. After all, their 2 bases are very close. Liu Ningning even counted the rest time in the middle and other messy things, and finally came to the conclusion of 1 day. And this day refers to the daytime, which is 12 hours. After he finished speaking, several people fell into silence. Obviously, they were all bald. The time was too short. Did they bet that Zhao Linfeng would not act quickly, but would hesitate for a long time before coming to their base? This possibility is not great. First of all, Zhao Linfeng has the final say in almost the entire Fengcheng. Although Zhang Tian's father can barely agree with him, he will not easily disobey Zhao Linfeng's orders because their interests are the same. Moreover, Zhao Linfeng was his future son-in-law, young and strong and capable. As long as it was not something that seriously violated his interests, he would probably agree with Zhao Linfeng. Secondly, they had been looking for Zhong Shanjing, and this time they finally found him. How could they let him go easily? They would soon face an attack, and after realizing this, everyone fell into silence. Zhong Shanjing turned around and looked at Liu Ningning. It's not too late for you to regret now. When the army approaches, you will really be tied to the same boat with us. At that time, even if you tell them that you are not in the same group with us, no one will believe you. More importantly, what will this base face? Such a small base will definitely not be able to withstand it. All the hard work of Liu Ningning and his friends Meiu. Ningning came to tell Zhong Shanjing. In fact, it was also to let them escape quickly. Now that he heard that they could not leave immediately because they were still treating his friend, his mood suddenly became complicated. He could neither give up his friends, nor the innocent people in the base. Moreover, there was not much combat power in their base. If Fengcheng really attacked, they didn't know if they could hold out for 5 minutes. Even if you retreat now, no one will blame you. Zhong Shanjing said this with a calm expression and a gentle attitude. He seemed to sincerely believe that it would be okay for Liu Ningning to retreat. After all, the enemy was too powerful. Even with this base, they would just be sending people to their deaths. Is there any way to delay it? Liu Ningning was sweating profusely as he thought about it. He wiped his sweat again and again. He couldn't give up on his friend. Can it be delayed for 4 or 5 days? Let my friend's surgery be finished first, and then we can escape together. He couldn't take other people in the base with him. Those ordinary people were innocent and shouldn't have fled with them. When the time came, as long as they left, the people in Fengcheng would not kill all of them in this base. The worst result was that Zhao Linfeng didn't care about the people in this base at all and let them fend for themselves. The better result was that Zhao Linfeng took all the people back to Fengcheng directly. This base would disappear from history, but everyone in the base could live well. No matter which possibility it is, it does not include things like massacre. After all, the other people in the base are innocent, and Zhao Linfeng is not a fool. He still needs a good reputation. After thinking it over again and again, Liu Ningning felt that as long as they could delay time and successfully complete his friend's treatment, everything else would be easy to say. Yes, there is. Zhong Shanjing sat there with a smile on his face, calculating. He didn't know that Xie Tao was going to build a new base. He just made preparations in this regard. I'll ask you one last time. You won't regret it, right? No matter what happens then. Liu Ningning could only smile helplessly. Do I have any other choice now? Since there is no choice, there is no question of regret. I can only say that no matter what happens, I will not give up my friend. Okay? Zhong Shanjing smiled and said, in that case, I'll just say it straight. I have a way to hold Zhao Linfeng back. I don't know how long I can hold him back, so I can only do my best. Then we may have to work together to give it a try. Liu Ningning felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, but he had no choice. In the end, he could only look depressed. Why is Zhao Linfeng so annoying? He has to come here to cause trouble at the critical moment. Can't he come back in a few days? If Zhao Linfeng could come back after a while, his friend's treatment would have already produced results. At least he wouldn't have to worry about Zhao Linfeng's intervention leading to treatment failure. He would only have to bear the charge of hiding. But now it's different. The more Liu Ningning thought about it, the more headache she had, but she had no choice. She secretly cursed Zhao Linfeng several times in her heart. On the other hand, Zhao Linfeng did convince Jiang Qian's father very quickly. They were ready to send troops. No matter what, they had to kill Zhong Shanjing before he completely grew into a zombie king. Every day they delayed, the higher the price they would have to pay, until in the end, humans would pay an unbearable price. Zhao Linfeng even seemed a little sacred at this moment, as if he was killing a person for the sake of all mankind, full of justice. Jiang Qian's father thought about it, and he also knew about Zhao Linfeng's superpowers. So he believed Lin Ruan more and thought she was not lying. So they gathered a large number of superpowers in a short time, and in order to prevent people like Lin Huan from tipping off, they also temporarily locked Lin Huan up. A group of superpowers, plus some ordinary people who had no superpowers but good combat effectiveness, came towards the direction of this small base in a mighty manner. The time used was about the same as Liu Ningning's estimate, and it took only a little more than a day to arrive near the small base. Don't forget that there is still time for gathering. Liu Ningning was so nervous that he didn't have a good rest all day, until the people he sent out reported that they saw a large number of cars nearby, heading towards their base, which was also from the direction of Wind City. Things were already a foregone conclusion, so he was not so nervous. He had been pacing outside, constantly looking at the room where Xie Tao and his friend were, hoping that a miracle would happen and they would be able to come out immediately. But at this moment, when the sword of Damocles fell, he was a little too calm. Anyway, things had come to this point, and there was no room for maneuver. What was there to be nervous about? At worst, we would die together. He sniffed and went to find Zhong Shanjing in person to tell him the news. Go and delay the time for a while, as long as you can. Zhong Shanjing rubbed his palms and said, wait until you can't delay anymore. Liu Ningning, okay. He ran to the door with a look of desperation. After waiting for a while, Zhao Linfeng personally led many superpowers to surround their base. Zhao Linfeng saw Lu Ningning standing at the door from a distance. Lu Ningning looked so innocent. I say, I don't know what our base did wrong to make you bring so many superpowers from Fengcheng to block the door. Is it because I didn't treat you well when you came last time? But I said at the time that I can clean up my room and let you stay temporarily, anytime you want. Although the conditions don't look very good, it is already the best room in our base. Liu Ningning was talking nonsense there, making it seem like how stingy Zhao Linfeng was. Zhao Linfeng was not prepared to argue with him at all, and just waved his hand and launched the attack. Liu Ningning felt that the sweat on his body was soaking his clothes. Although the world has changed a lot after the apocalypse, the rules and morals have collapsed, and anything can happen. This symptom is too big. He stood there and kept wiping his sweat and asked the people around him in a soft voice, "Can we really hold on for more than 3 days?" Zhong Shanjing was sitting there. He knew much more than Liu Ningning, so his expression did not change. He just turned his head to look at Zhong Shanjing on the side. Zhong Shanjing completely ignored them and was communicating with Xiao Hong. Zhong Shanjing and Xiao Hong did not have a good relationship, but even if they had been tit for tat, they could barely be considered a family. Internal strife was internal strife, but if there was an external enemy, they could fight together. Compared with Zhong Shanjing, Xiao Hong's ability was slightly worse. It could only control the zombies infected by it, but Zhong Shanjing could control all zombies. The two discussed for a long time and finally reached a consensus. Xiao Hong crawled away with a cold face. After Zhong Shanjing understood the situation, he contacted Xie Tao's younger brothers. He can control zombies, but he can't control those who have signed a contract with Xie Tao. Although he can't control them, he can still contact them. Now that Xie Tao is not here, there is no way to gather Xie Tao's younger brothers so quickly, so he can only find another way. Zhao Linfeng gathered a large number of people, including his younger brother Zhao Linyan. Although Zhao Linyan is a little reckless and often does some impulsive things, his combat effectiveness is still good. When they surrounded the city, Zhao Linyan kept muttering there, "We have to be careful. That woman is not simple. She can control people with superpowers, and we don't know what the limit of her ability is. We can't give her a chance." Zhao Linfeng had only seen Xie Tao once, and her arrogant way of leaving in front of everyone was still vivid. He didn't know what kind of superpowers Xie Tao had, because every one of Xie Tao's performances so far was very similar to superpowers. Zhao Linfeng collected some information about Xie Tao and asked some people who knew her. Everyone said something different about her ability, and everyone firmly believed that what they saw was Xie Tao's ability. So far, Zhao Linfeng has heard of 4 or 5 kinds. Everyone swore that this must be her ability. Some people said that Xie Tao's ability was to manipulate other people, including people with abilities. This was something his brother and several of his brother's men had experienced personally. He himself saw Xie Tao open something like a space door and leave, which also looked like a superpower. Others said that Xie Tao's ability was storage space, which seemed to be somewhat related to the space door, but completely different. It was also heard that the ability Xie Tao registered at the Xiangtao survivor base was summoning, which could summon combat-capable followers. But some people also said that her common ability was healing, which could restore other people's exhausted abilities. Everyone's story was different. Everyone said sincerely that they had seen Xie Tao use his superpowers with their own eyes, and they were definitely not wrong. As a result, no one could really confirm what Xie Tao's superpowers were until now. The woman was a mystery, just like her origin. In addition, there was another person who was alert. That was Zhong Shanjing. Although Zhao Linfeng brought many people, he didn't think they could win for a while. Press forward, and the elite team will be ready. If you can capture Zhong Shanjing alive, that would be the best. If not, just kill him directly. Zhao Linfeng stood at the front, with a lot of leadership momentum. The elite team composed of the strongest superpowers stabbed at the base in front of them like a sharp knife. Many people felt that Zhao Linfeng was too cautious. Even if there were 1 or 2 extremely powerful people in the base, what would it matter? They had so many people, so many strong people, they could flatten it. Then when they pushed to the door of the base, they suddenly saw a person standing inside the door. He was a man with outstanding appearance. Except for his overly white skin, there was nothing abnormal. He stood there quietly, even with a little smile on his face. When he saw a group of people coming over, he slowly took off his gloves. "Be careful!" When Zhao Linfeng saw Zhong Shanjing standing there arrogantly, he became alert, but no one else was so alert, and even thought he was making a fuss. Then, a group of people saw Zhong Shanjing reveal his scarred hands. At this time, 2 skeletons suddenly emerged from the soil on the left and right. The 2 skeletons were wearing very cute maid outfits. They were naturally Xiaohe and Xiaobai. Xiaohe and Xiaobai didn't stay with Xie Tao for so many years for nothing. They were Xie Tao's servants and half-disciples. If it weren't for the fact that they died and no medium such as blood, they would not be able to learn many skills of the Necromancer. I'm afraid Xie Tao would really accept them as disciples. Xiaohe and Xiaobai drew a small formation at a very fast speed. As soon as the formation was drawn, several zombies jumped out of it. For example, the female zombie in red. When Xie Tao did not control them, they were very scattered and acted independently. Their combat effectiveness was actually very limited, but at this moment, Zhong Shanjing was there. There were too many strong people around Xie Tao. Zhong Shanjing was very low-key and liked to do things secretly. As a result, many people did not feel that they were real when they saw him, even though they knew that he was predicted to become the zombie king and destroy the world. Especially Xie Tao always liked to bully him. He would always give in to Xie Tao with a helpless look on his face. The few people around him who knew that he was the zombie king would often forget that he had such a setting. Until this moment, a portal like the Gate of Hell opened, and countless zombies swarmed out from it. Zhong Shanjing had communicated with the female zombie in red and asked her to catch some other zombies that were not controlled by Xie Tao. Xie Tao's number was already large, and some new ones were mixed in. When they came out of the portal one after another, it was enough to stun many people on the opposite side. They didn't react for a while. When they reacted, the zombies, which seemed to be more numerous than their superpowers, had surrounded them. I don't know who shouted, "Don't be afraid, they are just a mob." But no one took the initiative to step forward. That is, even ordinary people can kill low-level zombies because most zombies are not like Zhong Shanjing or Xiaohong, who have just become zombies and have strong strength. Most zombies are stiff, mechanical, and brainless when they first become zombies. Even weak girls can kill them when the zombies are slow to react as long as they muster up courage and carefully avoid getting hurt. The reason why zombies became a disaster as soon as they were born is not because they are very powerful at birth, but because their number is too large and they can turn humans into their own kind. It is easy for the same number of superpowers to kill the same number of zombies. That is why some people can confidently call it a mob, but most people can see clearly that this group of zombies is different from ordinary zombies, especially the leading ones. The female zombie in red holding a swaddling child, number 2 who is as big as a hill, Xiaohong who is staring at the corner, and the one in the middle, Zhong Shanjing. Under the rule of Zhong Shanjing, this group of zombies is simply disciplined. There are obviously hundreds or thousands of zombies here, and they are still increasing, but they don't make any extra sounds. Zhong Shanjing stood in front of all the zombies, just like Zhao Linfeng who stood in front of all the superpowers. They seemed to represent humans and zombies respectively, and at this moment they had a conversation that could be recorded in history. I have never thought about destroying humanity, but you have always wanted to destroy me. So have you ever thought about one thing? It is because you keep breaking my peaceful life and forcing me to keep rebelling that I have become a monster that destroys the world? Zhong Shanjing said in a very gentle tone. Have you heard of a story? The story of Oedipus. Oedipus tells a very interesting tragic story. A king who got a prophecy learned that his son would kill his father and marry his mother in the future. So in order to avoid this tragedy, he abandoned his own son. The abandoned biological son grew up outside and did not know his true identity. He was raised as a son by another king. In the end, he returned to his country and killed his father and the man-eating sphinx, became a hero, and married the queen who had lost her husband. And that queen was his mother. Since then, the tragedy of Oedipus has also been considered to be a lot of efforts to avoid fate, but in the end it catered to fate. Many people have also thought about this. If the king had raised his son well instead of abandoning him early, would he not have catered to this so-called prophecy? Similarly, if no one chased Zhong Shanjing, forcing him to fight back constantly killing more humans, and forging more hatred with humans, would he not become the zombie king who destroyed the world in the end? Some people are also thinking about this question, because in the previous meeting, in order to mobilize everyone, Zhao Linfeng explained why they wanted to chase Zhong Shanjing and told the prophecy. Therefore, many people are wavering at this moment. Zhong Shanjing looks really gentle and refined, and he can think and has wisdom. If he will become the zombie king in the prophecy, then is it because of this prophecy that forced him to take this path? However, Zhao Linfeng and Lin Ruanruan were not among the wavering people, especially Lin Ruanruan. Lin Ruanruan was reborn. In his previous life, no one chased Zhong Shanjing from the beginning. Did he become the zombie king? So Lin Ruanruan was a little anxious. Brother Feng, Zhao Linfeng raised his hand and said, Zhong Shanjing, you are stalling for time. I've always thought you were a very cunning and smart person. Now it seems that you are indeed good at speaking and shaking other people's minds, but you can't shake me. Zhao Linfeng is an extremely determined person. To put it bluntly, even if Zhong Shanjing doesn't destroy the world, he will find a way to capture him, restrict his freedom, and even conduct experiments on him. Because the future of mankind cannot be pinned on whether a person with power is kind or evil. Zhong Shanjing may be a good person and will not hurt humans, but what if one day his mind changes? Only by completely controlling the unstable factors in one's own hands can all dangers be eliminated. Zhao Linfeng is such a person with a strong desire for control. He didn't intend to listen to Zhong Shanjing say too much, but just shouted, "Attack!" for the future of mankind. Just as Zhong Shanjing is very good at using words to shake others and delay time, he is also very good at using words to inspire others. It was obviously just a short sentence, and his tone was not so high, but many people felt their spirits lifted at that moment. Zhong Shanjing wanted to delay for a while, but he didn't expect Zhao Linfeng to be so smart. He could only sigh helplessly and waved his hand. Only the zombies closest to him could hear him talking. Don't take a step back. You have to buy enough time for Xie Tao. You can do it, right? The ones who were close to him were almost all the highest ranked and smartest among Xie Tao's subordinates. When they heard that it was about Xie Tao, they were more excited than anyone else, especially Xiaohong, who jumped directly onto number 2's neck, howling with a ferocious expression. They had to defend this small base before Xie Tao came out, and they absolutely couldn't let Xie Tao be disturbed by Zhao Linfeng and his men. So the battle was about to break out, and only Lu Ningning wailed in the corner. Why are there so many zombies? Zhang Xingji stood beside him with his arms folded, looking very calm. It was obvious that only Lu Ningning knew nothing. Lu Ningning finally realized what kind of pirate ship she had boarded. If she had known earlier, he might have chosen this way. Xie Tao didn't know what was happening outside. Since she had promised Lu Ningning that she would rescue his friend's condition was not very good. If Lu Ningning waited for another 2 days to find Xie Tao could not guarantee that he could save him. Maybe he would live in another form like Zhou Haiping's sister. Saving such a seriously ill patient was a small challenge for Xie Tao. She hadn't personally rescued anyone for a long time. In order to prevent any accidents, she practiced her skills before she started. Then, after she started, she turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside and only thought about saving people. There's movement outside? No matter. The war between humans and zombies seemed extremely cruel. The reason for this was naturally because both sides wanted to kill each other. The slightly weaker mutants or zombies were simply consumables. But zombies have an advantage, that is, after their own kind die, they can eat their own corpses. Devouring their own kind can reduce the injuries on the zombies and make up for the energy they consume, which means that their endurance becomes stronger. Humans are far inferior to zombies in this respect. If it weren't for Zhao Linfeng sitting in the front line, encouraging everyone and preventing everyone's morale from becoming low, the human side might have already shown signs of decline. Zhao Linfeng didn't expect that a large number of zombies would have such an effect when they gathered together, so he couldn't help frowning, because once they couldn't fight quickly and formed a tug of war, they wouldn't have much advantage. It's not a good thing for them to drag on for a long time, especially since there is a person who Zhao Linfeng is very afraid of and has not appeared. Xie Tao. I don't know what kind of image Xie Tao is in the eyes of others. In Zhao Linfeng's eyes, she is an unfathomable woman who can determine the success or failure of a war. Xie Tao has not appeared, and he dare not go all out. If he doesn't keep any backup, if the two sides are fighting at the most critical moment, Xie Tao suddenly appears. He will be defenseless. The first day ended like this. Humans will feel tired. After a long time of attacking, Zhao Linfeng could only give up for the time being and retreat a little to rest and replenish his manpower. After he left with his men, Zhong Shanjing did not pursue them relentlessly, but withdrew all the zombies back to the base. The base is now in a state of panic, because ordinary civilians do not know why so many zombies appeared at the gate of their base, nor do they know why someone came to encircle their base. Civilian panic is not a good thing. There have been many cases from ancient times to the present that can prove that no matter how strong the city is, it is easy to break it from the inside. Lu Ningning can only go into battle in person to appease the ordinary people in the base. What are the clichés used? Those zombies are summoned by superpowers and will not hurt anyone. They are summoned to protect our base. Ordinary civilians can rest assured that this war will never affect any civilians, unless that person takes the initiative to participate. Things will be over soon, no more than 5 days at most, and everything will return to calm after 5 days. I hope everyone can stay calm and wait for everything to end quietly. This war is related to the life and death of their base. I hope everyone will not drag their feet, otherwise he will not be polite. Wait. In short, he used both soft and hard methods, and he played both the good and the bad guys by himself. In short, he barely stabilized the situation, but everyone knew that this stability was temporary and might not last for even a few days. It would be quickly shattered by reality and rumors. But they didn't plan to stabilize for a long time. As long as it was stable until Xie Tao came out, it would be fine. Lu Ningning also got on the pirate ship and would go with them at that time. There is a saying that after I die, I don't care about the flood, which is quite in line with his current mentality. Anyway, he used up all his strength and finally calmed the group of people. As soon as he came back, he sat on the chair and drank water non-stop. It was obvious that his throat was dry. What should we do tomorrow? He looked at the situation today. Although it seemed that the zombies had the upper hand, don't forget that Zhao Linfeng had a sudden idea to organize people to come here. There were not many people coming, and reinforcements were still coming in a steady stream, but they will not be more with these people. When Lu Ningning expressed his thoughts with great concern, Zhong Shanjing smiled at the side. Who told you that we only have these people? You wait. The first day is just a test for both of us, and tomorrow is the real beginning. Lu Ningning couldn't sleep at night after hearing this, so the next morning, his dark circles looked like a giant panda. His lips were dry and peeling, and he looked haggard, as if he had been tossed and squeezed by more than a dozen people last night. Even his voice was a little hoarse. It's only the second day. Can we really hold on until Xie Tao comes out? Xiaohong was sitting on the top of number 2 quietly and honestly. She was a little unhappy when she heard the words. She jumped up and hit Lu Ningning on the head. Didn't he know that there was such a trump card here? You don't have to worry so much, Zhong Shanjing said lazily. If you have time, you might as well go and appease the civilians in the base. This group of zombies stayed in the base and did not leave. Although a separate area was opened up for them to live in, and the zombies were very obedient and did not run around, they were very honest, so there was not much commotion. But they were zombies after all, the enemy of mankind. After one night, many rumors were born. For example, it was rumored that Liu Ningning joined forces with the zombies and made a human sword. So when they were discovered, their base was surrounded and suppressed. Similar remarks were rampant, and there was a tendency to ferment and grow. If they could not be properly appeased, chaos would probably occur. Liu Ningning, who had just drunk a pot of water to protect his fragile throat, and was now drooping, almost broke his face when he heard the words, and wailed immediately. What's wrong with this group of people? Can't they just calm down for a while? I don't ask them to calm down for a long time. 3 or 4 days will be fine. How come they can't even hold on for a day? Although he wailed, he still had to take care of it. He was so bald that he could only continue to run around. The truth was 50-50, because it was easy to be exposed if he told all lies. Only a mixture of truth and lies was the safest. Some smart people could even mislead people with 90% truth and 10% lies, but there were few people with this ability. Like him, he could only tell half the truth and half the lies to fool people. Liu Ningning was almost worn out by talking, and she was still trying to delay time. Zhong Shanjing also brought people to delay time. Zhao Linfeng called more people today, and the number of strong people seemed to be much more than yesterday. After thinking, Zhong Shanjing released Xiaohong. I'll leave it to you today. If you don't close the door and release Xiaohong at this time, then when will you wait? The biggest difference between Xiaohong and ordinary zombies is that it infects humans very quickly, and even superpowers cannot resist its virus. If Xiaohong's ability is discovered, it will definitely arouse the vigilance of countless people. They will go crazy and want to eliminate Xiaohong, just like they want to kill Zhong Shanjing at this moment. Zhong Shanjing didn't let Xiaohong play the day before, but only let it harass some superpowers nearby. It's not out of love for companions to protect Xiaohong, but because Xiaohong is indeed one of their trump cards, and it can't be played easily. Have you ever seen a landlord with a king bomb in his hand, and the little king is taken out and thrown out at the beginning? What kind of idiot can do this? Things like trump cards should be hidden and then used at the most critical moment. Now is the critical moment. At first, people did not take Xiaohong seriously. After all, it looked like a baby, and the baby's body was extremely fragile. Even if everyone knew that it was a high-level zombie, they could not help but look down on it. When the first mutant was bitten, no one dared to look down on Xiaohong anymore, because in just a few seconds, the body of the bitten mutant began to mutate. It was just a little more than half a minute, and it turned into a zombie on the spot. Moreover, it did not turn into a very low-level zombie, but directly had a certain combat power. After turning into a zombie, it turned around and attacked its teammates. His teammates were dumbfounded. Even if there was a certain probability that the mutant would be infected and become a zombie, it would take a long time to mutate. Could it be that his friend was bitten yesterday? If the first person suddenly transformed into a zombie, it could be because he was injured yesterday, but he himself did not realize this problem. Today, he suddenly mutated. When the second, third, and fourth, more and more zombies were scratched or bitten by Xiaohong, they quickly turned into zombies. No one had any luck. They looked at Xiaohong as if they were a scary monster and subconsciously began to avoid Xiaohong. Zhao Linfeng also discovered this problem. He could not help but frown. He did not expect that Zhong Shanjing had such zombies under his command. He waved his hand, and immediately 5 or 6 powerful psychics formed a team and rushed to Xiaohong. They wanted to be a decapitation team and get rid of Xiaohong first. Because if Xiaohong is allowed to go on recklessly, everyone's fighting spirit will be dispersed first. After all, the biggest reliance of the superpowers is that it is difficult for them to be infected by zombies, so they are particularly confident when facing zombies. But now there is a zombie that can infect superpowers, and as far as Xiaohong's infection ability is concerned, 9 out of 10 people scratched by it will become zombies, and only 1 person can survive. No one dares to bet whether they will be the lucky one. The courage they have accumulated for a long time has been consumed in one breath today. Many people have even begun to retreat and stay away from Xiaohong. After the decapitation team quickly approached Xiaohong, they first took Xiaohong away from the battle group, obviously preparing to isolate Xiaohong from his teammates to prevent support. Then they found that Zhong Shanjing did not seem to have the intention to support Xiaohong, and they didn't know whether they had an internal conflict or their relationship was not good. These 5 or 6 superpowers are all Zhao Linfeng's diehards, and they are all the best among the superpowers. Usually they will not be used unless there is a major event. Now, Zhao Linfeng uses them to deal with Xiaohong. It can be seen that in Zhao Linfeng's mind, Xiaohong's threat is not much less than Zhong Shanjing. He has even begun to think that Xiaohong's ability is so terrible, so what about Zhong Shanjing, the real zombie king? Now it seems that it is a bit hasty to attack this base rashly, and he is not well prepared. But if he spends a lot of time to prepare, maybe they will escape to other places. After all, Zhao Linfeng's visit to chat with Lu Ningning has already alarmed the snakes. Now that he wants to understand it, he will inevitably regret it. But they are already riding a tiger, and it is difficult to get off. So the biggest goal today is to kill Xiaohong directly. If Xiaohong can be killed, today will be a profit. Zhao Linfeng silently signaled Zhao Linyan next to him, asking Zhao Linyan to take another team to support the beheaded zombie. After all, no one had ever dealt with a zombie of Xiaohong's level. They didn't know how strong it was. It was better to be prepared for both situations, so as to avoid any trouble, and they could not control the situation. When they really started fighting, they knew that Zhong Shanjing didn't come to help, not because he had a bad relationship with Xiaohong and was eager to see Xiaohong get into trouble, but because Xiaohong didn't need help at all. 5 or 6 powerful superpowers surrounded Xiaohong in the middle and besieged her. More than 10 minutes passed like this. Not to mention killing Xiaohong, they didn't cause any injuries to Xiaohong. Xiaohong even made a humming sound to mock them. Seeing that it was at ease and even like a fish in water, Zhao Linyan, who had been squatting on the side for a long time, couldn't help it. He was originally a reckless man. Although he had been taught a lesson many times by his brother and had restrained himself a little, he still couldn't stand the provocation. So Zhao Linyan also rushed in. Xiaohong was paddling around, but at this moment Zhong Shanjing's faint voice suddenly rang in her ears. The young man who just joined the battle group is the one with slightly red hair. He is Zhao Linfeng's younger brother. Zhong Shanjing didn't need to say too much. Xiaohong's eyes immediately became sharp. It hated Zhao Linfeng. If it weren't for Zhao Linfeng, how could there be such a situation now? Then it only needs to wait happily for Xie Tao to come out, and there is no need to be busy outside. When Xiaohong thought of this, she narrowed her eyes. She first acted, pretending that so many people caused a lot of pressure on her, and began to retreat step by step, slowly moving towards the direction of her teammates. Zhao Linyan was overjoyed and immediately felt that it was time for him to make a contribution. A reckless man is a reckless man. He can get carried away as easily as he wants, so he chased after him directly. So a few minutes later, Zhao Linfeng, who didn't pay too much attention to Xiaohong, but stared at Zhong Shanjing closely, got bad news. Your brother, Zhao Linyan, was bitten by that strange zombie. Linfeng knew that his brother was a reckless man, but he didn't expect him to be so reckless. He had seen Xiaohong could directly turn a superpower into a zombie, but he still had to rush forward. Although he scolded his brother for being a reckless man and too impulsive every day, in fact, the relationship between the two brothers was very good. Moreover, not long after Zhao Linyan was born, their father cheated on their mother. Their mother raised the two brothers alone and died of illness before she could raise them. Their father was not a good person. After cheating on his mother, he divorced and remarried. After being with his mistress, he never gave their mother a penny of child support, so the two brothers could only depend on each other. Therefore, even if he was successful and had his current status, Zhao Linyan was still the most important family member to Zhao Linfeng. So Zhao Linfeng was a little panicked when he heard the news. If he hadn't remembered his duties, he might have rushed to his brother's side to check on his brother's situation. Zhao Linfeng managed to calm himself down, and first instructed the others to prevent the battle group from collapsing immediately, and then had his brother carried over. Zhao Linyan was seriously injured, with a large cut on his throat, which was still bleeding. There was a healing psychic next to him, trying to bandage his wound. If it was just a wound, it would be easy to deal with. After all, he had healing psychics and doctors under his command. The most important thing was whether his brother would mutate. If his brother really mutated into a zombie, Zhao Linfeng closed his eyes in pain. If before today, he wanted to kill Zhong Shanjing for the sake of all mankind and for his own interests, then after today, there would be a personal grudge between them. Treat him as best as you can. Zhao Linfeng found that his voice became very hoarse as soon as he opened his mouth. He pursed his lips and tried to make himself look calmer. The situation is not too bad. The healing psychic was a young sister. After stopping Zhao Linyan's bleeding in a panic, she found that Zhao Linyan had begun to show signs of mutation. She could only look at Zhao Linfeng timidly, fearing that she would be blamed. He seems to have. Zhao Linfeng looked down at his brother. Zhao Linyan opened his eyes, but there was no black eyeball in his eye sockets, only the white of his eyes, and the whole person looked extremely strange. Zhao Linfeng had seen countless people turn into zombies, but when this person became his brother, he could no longer remain calm. At that moment, Zhao Linfeng couldn't even spare the energy to observe the battlefield. He knelt on one knee beside his brother, his voice a little hoarse. Linyan, you hold on. No matter what, you can't become a zombie. Zhao Linyan opened his mouth and blood came out again. His throat kept making crackling sounds, and blood kept flowing from his lips. They ran away. Lu Ningning came over with some relief. Why did you retreat so early today? Isn't it a test today? Zhong Shanjing was feeding Xiaohong. Xiaohong had made a great contribution today and was jumping around excitedly. Hearing Lu Ningning say this, he said calmly, because Zhao Linfeng's beloved brother is about to become a zombie, of course he can only retreat. Where is there time to waste time here? Xiaohong was very smart and didn't turn Zhao Linyan into a zombie directly. It controlled the amount of venom and the location where the venom was injected, just to make Zhao Linyan turn into a zombie more slowly. This can also delay time. Zhong Shanjing knew that Zhao Linfeng should know a lot of people at that level, and maybe there was a way to save his brother. If he couldn't save him, it would be even more interesting. Would he kill his own brother for the sake of justice? Zhao Linfeng didn't look like someone who would kill his own brother for the sake of justice. Since he could say that he would kill Zhong Shanjing for the sake of humanity, would he kill his own brother for the sake of humanity? If Zhao Linyan was infected, the virus in his body would be the same as Xiaohong's virus, and he could easily infect others. If he was not killed immediately, the danger would always be hidden in the human base. If he could really kill his own brother with his own hands, I might be able to admire him a little, because he is a true saint. But if he didn't kill his own brother with his own hands, then every word he said before would become a slap in the face. Since he is a selfish person, don't pretend to be selfless. Zhong Shanjing's nature as a fun person is as obvious as it can be, especially when Xie Tao is not around. No one can suppress him at all, and he seems particularly arrogant. I don't know if Zhao Linfeng will come tomorrow. If he does, I must ask him, is your brother okay? Liu Ningning was sweating as she listened to him. Don't be so arrogant. If you completely piss him off, then... He couldn't come up with the next sentence after a long while. He probably realized that even if Zhong Shanjing didn't stab Zhao Linfeng again, they had already offended Zhao Linfeng to death. What else was there to say? As the saying goes, too many lice don't itch, and too many debts don't worry. Liu Ningning suddenly calmed down. Well, just say what you want to say. Zhong Shanjing didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and lay on his chair to rest. What he was thinking about in his lazy mind was what to do next. Regardless of whether Zhao Linyan will turn into a zombie or not, Zhao Linfeng will not retreat, and will even mobilize more people to attack them, because he has no way out and can only go to death. Moreover, there is an irreconcilable hatred between them, and he can only bear it for both public and private reasons. Because once he retreats, let alone others will think that he is anticlimactic. They have not gained anything from this trip, and even lost a lot of manpower. Some people will definitely feel dissatisfied. Zhao Linfeng can't stand the fact that he will let his enemy go and raise a tiger to harm him. So he can only go all the way, and go all the way to the end. There is no other choice. So what routine should he play tomorrow to force Zhao Linfeng to retreat? Zhong Shanjing lay there thinking about it, and he hasn't figured it out yet. Liu Ningning's men suddenly ran over and shouted, "Someone open the door! So many people came in, can't stop them!" Oh no, the thing they were most worried about before happened. With rumors everywhere, someone became an insider. The group of people who were about to rest quickly stood up. In order to prevent the zombies from scaring the ordinary people and causing them to have stronger emotions and do extreme things, the zombies would not go out at night, and even patrols were replaced by ordinary humans. As a result, among the people who became traitors, there were people in charge of patrols. In addition to someone opening the door, someone else set a fire in the base. The place where the fire was set was very close to the place where Xie Tao performed surgery. This time, even Zhong Shanjing's expression changed. He couldn't bear to affect Xie Tao, so he quickly stood up. Liu Ningning hurriedly said on the side, "I will take people to put out the fire. I need people to go there to protect Xie Tao and others." Xiao He and Xiao Bai stood up silently, obviously ready to take on the task of protecting Xie Tao. Zhong Shanjing nodded and asked him to take a few zombies. With Xiao He and Xiao Bai, it should be enough. After Liu Ningning hurriedly led people away, Zhong Shanjing also left with others. They were responsible for stopping Zhao Linfeng. This man was more ruthless than expected. His brother's life or death should still be uncertain at this point, but he dared to come out and attack. It can only be said that although he is a brother control, he is not a brainless brother control, and he can still make the right choice. Zhong Shanjing led Xiaohong and others to rush in that direction, and then saw countless superpowers swarming in. Ordinary people became a burden at this time, because they would only be afraid and run away. The scene became much more chaotic because of them. Zhong Shanjing could only command Xie Tao's younger brothers to drive away this group of ordinary people first and clear the battlefield. He saw Zhao Linfeng standing in the crowd from a distance. This young man, who was able to become the general manager of a large base at a young age, had cold eyes at this moment, and his eyes were full of strong, murderous aura. It seemed that he had completely forgotten that they were the ones who provoked first and blocked others in a desperate situation first, and then his brother would get into trouble. People are like this, and it is inevitable to have double standards. Zhong Shanjing can understand, but this does not mean that Zhong Shanjing will be soft. So in the dark night, in the firelight, the two sides collided. Zhong Shanjing discovered that the other side had more people and more powerful people. He suspected that Zhao Linfeng had contacted other bases during the 2 days, and a group of people from their base had come. Now the reinforcements have finally arrived. Now the number of superpowers has far exceeded that of zombies. Although Xiaohong can create zombies, the zombies it creates are not particularly powerful. They can only be said to be stronger than ordinary zombies. For example, ordinary zombies are level 1 when they are born, and the ones it creates are level 10 when they are born. But there are powerful superpowers at levels 40 to 50, and ordinary superpowers who can participate in this level of battle are also around level 20. After they are created, they are eliminated first because of the high transmission rate. Therefore, the number of zombies has not increased very much, which is not a good thing. What should we do next? Is it my turn to take action? Zhong Shanjing said lightly, holding his sleeves beside him. Zhong Shanjing had been preventing him from making a move, and he was almost suffocated. Zhong Shanjing just said, "Wait a little longer, don't be anxious, let me take a look at the situation." The superpowers swarmed in and soon rushed in. The red-clothed female zombie and the group of zombies organized by number 2 were almost dispersed. One of these two zombies was very powerful, and the other had certain leadership skills. When they cooperated, the sum of 1 plus 1 was greater than 2. However, the number of superpowers they faced was too large, and the defense line was immediately shaky. Zhong Shanjing was not good at playing conspiracies, or he would not have been tricked in the first place. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious, and then kept asking, "Is it not my turn to make a move yet? Should I wait a little longer?" "I told you not to be anxious." Zhong Shanjing looked at Zhao Linfeng from a distance. As the superpowers continued to advance, the distance between them became closer and closer. It was so close that Zhong Shanjing didn't have to say hello to Zhao Linfeng too loudly, and Zhao Linfeng could hear it. Zhong Shanjing's voice sounded very gentle, just like asking a relative's child, but the words he asked were like a knife. "How is your brother? Is he still alive? Or has he been killed by you for the sake of justice?" As expected of the largest survivor base nowadays, between your brother and power, you will still choose power, right? The expression on Zhao Linfeng's face at that moment looked like he wanted to tear Zhong Shanjing alive, but he quickly calmed down. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. My brother is very good, and he won't turn into a zombie," he said coldly. "It's you who should die today." Zhong Shanjing just smiled faintly and looked him up and down. "Really? Looking at you, I thought he couldn't be saved." Zhao Linfeng was originally emitting cold air, and at this moment, he looked even colder. At his command, the restless superpowers and the zombies had the first wave of collisions. This time he specially set up a lineup to deal with Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong was trapped there for a while and had no way to show her power. It seemed that he had made preparations and came to find Zhong Shanjing. It was only the second night, far from the time Xie Tao had said before. Zhong Shanjing had not planned to take action so early, but at this moment he had no other choice. Many people saw him take action for the first time. This young man who looked a little weak, pale and handsome, and even looked too good, when he stood there, reminded people of the pine and cypress growing on the cliff, but it was difficult for people to feel danger. Until the first person rushed to his vicinity, raised his hand and released his superpowers, because Zhong Shanjing had just ridiculed Zhao Linfeng, which was the time when he attracted everyone's attention. So most people saw this scene. The moment the strong and tall superpower rushed to a place very close to Zhong Shanjing, it was like hitting a barrier. Oh no, like being caught in a high-speed machine. His body was torn into pieces in an instant, red and white, large and small, one after another, falling to the ground with a slight sound, and not even a trace of blood splashed on Zhong Shanjing's hem, trouser legs and shoe tips. He was still smiling, with a touch of tenderness in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. If he stood in a crowd in another place, 8 out of 10 people would think he was gentle and polite, and the remaining 2 would want to come up and chat with him. But in front of him at his feet was a broken body lying. It was no longer in human shape. Everyone was stunned. What was even more terrifying was that the man had died before he even touched Zhong Shanjing, and his body was broken into pieces, but the pieces of flesh were squirming, and the buds growing from the pieces of flesh looked like small hands or feet, dragging the pieces of flesh together. He turned into a complete human form again, then slowly climbed up and pounced on his teammates. The person closest to him could even see that his limbs were not completely connected together. He looked like he was just a piece of flesh and bone, with a sense of crumbling. And he didn't look like an ordinary zombie, because he still had expressions, but that expression of resistance only lasted for a moment and then turned into numbness and death. Zhong Shanjing patted his palms and muttered to himself, "This is the first time I've used my ability." He was safe when he was with Xie Tao, and the zombies wouldn't hurt him. Zhong Shanjing had never tried how his ability would be expressed. This was really his first time trying it, but it was his own ability after all, so he could feel proficient after trying it once. Zhong Shanjing quickly raised his other hand and pointed in a certain direction. Most people couldn't see it with their naked eyes. The superpowers with special eye abilities changed their faces. "Avoid! Get out of the way!" Others, "What happened? What do they need to avoid?" They knew nothing. The small area of superpowers that was covered suddenly began to twitch wildly. After a few seconds, they roared and turned their heads to rush towards the others. In order for Xiao Hong to turn a person into a zombie, she needs to bite or scratch the butt skin so that the virus can enter the person's body through the wound. But Zhong Shanjing doesn't need that. He can spread his virus in the air and turn people into zombies invisibly. Even people with special abilities find it difficult to resist. There was only one person in that area who knelt on the ground, holding his throat and struggling hard, but he was soon torn apart by other zombies nearby. Zhao Linfeng knew from the beginning, that Zhong Shanjing, as the zombie king, must be more terrifying than Xiaohong, but he didn't expect Zhong Shanjing to be so terrifying. Lin Ruanruan did see how Zhong Shanjing attacked the base, but she didn't see the Zhong Shanjing who was still in the development stage at the beginning. The Zhong Shanjing she saw had already organized a zombie army of his own, and rarely showed his ability because he didn't need it. He even rarely appeared in front of humans, because he only needed to command his younger brothers to do anything. His last shot was the battle with Jiang Xingji. It was also that battle that made humans at that time discover that Jiang Xingji was the last dawn of mankind. Unfortunately, the blackened version of Jiang Xingji didn't want to save anyone, so he wouldn't fight with Zhong Shanjing, and the last hope of mankind was shattered. So even Lin Ruanruan didn't know that Zhong Shanjing actually had such a terrible ability. At that moment, everyone's breathing was stagnant. They couldn't help but search for something to cover their mouths and noses. But if not breathing could solve the problem, the zombie king would be too useless. I'm afraid they have to be fully armed, cover every inch of their skin, and not touch anything in the air in order to have a chance to escape. It just so happened that one of the superpowers had a very strange ability, which was usually useless. Today, he came here just to play soy sauce, and it just happened to restrain some of Zhong Shanjing's ability. He can create something like a bubble and wrap people in it, which is a bit like the water-repellent beads on TV. You can breathe in this bubble and go into the water. It is probably not necessary at ordinary times. He can come and fight together because his body is strong enough, and he has a certain combat power without superpowers. But now it's his time to shine. He frequently used his superpowers, causing him to sweat profusely. Normally, he had no sense of existence, but today he was treated as the center of attention and surrounded by countless superpowers who were treating and recovering. With his ability, they didn't have to be afraid of being infected and turned into zombies suddenly. But even so, Zhong Shanjing was still a very scary opponent. The two sides fought for just a few minutes, and countless people were killed and injured. Zhao Linfeng was cruel enough and knew how dangerous Zhong Shanjing was, so even if he saw such a scene, he would grit his teeth and let more people rush up, even if they had to kill Zhong Shanjing. But the people in the other bases felt very sorry for their younger brothers. After all, superpowers were originally a minority among the survivors, and the number of powerful superpowers was even smaller. In a small base like Liu Ningning, there was even only one powerful superpower, who was his friend. A slightly larger base like Xie Tao at the beginning, although limited in scale, developed very quickly because of a relatively famous Jin Chao, and people who came to seek refuge could even be said to be endless. The reason why so many superpowers gathered here was because Zhao Linfeng's base was the largest base at present. Some people wanted to befriend him, to put it bluntly, just to get close to Zhao Linfeng, and some people were persuaded for the sake of benefits. Only Zhao Linfeng really saw the threat of Zhong Shanjing, so he wanted to kill Zhong Shanjing, no matter what the cost. Therefore, others retreated a little, thinking that the price they paid was not proportional to what they could get. They were at a loss. Zhao Linfeng also noticed their retreating thoughts, and his voice was cold and sharp. If you stop now, all the losses will be in vain, and you will have an extremely powerful enemy who will become more powerful in the future. If you think it is worth it, just go. There is a word called sunk cost. Just like when you play a game, you want to draw a certain character you want, so you spend 10 yuan, but you don't draw it. If you don't continue to draw, the 10 yuan is equivalent to wasting. This is the sunk cost. Many people who have no self-control will continue to invest more money and more costs in order to draw this character. In the end, they will regret it after gritting their teeth and drawing it. They can only comfort themselves that they have drawn it anyway. At this moment, many people think the same way. They want to stop. But the cost they pay is already far higher than the 10 yuan, so they can only bite the bullet and go to death. But inevitably, some people secretly hate Zhao Linfeng. They thought that it was because of Zhao Linfeng that they were forced into this situation where they had no way out. They cursed Zhao Linfeng in their hearts for being troublesome, and for not only not being able to eat meat, but also losing money if they followed him. But no one backed down. It was just that from today on, Zhao Linfeng's reputation might get worse. If something similar happened again in the future, it would probably be difficult to gather so many people. He knew this, but he had no choice, so his attitude became even colder. Don't retreat. We have nowhere to retreat. Go up. Whoever can kill him, I will provide him with endless wealth for his whole life. I, Zhao Linfeng, will do what I say. Anyone who can do it can come to me and ask for it. Even if you want to take away half of Fengcheng, I can give it to you. This sentence really stunned some people. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. Fengcheng is the largest base so far. If they can really share the entire Fengcheng with Zhao Linfeng, let alone those ordinary superpowers, even the leaders of other bases will be very excited. As the saying goes, there must be brave men under a heavy reward. For a while, some people were very excited and rushed towards Zhong Shanjing. Maybe they thought that since they have Bubble to protect them now, they will not become zombies. What if they really kill Zhong Shanjing? That would be endless wealth for a lifetime. Nowadays, in the end of the world, not every superpower can live a comfortable life, and in the end of the world, it means that they will be in danger at any time. With such a large base as a backer, they don't have to worry about what happens in the future. This is indeed very tempting. Zhong Shanjing didn't blink and killed one by one. At this moment, someone had been lurking in the dark for a long time and slowly approached Zhao Linfeng. So when no one noticed, countless black mists in the darkness suddenly enveloped Zhao Linfeng. The black mist looked like a living thing, wriggling and moving very fast. If it weren't for the special ability of one of the superpowers left by Zhao Linfeng, he would have reacted and pushed him out. Maybe he would have died at this moment. The superpower replaced Zhao Linfeng and was shrouded in the black mist. He didn't even make a short scream and completely disappeared from this world. Zhong Shanjing was a little unhappy. You actually have such a loyal person around you. Is it worth dying for someone like you? The person who reacted the fastest was Lin Ruan, who was not far away. Lin Ruan had been looking for Zhong Shanjing for a long time, but she had never found him. She had been thinking about where Zhong Shanjing might be. She never expected that today, she would see Zhong Shanjing in the camp opposite her. She even screamed on the spot, her voice full of disbelief. Zhong Shanjing, how could it be you? Zhong Shanjing didn't even recognize her. He just stared at Zhao Linfeng on the side, obviously thinking about how to kill Zhao Linfeng. Such a strong superpower joining the battle group immediately made the battle situation more chaotic. Obviously, Lin Ruan had also told Zhao Linfeng who Zhong Shanjing was and what kind of existence he was. Zhao Linfeng's face, which was not good to begin with, became even uglier in an instant. He wanted to ask Lin Ruan why everything didn't develop as she knew, but Zhao Linfeng knew that now was not the time to ask her. Zhao Linfeng, with a cold look in his eyes, finally took action. Just like the ability to send messages is a bonus of the vice captain's ability, making others unable to control themselves and tell the truth is also a bonus of Zhao Linfeng's ability. The real use of his ability is actually to manipulate others through language, which looks more like a spiritual language on the surface. For example, when someone attacks him, he can say in advance, "Your attack will pass by my body and there is no way to touch me." That person may uncontrollably twist his hand, causing the skill to pass by the edge. He usually does not show his ability, firstly to hide a trump card, and secondly, to be honest, this ability will arouse the vigilance of many people. He has always been very kind to the outside world. His ability is not very strong, but his brain is very smart. To put it bluntly, it is to play the pig and eat the tiger. But at this moment, he can no longer hide himself. His powerful ability naturally has a limit on use. Using it too many times will make him feel very tired, but he can only hold on. Your black mist spread in the wrong direction, drifting towards Zhong Shanjing's position. Zhao Linfeng knew that once others were prepared for his ability, it would not be so easy to sneak up on them, so he targeted Zhong Shanjing the first time he used it. At that moment, Zhong Shanjing felt that his hand was out of control. It was originally aimed at Zhao Linfeng, but it suddenly deviated and fell on the poor Zhong Shanjing next door. Zhong Shanjing, who was beating the superpower there, "You sneak attacked your teammates." The relationship between the two of them was originally very strange. They were teammates and rivals in love. It was normal to pit each other while cooperating with each other, but it was not good to pit him at such a critical moment. However, Zhong Shanjing only complained for a moment. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhong Shanjing did not do it on purpose, but was manipulated by someone. Zhao Linfeng's ability was really interesting. If you were not prepared, it would be easy to fall for it. Fortunately, as the Zombie King, Zhong Shanjing's body is very tough, or more precisely, his resistance to the dark power is particularly strong. In addition, he reacted quickly and was only rubbed by the side. Otherwise, he might have been in trouble on the spot because of his teammate's backstab. Zhao Lin saw that Zhong Shanjing was not dead, and his expression was full of regret. He quickly used his second superpower. Zhong Shanjing made a mistake and did not realize that there was a third person attacking him. Zhong Shanjing clearly saw 3 weapons stabbing at him in an instant, but for some reason, he could not control himself at all to deal with the third one. He only blocked the first 2, and the third weapon, which was like a knife, stabbed straight at him. When he finished speaking, Zhao Linfeng's ears were bleeding a little. If he controlled ordinary people, he might use superpowers many times without any side effects. But whether it was Zhong Shanjing or Zhong Shanjing, they were too strong. Even if this zombie king was still in the process of growing up, he could not control it by force. In an instant, he suffered a little backlash and his ears kept buzzing. But at the same time, this was also his opportunity. "Kill him!" Zhao Linfeng said heartbreakingly. This is their only chance. If they can really kill Zhong Shanjing, then all the efforts of the past 2 days will be worth it, and it can even be said to be a huge profit. Zhao Linfeng, who is usually so calm, now has bloodshot eyes full of excitement and is extremely eager to see the scene of Zhong Shanjing's death. However, at that moment, I don't know if time or space has stopped. Even the wind didn't blow over, and the stabbing blade also stayed in the air. A white and delicate palm slowly stretched out in Zhao Linfeng's excited eyes, and the slender fingers gently pinched the tip of the knife. "I say, it's not good to go wild in someone else's house when they are busy, right?" She raised her finger and flicked it lightly, and the tip of the knife broke inch by inch. At this time, everyone's time began to flow again. Xie Tao was a little tired after being busy for several days. She stretched and said, "You are really barbaric. You went to other people's homes and beat up their little brothers. If I do something excessive to you, you should not be able to blame me, right? After all, you humans have a saying that the one who teases first is cheap, right? At that moment, let alone the group of superpowers, even Zhao Linfeng felt creepy. After the end of the world, many people have awakened superpowers, and the awakened superpowers are also strange and varied. Just like Zhao Linfeng, he has superpowers like the word spirit. There are also some people who can control lightning, wind, and fire, and can heal people's injuries and restore people's spirits. But no one has ever been like Xie Tao. She seems to be able to control time, which should be the realm of gods and spirits, and mortals cannot touch it. Zhao Linfeng remembered that Lin Ruanruan once said that in her previous life she had never heard of the existence of a person like Xie Tao. At that time, they were still wondering if Xie Tao died before he became famous. But Zhao Linfeng would not think so now. Who could kill such a Xie Tao? It couldn't be God's doing. Then in the previous life, either Xie Tao didn't exist at all, or she was just an ordinary person in the previous life, or Xie Tao had been hiding her identity and didn't meet Zhong Shanjing, nor did she appear in front of most people. Now we can only guess. Zhao Linfeng even felt a little desperate for a moment. Could it be that God wanted to destroy mankind? If not, why did he give Lin Ruanruan a new life, giving her the first chance to live again, but making Zhong Shanjing stronger? Zhong Shanjing, who will become the zombie king. Zhang Xingji, strongest superpower in the human race. Now there is another mysterious Xie Tao who has even set foot in the realm of God. After Xie Tao appeared, whether it was the zombies or Zhang Xingji, they all moved towards her. Obviously, the zombie king was Zhong Shanjing, but at this moment, Xie Tao looked like the queen of everyone. She was surrounded by countless zombies and Zhang Xingji and others in the center, looking down at Zhao Linfeng. The strong and tall No. 2 was willing to be her mount. Xiaohong was acting like a spoiled child in her arms. And even Zhong Shanjing, who is destined to become the zombie king, and Zhang Xingji, who is destined to become the strongest superpower in the human race, looked at her with a gentle look that could not be described in words. Xie Tao, who ended the meeting long in advance, wrinkled her nose and looked a little unhappy. After all, she didn't expect to be robbed when she was busy. It seems that those who rob the house will always be robbed. She had just pried Zhao Linfeng's fiancé, and then Zhao Linfeng and his men robbed her house. It was really a tit for tat. But Xie Tao is a very double-standard person. I can steal your wall, but you can't steal my home. She sat on number 2's shoulder and looked at Zhao Linfeng lazily. I'm leaving now. You can try to stop me. She waved her hand, and the group of people with her began to evacuate outside, including Liu Ningning and his friends. Zhao Linfeng's expression changed countless times. His heart was filled with anger, pain, and fear, but Xie Tao's previous move almost stunned everyone. Not only Zhao Linfeng, but also other superpowers didn't dare to attack her. Especially their lineup was very luxurious. They had finally gained a little advantage, but now it was completely reversed. After the possibility of killing Zhong Shanjing was not great, many people were not willing to take action. Countless zombies surrounded Xie Tao and walked towards them. Many people silently made way for a path, just like Moses parted the sea, making way for a path. Zhao Linfeng wanted to stop everyone and scold them for not having any choice, but he couldn't say it because no one in this group of people knew more about how mysterious and powerful Xie Tao was than Zhao Linfeng. He himself felt dangerous and didn't dare to do it. If he let others do it, would they be willing? He could only watch Xie Tao slowly leave. She even looked down at him when she passed by him. There seemed to be a little sarcasm on the beautiful and smart face of the girl. She said, "Do you want to be the savior?" Xie Tao's voice was not loud. Only Zhao Linfeng could hear what she said. There was a hint of sarcasm between her eyebrows, but the sarcasm didn't seem to be directed at him. It was as if she saw someone through him. When Xie Tao slowly left in the crowd of zombies, he murmured to himself, "So what?" Seeing that there was no way to achieve their goal today, Zhao Linfeng could only tolerate it for the time being. Making this decision made him extremely painful, but they had no other choice. Retreat first. Zhao Linfeng's voice sounded a little hoarse. His inner unwillingness made him feel uncomfortable all over. He could only suppress his anger and wait for the next opportunity. If you can win with strength, then all those who have grudges will not have to fight in the future. When they meet, they will compare their fighting strength first. The one with lower fighting strength will just admit defeat and wait for death. Xie Tao is very strong, but they will always have a chance. Zhao Linfeng could only comfort himself in this way, and then he had difficulty ignoring that he could not kill Zhong Shanjing and the others this time. It would give them more time to slowly grow to a more terrifying level. Then, sooner or later, that person will develop into what Lin Ruanruan knew, so powerful that no one could compare, and then destroy the world. Brother Feng, Lin Ruanruan approached cautiously and looked at Zhao Linfeng with worried eyes. Zhao Linfeng had a lot to say, but in the end he said, "Don't talk, go back first. Little intolerance will ruin big plans." "I thought you would kill Zhao Linfeng," Zhong Shanjing said softly. Xie Tao waved his hand. "There is no need. I have always been kind. How could I kill people at will?" Zhong Shanjing thought of those people who were killed by Xie Tao and couldn't help but twitching his mouth. "Okay, you said you are kind, so be kind." After walking for a while, Xie Tao said lazily, "I want to see what Zhao Linfeng can develop into. Maybe I can accumulate some experience from him. Zhong Shanjing didn't react for a while, but after a while he realized that Xie Tao was using Zhong Shanjing as a substitute. The Holy Hall was strong enough and difficult to shake for a while. Xie Tao happened to meet Zhao Linfeng, who was a bit like the Holy Hall. Of course, he had to keep him as an experience pack. See how he would react when encountering things, and see how many methods he would use to disintegrate Zhao Linfeng and his forces. To put it bluntly, Xie Tao didn't take this person seriously at all, and only regarded him as an experience baby, so naturally he didn't want Zhao Linfeng to die immediately. Otherwise, how could he verify some methods to deal with the Holy Hall from him? At that moment, Zhong Shanjing even felt that Zhao Linfeng was a little pitiful, because in the future, Xie Tao might come up with a way to deal with the Holy Hall and use him as an experiment. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat Xie Tao and was no match for him. Even if he knew that Xie Tao wanted to use him as an experience baby, he would probably be furious. Fortunately, it was you who picked me up at that time. Zhong Shanjing suddenly sighed without thinking. Xie Tao, Zhong Shanjing could only explain. If you picked up something like Zhao Linfeng, you might be standing on the opposite side of me at this moment. What should I do? Forget it. If I picked up Zhao Linfeng, I would have thrown him back as soon as I smelled the dog smell on him, just like the Holy Hall. He only deserves to stay in the trash can here. Xie Tao said expressionlessly. Zhong Shanjing was amused and felt a little happy, so he said hypocritically, then he should be glad that he didn't meet you. Xie Tao was too lazy to talk to him, jumped on him and let him carry him, then said, go south along this road, stay when you see a suitable place to make a base, and call me. Okay. Zhong Shanjing caught her familiarly, carried her on his back and walked forward. After a while, Lu Ningning ran over, tears in her eyes. Wow, I want to give you a banner of healing. The surgery in his mind meant that he would recover slowly after simple treatment, and what Xie Tao said before meant that he would be completely cured in 4 to 5 days. She even took less than 3 days to completely cure the person. When he came out just now, his friend walked directly over, looking energetic, as if he had never been injured. Lu Ningning talked to her friend for a long time, and only ran to find Xie Tao after she was sure that her friend had fully recovered and didn't even have any sequelae. Xie Tao lay on Zhong Shanjing's back without raising his head. Don't disturb my sleep. She hadn't slept for 2.5 days and was very sleepy. Lu Ningning quickly zipped her mouth and forgot about the pirate ship. She happily continued to chat with her friends. His friend didn't know the situation even better. He was pulled out just after being rescued. No one explained to him. Now he was at a loss, not knowing what day it was. Several people soon knew that Xie Tao wanted to set up a base by himself, and they all agreed. How did the saying go? A golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own doghouse. Well, it seems to be wrong, but it's almost the same. No matter how good someone else's base is, it's still someone else's. Living there will inevitably feel a bit like living under someone else's roof, but if it's your own base, then even if the base is not very big, it should be much more comfortable to live in. And the person who wanted to create the base was Xie Tao. Alas, the people present either liked Xie Tao or were saved by Xie Tao. Just looking at their performance, they were all like Xie Tao's crazy fans. Let alone Xie Tao was just going to build a base. Even if she wanted to unify the entire human world and become the queen of all mankind, they would only wave their flags and shout loudly, "We think it's possible." Even people with Zhang Xingji's personality were no exception. If you ask him, what would you do if Xie Tao wanted to rule all mankind? He might touch his chin thoughtfully and then say, I'll go and assassinate Zhao Linfeng first. I always feel that he will be a big obstacle. The happiest person among them should be Zhong Jinwei, because if they have their own base, they will definitely be able to settle down, and it is their own base. If he wants a super large laboratory, Xie Tao will build it for him. After all, Xie Tao himself has this hobby. So when Xie Tao was sleeping, a group of people had already started to discuss where the base should be built, how big it should be built, and what kind of buildings should be built. They walked all the way south, crossed Fengcheng, and continued to the south, wanting to choose a suitable place as the location of their future base. Everyone was very excited, just like those who were about to move into a new house. When Xie Tao woke up from his sleep, they had already discussed how many acres of land to open and what to grow. At first, Zhou Haiping was a little panicked. After all, they were completely against Fengcheng. But later, as they discussed, he became the most excited person. When Xie Tao woke up, he saw Zhou Haiping, who should be the shortest in the crowd, standing on a big rock with red cheeks and strange eyes, waving his hands there. I want 20 acres of land. Plant whatever I want. Heh! His sister was standing next to him with her hands open, afraid that he would fall from such a high rock and get himself disabled. Good guy, you are already thinking about building something before you even start building the base, or even choose a place. It's like you haven't even saved up the down payment yet, but you are already imagining how to decorate the house. I don't know whether I should praise them for having ideas or say that they are too ambitious. Xie Tao got up expressionlessly, stretched his back and said, Anyway, I want a big room full of games, just like the one Jiang Tian had. Xie Tao's joining made normal people unable to help but chat. For example, Jiang Xingxi. That, I want to open a dessert shop. Wow, I didn't expect that you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would like desserts, Lu Ningning yelled. But no one will buy it, right? We can only digest it ourselves. They sat there and talked for a long time and had a meal. Xie Tao had sent all his brothers away and dispersed them to every city. Now there was only Xiaohong left by his side. She was crawling on the ground, making ah-ah sounds, and seemed to want to participate in the discussion. Xie Tao picked up Xiaohong and cleaned the dust on her hands and feet. She had slept for a long time and was now the most awake. She ate the porridge that Xiaohei and Xiaobai had just cooked while listening to their nonsense. Finally, no one knew who started the conversation. Can Zhong Shanjing really become the zombie king? I guess what they wanted to ask was, will Zhong Shanjing really destroy the world? But after all, everyone is a family now, so it's not good to ask such a question so directly. So they changed the question. Xie Tao said lightly, who knows? Everyone calmed down instantly when they saw her. Want to destroy the world? No one cared whether Xie Tao agreed or not. Unless the prophecy was that Xie Tao would destroy the world, everyone seemed not to be afraid. They walked south for several days and encountered several cities in the middle, but Xie Tao didn't want to set up her base in the city. She still wanted to rebuild it from scratch. Moreover, the city was too big. If she circled a part of it to make a base, although everything was ready, it would be troublesome to divide it. There would often be humans looking for supplies and mistakenly entering. Moreover, most of the bases are now built in the wild, so the scale of Fengcheng is particularly surprising. It is almost like a smaller city, and it has all the necessary infrastructure. Excluding personal, character, and other things, Zhao Linfeng is indeed a very capable person. After all, Fengcheng was built up by him from scratch, although he had received help from others in the middle, such as the entry of Zhang Tian's father's forces, which made Fengcheng further powerful. But this is just like listing financing. It is also because Fengcheng at that time had the desire to make people invest that it was able to attract powerful partners. This is a complementary thing. If Zhao Linfeng did not have the smell of the temple, Xie Tao might want to lure him onto the pirate ship and let him be her younger brother to help her manage the base. But it's a pity that people with different paths cannot work together. Along the way, Xie Tao did not find a place that suited his heart. Either the place was not big enough or the surrounding environment was not good. They just walked forward and came across a village. Xie Tao's impression of the village still exists in the previous one. The village that would keep innocent people passing by in a pen and eat their kind like livestock. She only found out later that there is a rule in the end times. This is one of the rules that some people regard as the Bible after many people's exploration. That is, if you encounter such a small village in the end times, you must not stay. Because the base has its own way of survival, which is basically regular and will regularly organize people to search for supplies. But such villages and towns are not like this. They do not have enough manpower and material resources and are not willing to make so many sacrifices. After all, going out to find supplies is dangerous, so they often survive through improper means. The kind of village that robs passers-by, takes their resources, and then lets them go is already a kind village. The evil one is the kind that Xie Tao encountered before, who wants your resources and your life. Moreover, there are often many people in a village who are in collusion with each other. Once you enter, you have to go against the entire village. Ordinary people, even those with superpowers, will hardly have a way to survive. Unless it is someone like Xie Tao, who looks like a delicate flower that seems easy to bully, but is actually a man-eating plant that can overturn your entire village and let you feel the joy of kicking a red-hot iron plate. So now most smart people will avoid such villages, which greatly reduces their profits. After Xie Tao arrived near the village, he began to look around. Hey, the environment here is not bad. It is quite in line with their previous requirements, except that the resource point is a little far away, but she has a teleportation array, so this problem is not a problem at all. After discovering this, Xie Tao rolled up his sleeves and went to the Tiger Mountain, even though he knew there was a tiger in the mountain. Let's go in and take a look. Of people went directly in this direction, praying as they walked in. It's a nest of bad guys. It's a nest of bad guys. Because if there are a nest of bad guys here, they can just clean them out and then openly occupy the place, and then transform this small broken village, expand it outward, and turn it into Xie Tao's territory. When they thought of this, many people looked a little excited, rubbing their hands and wishing that the people inside would come out quickly and show their fangs quickly, so that they could do something directly. Ahem. The only normal girl in the crowd was Xie Tao, so they put Xie Tao in the front and let Xie Tao be the bait. Oh, don't knock on the door. No one has come here for a long time. After all, many people have learned to be smart now. They would rather live on the street outside or under the trees, and would not stay in such a small village for fear of entering a tiger's den or a wolf's den. In this week, Xie Tao was the first person to knock on the door. When the doorman heard the knock, he was a little stunned, thinking who was so bold, dared to come to the village at this time. Was he really not afraid of danger? Although he complained in his heart, he still took the initiative to open the door. When he opened the door, his curiosity had completely expanded to the point where he could not control it. Are you a passerby? Are you going to stay in our village tonight? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Xie Tao standing at the door. Xie Tao said lazily. Yes, my friends and I will stay here tonight. Is it okay? As soon as she finished speaking, the person in front of her knelt down with a plop and said in an extremely excited tone, Yes, you can stay as long as you want. Otherwise, you can just stay. Everyone will be willing. What's wrong with Fei Si? Why is he like a brain-dead fan? Xie Tao didn't know him at all, so he was stunned. The man looked very excited, but he was afraid of being abrupt, so he quickly said, I wonder if you still remember? You saved us. He was too excited and gestured randomly, and for a while he was messy and incoherent. It's that village, pigsty, zombies. I remembered it. After all, before entering this village, Xie Tao happened to think of that incident. Now that he mentioned it, he felt a little complicated. You wouldn't. Before Xie Tao finished his sentence, he quickly waved his hands. How could we do such a thing? We were harmed at that time. How could we harm others again? It's just that we moved to a small base before, and there were many rules and chaotic situations, so we moved out. When we moved all the way south, we happened to encounter this small village. It was empty and no one lived there, so we wanted to move in temporarily and stay for 2 days. Unexpectedly, we met you by chance. Really? Xie Tao waved and called all the friends out, then said to him, When are you leaving? Can you give me this village after you leave? I want to build a base here. The man was stunned when she said this, and after a while, he showed an ecstatic expression. You want to build your own base? That's what I think. Come in first. He looked around and invited them in first. When everyone came in, he happily shouted to the village, Come out quickly, look who's here. There were not many people living in the village. There should be only about 20 people, both men and women. There was another very important reason why they were not used to living in the base. Because they suffered too much hardship at that time, many people were very alert to the situation outside. When living in the base, they would feel uncomfortable because there were many people passing by nearby, mainly because they did not feel safe. In addition, the small base was indeed unreliable, so they left and planned to stay in the small village for a few days to adjust their status. As soon as they heard the noise, they all came out. After finding out that the person who came was Xie Tao, everyone was very excited. After all, they thought they would never see him again. For the person who saved them from that situation, they could not help but rely on him a little. Especially those with kind personalities, they would even think about repaying the favor. Now that they had seen their benefactor again, some even cried with joy and rushed over to ask, Are you passing by here? Do you want to stay a few more days? Xie Tao was rarely surrounded by such enthusiasm and felt a little uncomfortable. She struggled to get out of the crowd and said, Just find me a room to stay in. Don't worry about the rest. Don't get so close. The gatekeeper stopped the others in time and said, Everyone calm down. We can talk about it later. Let the benefactor. Xie Tao. Xie Tao said suddenly, My name is Xie Tao. Let Sister Tao Tao rest first. He tried his best to stop everyone and winked at them. After all, he was the only one who knew that Xie Tao was about to set up a base, and the others didn't know yet. He had to share the good news with them first, and then discuss what to do. Several people quickly cleaned up the largest and best-built house in the village and let Xie Tao move in. As soon as she moved in with her friends, a group of people brought a lot of snacks and other things. Then seeing that Xie Tao didn't like too many people, he gradually left. Someone even shouted at the door, If you need anything, just come out and shout. As long as we have it, we can help you. Xie Tao was not used to being surrounded by people so enthusiastically. After they left, he threw himself on the sofa. Why are you so clingy? Zhong Shanjing was pouring water next to him. Hearing this, he said, There will be more clingy people later. Just wait. Obviously also knows more about this. After he sat next to him and listened to the story of how Xie Tao saved the group of people, he understood what Zhong Shanjing meant. Indeed, you'd better be prepared. Soon Xie Tao knew what they meant. The group of people sent a lot of things, including food, clothing, and daily necessities, and they should be the best they have, and there are also 2 eggs. Xie Tao didn't lack this little food. He wanted to let them take it away, but they walked very fast and ran away after putting down the things, fearing that Xie Tao would not accept them. Xie Tao simply accepted it. Xiao He and Xiao Bai picked out some side dishes and cooked a bowl of hot and sour noodles for Xie Tao. They put 2 small rape seeds and an egg in it. Fast food is really delicious and hard to resist. They obviously have healthy vegetables and other things, but Xie Tao just wants to eat fast food. Eating fast food often is not good for your health. My grandma said that if you eat too much fast food, you will live shorter. Zhou Haiping said faintly when he passed by. Xie Tao was calm. Don't worry, I've lived much longer than your grandmother. He thought he was cursing, but Xie Tao was telling the truth. In terms of age alone, Xie Tao could be considered his ancestor. The lifespan of a necromancer depends entirely on their strength. Even the most powerful necromancers will die one day, but Xie Tao is only 500 years old. For most necromancers, she has only lived half of her life, and for a powerful necromancer, her life has just begun. Besides, there is no scientific basis for what his grandmother said. Take instant noodles, for example. The raw material of instant noodles is flour. Is flour unhealthy? Hamburgers are bread, meat, and vegetables. The bread is also made of flour. Is it the flour that is unhealthy, the meat, or the vegetables? The raw material of hot and sour noodles is sweet potato flour. Is sweet potato unhealthy? It contains eggs and rapeseed, so it is nutritious enough. This bowl of hot and sour noodles is very balanced in nutrition. Xie Tao quickly convinced Zhou Haiping with 2 sentences. Zhou Haiping fell into deep thought and thought it made sense. After dinner, Xie Tao fell asleep. The next morning, when the sun was high in the sky, she got up from the bed, drank a glass of boiled water, had a simple breakfast, and was ready to go out to bask in the sun. When she opened the door, she saw a group of people standing at the door. More than 20 people stood at the door silently, and no one knew how long they had been standing at the door. When they saw her, they stared at her with enthusiastic eyes. Does your base still need people? She wanted to shout loudly, no, absolutely not. Because she really didn't like being clingy, but they were really clingy. Xie Tao even wanted to turn around and leave at that moment. The security guard spoke quickly. If you want to build a base, you need manpower. He knew that Xie Tao could control zombies, so his mind turned quickly. Even if zombies can do rough work, they can't do fine work, right? Let me tell you about our advantages. First of all, we are mostly young and strong men and women. There are very few elderly people. We are definitely very hardworking and self-sufficient. We can get our own food and will never trouble you. Secondly, we all know that you can control zombies. We will not be surprised or do anything excessive. We don't care that we may be hated by other bases if we follow you. When we made this decision, we have already accepted everything. Finally, I studied interior design in college. Others began to speak one after another. Some of them studied accounting, which can do statistics. Some studied nursing, and can take care of the wounded. Some have been store owners, and have rich business experience. Some have farms at home and know a little about breeding, planting, and management. Some people didn't know much, and they cried out, I'm studying Chinese, I can flatter you. The security guard continued, if you want to accept us, we can start construction today, expand this village, and build a prototype for your base. He was obviously a smart man. From the brief chat yesterday, he could tell Xie Tao's purpose. Xie Tao wanted to build a base and wanted this piece of land, which obviously meant to build a new base on this land. We are either homeless or have families to support, or have no ties or have ties around us. It was you who brought us out of hell, and we wanted to repay you. But it is obvious that a strong man like you does not lack those things, so please let us stay by your side. We can do anything. If it were someone else, they might still care about Xie Tao's ability to control zombies, but they didn't care. When they were locked up, they're like animals to be slaughtered. No one came to save them. The one who came to save them was Xie Tao. Xie Tao who could control zombies. When they thought of this, they even felt a little closer to the controlled zombies. They had fought side by side. Zhong Shanjing quietly poked Xie Tao from the side. Why don't you accept them? They seem very sincere, and they really lacked manpower. It would be even better if they were loyal and reliable. Okay. Xie Tao gathered his sleeves and said, since you want to be my retainers, I will provide you with the most basic food, clothing, housing, and transportation. After the base is built, you will also get a salary. I only have one request. Don't come up and stick to me when you see me. The group of people were disappointed, but it was good enough to be able to stay, so they nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice, very well behaved. Xie Tao hummed twice and then said, then from today on we will expand the base, and you will no longer have room for regret. I hope that everyone here today can remember this. If one day you do something you shouldn't do, then... A group of people began to express their loyalty, and Xie Tao quickly covered his ears. Lu Ningning, Lu Ningning, Lu Ningning, you tell them what we might do next. Okay. Lu Ningning and his friend Zheng Keqiao both have some management experience. Zheng Keqiao himself actually has no experience, but after following Lu Ningning for a while, he also learned a little. Anyway, there are only 2 of them who have strong management skills among this group of people. Although Zhong Shanjing is smart and has a lot of bad intentions, it does not mean that he is also very proficient in management. However, if he is allowed to learn, he should be able to learn it quickly. Before the base was even established, Xie Tao had already started assigning positions. She was definitely the boss, and Zhong Shanjing was the second in command. Liu Ningning and Zheng Keqiao were responsible for management and dispatch. If they formed a guard team in the future, Jiang Xingji would be the captain. Zhou Haiping was responsible for logistics, and Zhang Jinwei was responsible for scientific research. In short, everyone would be assigned a position to do, since there were many positions. The most important thing was, Xie Tao found a large open space and opened a teleportation array. Low-level and mid-level zombies came out of the array one after another. Infrastructure construction requires a large number of people, otherwise it would not be so easy to build a base. Have you seen that in many small bases there are not many residential areas at all, and most people live in tents? For example, the Tao survivor base was able to provide free normal houses for superpowers for 1 month, which was enough to attract many people, because most bases first built walls, and then some important facilities, and ordinary bases simply did not have enough manpower to build residential buildings. Xie Tao has no shortage of younger brothers, and he can also let the red-clothed female zombies outside constantly capture new zombies, and let Xie Tao turn them all into younger brothers. Therefore, there is no need to worry about no one to move bricks. Xie Tao's initial idea is to break up these 20 or so people, and let them be team leaders. one leader and one deputy, two team leaders with some zombies, responsible for a section of the wall. After all, zombies have no brains, especially low-level and mid-level ones. They can only move bricks and repeat some mechanical work, so humans are needed to watch and help adjust. The 20 or so new younger brothers plus the existing ones should be able to form 12 or 13 teams. At that time, leaving 10 teams to build houses should be enough. When Xie Tao talked about his idea, someone was very curious. If 10 teams are used to build houses, what about the remaining 2 or 3? What are they used for? Xie Tao touched his chin calmly. Farming, raising pigs. Others, only Zhou Haiping was happy. Then I will lead the farming team. No hurry, Xiao waved his hand. We don't have enough seeds now, and we don't have those small animals to raise. We can't do anything except open up the land first. Leave this hard work to the zombies. You can sit and watch. As for where should their seeds, piglets, chickens, etc., come from after the land is opened? Isn't there the friendly classmate Zhao Linfeng? Zhao Linfeng didn't know that he had been targeted, nor did he know that Xie Tao was going to rob the rich to help him. He was under great pressure at the moment and was furious in his residence. In order to completely eliminate future troubles, he had united several bases, including large bases and small bases, all of which had a good relationship with him. Each base suffered heavy losses. Not only did they gain nothing, but they also let a very scary enemy run away. Many people felt extremely dissatisfied with this. In fact, the main reason was that there was only loss and no benefit, and the loss was particularly large. To put it bluntly, they are in the same group with Zhao Linfeng, and they are only after profit. Without profit, who would surround Zhao Linfeng and obey his orders? Zhao Linfeng lost his wife and his army, and his mood was already bad. What's more important is, he told Zhong Shanjing that it was actually a lie, that Zhao Linyan was completely fine. Zhao Linyan was just temporarily suppressed by the virus in his body to prevent him from completely mutating into a zombie. He was carried back as soon as the battle was over. Now he is in Zhao Linfeng's room, and he will wail in pain from time to time. Mutation is irreversible. His mutation rate is not high, but even if someone helps him suppress it, there is no way to restore him to a normal state. It just slows down his mutation rate. Lin Ruanruan was so anxious that she paced back and forth nearby, waiting for the result. She was obviously very anxious in her heart, but she still tried to make herself look calmer. Brother Feng? Zhao Linfeng's face was heavy. He stood next to the table. He really couldn't control himself. He swept everything on the table to the ground with one arm, which scared Lin Ruanruan. Is there any way to save Lin Yan? Zhao Linfeng asked expressionlessly. Lin Ruanruan thought for a long time and finally said, there is a way, but I'm not sure if I can find that person, and before I find him, Lin Yan's mutation level can't be too high. Lin Ruanruan's eyes were red, and she lowered her voice and said, we have to try, right? Zhao Linfeng asked her after a while, who are you looking for? Xie Mingya, a very special healing psychic. The construction speed of the base was much faster than expected, probably because they had enough manpower, just as Xie Tao had thought before. 2 humans were the captain and vice captain, and there were more than a dozen zombies in a team. At the same time, the zombies outside were also led by the red-skirted female zombie, demolishing houses everywhere. No, looking for building materials everywhere. After finding suitable building materials, they notified Xie Tao, and Xie Tao would open a teleportation array for them to send the things back. After a long time, Xie Tao simply set up a long-term teleportation array in the center of the village, which was specially used to transmit the building materials they prepared. After a large amount of building materials are transported back to the village, they will be moved back by the zombies under the command of the captain of each team. Before officially starting to build the base, Xie Tao drew a building plan. To be honest, it looks a bit abstract. She is indeed a very powerful necromancer, with various skills, but no one is perfect. She really has no talent in drawing. The younger brothers, who got the design, were shocked at the time. Xie Tao wiped her hands and seemed to have no problem at all. Are you shocked by my versatility? She said in a very confident tone. You will get used to it sooner or later. The rest of the people? Fortunately, the brother who opened the door had studied interior design. He racked his brains and joined forces with several other people to modify Xie Tao's drawings. Finally, everyone could understand it, and they officially started. It happened that the materials had almost arrived, so they could start the simplest part first. That is to enclose the territory. First, the outermost wall should be built, so that the internal construction can be carried out. A large amount of earth and stone was moved to a place far away from the village. After all, the scope of the base cannot be so small. People have to be ambitious. The wall was raised section by section, and the basic shape was formed. It would not take too long for the outer wall to be completed. Xie Tao's idea at the time was that after the outer wall was built, another wall would be built inside. The outer wall, plus the inner wall, and some defense facilities in the middle, would be built to ensure sufficient security. It is not enough to have only one outer wall. It is easy to be broken through by others, which is not safe enough. Such an important matter is handed over to you. Xie Tao patted Zhong Shanjing on the shoulder. Help me to sit in the rear. I have more important things to do, so you have to take care of the house. He has been watching the house for a long time and has long been accustomed to it. But he did not expect that Xie Tao called Jiang Xingji. Let's go. Let's go to buy goods. What are we going to buy? Hasn't Zhou Haiping been clearing the land all this time? When the time comes, there will be a breeding area and a planting area in our base, where we can grow some vegetables, fruits, and other miscellaneous things, as well as grain. For breeding, we need to raise some animals that I like to eat, so we have to buy some seedlings first. At least there must be a boar and a sow, so that they can give birth to piglets. So where are we going? Xie Tao patted his shoulder and showed a gentle smile. To Fengcheng. I understand. This is how to buy goods. Suddenly I felt so sorry for Zhao Linfeng. I wondered how his brother was doing. I wondered if his heart was strong enough to face such bad news. Zhang Xingji thought a lot at the moment, but what he said was, then we have to go early so that we can still catch up with dinner in the evening. If Zhao Linfeng could hear what they were talking about, he would probably be angry to death on the spot. But unfortunately he couldn't hear it. Xie Tao felt that what his friend said made sense, so he waved his hand and said, let's go, let's go. The morale of the entire Wind City was very low because of what happened not long ago. The expressions of people walking on the street were not as relaxed as before. So when the sky was like a crack and two people walked out from it, many people didn't even react and didn't know what happened. Among them, there were also some superpowers who had seen Xie Tao. After hesitating for a moment, their faces turned blue, obviously remembering what happened that night. I don't know who shouted first, go and inform the base commander. Almost everyone, to be precise, everyone who knew Xie Tao had this thought in their hearts. Damn, she is not here for revenge, right? Many people in the Wind City base knew that their leader had led people to besiege a small base not long ago, but most of them didn't know that they besieged that base for Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing. Therefore, only the psychics who had participated in that battle recognized Xie Tao. These psychics were almost the strongest people in the base, but now they were all panicked, like headless flies. Xie Tao had explored some of them when he came here before, and knew that there were planting areas and breeding areas in their base. Only large bases have planting areas and breeding areas. Ordinary small bases basically rely on going out to sweep for food. When the supermarkets outside are swept away, I don't know what they can do. Slightly larger bases, such as the Xiangtao Survivor Base, have a planting area and can even provide fruits. This is already a relatively awesome existence among ordinary bases. Only the top-notch large bases can have complete breeding areas and planting areas. Among them, the most complete is of course Fengcheng. Only Fengcheng dares to call itself a city. So it was targeted by Xie Tao, the little tyrant. Zhao Linfeng's face turned pale when he received the news. He was obviously thinking whether Xie Tao really came to seek revenge. After all, she didn't look like the kind of person who would forget her grudges with a smile. On the contrary, she seemed to hold a grudge. What she did was normal. Gather the people, Zhao Linfeng said sternly. Call up all the superpowers in the base. This is a matter of life and death for the base. Yes! His younger brother's blood boiled immediately, and he rushed out to call others. Since their establishment, Fengcheng has hardly encountered such a dangerous situation. For those who have not seen how powerful Xie Tao is, they may even be a little excited. They don't feel scared, and even think that their boss is a little strange recently. There are only 2 people in total. They have a survivor base as big as a city. What is there to be afraid of? The main reason is that most people have common sense. No matter how powerful a superpower is, killing hundreds of people in one breath is already the limit. After all, they are still human beings. As human beings, it is impossible to transcend a powerful range. So no matter how powerful they are, there is a limit. What is there to be afraid of? There are so many people with special powers in Fengcheng, and there are many ordinary people who are capable of fighting. The number of people can crush the 2 of them to death. The boss is really too cautious. This is not like his character. He thought so while calling his friends, move, someone is invading Fengcheng. When talking about being invaded, he also showed a very ambiguous smile. Ha! And then said, this kind of thing is rare in 100 years. If you miss it, you miss it. Who knows how long it will take before such a fool will invade Fengcheng for the second time? Hurry up. If you go too late and get captured, you won't even be able to watch the show. Someone who participated in the battle not long ago climbed out of the house after hearing the noise and asked curiously, who dares to invade Fengcheng? No one can be so arrogant. Fengcheng is currently the largest base of human survivors. No matter how powerful other bases are, they are still a certain distance away from Fengcheng. Could it be that someone knows that they attacked Xie Tao and others not long ago, not only gained nothing, but also lost a lot of manpower? So he wanted to take advantage of the situation? The head of a large base wouldn't be so stupid, right? Would he really not know what it means that a lean camel is bigger than a horse? Unless the one who came to attack them was Xie Tao. This thought only flashed through his mind, and he shuddered quietly. That night, the way Xie Tao slowly left surrounded by countless zombies was still deeply imprinted in his mind. It would probably remain as a psychological shadow for him for a long time. There are all kinds of strange superpowers, but he never believed that humans can control zombies. Zhong Shanjing is the zombie king after all, but what about Xie Tao? Xie Tao didn't know that she had caused psychological trauma to many people, and even felt a little scared when she thought of her name. But even if she knew, she probably wouldn't care. The man was thinking about Xie Tao when he heard his friend grinning. It was a cute girl who brought someone with her. Haha, so what if there were two of them? This is the first time I've seen two people dare to invade a large base. Are they not normal? I think they are a bit pitiful. As he was talking, he suddenly saw the superpower next to him stiffen up, his face pale, and even the blood color slowly faded, as if he had heard a horror story. What did you say? Say it again. He was startled and could only stammer. It was just a pretty girl. She was also quite cute, and she seemed to be a space superpower. She opened a door from the sky and came in. I don't know what happened to the base commander. After listening to me, his face changed a lot, and he insisted that I call you all over. The man's face became even uglier, and it was obvious that his guess was confirmed. He turned around and left without saying a word. I'm not going. Whoever wants to go can go. I don't want to go and die. The expressions of the other superpowers also changed strangely, mainly those who had followed Zhao Linfeng to encircle and suppress the small base before. Their faces changed more and more exaggeratedly, as if they had heard a ghost story. They even wailed a few times and ran faster and faster, still cursing their base commander. It's all Zhao Linfeng. If it weren't for Zhao Linfeng, how could we have offended such a killer? She must be here for revenge. We are done for. We are all done for. Some even started crying while talking, probably because of a serious psychological trauma. She is alone. What is she afraid of? She can't call so many people. Those who have relatives and friends, run quickly. Call your relatives and friends to run together. It will be too late if you don't run now. That person? What are you doing? Are you acting? Why are you so exaggerated? He was not strong enough and was just a secretary. He had not witnessed what happened that day, nor did he know what these psychics in front of him had experienced. He could only ask with a confused look on his face, is it because there are only two of us that the situation is not urgent, and you deliberately teamed up to play a trick on me? Those people didn't want to explain at all. They just wanted to leave first. Xie Tao came to the door, and Feng Cheng was no longer safe. It seemed that the title of the largest human base would soon be taken away by other bases. They had better find a new way out quickly. Staying here would only make them cannon fodder. Maybe after Zhao Linfeng heard the news, he would want to escape, even more than them. Their expressions were so real, and the worry on their faces was so clear, that the secretary gradually panicked and kept asking, Are you kidding? Don't scare me! How can you be so scared by just two people? Can anyone explain to me what happened? Someone who had a better relationship with him saw that he was confused, so he took a little time to explain to him. You know that not long ago Zhao Linfeng organized a group of people, including the strongest superpowers from various bases, to besiege a very small base? Yes, it seems to have failed. The secretary knew about this, but didn't dare to ask in detail. After all, it was a very embarrassing thing that so many people went there and failed. For a secretary, guessing the intention of the superior is a very important skill. If he asked about such an embarrassing thing, he might anger his boss, and then losing his job would be the best thing. So he never asked what happened that day. Why so? Many of them failed to besiege a small base. Later, when he asked other friends, they also said with the vicissitudes of life, You may not believe it even if I tell you, so let's not tell you. Now his friend finally told him, We were defeated by that small base. Ha ha ha, you are really kidding me. The secretary laughed and found that the friends who said this to him and other people all looked serious. They looked at him with an expression of, I told you that you wouldn't believe it. The secretary's mentality collapsed at that time. You don't want to tell me that it was that woman? She defeated you alone? Of course not alone. They were just like playing a game. First, they encountered a small boss with terrible strength, but they could be restrained by thinking of ways. Then they encountered a mid-level boss that was difficult to deal with, but not enough to make them completely collapse. Finally, they encountered a big boss that made them bleed and wanted to run away. And finally, an ultimate boss appeared, the kind that was completely beyond their tolerance. And that ultimate boss was Xie Tao. I don't know how many people developed PTSD because of this, and they couldn't even accept fruits like peaches, not to mention that the person who caused them psychological trauma appeared in front of them. They didn't say nonsense on the spot, which was already very good at bearing it. After his friend said something random, he was too sad to continue. Now he just wanted to pack his luggage and leave here, to go to another base. Maybe there would be a way to survive. In the end, only the secretary was left standing there with a blank face, not knowing whether to believe it or not. Because this story sounds too fantastic. Similar things have happened to many people. Those who have a stronger tolerance can think more rationally. Why did Xie Tao appear in their base? If he just came for revenge, he should bring more people, right? No matter they were rational or irrational, they were unwilling to confront Xie Tao, which resulted in the number of people gathered in the end being much smaller than expected. When Zhao Linfeng hurried out, he saw the situation with an ugly face, so he could only ask quickly, Where is Xie Tao now? Report her location. The psychic responsible for observing Xie Tao had a dazed expression on his face, as if he had just woken up from a dream. She didn't attack anyone, she went all the way inside. There was one thing he didn't dare to say, that is, Xie Tao looked as if she had some destination. She just walked all the way inside without stopping at all. Zhao Linfeng quickly began to issue orders to gather more superpowers. His voice was very cold. I hope you can think about it. Your family and friends are still in the base. Moreover, if you run away to another base when you meet her, can you run away to the ends of the earth? Can you escape from this world? If you really think running away is useful, then go ahead. I won't stop you. A group of superpowers looked very ugly. What Zhao Linfeng said completely pierced their hearts. Some people wanted to refute but didn't know what to say. In the end, they could only bite the bullet and stay to see what happened. Zhao Linfeng had some skills to be the top leader for so many years, but it was obvious that his prestige was far less than it was in the past. I don't know how long he can hold on. After Zhao Linfeng scolded them, he ordered them to quickly divide into teams like before, led by their respective captains, to find Xie Tao. In order to encourage everyone and prevent people from sneaking away before meeting anyone, Zhao Linfeng personally led the team and walked in front. This did have some effect. Many people sighed and followed. Xie Tao was very fast. At this time, he had brought Zhong Shanjing to the vicinity of the planting base. The planting base in Fengcheng looked well built. Large tracts of fertile fields were connected together, and the wind blew the wheat waves, which was quite beautiful. While thinking about what kind of seeds he needed, Xie Tao looked at the planting area in Fengcheng. The planting area and the breeding area were connected. Some people were drying the weeds. These weeds could be fed to cattle, sheep, pigs, and the like, and become their food, forming a virtuous cycle. In their base, they not only raised cattle, sheep, and pigs, but also some small animals, such as chickens, ducks, and geese. The chicks might have just hatched with tender yellow feathers, and they looked very cute when they walked. They were put near the ridges of the fields, obviously to let them come out to catch insects and eat. Groups of chickens, ducks, and geese were swaying on the ridges, making cute chirping sounds. When Xie Tao thought that their base would soon have so many cute chicks, his eyes softened immediately. At this time, Zhao Linfeng finally arrived. He had been thinking for a long time in his mind. If Xie Tao really came to take revenge, could he persuade her to give up the idea with words? As a result, he saw Xie Tao holding a piglet with a gentle face from a distance. Zhao Linfeng thought a lot before coming here, and even decided that if Xie Tao really came to take revenge, he could endure the humiliation for a while, in exchange for a chance to breathe. With Xie Tao's character, he might not kill him. In ancient times, Han Xin could endure the humiliation under his crotch, and he didn't mind paying something to paralyze Xie Tao in exchange for a chance to kill him. As a result, he probably didn't expect to see such a scene. Xie Tao was stuffing a piglet in his left hand and a chicken in his right hand into the space door. Ran? You are here to rob. Why didn't you say so earlier? Some superpowers obviously didn't want to go against Xie Tao. Seeing this, they said, she looks like she is just here for sightseeing, not to invade our base. We don't need to do anything, right? If it were any other time, someone would have scolded her. You are taking things away for sightseeing? And you took them away without anyone's consent. But at this moment, most people actually agreed, and even said hypocritically, I said she looks kind. How could she do such a bad thing as invading someone else's base? Let's go. My wife is about to give birth. I have to go and see if the mother and child are safe. People who have a better relationship with him rolled their eyes crazily. You don't even have a girlfriend, let alone a wife. Do you have any shame? But at this moment no one refuted him, and even countless people echoed him. I testify for him that I am his wife. I have lived in the bed next door. She is going to give birth today and there is nothing wrong with her. Yes, 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 Base Commander, I think it is better for us to just forget it. Their words were full of a kind of selling chickens for glory, and they did not even feel the taste of losing power and humiliating the country. Obviously, they were all scared by the beating at the beginning. Zhao Linfeng's face was a little distorted. After a long time, he actually waved his hand to let them disperse. However, he also left a group of the most elite people to stare at Xie Tao, and he did not leave himself, obviously to prevent Xie Tao from suddenly attacking and hurting people. Although everyone knew in their hearts that if Xie Tao really wanted to attack and hurt people, he would not need to act at all. Xie Tao also saw Zhao Linfeng from a distance. The reason why she brought Zhong Shanjing was to prevent Zhao Linfeng from hindering them from doing their business, so she brought someone with combat effectiveness to save some trouble. As a result, she never expected that Zhao Linfeng would be so sensible. So she stuffed the piglet into Zhong Shanjing's arms, asked Zhong Shanjing to be the porter, and then walked directly to Zhao Linfeng. Zhao Linfeng kept swallowing the bitter water in his stomach. Of course, he did not give up the idea of dealing with Xie Tao, but there was really no countermeasure at the moment. Appropriately showing weakness to the enemy was also part of the strategy. I want to pick some seeds, but I don't know where you put the seeds, which ones I need. Isn't it a bit too much? Come to my house to rob things, can't find where the things are and still let me find them for you? But he didn't dare, and finally he could only pretend that he didn't see Xie Tao, and asked someone to take out the seeds and throw them outside, and wrote the name of the seed on each one. Xie Tao happily picked the seeds away. No one could understand the bitterness in Zhao Linfeng's heart. He was uncomfortable there for a long time. In the end, he simply turned a blind eye and left here directly, leaving only a few younger brothers to watch here to prevent any accidents. The accident here refers to someone who doesn't know Xie Tao and offends Xie Tao, which eventually leads to the loss of their entire base. Now the most important thing for their base is to survive and develop. They must not die before they have the strength to defeat Xie Tao. The more Zhao Linfeng thought about it, the more humiliated he felt, especially when he went back and saw his brother still lying on the bed unconscious. He is an atheist, but at this moment he especially wants to question the gods. What did humans do wrong to make them face such a thing? If there really is a god in this world, he might spit on him. Bah! You are worthy of representing all mankind? When Zhao Linfeng was melancholy there, Xie Tao had already picked up all the seeds he wanted and stuffed them into the alien space, while Zhong Shanjing was still catching chickens and piglets all over the ground. In addition to the cubs, they also needed some adults so that they could eat them directly when they wanted to eat them, so that the remaining cubs could grow up slowly and reproduce themselves. In this way, their base would have endless descendants and no longer lack meat to eat. Soon they caught enough and prepared to go back. They came in through the alien space door and walked out on their own. No one dared to stop them. The huge Fengcheng was like Xie Tao's own territory. She could go wherever she wanted. She also passed by Lin Huan and said hello. "Didn't you say before that you would come if I had my own base? I have a base now. Do you want to come?" Lin Huan was chatting with someone with his head down. When he heard the voice, he looked up and was stunned. He rubbed his eyes. He didn't expect Xie Tao to dare to come back to Fengcheng so arrogantly. When Zhao Linfeng led his men to suppress Xie Tao, he, naturally, did not bring Lin Huan with him because he wanted to prevent him from leaking information. He was locked up for a long time and was not released until everything was over, so the news was very delayed. Now when he saw Xie Tao, he still had a dull look on his face and even rubbed his eyes. "You," he wanted to ask, "how dare you come to Fengcheng? Run." As a result, he turned around and found that many people passed by, and there were even many powerful psychics who were very cautious when passing by, and they were curious, but they just didn't take action. A sentence suddenly rang in his mind. Times have changed, adults. Then this era has changed too fast. You. I. Xie Tao gave him an address in a friendly manner and then said, "It's not fully built yet. You can come back later. Anyway, you can't regret what you said. I'm leaving first. Bring me some barbecue when you come." Lin Huan looked at Xie Tao with a dull face as he strode out of Fengcheng, still going out through the main gate. He pinched his cheeks and found that he was not dreaming, so he turned his head silently to look at his friend. His friend had been advising him not to have too much involvement with this wanted criminal not long ago, otherwise he would be in trouble. Now he is also dumbfounded. After making a few ababa sounds, he turned to ask Lin Huan, "Is this that Xie Tao? He should just look alike." Xie Tao and Jing Xingji returned home and saw a group of zombies moving bricks from a distance. Among them, they could see the figure of number 2, who was extremely powerful and much larger than ordinary zombies. He grunted and moved a huge stone and placed it at the destination under the command of a young lady. The young lady said something and waved to it. The big number 2 squatted down immediately. After squatting down, he was almost as tall as the young lady. The young lady took out a handkerchief and wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. Xie Tao happened to land near them. Seeing this, he looked at number 2 with a little curiosity. Number 2 had no idea what was going on. He squatted there stupidly without moving. The young lady was a little embarrassed. Her cheeks slightly reddened, and she tried to explain, I don't have necrophilia." Xie Tao patted her and said knowingly, "I do, I understand. Every necromancer is a necrophiliac, but their love is different from that of ordinary people. They like dissection. The structure of the human body, the state of each organ, the changes after the body dies, etc., will make the necromancer crazy. They are obsessed with exploring these, so they dig graves everywhere to find those newly buried bodies. It can only be said that fortunately there was no cremation in their era, otherwise the life of the necromancer might be even more difficult. Especially those necromancers with normal personalities who don't like to kill people for no reason. Young lady, I always feel that I am different from you." Xie Tao patted her shoulder and said, "Yes, you are very talented. As long as number 2 agrees, I have no objection." Young lady, she really doesn't have that kind of feeling. But after what happened in that village, she had a natural aversion to men. When a normal girl saw a man, she might first pay attention to whether he was good-looking or not, but her first reaction was how much taller and stronger this man was than me. If he suddenly attacked me, could I beat him? If he wanted to hurt me, could I escape? If he wanted to do something bad to me, how could I stay safe? But number 2 is different. Number 2 is a zombie. Zombies don't have that kind of desire. It obeys all of Xie Tao's orders. It is well-behaved and simple. It does whatever it is told to do. It usually doesn't even lose its temper. Unless someone irritates it, it will get angry or something like that. Xie Tao tells it to listen to the captain, and it will obey. It will also protect the 2 human captains. It works hard and never slacks off. The young lady doesn't feel nervous when she's with it, nor does she feel the kind of vigilance she has with ordinary men. She will relax a lot. That's why the young lady likes it very much. It's different from what Xie Tao thought. The young lady stamped her feet anxiously, but Xie Tao had already walked in leisurely with his hands behind his back. Whether it was humans or zombies, of course the latter refers to the advanced ones, such as Xiao Hong, they all ran over. It was like welcoming her home. Xie Tao released all the piglets and chickens and asked them to move them back with the seeds. Be careful not to hurt or kill them. Xie Tao really likes these piglets, chickens, ducks, and lambs. She looks at them with a loving look, as if she is looking at a pile of barbecue skewers. When these chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep are all raised and give birth to offspring, their base will be able to achieve self-sufficiency in the future. It would be best if Lin Huan could really come. His barbecue skills are really unique. Xie Tao has eaten some of them later, but none of them are as delicious as Lin Huan's. Is this the talent of a fire-type mutant? Lin Huan is the chef of this base. Thinking of this, Xie Tao felt that she needed to give Lin Huan some protection. She couldn't let Lin Huan get into trouble. What if Zhao Linfeng was so crazy that he didn't let him leave? What if Zhao Linfeng threatened him to be a traitor? Xie Tao was not worried about the latter, but she was worried about the chef's future physical and mental health, so she had to put an end to these. She first asked Zhou Haiping to take people to preserve the seeds well, select the appropriate ones to plant, and the environment for preserving the seeds must be dry, otherwise they will secretly germinate. Then let Zhong Shanjing lead the rest of the people to take these cute kids to the pigsty and other places that have been built. Because Xie Tao said in advance that he would go to buy goods, the base had already made preparations. Not only had the pigsty and chicken sty been built, but the weeds were also dried. When the time comes, they can grind them up and feed them. Xie Tao had previously thought that there was a small hill behind their village. It was more like a small hillside than a hill. When the base was built, it was also fenced in. The cattle and sheep were raised at the foot of the hill. When the time comes, the hillside can be planted with pasture grass, and the cattle and sheep can be driven up during the day to let them eat their fill, and then driven back at night. It's quite interesting to think about it. When the time comes, those who are not in good health and can't bear too much heavy work can also go up the mountain to cut grass and feed the livestock. Anyway, the hillside is not high, and it is not tiring to go up and down. Xie Tao had a good plan. She followed Zhong Shanjing and watched him direct people to place the chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep. After all the small animals were settled, Xie Tao temporarily left the base. She still had something important to do. In order to protect the future chef of their base, these efforts were necessary. So when no one in Fengcheng knew, a gray-black little mouse quietly sneaked into Fengcheng and found Lin Huan by following the smell. A normal mouse should not have any patterns on its body, but on its back, you can vaguely see dark red patterns hidden under its fur. Its eyes are also red, and they are scarlet colors. Looking at them for a long time always makes people feel a little creepy. After it quietly came to Lin Huan's vicinity, it squatted in a corner, staring at Lin Huan without moving its eyes for a long time. Those who didn't know thought it was a mechanical mouse. Lin Huan was thinking about whether to go there. Even if Xie Tao owned a base, it must be a newly built small base. After she had a base, she couldn't be as carefree as before. Because there is a saying that the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. If someone goes to besiege her base, can she abandon the base and leave like before? No. This is the limitation. Xie Tao is very strong, but after she becomes the public enemy of mankind, can she really protect her base and everyone? Moreover, Zhao Linfeng is indeed an old cunning man. He has suffered losses from Xie Tao again and again. It is impossible for him to give up. He must be thinking of something sinister, and will target Xie Tao at that time. No matter how powerful a person is, it is impossible for him to have no flaws in his life. As long as there is a flaw, he may capsize in the ditch. This has been the case since ancient times, whether it is people in history or people in stories. As strong as Lu, Bu, Liu, Guan, and Zhang, they could only barely fight him to a draw. Didn't they also have their heads chopped off? There is no absolute invincibility in this world. Even the gods in myths and stories will die because of flaws. Lin Huan was really worried about this. There were too many uncertainties in these many problems. But, Lin Huan muttered to himself, I promised her. Even if he promised in a joking way, it was still a promise. People are precious and trustworthy. If he regretted it, it would not matter. He would just condemn himself once every day, in the countless days and nights in the future. So, Lin Huan quickly made a decision, and began to pack his small bag. Zhao Linfeng knew about the relationship between the two of them a long time ago, but he didn't know that Lin Huan promised Xie Tao to go to her base. But even if he didn't know, he could guess that Lin Huan was in Cao's camp, but his heart was in Han. Sooner or later, he would leave. Zhao Linfeng was too busy recently to find time to find Lin Huan. Now his brother's situation has temporarily stabilized, and Lin Ruan has gone out to find a solution. Xie Tao came here just to rob and didn't do anything else. There should be no danger. He can finally find time to solve some trivial matters. For example, find Lin Huan to have a good talk. When Zhao Linfeng came to find Lin Huan had already packed a small package. He didn't have a lot of stuff anyway, so he could discard the big stuff if he could. He would buy it after he got there. Except for the necessary things, everything else could be discarded to save the trouble of walking along the way. When Zhao Linfeng knocked on the door, Lin Huan had just zipped up his bag. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Zhao Linfeng standing outside. Speak of the devil appears. A second ago, he was secretly cursing Zhao Linfeng for being cunning, and then he saw him. Now he actually feels a little guilty. In addition, He was originally planning to leave Fengcheng, so he felt guilty x2, so his attitude became better. Seeing this, Zhao Linfeng felt that the possibility of what he wanted to mention had become greater, so his expression became much gentler. You want to leave? I won't stop you, but I want to have a good talk with you. Lin Huan, what do you want to say? Zhao Linfeng thought for a long time and then said, Lin Ruan is not a prophecy, but a rebirth. She witnessed the destruction of the human world in her previous life. I know what you want to say. What if she is lying? You should have felt my superpowers, right? I have dual superpowers, and the one you have felt is part of my superpowers. He was vague and then said, I'm sure she didn't lie. Lin Huan was silent for a while, and Zhao Linfeng continued, That's why I want to kill Zhong Shanjing. I'm not doing this for my own selfishness, but for all mankind. I can't get much benefit from this matter, and I even have to pay a lot. If I don't care about him, I'm still the person in charge of the largest base in the world, and no one can threaten my position. Even if in the end, mankind is really going to be destroyed, I can be a superior person before that, but I still choose to do this. You should have seen what I have gained until now. Even though I do have some selfish motives, my most important goal is to ensure that humans can continue into the future. Lin Huan crossed his arms and asked in a low voice, Are you saying this to get something from me? Seeing that his attitude seemed to have softened, Zhao Linfeng immediately said in a gentle voice, I won't let you do anything dangerous. Otherwise you will definitely get into trouble. I just hope that you can pass on some information to me after you get there. To put it bluntly, he wanted him to be a spy. To monitor Xie Tao and see if he could find her weaknesses. Zhao Linfeng said it in a very euphemistic way and kept pulling it in the direction of the great and glorious human beings. This is also for all mankind, in order to allow mankind to continue better in such a cruel environment as the end of the world. I hope that in 100 years, it will still be humans walking on this land instead of zombies. Lin Huan couldn't help but feel admiration in his heart. How should I put it? What Zhao Linfeng said was really reasonable. Even if he put aside his false face, the remaining reason was enough to move many people. If someone else had said it, they might have been convinced. But Lin Huan only asked one question. Is Xie Tao in the story that Lin Ruan experienced? It's strange to say. He hasn't known Xie Tao for a long time, but this person is really charming, making people want to trust her unconsciously. He always feels that if Xie Tao had existed in the previous life, then mankind would not have been destroyed. Zhao Linfeng was about to speak when he heard Lin Huan say, I can't tell whether you are lying or not, because I don't have the same special ability as you, but I can ask others to confirm this. Xie Tao should also know that Lin Ruan's ability is not a prophecy, right? If the enemy didn't know it, you wouldn't have revealed such news to me. Zhao Linfeng really didn't expect that Lin Huan had such a deep trust in Xie Tao. He was already surprised once last time, and this time he was even more surprised after knowing more deeply. I really don't understand why she was able to gain your trust so quickly and make you put all your chips on her. People are different. Some people just say a few words to you, and you can tell their hypocrisy. Some people just spend 2 minutes with you, and you can be infected by her charm and want to become her friend. When Lin Huan heard Zhao Linfeng say this, he knew that Zhao Linfeng was admitting in disguise that there was no such person as Xie Tao in Lin Ruan's memory of her previous life. Lin Huan wanted to believe not that Zhong Shanjing would have a change of heart and not destroy the world in this life, but that if Xie Tao was still alive, the human race would not disappear. Will you change your mind? Zhao Linfeng's eyes changed subtly at this moment, and his fingers moved slightly, as if he wanted to do something. Lin Huan also realized it, and just as he felt a little nervous, a red-eyed little mouse jumped out from the corner. The little mouse looked no bigger than a palm, with red eyes. As soon as it jumped between the two people, the pattern on its back hidden under the fur suddenly lit up. A red formation emerged from its body, forming a door in midair that was just big enough for one person to enter and exit. When the door opened, Xie Tao stuck his head in from inside and looked at the two people in the room with a smile. I'm visiting my friend's house. Is that okay? Xie Tao was refreshing his cognition every time. He now really suspected that Xie Tao was not a superpower at all. Maybe he had traveled from some strange world. Was he cultivating immortals? Or was he from Hogwarts? Zhao Linfeng smiled with difficulty and then said, Since there is nothing else, I'll leave first. After he left, Xie Tao waved to Lin Huan. I just eavesdropped on your conversation. It shouldn't matter, right? You won't be angry, right? You've heard it all and you're still talking. Is this door of yours something like a teleportation portal? Then wait for me. Lin Huan had originally given up his own stuff, and was going to give up all the barbecue grills and the like. It was really inconvenient to carry them with him, but now that he had a teleportation portal, he couldn't throw them away. Let me help you move it. Xie Tao came in through the door and helped Lin Huan move all the things he wanted to move, and transported them back in one breath. After Lin Huan arrived there, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just now I felt that Zhao Linfeng wanted to kill me. Maybe he doesn't want to kill you, but wants to control you and make you his eyes. Maybe he has similar superpowers under his command. Xie Tao pointed at the little mouse calmly. For example, it is the eyes I control. However, the Necromancer mainly controls corpses or souls. In order to make it easier to go out, she found a little mouse, killed it, and refined the corpse to make it a medium. She can rely on the little mouse to eavesdrop, and she can also use the little mouse to store a smaller teleportation array. If Zhao Linfeng wants to do something to Lin Huan, she can teleport over immediately and rescue the cook she likes. Lin Huan thought about the possibility and felt a little chilly. He rubbed the goosebumps on his arms and said, "This is indeed something he can do. Fortunately, you are here. So you don't care that I eavesdropped before, right?" Xie Tao was very persistent in wanting an answer, even though her friends had already tacitly agreed to it. "Yes." Xie Tao then smiled and waved, calling a zombie over to help them move things. "I'll take you around. Our base is not yet completed, so if you have any needs, you can tell me or Zhong Shanjing. For example, if my friend wants a super large laboratory, we will build it for him during the construction process. If you want a super large kitchen, that's fine too." "I don't have that requirement. Cooking is also a very tiring thing for a chef. He just wants to cook for his hobby and doesn't want to really have a super large kitchen to cook every day." Xie Tao looked a little regretful, and after a while he said, "Anyway, let's go for a tour first. I bought some goods not long ago. The baby animals are very cute, and you can get familiar with them in advance." Lin Huan silently complained in his heart, "Are you familiar with those chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs?" Yes, they will be frequent customers on his grill in the future. But he finally knew why Xie Tao appeared in Fengcheng that day. It turned out that he went to buy goods. Thinking about it this way, Zhao Linfeng was really miserable. He couldn't beat him, and he couldn't stop him. Even when someone went to rob their house and left from the front door after the robbery, he could only pretend not to see it. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt, and the more he thought about it, the more pitiful he felt. So Lin Huan said, "I know where Fengcheng raises a large number of fish, of all kinds, fat and tender. We can dig a pond and buy some to raise. Grass carp can be made into pickled fish, carp can be braised, and crucian carp stew is delicious." Xie Tao wiped his mouth. "Really? Then let's go buy some more some other day." Smile. He really wanted to sing a song to Zhao Linfeng now. "Listen to me say thank you. Because of you, my belly is warm." Zhao Linfeng will vomit blood then, right? Hey. He thought of Zhao Linfeng's previous attempt to make him a puppet and control him to be a traitor, and the little bit of guilt in his heart disappeared instantly. He even wanted to instigate Xie Tao to rob Zhao Linfeng twice more and bring all the good things to their base, so that Zhao Linfeng would cry to death. The two chatted as they walked forward. Now the most common thing in the base was zombies. Almost every zombie was carrying large pieces of bricks, cement, and various messy building materials, going back and forth near the wall. Their walls were built very high, and the tops of the walls were like ancient city walls, with special crenelles and other things, as well as tall watchtowers. Obviously, they were prepared in advance for being attacked. The scene of humans and zombies living together in extreme harmony seemed a little strange at first, but you will get used to it after watching it for a long time. Lin Huan couldn't help but sigh. He hoped that Zhao Linfeng could understand that with Xie Tao's character, he would not let humans be destroyed, and that Xie Tao could even restrain zombies and reduce the conflicts between zombies and humans. Moreover, Xie Tao was the kind of person who would not offend others unless they offended him. If Zhao Linfeng did not take the initiative to attack Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing, she would not take the initiative to attack Fengcheng. Even if there was a grudge between them, the source of the grudge was Zhao Linfeng. All this could be avoided. Of course, this avoidance refers to before this. Now the grudge between Fengcheng and Xie Tao has already been formed. As more people die in the conflict between the two, the grudge will become deeper, and there is not much room for resolution. After sighing for 2 seconds, he followed Xie Tao to the breeding area and watched, from a distance, 3 or 2 zombies dragging a cart of hay towards the breeding area. The level of those zombies was relatively low. The lower the level of the zombies, the lower their ability to control themselves. Even if they had signed a contract and became Xie Tao's younger brothers, they still had some difficulty in controlling themselves. They began to drool when they saw the fat and tender piglets. Then they added hay to the pig trough while drooling. They looked a little pitiful. The breeding area and the planting area are very close, but the planting area is divided into 2 parts. I use 1/3 of the area to grow fruits. I'll share it with you when the time comes. Obviously, there are many complaints, but there is nothing to complain about. Xie Tao took his friends and took a simple tour of the base. To be honest, the village in the middle has not been demolished yet. After all, everyone still needs a place to live. In addition to this, all other places have been flattened. They are going to start building buildings after the fence is built. So apart from the fence and the pig pens in the breeding area, there is nothing to visit. In the planting area, many fruits have been catalyzed to be close to maturity. At a glance, they are dazzling and beautiful. Zhou Haiping happened to be nearby, directing the zombies to water and fertilize the nearby blocks. Xie Tao greeted him from a distance. "Pick some later. Let's have a party tonight." She still remembered that having a party was a very interesting thing. Zhou Haiping made an okay gesture and looked a little excited. After all, there are too few entertainment facilities after the end of the world. People are creatures that get bored, especially from such a prosperous era with so many entertainment facilities to the end of the world. Ordinary people can't even get 3 meals a day, let alone entertainment. Spiritual pursuits usually come after material things. After all, you have to live first. The news that Xie Tao was going to have a party spread quickly. Lu Ningning was writing something at the time, so she asked her good friend Zheng Qiao to go to the breeding area, select a pig, a cow, and a sheep, and then slaughter them for the party in the evening. There is no need to worry about whether they can finish eating it. Zheng Qiao's ability is to make ice. If they really can't finish eating it, they can just fill the ice cellar and eat it the next day. Lu Ningning also said to Zheng Qiao, "You can make some fruit soup or ice cream for Xie Tao in the evening?" He is a very serious person. I guess he didn't expect that his ability could be used in this way. For a while his mood was a little complicated. Okay. The humans in the base didn't have the ability to pursue good food. They could only pursue fullness, so they were quite happy when they heard that there was going to be a party in the evening. They assigned a few people to lead the zombies to clear a small square in the open space not far from the village. It can be used in the evening. So when it was night, all the people who were working put down their work and came to participate in the party tonight. In fact, it was more like a bonfire party. In the clean small square, various seats were prepared. A huge bonfire was lit in the middle. Lin Huan washed his hands and pulled his grill over. A few men and women who were relatively idle sat next to them and skewered the meat. The slaughtered pigs, cattle, and sheep were cleaned up, and some chicken and duck meat were sprinkled with seasoning and marinated, and then placed in a large basin. The flavors in different basins were different. For example, some were New Orleans chicken, and some were pickled pepper beef. It will be more flavorful after being pickled. When skewering, you can add some green peppers, or garlic cloves, or pure meat. After all, everyone has different hobbies. Zheng Qiao was not far away. There was a table in front of him. He was rubbing the ice ball with a serious face. After rubbing it out, the young lady on the side would put the ice ball into juice and beer and take it away. After all, how can you eat barbecue without drinks? There was also some ice next to it to cool things. There was also a clever young lady who was making shaved ice, fruit scoops, and other things there. Zhong Shanjing was next to the table, squeezing juice. His ability could be used to kill people or to decompose things, but the latter required certain operations. It was more delicate. However, the juice he squeezed out was much better than that squeezed out by a juicer, and it could also directly filter out seeds and the like to prevent the taste from becoming bitter. In short, everyone was in full swing, except Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing. One didn't want to do anything, and the other had no place to use him. The two sat in a row on the chairs, and Xie Tao was holding a glass of juice, sucking it happily. Iced juice tastes better, and she doesn't need to worry about getting an upset stomach. Xiao He and Xiao Bai are helping to cook, and they come over to bring her some snacks from time to time. She's very happy. After Lin Huan came, Xie Tao's team was finally formed. Although there were still some things missing, they were not urgent. The next step was to build the base well. Xie Tao was there leisurely, looking at this harvest-like scene, feeling as happy as he could be. He even muttered to himself, "I never thought of establishing a force before." Although they, the Necromancers, also have gatherings, they are like a pile of loose sand because they lack a leader. If they can have something like an organization, even if they can't fight against the Holy Temple, it shouldn't be so miserable. But Xie Tao didn't have similar ideas at the time. Until today she suddenly realized the joy of having an organization. Gather all your friends together, take on things together, and have parties every day. No, hold a meeting to think about how to deal with your enemies and how to live a better life. It was relaxing and fun, and even the efficiency of handling things was improved. Why didn't she think of it before? Maybe letting her travel to the end of the world was just to let Xie Tao experience games and fruits. No, it was a different way of thinking and doing things. With her original way of thinking, she might never be able to overthrow the temple in her lifetime. Xie Tao fell back and said happily, "Traveling through time is really a happy thing. As for going back, no hurry, no hurry." She had thought about studying how to go back to that world when she had time, but now she has completely given up on that idea. Anyway, the lifespan of a necromancer is different from that of a human. She can be happy in this world for a few decades and build a base for her friends to live happily. Then consider going back. Decades or even hundreds of years are no different from 1 or 2 years for an ordinary person for a necromancer. For Xie Tao, such a relationship can even be considered short. "Come and have some barbecue," Lin Huan shouted from afar. Xie Tao jumped up quickly and ran in that direction with Zhong Shanjing. "Here we go. You should eat some too. Although zombies don't need to eat ordinary people's food, there's no harm in eating, right?" "Yeah." Zhong Shanjing looked down at her, with a hint of tenderness between his eyebrows. He quietly clasped Xie Tao's hand and followed Xie Tao. Xie Tao had never lived such a life before, let alone Zhong Shanjing. Zhong Shanjing had few friends before and was trapped in that small home. The most he did was study and fight. Yes, intrigue. Even if he was tired of that kind of life, he had to continue because of his poor health. There was no other choice. He had clearly lived for more than 20 years, but now he had the illusion that he had just started, as if the first 20 years were just a tribulation given to him by God. After he had gone through that tribulation, he officially started his own life. From then on, There would be no more pain in the future, not because of all the messy things he didn't want to face, but only the people he loved and the people who loved him. If everything he had experienced was for the sake of meeting Xie Tao at this moment, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. After all, there are always gains and losses in life. The price he paid was for this moment today, so the price didn't seem to be so expensive. Zhong Shanjing lazily followed Xie Tao and walked towards the crowd, where many people had gathered. They shared fresh food, interesting things they had encountered, and smiled when they sat together and chatted. It seemed that all the tribulations brought by the end of the world could be offset in such happiness. They waved to Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing from a distance, asking them to come over. As soon as the two squeezed into the table, they were stuffed with a plate of freshly grilled barbecue and some other messes. There were also people who could sing and were pushed out. He pulled another little sister, and the two were standing there singing love songs. The atmosphere was quite interesting. Xie Tao munched on the barbecue and fruits, mumbling, "Let's hold it again when our base is built." She felt that whether it was a party or a bonfire party, it was very interesting. They could hold it often in their base. Anyway, there were not many people in their base, and zombies didn't need to eat. There were only a few people who ate, so even if they held a bonfire party, it wouldn't consume much food. They could afford it. "I think it's okay." Others at the same table also chirped. "It can be held during the harvest, and it's good for unity." Later, someone brought some wine, some with high alcohol content, and Xie Tao drank some and even showed everyone how to set off fireworks. When her magic exploded in the sky, it was like a bright fire. Although it was not as bright as fireworks, it simulated the shape of fireworks and looked pretty good. Later, everyone was completely drunk. Except for those who could not drink and restrain themselves, everyone else drank one cup after another until they fell down. Many people were depressed before coming to this base. They had experienced persecution by the same kind or lost important relatives. Even if they were very calm during the day, they could not get rid of the bitterness in their hearts when they tossed and turned at night. But today, almost everyone vented their pain. Maybe after today, everything will become easier for them to let go, and they will not be so painful. Zhang Xingji also drank too much, leaning against Zhou Haiping and muttering to himself, "Why is she closer to Zhong Shanjing? Why? Am I not strong enough? Am I not good-looking enough? Am I not obedient enough?" Zhou Haiping hugged her sister's thigh bone and cried sadly, "Sister, I finally avenged you. I killed someone, but I don't regret it at all. I am so happy. I also regret that he died too quickly. Sister, why are you thin again? You are so thin that you don't have any meat." The three people were killed in a row, but this was not the most conspicuous. The most conspicuous ones were actually Liu Ningning and Zheng Keiqiao. Zheng Keiqiao had a good alcohol tolerance and was not completely drunk. He was trying hard to tear Liu Ningning off him, because Liu Ningning was crying there, crying for her lost first love, crying for her lost base, and wiping her snot and tears on Zheng Keiqiao frantically. Zheng Keiqiao was so disgusted that he couldn't pull it off, so he called for help from nearby people. As a result, he saw that everyone around him was drunk. Some were lying on the ground holding the wine bottle and giggling, as if they were having a sweet dream, or rolling into the pile of garbage, screaming and yelling that they were wrong. There was also a completely drunk person who thought his companion was a dead lover, kissing him, and ended up kissing a person of the same sex, and was almost pressed to the ground by the other party. The only sober person turned out to be Zhong Shanjing, probably because he was a zombie, and zombies are not affected by alcohol. He half-hugged Xie Tao to prevent her from rolling on the ground. After everyone was drunk, he ordered the zombies to come over, separate the drunkards, and send them back one by one to the village and find a random house to put them in first. Who knows where they lived before? Even though they were so drunk, they couldn't be woken up to ask. Finally, he held Xie Tao in one hand and scooped up the juice that Xie Tao refused to give up with the other hand, and took her away. Zheng Keiqiao always felt that something was wrong, but he also drank some juice that was not completely sober, so he stood up with the help of the zombies next to him, staggered back, and directed other zombies to put his friend in the room. Zhong Shanjing brought Xie Tao back to the room. Xiao He had already made the hangover soup and asked Xiao Bai to take it to share with others. It took a bowl and came to find Xie Tao. "Put it on the bedside first," Zhong Shanjing directed it. "Xie Tao may not be able to drink it now." Xiao He was entangled for a while. After all, men and women should not be intimate, and Zhong Shanjing was not a skeleton. Who knew if he still had that ability after becoming a zombie? It seemed a little unsafe to leave him in this room. Xie Tao was completely drunk. What if Zhong Shanjing did something wrong? The more Xiao He thought about it, the more he felt that this was a extremely unsafe thing to do. He absolutely could not allow Zhong Shanjing to be alone in this room. He wanted to protect Xie Tao's chastity, so he did not leave, but lay at the door and secretly looked inside, sneaking around, extremely conspicuous. In the end, he only used one sentence to convince Xiao He. "If that kind of thing really happened, it was probably because she forced me." He thought about it and felt that this was something Xie Tao would do after drinking, so he breathed a sigh of relief and left. Well, Xie Tao did not suffer any loss. Zhong Shanjing. After Xiao He left, Zhong Shanjing sat by the bed and looked at Xie Tao quietly. Xie Tao drank a lot of juice tonight, and her belly was bulging, obviously a little uncomfortable, so Zhong Shanjing took the initiative to reach out and rub her belly. Xie Tao probably felt quite comfortable. After humming twice, she pressed Zhong Shanjing's hand. Zhong Shanjing's hand was so cold that it didn't have the temperature of a human body. After pressing for a long time, she felt a little uncomfortable and pushed him away again. He had a deep understanding that Xie Tao would throw away things after use, whether she was conscious or unconscious. Therefore, he was very calm. He pulled the blanket over Xie Tao's belly and rubbed her every once in a while. When Xie Tao's belly was not so swollen, he took the hangover soup on the side, heated it slightly and coaxed Xie Tao to drink the soup. Drink it first and then go to sleep, okay? Otherwise, you will feel uncomfortable when you wake up in the morning. Xie Tao hummed and groaned, not wanting to pay attention to Zhong Shanjing at all. She rolled over and over on the bed, making strange noises and sobbing like a spoiled child. Zhong Shanjing took great effort to feed her a little bit, but he couldn't feed her the second mouthful. After a long time, he managed to feed her the second mouthful. He fed Xie Tao 2 or 3 mouthfuls of soup intermittently. When he couldn't feed her anymore, he drank the rest himself. Xie Tao was just like a little koala. Maybe it was a little hot tonight. She instinctively moved closer to Zhong Shanjing next to her, and finally pulled him to her bed, hugging him in her arms like a pillow. Zhong Shanjing. He is an adult man after all. Especially he likes the person in his arms, which is simply a torture for him. Xie Tao usually doesn't talk in his sleep, but maybe he was drunk today and was mumbling softly. Zhong Shanjing leaned closer to listen and seemed to hear Xie Tao shouting. Zhong Shanjing's thoughts moved. He probably didn't expect Xie Tao to be calling him in his dreams. The corners of his mouth were about to curl up slightly, and then he heard Xie Tao suddenly shout very clearly. Hey, hey, don't run. Let me open your belly and take a look. Xie Tao slept soundly all night and didn't get up until 9 o'clock the next morning. When she woke up, she vaguely felt that something was wrong. It seemed that there was something cool, soft, white, and clean under her palm. Xie Tao subconsciously pinched it, then looked down and saw that her palms were on someone's chest, and they were both inside his clothes. If she had seen Zhong Shanjing in her bed, with her personality, she would have definitely turned the tables on him and started yelling that Zhong Shanjing had secretly climbed into bed in the middle of the night. However, she hadn't even pulled her hand out yet. Even if she was thick-skinned, she couldn't be so thick. Xie Tao fell into deep thought and pinched him twice more. After a while, he turned the tables with some disgust. Why do I feel that your chest muscles are not as good as before? Zhong Jing. Do you need me to remind you that I'm a zombie and my figure will not change? Tsk. She got up from the bed reluctantly and said, I collected a lot of materials before, but I was busy treating Zheng Keiqiao at the time, so I just asked Zhong Jinwei to simply organize them. Now I'm free, so I can adjust your physical condition. I'll go count the materials tonight to see if there are any problems, and we'll officially start tomorrow. Zhong Shanjing thought about what Xie Tao said in his sleep last night, and felt that she might not want to treat him, but simply want to dissect him. Got it. Zhong Shanjing stood up, his clothes slightly loose, revealing the many wounds on his chest, which looked really hideous. Xie Tao was still beside him, preparing him mentally. When the treatment starts normally, you may expel a lot of impurities during the treatment. I will also repair your body, which may waste a lot of time. If you have any work to do, go and hand it over to others today. Well, by the way, the base needs a batch of building materials. The zombies may not be able to tell what we want. We may have to go out in person in a few days and go to the city. Zhong Shanjing stretched out his hand to adjust his clothes and said, Take a few people with you and go there. For humans, the biggest threat in the city is zombies, but not for them. They go into all the cities just like returning to their own homes. With the escort of zombie minions, other zombies who dare to attack will either be killed on the spot or turned into minions. There is no third possibility, so there will not be too many people going there. 2 or 3 people who can identify what kind of building materials they need, and then bring some zombies to move the building materials. Then they can move them back through the teleportation array. It will be as convenient as possible. Got it. Xie Tao yawned and got up to eat. Xiao He and Xiao Bai borrowed 2 cookbooks 2 days ago. They have been learning from ordinary people in the base these 2 days, and have made many new dishes. After Xie Tao had breakfast, he went to find Zhong Jinwei. Their laboratory had not been built yet. They had just marked out a piece of land as the location of the laboratory in the future. The materials were still stored in the village, and Zhong Jinwei was naturally in the village. When Xie Tao found him, he was doing a small experiment. When there was a knock on the door, his hand shook and the things exploded. So after opening the door, his eyes were still a little sad, and there was a little injury on his face. Xie Tao raised his hand and shot him a holy light and said, Find out the previous materials. I'm going to start adjusting Zhong Shanjing's body. If you want to adjust his body, you can't use the pure means of the Necromancer. You have to combine the means of the witch, because Zhong Shanjing is different from ordinary corpses. Not only does he have his own consciousness, his body is not in the state of complete death, so you have to be extra careful when adjusting it. Zhong Jinwei immediately went to move things, and Lin Ruanruan was on the road on the other side. Xie Mingya is a healing psychic with very strange abilities. Rather than being a treatment, her healing ability is her superb self-healing ability. She can replace the injured parts of others with her own body, and replace her healthy organs with those of the sick or injured. While the other person is healing, she takes on the pain to achieve the healing effect. This is simply a god-level healing ability. In her memory, Xie Mingya is a popular superpower, snatched by countless bases. But Lin Ruanruan once heard that Xie Mingya had a very tragic past. Not long after the end of the world began, she awakened her superpowers. But at that time, Xie Mingya realized that this ability was very dangerous. Once others knew about it, she might be in trouble. After all, she only had the ability to heal, not much combat power. If someone threatened her, she would have no choice. So, Xie Mingya had been disguising her ability and didn't tell anyone until her family was seriously injured. It was a serious injury of the level of limb disability. She quickly used her supernatural power, and her brother's missing leg grew out immediately. She lost a leg, and an hour later, her correct right leg slowly grew out. When she fainted due to pain and blood loss, her father was ecstatic and sold her to a big shot. When Xie Mingya's leg grew out and woke up, she had become a bird in a cage. She was forced to treat countless people, those who were born disabled, those who were seriously ill, and even those who were powerful and influential. They were already very old, and there was no disease in their bodies, but strangely, they gradually aged. This was inevitable. If they deliberately let their organs be injured, and then triggered Xie Mingya's supernatural power, so that their organs were replaced, would they have young and healthy organs? They did many similar experiments and found that although the replaced organs were not as fresh as those of Xie Mingya's age, they were already very young organs for them, the elderly. A group of people were ecstatic and treated Xie Mingya as a treasure. She was almost incomplete for almost no day. She was just like an organ donor, constantly replacing fresh organs for those people. The pain of losing organs was unbearable for ordinary people, but she continued day by day and year by year. Until one day, after using her special ability for a long time, Xie Mingya evolved and had a certain attack ability. It turned out that her special ability had many limitations. For example, she could only replace the other party when they were injured. So when those people asked her to replace the organs in the body, she had to damage her own organs a little before she could activate her special ability. But after further evolution, this condition was no longer needed. She became able to take away other people's limbs and organs instead of replacing them. In other words, Xie Mingya could choose whether to treat a person or kill one. She was almost in a crazy state at the time and killed many people in one breath, but her ability was limited and she did not run away. At that time, many people wanted to kill her, but because her ability was so precious, those people were reluctant to do so. They could only raise her first and see if they could continue to use Xie Mingya. Until later, an accident happened, which might be something like a zombie tide attacking the base, and Xie Mingya took the opportunity to run away. This is why Xie Mingya became so popular later and was fought over by countless bases, but was unwilling to join any base. Lin Ruanruan also wanted to find Xie Mingya at that time, but as a top medical, she was later protected by many big guys. The big guys fought to protect her and hid part of her past. Even Lin Ruanruan, who was well informed, could not fully know where Xie Mingya was from and where she should be at this point in time. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Ruanruan gave priority to finding Zhong Shanjing instead of Xie Mingya. But now she has no choice. There are only a handful of people who can treat Zhao Linyan in his current situation. Among them, only Xie Mingya can leave no sequela. Xie Mingya can completely replace Zhao Linyan's infected limbs and make him a healthy person directly. Lin Ruanruan had some vague guesses and suspected that Xie Mingya was captured by someone back then, so she was going to try and see if she could find Xie Mingya. If she couldn't find him, she could only settle for the second best and look for another superpower. That person's ability was far inferior to Xie Mingya. If Zhao Linyan was treated by him, there would be 100% sequelae. So the first choice was Xie Mingya. After meeting Zhong Shanjing at Liu Ningning's base last time, Lin Ruanruan knew who had intercepted Zhong Shanjing and Zhong Shanjing. After she led the team to set off, she kept praying in her heart, "Don't let Xie Tao get there first again this time." Isn't Xie Tao also a reborn person? How could she just pick up such an important person every time? But if she was really a reborn person, how could she save Zhong Shanjing, who destroyed humanity? Let's not talk about how many doubts Lin Ruanruan had in her heart. Xie Tao had already counted the materials and was ready to help Zhong Shanjing remove the impurities from his body first, and then fill his body. Even his chest muscles were bumpy, and it was really uncomfortable to touch. I just don't know if I can make the chest muscles bigger when I repair my body. Xie Tao has learned some plastic surgery projects without a teacher and is thinking about whether to fill Zhong Shanjing. Although the chest muscles are not the bigger the better, it is really nice to be a little bigger. The more Xie Tao thought about it, the more entangled she became. She sorted out the materials and did some simple processing. When she could use them directly, Zhong Shanjing had already handed over the work. Xie Tao looked at Zhong Shanjing's thin body from a distance. Under the clothes, it was impossible to see that he still had chest muscles, so her eyes became more melancholy. Zhong Jinwei was still asking her next to her, how would they do it without a laboratory? and then saw Xie Tao looking at Zhong Shanjing walking in the distance. His expression kept changing, as if he was thinking about something very complicated. So he couldn't help but ask one more question. What's wrong? Are you thinking about where to do the experiment tonight? Without a laboratory, it would be a little more crude, but as a zombie, Zhong Shanjing would not be infected with ordinary bacteria, so it doesn't matter if the environment is a little worse, even if it is outdoors. No. Xie Tao didn't think about this at all. She said in a deep voice, I was thinking about more important things just now. Zhong Shanjing happened to be nearby at this time. He couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. What's the important thing? It can't be what to eat for supper. Of course not. It's more important. I'm thinking about whether I should fill your chest muscles when I repair your body later. Zhong Shanjing's smile disappeared. Is this disgust? Is it because his chest muscles are too small? Tears flowed out. Zhong Shanjing didn't expect that one day he would be disliked for this aspect. He even instinctively wanted to raise his hand to touch it to see if his chest muscles were really too small. That's why Xie Tao said such words. This is disgust. It's obvious disgust. But I finally thought about it and felt that it would be better to be more natural. Xie Tao went up and patted his shoulder. It's a pity that you are a zombie. Even if you exercise, you won't get bigger. He had just said this in the morning, and now he felt that Xie Tao was simply mocking him. Okay, pack up and get ready to start. Xie Tao clapped his hands and said, we don't have a laboratory to use now, so we just do it in the room. Clean out the bedboard, put a layer of film on it, and it can be used barely. It is indeed very convenient that zombies will not be infected with ordinary bacteria. How dare they open Zhong Shanjing's chest or abdomen in such a room? Once infected, it is very dangerous. Many people do not die during the operation, but die from post-operative infection. The three of them worked together to organize a simple laboratory table, and Zhong Shanjing soon lay on it peacefully, waiting for the so-called treatment. Because his physical condition is extremely unique, the treatment has to be divided into two parts. First, all the medicinal materials are extracted, and only the essence and the required parts are taken. Then Xie Tao uses his magic power to transport the liquid medicine into Zhong Shanjing's body. There are many blocked places in his body. The magic power must be used first to clear them before the liquid medicine is introduced. This process may be painful and last for a long time. It cannot be solved in one day because the toxins have already corroded his body and are inseparable from his body. But this is for Zhong Shanjing to become normal. At least he will not be manipulated by the virus and become a walking corpse. After thinking for a long time, Zhong Shanjing asked a question. Then why do we have to open the chest? Although he can't feel pain when opening the chest, who likes to have his chest opened? After he finished speaking, the two people in front of him showed him a hideous smile. I understand. It's just two research maniacs who want to study. He lay down peacefully again. The two crazy researchers studied him for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that his internal organs couldn't be taken out of his body, he suspected that his kidneys and liver would be taken out for careful study and then put back. When he thought of that situation, even though he was a zombie king, he still shuddered secretly. After the research was completed, the liquid medicine was also extracted. The mixed liquid medicine looked purple-gray, and the color was a bit ominous. It was stored in a bottle like an ampoule. Because it would be used for a long time, it was used one by one until the treatment was completely over. The purple-gray liquid medicine slowly rose from the bottle and was divided into thin streams, falling on Xie Tao's fingertips. She smiled sweetly. It may be a little painful next, you have to bear it. Zhong Shanjing was very strong in enduring pain. He had been sick since he was a child, and the pain had been tormenting him. He had to smile to everyone around him and pretend that he didn't feel uncomfortable. Later, when he went to his new home and faced his strange father, he was even better at hiding his pain. He would only show weakness or pain when necessary to win their sympathy. So when Xie Tao said that it might be very painful in a while, he was mentally prepared in advance. However, even if he was mentally prepared, at that moment, he was in so much pain that he lost consciousness. The young man's beautiful face was originally pale and bloodless, and now it was as white as paper. Xie Tao gently stroked his cheek with her free hand. You have to be patient, she said, because this is part of your evolution. Only in this way can you become more perfect. Dark red blood-like substance slowly overflowed from the pores with the injection of the liquid medicine. At first, the amount was small, and then it gradually became more and more. Soon, a layer of something like a red film covered the surface of Zhong Shanjing's skin. Only those eyes, after being tortured by pain, were still bright. He stared at Xie Tao very quietly and did not even cry out in pain. Xie Tao knew how hard it was to endure such pain, so she praised him. Great, that's it, you can do better, right? The tone was no different from praising a child. It made people want to complain. Zhong Shanjing closed his eyes slightly and put his cheek on her palm. Well, he was used to enduring pain, not to mention that meaningless pain was the most difficult to endure. At this moment, he could see the bright light of the future. Zhong Shanjing slept for a day and a night after the first treatment. When he woke up drowsily, he found himself lying on the bed where Xie Tao usually slept. But Xie Tao was not there. Zhong Shanjing supported himself and sat up. He felt that he had never been so weak before. His body seemed to be hollowed out by something, causing him to have no strength in his body. Zhong Shanjing reached out to get a glass of water. Just as he picked up the cup on the table, he found a note underneath. He slowly drank a sip of water, and then opened the note to see what was written on it. When you just woke up, did you feel that your body was hollowed out? This is a very normal phenomenon. There is no need to panic. You will recover slowly. If you have anything, call Xiaohe and Xiaobai. Have a good rest. Xie Tao. He tried to call out, and then he saw Xiaohe with a little red on his head walking in from outside. Where is Xie Tao? Zhong Shanjing asked instinctively. Xiaohe immediately gestured there. It couldn't speak, so it could only use body language. Moreover, it was not a zombie. If it was a zombie, Zhong Shanjing, as the king of zombies, could use other methods to understand what they meant. Zhong Shanjing felt a little headache. Xiaohe calmly found a notebook and quickly wrote down a few words. Zhong Shanjing took a look and saw that it said, "When you were sleeping, they had already gone out. It seems that they went to the city. They had something important to do. Jiang Xingji also accompanied them. They were taken advantage of. It's fine for other people, but Zhong Shanjing knows exactly what Jiang Xingji is thinking. This guy has never changed his intentions. He is the only man among all the men who can make him feel threatened. And he is really shameless. No one knows whether Zhong Shanjing is cursing in his heart. Anyway, Xie Tao and Jiang Xingji have already gone out with people who know building materials. Although she can teleport directly to the city, if she teleports everywhere, life will be too boring. The scenery and people or things encountered along the way are all gifts of the journey. The time saved also means saving these little surprises. So today they did not go out to save time and effort, but found a car and drove to the destination. Xie Tao hadn't gone out normally for a while, and he was still a little surprised at the situation outside. After such a long time, the base built by the survivors should have been getting better and better, right? Humans are a species with great creative talents. It is precisely because of this that they can stand out among so many species and become the masters of a world. Wild beasts have sharp claws and are several times larger than humans. Birds can fly and fish can breathe in water, but in the end, humans are still at the top of the food chain. It is because humans have wisdom and creativity that they have an infinite future. So even if the world ends and more enemies of humans, even natural enemies, appear in the world, Xie Tao still thinks that humans can continue to survive in this world. Then, after a few decades or hundreds of years, they gradually become familiar with the existence of zombies and this environment, and they can return to their original state. This is the so-called building a new world, probably. Jiang Xingji said vaguely. In stark contrast to Xie Tao, he didn't like humans very much. Although humans are good and bad, if you meet a good person who helps you, you will remember him in a short time. But if you meet a bad person and get hurt, you can remember this person for a lifetime. Hate lasts longer than love. He helped countless people in the first half of his life and was considered an enthusiastic young man. What kind of end did he have? After the apocalypse, he had seen many betrayals. Many people gave up their family, love, and friendship in exchange for benefits. But he had always been firm in himself, knowing that he had also been abandoned. So he became what he is now, extremely hating humans, except Xie Tao. In other words, if he hadn't met Xie Tao in this life, he might have become a cold, cruel, and both good and evil person like Lin Ruan had seen, and would only care about whether he was happy or not, do whatever he wanted, and let others die. It was precisely because he met Xie Tao, and was saved at the most critical moment, that he did not completely become like that, and there was still room for easing. Although he now hates humans and often yells that Zhao Linfeng is so annoying, let humans go extinct, who cares? And human extinction is also the choice made by the earth. If someone really comes to hurt Xie Tao, to hurt the people in their base, Jiang Xingji will definitely be the fastest one. He can beat the other party to the ground. Yes, he gradually became a double-standard person. Humans can be extinct, but Xie Tao and my companions can't. Jiang Xingji was originally sitting in the rear seat of the car. After chatting with Xie Tao for a few words, he suddenly had an idea. I remember there is a very beautiful small park nearby. I wonder what it will look like after the end of the world. Are you interested? I remember it seemed to be a popular tourist attraction before. Jiang Xingji finally had the opportunity to be alone with Xie Tao, and he immediately had a plan in his mind. If they just went to the city to find building materials, they would definitely come and go very quickly, and there would be no spare time for them to cultivate feelings. This won't work. There are not many opportunities for two people to be alone, especially under the surveillance of Zhong Shanjing. It is not easy to find such an opportunity, so we must cherish it. The driver? Am I not a human? Xie Tao was sitting there lazily. After hearing that there were some beautiful attractions, he straightened his back a little and curled up again after a few seconds. Not interested. What's so good about a simple attraction? She has seen corpses floating on the boundless sea. She has also seen a being that is almost like a half-god. When it dies, its body falls apart like light, scattered all over the towers, snow-white statues, and the heads of ordinary people. Just like snow, the flying fragments of light enveloped the entire city. Some people knelt on the ground and wailed, while others could not control their snickering. She has also seen beer gushing out of the fountain, and the common people looked at it from afar, while only the powerful and the rich could revel. She has seen peach blossoms blooming all over the sky in winter, and she has also seen snow suddenly falling in summer. What's so good about a small park? Although she didn't know what an internet celebrity was, it was just a park. If Zhong Shanjing was here, he would have complained to Zhong Xingji, "You don't understand Xie Tao at all." Compared to seeing the scenery, she obviously prefers lying on a soft big bed playing fun games, and it would be better to put some fruits and snacks next to her. It would be even better if someone is willing to feed her while she is playing games. Go to see a small park. Zhang Xingji was a little disappointed, and after a while he said, "Since you are not interested, forget it. When we enter the city, let them find building materials, and we will go somewhere else. I remember that there seems to be a big video game city in this city, and there are several interesting shops near the video game city." Xie Tao was interested at first, but then she became discouraged. There is no electricity, and there is no way to play. What's fun? She might as well find a place that sells comics, peripherals, and the like. Maybe she will be more interested there. He is a little panicked now, mainly because the 2 invitations failed. If the first time was because it was not interesting enough, the second time should have touched Xie Tao's point. Zhang Xingji had never asked a girl out to play before, and now he was a little panicked. After all, this opportunity was really good. Missed it, he might not have such an opportunity again in the future. After all, Zhong Shanjing was not a fool. He thought he knew Xie Tao very well. Now it seems that his understanding is not very deep. Damn it! The 3 of them quickly entered the city. The city was very large. They had looked at the map in advance. There was a market here that specialized in selling building materials. It was quite famous before the doomsday. It was also their goal this time. The building materials they needed were varied, so they brought a professional here and asked him to be in charge. After selecting them, they would let the zombies move them. It was estimated that they could solve the problem directly in 1 day. At the slowest, it would not exceed 2 days. This also meant that they would not stay in the city for too long. If Zhang Xingji wanted to do something, he must not waste this time. Otherwise, without this opportunity, it might be difficult to be alone with Xie Tao when Zhong Shanjing was not prepared. Xie Tao had no idea that the people around her had such thoughts. She climbed onto the roof of the car and sat there observing the scenery nearby. The biggest problem in the city now was that there were too many zombies and the air was not fresh enough, but everything else was fine. Zhang Xingji did not climb onto the roof of the car immediately, but was thinking carefully. After 2 failed attempts at dating, he did not dare to rashly propose anything. Next, he had to prepare and find a place that Xie Tao really liked, create a world for 2 people, and cultivate their feelings. There were indeed only 3 people coming this time, but there was actually a Little Red. Little Red was responsible for cleaning up the zombies nearby, or intimidating them and not letting them get close. After losing the large number of zombies blocking the road, they moved forward very quickly. When a normal team came in to explore, they were cautious and moved forward slowly, and they might only be able to move forward a few streets in a whole day. But they drove the car rumbling forward all the way, not caring whether they would attract zombies. Anyway, Little Red was nearby with many zombies to clear the way for them. In this way, they entered the city at noon and arrived at the building materials market in the afternoon. Naturally, there were no people here. Only some zombies were still wandering around. When Xie Tao jumped off the car, a few zombies smelled the smell and slowly came in this direction. Then they were quickly driven away by Xiao Hong. They wandered around not far away, obviously unwilling to give up the living people, but soon Xie Tao, who was bored, turned them into his own brothers. Xie Tao left the base and came outside. First, there was nothing needed for her in the base, and she was in a daze staying in the base. Second, it was because she hadn't been out to play for a long time, so she wanted to go out and have a look. As a result, there was nothing interesting after she came out, and her mood was not so happy all of a sudden. Zhang Xingji took the opportunity to say, "Let's go around nearby? Anyway, we are idle, and we are not needed here." Okay. Xie Tao immediately asked Xiao Hong to watch the man who came to choose building materials carefully and not let the zombies nearby hurt him, and then left with Zhang Xingji. Zhang Xingji instantly became happy and said to Xie Tao, "Actually, I worked in this city after graduation, because I went to college here, and after college, I simply didn't leave and took root in this city, so I am quite familiar with this area. What are you interested in? I can take you there to play." He learned to be smart, so he might as well ask directly, so as to avoid Xie Tao's dislike. It would be better to ask Xie Tao what he likes and go there directly, saving time and effort and not stepping on landmines. Isn't it wonderful? Really? Xie Tao really became interested. Then do you know where there are peripheral stores nearby? Xie Tao has read a lot of comics, but in the end, her favorite is still magical girls. She has been collecting magical girls' peripherals recently, but after the end of the world, almost no one will escape with peripherals. Except for some true fans, Xie Tao has collected for a long time and only collected a little bit, so she came up with the idea of going to the city to have a look. There should be many peripheral stores in the city, and there should be all kinds of peripherals in the peripheral stores. He really didn't know where there were nearby places, because Zhang Xingji was not a otaku, and he didn't watch anime much, whether he was in school or graduated, so he didn't know much about this. He knew that there was a very famous video game arcade in this city, because it was near the university he attended. I'll look for it. Zhong Shanjing pretended to be calm and said, I should be able to find it. The map they got was not a bad map or something like that. There were almost only some landmarks and large buildings on it. But Zhong Shanjing knew that there might be similar places near the larger shopping malls and video game arcades. He should be able to find it if he looked for it slowly. He just needed to be a little faster and not let Xie Tao lose his patience. Zhong Shanjing thought very well, and then took Xie Tao, got in the car, and went to the location near the video game arcade. The video game arcade was near the school. There was a street for eating, drinking, and having fun, which was a place many students liked to go to. When Zhong Shanjing was still in school, he would naturally go to that place because friends would have dinner together, but he didn't go there very often, especially since it had been many years since he graduated, and he didn't know if there had been any changes there, so he would have to go there to find out. The two drove for about 2 hours and arrived at their destination. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw someone getting out of a car not far ahead, and he was complaining as he walked. Is there a more detailed address? We have searched 2 cities. He saw Xie Tao before he finished speaking, and he shut up on the spot. Lin Ruanruan, who was next to him, was even more devastated at that moment. And she doubted that Xie Tao was indeed reborn. Otherwise, how could she meet Xie Tao at this time and in such a place? Why didn't she come earlier or later, but just today? Xie Tao was quite happy to see Lin Ruanruan and waved, How is Zhao Linyan? Is he still alive? Zhong Shanjing would definitely be amazed if he heard this. The two of them are really a perfect match. Even the words they said when they were provoking each other were so similar. They should be together. Lin Ruanruan's face was not looking good. It was obvious that the continuous blows and the long time of not being able to find Xi Mingya made her lose most of her patience. After all, Zhao Linyan's life and death were still uncertain. I will definitely not let you get there first this time, Lin Ruanruan said loudly. I must find her first. Xie Tao looked confused. Huh? You want to find someone? Who are you looking for? Who wants to compete with you? Why can't I understand what you are saying? Lin Ruanruan was obviously afraid of being followed. After saying the harsh words, she ran away. There were people behind to cover them, guarding against Xie Tao catching up. Xie Tao was silent for 2 seconds and then asked Zhong Shanjing beside him, What on earth is she saying? Did you understand? Zhong Shanjing also looked confused. The two looked at each other and finally just ignored it. Who knows what she is going to do with her nervousness? The two stopped here just because the video game city is nearby. This is the entrance to that street, which is in the opposite direction from Lin Ruanruan and the others. After the two got out of the car, they went in. Zhong Shanjing guessed correctly. There are indeed surrounding stores near the video game city, and they are very large. Surrounding stores are different from supermarkets and shopping malls. Supermarkets and shopping malls are hot commodities after the apocalypse, because there will be all kinds of fast food and other things, as well as various resources needed for survival. Most of the small supermarkets have been emptied, leaving only some large supermarkets. Because of the dense population, there are more zombies in them after the apocalypse, so fewer people come. Only large bases have that confidence. But the surrounding store is different. It can neither be eaten nor drunk, and it is useless, unless there is a very powerful supernatural person who is also a dead otaku and is interested in this aspect. No one may come to the surrounding store at all. Therefore, the doors and windows of the surrounding store are intact, unlike the supermarket next door, where the glass is broken all over the floor, and there is a lot of blood at the door. I don't know what kind of fierce battle has happened there. It always looks very miserable. Xie Tao felt like returning home when she entered the surrounding store. She was in a good mood. She wanted this and that. Zhong Shanjing originally wanted to cultivate feelings with her, but he didn't have time to say a few words. He was just acting as a bag carrier, and a soulless bag carrier. He was carrying several bags in his hands, and his arms were full of various plastic boxes. Through the empty plastic shells, you can even see various little people in different postures inside, both men and women. They are all Xie Tao's wives. Xie Tao was interested in too many things, and Zhong Shanjing couldn't handle them all by himself. She simply opened her own space, cleaned out some things that were not very necessary, and then stuffed the wives in. By the time Xie Tao finished purchasing, several hours had passed. It was getting dark. Xie Tao put her hands on her hips with satisfaction. It seems that they haven't finished moving over there yet. Let's stay in this city tonight and leave after we finish tomorrow. Zhong Shanjing finally had a chance to talk to her and was quite happy. Then let's find a place to eat. I know there is a cafe nearby. We can borrow their kitchen. As for why she had to choose a cafe, of course it was because it was more stylish. Xie Tao didn't like the cafe very much. She made a gesture of rejection and said, I'd like to stay in this room. There were still many things that hadn't been moved here. Most of them were characters from comics she hadn't read or didn't like. But why couldn't she eat anywhere? A simple meal didn't require any kitchen. She was willing to sleep here, tonight. Zhang Ji had no choice but to cook instant food for Xie Tao. Xie Tao took out a comic that she hadn't finished reading from her own space and happily read it among the figures. She also picked a favorite pillow and hugged it in her arms. She felt like she was in heaven. She even thought that if she was going to leave this world and return to her own world one day, could she take some people with her? For example, someone who could make figurines, or connect a space door between the two worlds so that she could travel back and forth, come back whenever she wanted, and leave whenever she wanted. When the world gradually returns to order, the entertainment industry will flourish again, and there will probably be more new comics and new games emerging in this world, like mushrooms after rain. She can come back every few years to harvest a wave, so that she will never lack food. It's a pity that some outstanding cartoonists have died in the disaster not long ago. They can no longer fill their own holes. Those works can only be serialized forever. When Xie Tao thought of this, she felt a little heartbroken. She was thinking about whether she should summon the souls when she had time to see if she could find them and let them continue to create. She wanted to see the end. While Xie Tao was enjoying her vacation here, some people were not so happy. Lin Ruanruan was specifically mentioned here. Lin Ruanruan had been tracking Xie Mingye for a long time. After excluding several possibilities, she came to the biggest possibility, and then followed this possibility to find her. Not long ago, she heard about a person who might be Xie Mingye in a nearby base, but she had escaped from the base and was most likely in this city. An insider told Lin Ruanruan that Xie Mingye seemed to be born in this city, so she was sold by her father shortly after she awakened her superpowers and left the city. The person who bought Xie Mingye happened to build a base not far from here, which is also a well-known large base now. She has been tortured there for a long time. It may be because of the butterfly effect. Not long ago, when Xie Tao's base was besieged, this base also sent some people. Among the people who stayed in the base, one person felt sympathy for Xie Mingye and thought that Xie Mingye was really miserable, so she told Xie Mingye that the base was short of manpower and told Xie Mingye the patrol rules and time intervals. Although she couldn't save Xie Mingye, she could pretend not to see it. Xie Mingye had the chance to escape, and unlike in her previous life, she was not caught quickly. This time she escaped very far, even diving into the city, and has not been caught yet. We must find Xie Mingye before the people in that base can. Lin Ruanruan wanted to curse when she thought of this. If the people in that base had not been hiding it and not telling anyone that Xie Mingye was in their base, she could have gone directly to rescue her. How could she have fallen to this point? They had walked through most of the city, but couldn't find her. They also had to worry about being found by Xie Tao first, causing them to fail. Lin Ruanruan hadn't rested for a long time. She didn't dare to rest at all. Xie Tao's appearance in the city today was a big blow to her. She was really afraid that she would be beaten to it again, and then Zhao Linyan would definitely have sequely. She must beat Xie Tao once, and this time she had no choice. As high-spirited as Lin Ruanruan was, Xie Tao was as sleepy as she was. She lay among the dolls, finished her dinner happily, and then prepared to go to bed. Zhong Shanjing, who was standing on the side, had blurry eyes and felt that this so-called world of two people had no progress at all. Although there were only two of them in the whole house, the atmosphere was neither ambiguous nor sweet, and it was